Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 201, Chapter 201, The Beetle Woman. The two exchanged a speechless glance. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the room of requirement. Before Edward could even say a word, an old-fashioned wooden door appeared on its own. The moment they stepped inside, Lilith's voice rang out. "Don't even think about escaping." She turned into a blur of black shadow, running, leaping, pouncing, biting, as she chased a dark, glistening water beetle that was zigzagging madly through the air in an effort to evade her capture. When the beetle spotted the door opening, it immediately buzzed its wings and shot toward it at top speed. Onomato revelio. The next second, a woman in a vivid green outfit with an exaggerated curly hairstyle and a pair of gem-studded spectacles suddenly fell out of the air, landing flat on her face in a most undignified fashion. "Oh my, first time meeting and you're already bowing to me like that." Rita Skeeter struggled to lift her head, bearing a toothy grin full of golden teeth as she forced out a smile. "Hello there, student, may I ask where this is?" Stupefy. Stupefy. She suddenly whipped out her wand and cast a spell. The two red stunning spells shot out instantly, one targeting each of them. But before she could celebrate, both spells rebounded in an instant. The first one slammed into her, sending her flying backwards. Before her body even hit the ground, the second spell caught her midair, sending her into a spinning, midair backflip that ended with her crashing down a full 6 or 7 meters away. Edward. At that moment, Lilith leapt up and pounced into Edward's arms. She raised a small paw and proudly pointed at the unconscious Rita Skeeter. "We caught a beetle person." "Impressive." Edward handed her a small dried fish treat and gave Susie a piece of dried chicken. "Thank you." As Lilith crunched on her fish snack, she mumbled, though she was faking unconsciousness earlier, she tried to sneak away from under Miss Lilith's paw. "If you'd arrived a minute later, I'd have caught her again myself." Audrey laughed. "Oh dear, then we came too early and stole Lilith's thunder." "Exactly." Lilith nodded seriously. "Well then, next time we'll make sure not to make the same mistake." She was absolutely delighted. "Okay." Edward gave Audrey a big thumbs up. "You're really getting good at this whole kid talk thing." The two of them, along with the dog and cat, approached the stunned figure. Edward flicked his wand and cast a renervate, then followed up with a quick aguamenti that splashed cold water onto her face. Rita Skeeter shot up at once. Still dazed, she rubbed her sore limbs and quickly said, wait, it's a misunderstanding. I'm a Hogwarts graduate too. I was just here for a visit." Edward lazily twirled his wand. "Miss Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet's famous journalist. We've heard quite a lot about you. Surely you didn't sneak in just to visit, did you?" "Air." She pulled a handkerchief from her bag and began drying her face with a smile plastered on. "Really, I swear, it's just a casual visit." She cleared her throat. "Now that you know who I am, why don't we be friends? Once you graduate, I could even get you a spot at the Daily Prophet." "No thanks, not interested." Rita's eyes flicked left and right, calculating. "Look, I'll admit sneaking into Hogwarts wasn't ideal, but I didn't actually do anything. Even if you report me, I won't really lose much. But I can't guarantee what I might end up writing in the paper if you do." Edward raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Oh. You're threatening me now? All right then, let's have a little chat about your status as an unregistered animagus, shall we?" Rita's expression instantly changed. She quickly pointed at Lilith and Susie. They're unregistered animagi too, aren't they? If this gets out, it won't be good for anyone." Lilith tilted her head in curiosity. "You're saying they're animagi?" "Ha ha ha, sure, let's say they are." Edward laughed. "Then do you know who they really are? Even if you blab, how would you prove it? But you, Rita Skeeter, you being an illegal animagus. That's very easy to prove. Damn it. When did students get so cunning?" Her expression cycled through several emotions in quick succession before she finally forced out a strained smile. What do you want?" "Galleons. Just name your price, and I'll make it happen." "Sorry, I'm not interested in money." Audrey. "Somehow, I feel like that's my line." Edward tossed off the remark casually, then said coolly, "Was your ridiculous article slandering Dumbledore entirely your own idea, or did someone put you up to it?" Rita froze, clearly not expecting a student to ask such a pointed question. I was actually." Edward added in a flat tone, "Don't bother lying. I'm fairly decent at legilimency." Bloody hell. He can even use legilimency. That's advanced magic. No, he's bluffing, he's got to be bluffing. Actually, it's both. I had my own motives, but someone else was behind it too. She muttered inwardly for a bit before ultimately deciding to tell the truth. Dumbledore's sudden decision to run for Minister for Magic is a huge story I couldn't possibly miss. It's just, how to report it, that was still undecided. So, the smear campaign against Dumbledore, someone put you up to it, right? Edward nodded. Was it Fudge? Or the pureblood families? Is this guy really just a student? Both. She paused, then broke into a smile. Actually, you could just pretend you never saw me. I could pull some strings to get you a cushy position in the ministry after graduation. What do you say? Reporting me won't do you any real good. Well, that's true. Edward nodded in agreement. She brightened. So we have a deal. Nope. Edward shook his head and raised a finger. I'll give you two choices. First, I go straight to report you. Let you experience the warm welcome of Azkaban's Dementors. The second one. Rita Skeeter shouted without hesitation. Excellent. Edward raised a second finger. Second option, from now on, you'll follow my orders. I'll tell you what to report and how to report it, and you'll do it exactly that way. She shrieked in protest, that's impossible. You're trying to get me killed. Oh, then off to Azkaban you go. Actually, maybe we can talk this over. Audrey couldn't stop the twitch at the corner of her eye. Edward lightly tapped his wand against his chin. Oh, and if you choose to obey me, I'll throw in a little bonus. What bonus? I won't take away your magical abilities. Rita Skeeter. She stared at him blankly. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. I mean, no magic is allowed in this place. In ancient Hermes. Rita was stunned at first, then her face went pale. She could feel something change in her body, she had lost the ability to cast spells. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Lumos. Protego. Nothing happened. She kept waving her wand, in denial, but it was real, she really couldn't use magic anymore. Had she become a squib? Or a muggle? In a flash, Rita Skeeter plummeted into despair. Her whole body trembled, and all that remained in her mind was pure terror. No. No. You can't do this. Don't do this to me. Please, I'm begging you, give me my magic back. I'll do anything you want. Just don't take it away. It was as if her spirit had been drained from her body. Edward had genuinely underestimated just how terrifying it was for a wizard to lose their magic. After decades of magical convenience, it was like a normal person suddenly losing their sight, hearing, and limbs. And worse, she was now something everyone in the wizarding world looked down on, a squib. It was like falling from heaven into hell. Fear and despair consumed her. Very good, Edward said calmly. Next, I want you to dig up every bit of dirt you can find on Fudge, his cronies, and the pureblood families. Make them the laughingstock of the wizarding world. You slandered Dumbledore. I want you to slander them 10 times, 100 times worse. Can you do that? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. She nodded frantically. The next second, Rita Skeeter felt her magic return. She immediately cast Lumos, and when the tip of her wand lit up, she finally exhaled in relief. She collapsed to the ground, whispering, "It's back, my magic is back." Edward gave her a friendly smile. Well then, Ms. Rita Skeeter. You may go. Remember, I expect to see your report in 3 days. If not, I'll come find you again. Only now did she realize what she had agreed to. Regret surged in her chest, but there was no way out. That feeling of losing her magic, she never wanted to go through that again. A few minutes later, Rita Skeeter staggered away in a daze. Audrey burst out laughing. I was wondering what tactic you'd use to threaten her, turns out it was, no magic allowed. You almost scared her to death. I didn't think it'd work so well either, Edward chuckled. Hopefully the effect lasts long enough. I'm genuinely curious to see what kind of surprise that woman will deliver to Fudge and his friends. Audrey crossed her arms, tapping her chin. You know, people are such hypocrites. This morning when I read her article smearing Professor Dumbledore, I was so furious, felt like someone like her deserved the harshest punishment. But now, I'm actually excited to see her tear into other people even worse. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Lilith looked up and asked, Edward, me and Susie, we helped this time, right? Miss Lilith helped you again, didn't she? Absolutely. Edward tapped her little nose with his finger. She immediately wagged her tail in delight. Hee hee, yay. Oh, right. Edward suddenly remembered something. You and Susie ran off to the headmaster's office earlier. What exactly were you two planning to do? Lilith's smile vanished instantly. She twisted around and bolted. Susie, let's go play with Professor McGonagall. Okay. Susie gave Audrey a look, then trotted after her. The young couple exchanged helpless looks. The older the kids got, the more rebellious they became. Note, no extra chapter since we missed the goal. 385 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 202, Audrey's Patronus. Forget it. With Dumbledore around, Lilith probably won't be able to cause too much trouble. Edward asked, do you have any classes this afternoon? I'm planning to ask Hagrid to take me into the Forbidden Forest, to the area where the centaurs and unicorns live. I don't, wait, actually, I think I do have class. Audrey suddenly remembered, she was supposed to meet with Professor Snape to study the Patronus charm. All right then, I'll have to go on my own. Tomorrow, I plan to go to Hogsmeade first, it used to be a stronghold during the Goblin rebellions. Then I'll head to Godric's Hollow. Audrey's eyes lit up. Where Dumbledore and Grindelwald fell in love. Well, in a sense, yes. That's where they met, got to know each other, fell in love, and forged the idea of, for the greater good, together. Hand in hand, they made an unbreakable vow. But in the end, a tragedy tore them apart, and they became enemies. Audrey sighed. It's those kinds of love stories that really stay with you. Edward looked at her and shook his head. That might make for a good story, but in real life, I prefer happy endings. Bad people punished, good people rewarded, lovers living happily ever after, no twists, no regrets. She smiled sweetly. You're right. She held out her hand toward him. Let's go. When they got back to the first floor of the castle, Audrey waved goodbye. I'm off to class now, good luck. Good luck. A heavy snowfall had turned the usually pitch-black Forbidden Forest into a pristine white landscape. Hagrid's hut, nestled at the edge, looked like a blot of gray against the snow. When Edward arrived, Hagrid was outside with a massive snow shovel, clearing a path leading up to the castle, probably so Harry and the others could drop by. Hello, Hagrid. Long time no see. Hagrid looked up under the furry brim of his hat, squinting to recognize who it was. Suddenly, he tossed the shovel aside and strode over in great strides. Oh, Edward. You're back. Edward immediately tensed, ready for one of Hagrid's bone-crushing hugs. But Hagrid stopped a few steps away and looked around. Where's Audrey? She's still in class. And Anna? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. You know, that little fire dragon, Anna. Yep, just as expected. The only thing that could get Hagrid this excited was a magical creature. Unfortunately, Edward hadn't brought fire dragon Anna back with him this time. She was still outside the village that worshipped dragons. Sorry. Anna didn't come with us this time. Oh. The expectation on Hagrid's face vanished almost instantly. You still have a dragon, don't you? You mean Norbert? Hagrid looked even more downcast. Charlie came and took him to the dragon reserve not long ago. Poor little guy, still so tiny. But he perked up again in moments. Oh, sorry, it's freezing out here. Come on in and have some tea, warm yourself up with a bite to eat. Edward quickly replied, no need, Hagrid. I actually wanted to ask you to take me into the Forbidden Forest again. Looking for another centaur divination, are you? Not this time. I want to write a travelogue, so I'm hoping to learn more about the history and culture of centaurs and unicorns. You know how they don't take kindly to most people, except you. Hagrid thumped his chest proudly. No problem. I'll take you. Fong. The giant black boarhound lumbered reluctantly out of the warm hut, while Hagrid picked up a huge stone bough. Let's go. Hagrid's strides were long, not too fast, not too slow, but Edward had to walk briskly just to keep up. By the way, Hagrid, could you tell me a bit about the history of the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid gave him a puzzled glance and scratched his head. The history of the Forbidden Forest? Well, it's only been called the Forbidden Forest for about 40 years or so. Doesn't really count as history. Huh. That was something Edward didn't know. Why was the name changed? No idea. Hagrid shook his head. That was Professor Dumbledore's decision. It was a few years after I started living here. Back then, it wasn't nearly as lively as it is now, not even the centaurs had moved in yet. So I let some of the endangered magical creatures I rescued live here. Thanks to how safe this place is, a lot of species that were nearly extinct started thriving again. It's really wonderful. A childlike smile appeared on Hagrid's face. Edward, however, remained silent. I think I finally understand why this place was renamed the Forbidden Forest. While Edward followed Hagrid deeper into the Forbidden Forest in search of unicorns and centaurs, Audrey had also found Professor Snape. Snape had prepared in advance, selecting an empty classroom and leading her inside. Although the Patronus Charm is considered an advanced spell, its incantation and casting method are actually quite simple. And yet, many students still fail to master it even by the time they graduate. Audrey frowned slightly. Professor, that's exactly what puzzles me. Edward told me the incantation is expecto patronum, and that you need to concentrate and recall a truly happy memory with all your might when casting it. From the description, it doesn't seem all that difficult. Snape's expression remained impassive. First of all, the definition of a happy memory differs vastly from person to person. Some people may succeed in casting the Patronus Charm simply by recalling the joy of a glass of milk at breakfast. Others may search their entire life for every moment of happiness and still fail to produce even a flicker from their wand. And for some, happiness and pain are intertwined, their joy is born of pain. They must find light within the cracks of darkness. He paused for a few seconds. The human mind is strange, unpredictable. The harder you try not to think of something, the more likely you are to fixate on it. And when you want to think of one thing, your mind floods with unrelated thoughts that disrupt your focus. The happy memory needed for the Patronus Charm must be pure, unclouded, free of any impurities. That's one of the main reasons why so many fail to learn it. Audrey nodded in sudden understanding. Snape continued, but the happy memory is only the foundation. The true key is emotional, being able to draw out enough magical power from that memory to fuel the spell. With a light flick of his wand, Snape murmured, expecto patronum. A silvery white glow flowed from his wand, thin and misty like a pale fog, quickly spreading through the classroom. Audrey fell silent, observing with focused eyes. The mist carried a warm, comforting aura, happiness. In it, she seemed to glimpse two young figures, a boy and a girl, walking together across a grassy field, laughing side by side. Soon, the silver light dissipated. I've heard that a Patronus often takes a solid form, Audrey said. Only then does it gain true protective power. Snape gave a dismissive smirk. Correct. A corporeal Patronus is the complete form. But in reality, even among the Aurors in the Ministry, few can produce anything beyond a mist. And you, Professor? I'm sure your Patronus is much more than that. He shot her a glance. That's irrelevant to today's lesson, Miss Hall. All right then. Snape stepped back a few paces. I can't help you recall happiness, that part is entirely on you. What I can teach is how to draw magical power from that happiness. From here on, it's your task. I understand, Professor. Audrey walked over to a desk and sat down. She took out a vial of sleep-inducing essential oil and sprinkled a few drops. She inhaled deeply, then closed her eyes. Her breathing quickly steadied. Snape, watching from the side, frowned slightly at her actions. But he trusted she wouldn't do anything foolish and waited patiently. With the help of the essential oil, Audrey soon entered a half-sleeping state. Through psychological self-cues, she kept a lucid mind within her dream and stepped into her inner world. For ordinary people, memories are chaotic and uncontrollable. When trying to recall something, all kinds of unrelated thoughts tend to intrude. But to a psychiatrist, memories were more like books neatly arranged on shelves in a library. Through classification and organization, she could retrieve the exact memory she needed without interference from others. So Audrey's first step was to sort all her happy memories. There were so many joyful moments from her childhood to now. The love of her parents, the affection of her two older brothers, the simple delight of delicious food. The joy of meeting Susie for the first time and watching her grow. Her astonishment upon entering the tarot club, the thrill of discovering the mystical world, the happiness of becoming a spectator by taking the potion. And then, the first time she met him. Edward. Miss Audrey, I mean no offense, nor do I wish to do you harm. Her first time at Hogwarts. Welcome to Hogwarts. Her first experience with magic, her first time being so close to a boy. Some of these memories might not have felt purely happy in the moment, but in hindsight, each one made her heart flutter with joy. Audrey gathered all those happy memories together and named them happiness. Yes, when she recalled them, she didn't see individual events anymore, but a powerful collective emotion called happiness. However, she soon realized that this method had a flaw: it was too vague. So she gave her memory collection a cover. On that cover were her parents, her two brothers, Susie, Lilith, and Edward. Snape, watching Audrey with her eyes closed and seemingly asleep, waited patiently for over 10 minutes. At last, he was about to speak and wake her. But then, she opened her eyes. Sitting upright, she gently raised her wand. Expecto Patronum. In an instant, a vast sea of silvery white mist erupted from her wand, engulfing the entire classroom. Once more, she waved her wand. Expecto Patronum. The mist began to swirl and condense rapidly, slowly forming a massive shape. Scales. Claws. Fangs. Slit pupils. A dragon's head. It was a giant dragon, composed entirely of radiant silver light. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Hogsmeade. Roar. The silver dragon spread its wings and soared into the air, letting out a thunderous roar. From its gaping maw, a wave of silver-white light pulsed outward, radiating in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had spread across the entire Hogwarts castle. Every student, whether they were in class, resting, or playing, felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of joy rise from deep within their hearts. And the one who witnessed all of this with his own eyes, Professor Snape, was utterly stunned. Audrey's Patronus was a dragon. Most wizards' Patronuses were ordinary creatures. The only magical creature he had ever known to appear as a Patronus was Dumbledore's Phoenix. But compared to that Phoenix, this massive beast before him exuded an overwhelming sense of awe and intimidation. Snape had a faint sense that perhaps, this dragon wasn't something that could only fight off Dementors. Whoosh! Audrey lowered her wand, and the dragon Patronus instantly dispersed into silvery mist and vanished. She turned to Snape and offered a sincere smile. "Thank you, Professor Snape. I think I've mastered the Patronus charm." Her tone was earnest, her demeanor genuine, there wasn't a trace of arrogance. And yet, Snape still felt she was bragging. "Not bad," he said curtly, nodding with a blank expression. Then he turned and strode out of the classroom. He needed to report this to Dumbledore immediately. Audrey lifted her wand once more and traced a gleaming silver arc through the air, laughing happily. "Well, finally. I've learned a spell that I can do but Edward can't." That felt so good. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Edward's documentation efforts had gone relatively well. That is, if one ignored the centaurs now lying unconscious all over the forest floor. Hagrid, meanwhile, looked completely bewildered. His large head still hadn't caught up with what had just happened. Wasn't I just accompanying Edward to find Firenze and hear him recount the history of the centaurs? From their earliest appearances in recorded history, to their migrations across continents, to their conflicts and wars with humans, to the development of their astrological studies, and finally, to how this particular tribe had come to the Forbidden Forest at Dumbledore's invitation. Edward had listened while jotting everything down in his notebook, occasionally asking a few well-placed questions. At first, Hagrid had found it all quite fascinating. That was until Firenze began to discuss astrology in his calm, emotionless tone. In that moment, Hagrid felt as though he'd been transported back to a history of magic lecture at Hogwarts. His eyelids began to droop. Just as he was about to doze off, a group of centaurs hostile to humans, led by Bane, suddenly charged in. They accused Firenze of being a traitor and launched an immediate attack on Edward. Then, they were all laid out flat. Hagrid was completely confused. He cautiously stepped over to Bane and nudged the centaur's head with his foot, confirming that he was indeed unconscious. He mumbled under his breath, "Did these centaurs come down with some sort of sudden illness?" Firenze's voice floated over quietly, "Hagrid, you do realize that what you're doing right now is extremely disrespectful." "Oh, sorry." Hagrid quickly backed off. "I was just curious." "It was your friend Edward," Firenze said calmly. "He used some kind of unknown ability or magic to incapacitate Bane and the others in an instant." Firenze lowered his head thoughtfully, then muttered, "Ever since your last visit, the constellations have become increasingly strange. Everything I used to see in the stars has changed. I can hardly discern the future anymore." Edward was surprised. "But Mr. Firenze, I remember you saying last time that the stars show only macro trends. In theory, those shouldn't change so easily, right?" "I'm puzzled as well," Firenze replied. "But perhaps this is the nature of astrology, everything is filled with uncertainty and the unknown." He didn't seem particularly concerned by it. "I see. Well, let's return to the earlier topic. You mentioned that centaur history records the emergence of fairies." "Correct." Firenze nodded. "You come from the Muggle world, so you must know about the theory of evolution, yes?" "Of course. In fact, the theory of evolution broadly applies to the magical world as well. Most magical creatures today have gradually evolved over time. But there are some exceptions: dragons, fairies, nagas, werewolves. These beings seem to have simply appeared in the world one day." "No. That's not quite right." He shook his head firmly. "That's not the accurate way to put it. They did evolve over time, and they did exist long ago, but at some point, they underwent an unknown transformation. Outwardly, they still looked the same, but something fundamental had changed, sometimes subtly, sometimes drastically." "Such as?" "I don't know," Firenze said, shaking his head. "These are records passed down from our ancestors who read the stars. You understand, we observe the stars, but we do not seek to interpret them or verify their meanings." Should I call that centaur wisdom, or just a stunning lack of curiosity? If Voldemort were as chill as you centaurs, Harry wouldn't have had anything to do at all. Edward closed his notebook at that moment. Thank you very much for your answers, Mr. Firenze. I'm always happy to share the knowledge I have. Oh right, your tribesmen should be waking up soon. They won't catch a cold or anything, will they? Centaurs have quite robust constitutions. Don't worry. Hagrid stepped forward and hugged Firenze. Sorry for the trouble, Firenze. You'd better be careful around Bane and the others, I'm worried they might try to harm you. I understand. After bidding farewell to Firenze, Edward and Hagrid made their way back the same route they'd come. Likely due to the bitter cold, all the unicorns had hidden away somewhere warm. Hagrid even took him on a few detours, but not a single unicorn appeared. It's fine, Hagrid. Unicorns aren't like centaurs anyway. We can't exactly have a proper chat with them. Hagrid muttered, strange, even if it's cold, they still have to come out to forage. I'm telling you, Edward, unicorns are truly the most beautiful creatures in the world. Kind, brave, pure, they're just too sensitive. I've heard some people say unicorns only like to be close to girls and then go on speculating all kinds of nonsense. But the truth is, they just feel safer around most girls, that's all. Edward believed Hagrid. After all, unicorns were indeed very close and trusting with Hagrid. But, it's not like Hagrid is secretly a cute girl in disguise, right? A cute girl with a bearded face and a giant patch of chest hair. So that means they're incredibly sensitive to danger. Exactly. Hagrid nodded earnestly. Edward scratched his head. Then, could it be that the unicorns were hiding because of me? After all, I am the tower. Saturday arrived before long. Hogsmeade was the wizarding village closest to Hogwarts. If you thought of Hogwarts as a university, then Hogsmeade was the equivalent of a bustling college town. Unfortunately, Hogwarts had a rule, only third years and above could visit on designated Saturdays for food, fun, and shopping. Naturally, once those students returned from Hogsmeade, they would rave about it even more, describing it to the lower year students as the most magical, marvelous place in the world. This fueled anticipation so much that the younger students would spend the next few years counting down the days until they, too, could go. But when the day finally came and they visited for the first time, they would inevitably realize, yes, Hogsmeade was more fun than Hogwarts, but nowhere near as perfect as they'd been led to believe. Still, thinking of all the years they were misled, a thought would arise, I can't be the only one who got tricked like this. And so, upon returning, they would start the cycle anew, painting Hogsmeade in even more extravagant terms for the younger students. And so it went, round and round. Edward and Audrey came to Hogsmeade together with Cedric and the Weasley twins. But the group soon split up, the twins made a beeline for Zonko's joke shop, while Cedric headed straight for Honeydukes. Where should we go? Audrey asked, gazing curiously at the quaint wizarding village. Though only a first year, Dumbledore had given her special permission to visit. Let me think. Edward took her slightly chilly hand and led her toward the Three Broomsticks. Let's try the wizarding world's famous Butterbeer first. The Three Broomsticks was the favorite pub of Hogwarts students, clean, cozy, and lively. The Hog's Head next door, on the other hand, was where professors and various adults preferred to gather. As soon as they stepped inside, a few upper-year students drinking at the bar looked over, then quickly averted their gazes. Most of them had tasted Audrey's wrath firsthand during dueling class. A few whispered quietly. See that? The Hufflepuff next to her. He transferred here as a first year 3 years ago. I've seen him around before, seemed like a totally average Hufflepuff. But now he's dating Audrey. Yeah, I saw them hanging out and thought they were just friends. Now, I've had my heart broken. You call that heartbroken? I get dumped about 800 times a year. Hey, you guys are so behind the times. That guy's name is Edward, he's not normal at all. He's helping Professor McGonagall teach Transfiguration to the first through third years, and they say his skills are nearly on par with McGonagall herself. Seriously. Meanwhile, the two of them approached the bar. 2 butterbeers, please. Madame Rosmerta, the bar owner, smiled warmly at them. Oh, Edward, you came alone last time, didn't you? And this young lady, first time here, I reckon. Yes, ma'am. I transferred this year, my first term at Hogwarts. Well, that explains it. She served them 2 steaming mugs of foamy butterbeer and then pushed a small cherry-topped mousse cake toward Audrey. This one's on the house. Thank you. Audrey took a sip of her drink and her eyes lit up. It was easily the best alcoholic beverage she'd ever tasted. A single mouthful sent warmth rushing through her, cozy and delightful. Edward downed half his mug in one go and let out an unceremonious burp. Way better than Southville beer. Then he turned to Madame Rosmerta. Ma'am, I read in a book that Hogsmeade was the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Do you happen to know anything the books don't mention? Madame Rosmerta narrowed her eyes. Edward, are you saying I'm old? What? Well, how else would I know about ancient history like that? Audrey couldn't help but giggle softly. All right, just teasing you. As she wiped down a glass, Madame Rosmerta explained, actually, most of what's worth saying about that rebellion is already in the books. The only thing that's still debated is the cause of it. Some say the goblins wanted to control and enslave wizards, to flip the tables and become the rulers of the magical world, just like how wizards currently treat them. Others claim the goblins were targeting Hogwarts itself. They believed Hogwarts was producing too many powerful wizards, which posed a threat to their survival. She shrugged. But all of that's just speculation with no evidence. At this point, it's not realistic to investigate further. Audrey asked curiously, but for something that important, why wasn't it recorded properly? Because the goblins who led the rebellion were either killed or fled. Whether it's goblins or humans, soldiers never really know why the generals or kings start wars. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 204, Legends about Goblins. Edward finished the last sip of his butterbeer just as Madame Rosmerta refilled his mug. Still, come to think of it, she went on, there really were quite a few goblin uprisings during that time. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if those greedy, disgraceful creatures started a rebellion over just a single galleon. Audrey chimed in with another question. But after the goblins were completely suppressed by the wizards, why were they entrusted with running Gringotts? That's the institution responsible for minting and distributing wizarding currency, it's practically the lifeblood of the wizarding economy. Ha ha ha, Madame Rosmerta let out a hearty laugh. That, I don't quite understand either. Maybe the wizards were just too dumb to wrap their heads around economics. Or maybe the goblins were the real fools, putting them in charge of finances just meant they'd be too busy with numbers to cause trouble. There's one theory you might find interesting, she added. Some people say that giving the goblins control over money was actually a curse that made those greed-driven creatures see nothing but gold and galleons. On the surface, it looks like they control the economy, but in truth, they're the ones controlled by gold. They can never walk away from it. Edward and Audrey exchanged a silent glance. Maybe, that was one way to look at it. Thank you, Madame Rosmerta, Edward said earnestly, quickly jotting down everything she'd just said. She looked at him curiously. Is this something a professor assigned you to write? Or are you planning to publish a book? Both. Oh. She grinned and gave him a reminder, if it does get published one day, don't forget to include my name. Of course, ma'am. After resting for a while longer, they bid Madame Rosmerta goodbye and left the 3 broomsticks. Next stop, the candy shop, Audrey said cheerfully. I want to buy a few gifts to take back. Sure. Following the footprints in the snow, they made their way to Honeyduke's, one of the most popular destinations for any student visiting Hogsmeade. Audrey took a stroll around the shop first, then pointed at a shelf full of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The shopkeeper, Ambrosius, smiled warmly. Looking to try some every flavor beans? I promise this batch is all good flavors. No thanks. Audrey shook her head. I want one of everything except those. Ambrosius was stunned for a moment before breaking into a broad grin. Now this was the kind of big-spending customer he hadn't seen in years. Edward, silently watching from the side, wasn't surprised. As expected of the daughter of Loan's wealthiest family, her way of shopping really is on a different level. Ambrosius immediately called out his wife, and the two of them got to work packing up the order. Soon, the entire counter was covered in neatly wrapped candies. Of course, since these were student-priced confections, it all looked like a lot, but the final bill wasn't too outrageous. Edward took the opportunity to ask the shopkeepers about Hogsmeade's history, but they knew even less than Rosmerta. After leaving the candy shop, they headed over to Scribulus Writing Instruments. Audrey picked out several of the most expensive, magically enhanced quills to gift her father and older brother. Then it was time for Zonko's joke shop, a place Audrey had heard Ron rave about many times. The Weasley twins often bought prank supplies from here, dismantled them for study, then either reassembled them or modified them into new forms, with Ron as their designated test subject. When she first heard the story, Audrey had sighed in amazement. The fact that Ron survived this long really is a miracle. When the two entered the shop, the Weasley twins were still there, their arms full of prank gear as they tried to haggle with Mr. Zonko. Edward caught part of their bargaining strategy. If the item was priced at 100, they'd offer 10, and then ask him to throw in a second one for free. It was a testament to Zonko's patience that he hadn't kicked them out on the spot. Of course, the twins were desperate too. They'd lost all their savings on a failed gamble recently, and the little they'd managed to scrape together afterwards had gone into printing pro-Dumbledore pamphlets. Unable to bear it any longer, Edward interjected. All right, stop bullying the shopkeeper already. I'll cover these for you, but that means no Christmas presents this year. The twins hesitated briefly. One of them said, no way. We have to get Christmas presents. The other added, so think of this as a loan. Don't worry, we'll pay you back soon. Fair enough. As soon as they got their hands on the prank gear, the twins hugged Edward tightly. Edward, we love you to bits. Then, in perfect unison, they shoved him toward Audrey. We're done loving him. He's yours now. Thanks, Audrey said with a laugh. The twins gave an exaggerated bow and retreated. You're welcome. Audrey chuckled. Those two are absolute clowns. They bring joy to everyone around them, except. Edward finished for her, Ron. So, anything you want to buy? Want to do like you did in the candy shop and tell the owner to wrap up everything? And then distribute it to all the students. Mr. Filch would go insane. After a round of careful picking, Audrey settled on some fun but harmless prank items to gift Ron, Harry, and even Draco. As they left the joke shop, Audrey let out a small yawn and asked, where to next? Our last stop, the Hog's Head Inn. Another pub. This one's different. It's more grungy. The Hog's Head Inn was little more than a single, small, dark, and thoroughly filthy room. The stench of goats hit them hard even from a distance. Thick grime coated the few bulging windows, letting barely any light through. As the pair pushed open the door and stepped inside, they saw that everything, from the floor to the ceiling, was caked in filth. Even the butterbeer bottles were covered in dust. Compared to this place, even the pirate taverns in Byam seemed sparkling clean. Audrey resisted the urge to cast several cleaning charms and instead looked around the bar. Quite a few wizards were sitting inside, and to their surprise, Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick were seated at one of the tables, casually drinking and chatting. Neither had noticed the pair enter. On the wall behind the bar hung a painting, a frail-looking girl holding a black-bound book, standing in front of vibrant green vines. She looked melancholic and sentimental. Their arrival quickly drew attention from the tables near the entrance, particularly Audrey's presence. Several wizards' eyes lit up, until they noticed her Hogwarts uniform. At once, any improper thoughts were doused like cold water. After all, everyone knew Hogsmeade was Hogwarts' domain. Trying anything with students here was just asking for trouble. At that moment, a grumpy-looking old man with an unruly tangle of long gray hair and beard stepped behind the counter, blocking Audrey's view. "What'll it be?" he asked. Audrey was caught off guard. This old man, why does he look like a scruffy version of Professor Dumbledore? The man suddenly frowned. You two are Hogwarts students. Didn't Dumbledore tell you this place is for adult wizards only? His words instantly caught Snape's attention. He turned and frowned slightly, recalling the moment yesterday when she had cast the Patronus charm. Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, raised a hand and smiled. "Hey, Edward. Audrey. Are you two on a date?" Audrey grinned. "Yes, Professor." "Ha ha ha, how lovely. Youth truly is a gift." Edward then addressed the old man. Mr. Aberforth, I'm writing a paper on Hogsmeade. Would you mind answering a few questions? Anything about its culture, history, customs, anything at all would help." The cranky man, Aberforth, grumbled, "How should I know? It's not like I grew up here." "Well, fair enough." Edward had assumed, perhaps too optimistically, that since Aberforth was Dumbledore's brother and a powerful wizard, he'd also be a well-informed one. "All right then, but since you've run this bar for so many years, surely you've heard some interesting tales." Aberforth thought for a moment. "Forgot em." Professor Flitwick waved them over. "Don't bother with this old goat. All he cares about is pouring drinks and cuddling his ancient goat at night. If you've got questions, you can ask me." That worked too. They walked over, and Edward began by revisiting the topic of the Goblin rebellions, then branched into questions about Hogsmeade itself. "You're actually asking the right person," Flitwick said, sipping his butterbeer. "As you both know, I have some goblin ancestry myself. I remember reading a few family records about the 1612 rebellion. Supposedly, the goblins wanted to storm Hogwarts and steal something, but the records don't say what exactly." Edward asked, "Was it the sword of Gryffindor?" "Oh. Why do you think that?" "I heard the sword was originally purchased from the goblins. But goblins believe anything they make always belongs to them, no matter if someone paid for it or not." Flitwick scoffed, "Humph. Greedy creatures. It's no wonder they've ended up the way they are." Snape suddenly spoke, his tone flat. "If you're interested in the Goblin rebellions, why not ask the Hogwarts ghosts? Many of them were around when it happened." "I actually did," Edward replied helplessly. "But the Goblin forces were defeated before they ever breached the castle. So the ghosts only know that it happened, not what really went on." They lingered in the Hog's Head for another half hour, draining every bit of goblin-related information Flitwick had to offer, before finally taking their leave. "Time to go back," Edward said. Audrey looked surprised. "You're not going to interview anyone else?" "No need," he replied. "A scribe isn't a detective. My job is to truthfully record what I learn. If I uncover some hidden truth, that's great. But if I don't, that's fine too." He smiled. "Besides, the world's a big place. I'll have plenty more stories to document in the future. Next stop, Godric's Hollow, tomorrow. And this afternoon. You spent the morning with me, so it's only fair I spend the afternoon with you. Your call, Miss Hall." Audrey thought for a moment. "Then, let's visit St. Mungo's Hospital. To treat the Longbottoms." "Right. I promised Neville, so of course I have to at least try." "All right. Let's head to London for lunch first, and pick up a few supplies while we're at it." After all, quite a few items on the goddess's procurement list weren't the kind of things you could just grab at the last minute. He couldn't afford to wait until right before returning to the world of mysteries like he had the last 2 times. By then, it would be far too late. "Let's go." Note, enjoy the extra chapter 555 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Treating the Longbottoms. The entrance to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was tucked away inside a department store called Purge and Dow's Ltd., located in London. It was an old-fashioned red brick building. The entrance had been concealed with muggle-repelling charms. Ordinary people would only see a sign on the door that read "Closed for refurbishment," making it inaccessible. Wizards and witches, however, only needed to approach the window display and speak to an ugly dummy to state their purpose, and they would pass through the glass into the hospital. After lunch and a sweep through several major bookstores and libraries to complete their initial round of purchases, the pair made their way to the hospital without delay. As soon as they stepped into the reception area, they saw an elderly woman in a long dress with a large red handbag, wearing a hat adorned with a stuffed vulture, scanning the surroundings. Audrey had seen this woman before on the Hogwarts Express. She was Neville's grandmother, the formidable Madame Longbottom. This lady was known for her poor temper and astonishing combat ability. In the original book, she even managed to injure the Auror Dawlish in a fight. Dawlish, a proud Ravenclaw graduate, had never known a victory in his entire life. "Good afternoon, Madame Longbottom," Audrey greeted. The two stepped forward. The old lady was briefly startled, and a somewhat unnatural smile appeared on her rather stern face. "Oh, you must be Miss Hall and Mr. Edward." With the pleasantries done, she quickly got to the point. "Neville told me that Miss Hall has mastered some kind of miraculous magic, and that perhaps you could heal his parents." "I can only say I'll try, madam," Audrey replied earnestly. Of course," the old woman said eagerly. "They've been lying here for over a decade. Not even the most skilled healers have been able to help them. Just having someone willing to try is a blessing." Madame Longbottom showed no prejudice toward Audrey despite her youth. On one hand, she was desperate to cling to any sliver of hope. On the other, such was the nature of the magical world, anything was possible. "Come with me, dear," she said warmly, grasping Audrey's hand and leading her forward at a brisk pace. They soon arrived at Ward 49 of St. Mungo's, the room where her son and daughter-in-law had been staying. The room was clean and filled with a faint floral scent. Simple decorations adorned the table and walls, making it feel more like a home than a hospital ward. And in a way, it was home. Ever since the Longbottom couple had been placed here, Madame Longbottom had spent more time in this room than at her actual residence. Looking at the two figures lying on the beds, her expression softened. "They've been here for 11 years. At first, they were so tortured that they completely lost consciousness, like they had no souls left. Later, they slowly woke up, only to become lunatics, aware of nothing." She walked to the woman with the round face and vacant stare. "Alice has seemed a little better in recent years. She doesn't recognize Neville, but instinctively has a fondness for him. Sometimes she even gives him little gifts." Audrey stepped closer and began casting several placate on both of them. The men remained completely unresponsive. The round-faced woman, however, had a slight reaction. Her pupils quivered as she looked at Audrey. Audrey continued casting, but the woman didn't react further. "Madam, could I ask you to wait outside for a while?" Audrey asked gently. "I'd like to try something." Of course, Madame Longbottom nodded repeatedly, quickly heading to the door. Just before closing it behind her, she hesitated. "Dear, thank you, whether it works or not, thank you. Neville thanks you too." Once the door closed, Audrey took out some hydrosol candles and sleep-inducing essential oils, placing them around the room. As she cast another calming charm, she murmured softly, "Madam Longbottom, you're feeling very sleepy now, you want to rest, your mind is gradually relaxing." Her voice, laced with the power of telepathy, soon lulled the round-faced woman into a drowsy state. "Can you hear me, Madam Longbottom? Don't worry, don't be afraid. I just want to talk. Relax. Do you remember your child, Neville?" The woman's closed eyelids twitched. She parted her lips as if trying to speak, but only unintelligible murmurs escaped. "He misses you. He wants to talk to you." Audrey pressed her lips together. If she couldn't connect with the woman's cognitive self, she would have to rely on direct psychological cues. "Madam Longbottom, forget everything that happened that night. There were no Death Eaters. No Dark Lord. No danger. That night was peaceful, nothing happened. Forget everything that frightened you. Regain your awareness. Regain your sanity. I will count to 3. When I reach 3, you'll wake up from the chaos, forget all your fears, and return to who you were. 1, 2, 3. The woman opened her eyes, but her pupils were filled with panic and terror. She flailed her arms wildly, as though trying to fend off some unseen horror. Audrey hurriedly cast Placate again and again, finally helping her regain some semblance of calm. No. This kind of shallow communication and suggestion isn't enough. I need to enter her inner world, Audrey muttered. Edward thought for a moment, then pulled out a vial of the draught of living death. "Madam Longbottom, this is a potion that will put you into a deep sleep. Once you're asleep, we can use special magic to try and help you." Although he knew she couldn't understand, he still explained patiently before carefully feeding her a small sip. Very soon, she drifted into a deep, death-like slumber. Edward then brought out a mental terror candle he'd received from Father Utravsky. "I'll go with you," he said, taking Audrey's hand. "All right," she replied firmly. Edward extended his spirituality, and a pale blue spiritual flame ignited at his fingertip. He brought it close to the stub of a candle. With a soft whoosh, the pitch-black wick burst into light. In the next instant, he found himself in a dimly lit room. It was supposed to be a cozy and comfortable home. Family portraits and charming decorations hung on the walls, but everything seemed to have faded, like old photographs leached of color. A gloomy gray-black hue clung to the surroundings, casting an oppressive sense of despair that gnawed at his emotions. "This must be the Longbottoms' house, the very place where they were attacked that night," Edward murmured as he looked around. "Audrey didn't enter with me, or did we get separated?" He opened the door and stepped outside. The same desolate grayness greeted him. Twisted staircases, warped chandeliers, and walls crawling with stains created a deeply unsettling atmosphere. As he walked, he called out, "Audrey! Audrey, can you hear me?" "Ah!" A sharp scream echoed from outside. Edward immediately quickened his pace, descending the warped, damp stairs to the first floor. Through the window, he could see more than a dozen people laughing maniacally as they swung their wands, casting the Cruciatus curse repeatedly on a young couple. He rushed to the door, trying to pull it open, but it wouldn't budge. Alohomora. He attempted to unlock it with magic, but he still couldn't pass through the door or walls. What's going on? Am I being trapped in this house just to helplessly watch the Longbottoms being tortured into madness? But this was a mindscape, a dream. Here, the past wasn't set in stone. After all, everything here was false, a projection of memory and emotion. If he was being prevented from going outside, it likely wasn't to protect him from the Death Eaters. No. She's completely lost her mind, she doesn't even know who I am. Why would she be trying to protect me? An idea struck Edward. He lifted his gaze and quickly scanned the house, soon locking onto a room with a cheerily decorated door. He walked over and gently turned the knob. A soft lullaby drifted out. Unlike the distorted and desolate surroundings, this nursery was completely normal. It was warm and filled with childlike charm. In the center stood a crib, above which a flock of enchanted, singing birds fluttered in midair. 2 chubby little hands reached up, trying to grab at them, accompanied by clear peals of laughter. Just as I thought. She isn't trying to keep people in. She's trying to keep the horrors outside. She wants to protect her son inside this house. No wonder none of his abilities worked. In the world of Harry Potter, the greatest magic of all was love, especially a mother's love. And here, within the dreamscape of a mother's heart, that love was magnified to an unimaginable extent. No one could break through it. Edward silently stepped back out of the room and gently closed the door. Returning to the window, he saw Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters still laughing wildly as they tortured the couple. Their cruelty burned with the fury of Voldemort's fall, these two had become scapegoats for their wrath. TCH. I can't just keep watching this. Edward tried operating again, and failed, unsurprisingly. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure among the Death Eaters. It was Audrey. She wore the same dark gray robes as the others, her golden hair hidden beneath a hood. But unlike the rest, who were cackling with glee, Audrey's brows were furrowed, as if deep in thought. Their eyes met. "Audrey!" Edward shouted. She gave a subtle nod, then swiftly raised her wand and unleashed a torrent of blazing red fiend fire. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the Death Eaters were consumed in agonized screams, reduced to ashes. Moments later, the dreamscape began to tremble and collapse. Edward's vision blurred, and he found himself back in the hospital room, still holding Audrey's hand. "Did it work?" he asked urgently. Audrey shook her head. "No. The reason Mrs. Longbottom ended up like this is partially because of the cruciatus curse inflicted by the Death Eaters, but what's kept them mad all these years is their own subconscious defense mechanism. As long as they're mad, they don't have to face the terrifying Death Eaters. As long as they're mad, they can't feel the cruciatus curse. As long as they're mad, they don't have to know what happened afterwards. So, if we want to help them recover, they need to overcome themselves first." Edward frowned. "How?" "The first step is to overcome their fear of the Death Eaters." "That's why you didn't act right away," he realized. Audrey nodded. "Exactly." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. A few seconds later, Mrs. Longbottom entered with a healer in tow. "Apologies, just the doctor's daily check-in." "That's fine. We're just finishing up," Audrey replied. The old lady immediately looked at her expectantly. Then are they?" Audrey paused, then said, "I know what the problem is now." "Truly?" The healer who entered was an elderly woman, about the same age as Mrs. Longbottom, and wearing spectacles. At Audrey's words, she turned her gaze toward her with keen interest. "What sort of problem?" "Their current condition is actually a form of subconscious self-protection in response to the trauma inflicted by the Death Eaters." The healer's eyes lit up. "Yes. Yes. I've suspected the same. That's why I tried using the Obliviate charm to erase their memories of that time, but it had no effect. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Malfoy and the Diary. Audrey said seriously, "The memory charm only erases their memory of the event, but the memory itself still exists, it remains etched into their spirit body." "Then what can you do?" "My current plan is to return every few days and use a certain method to delve into their inner world. I'll try to communicate with the deeper parts of their subconscious to help them overcome their fear and come out of this self-protective state." As she spoke, Audrey turned to Madame Longbottom. "Of course, this is just an idea. I can't guarantee it will work." "That's perfectly fine." A faint smile appeared on the old lady's face. If she had initially believed Audrey was merely grasping at straws, then after hearing the old doctor, her longtime friend, endorse Audrey's view, she now truly saw a glimmer of hope. The two elderly women warmly escorted them out of the hospital. Madame Longbottom didn't forget to hand over some food and warm clothes she had prepared for Neville, asking them to bring them back to her grandson. However strict she was with Neville, her love for him ran just as deep. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, night had already begun to fall. Audrey first found Neville and handed him the things his grandmother had sent. Then she gave him the small gifts she had bought in Hogsmeade earlier that day, sweets, prank items, and the like. "Thank you," Neville said, surprised and flattered. Aside from his strict grandmother, very few people gave him gifts. But he quickly realized something and asked, "Did you go to the hospital to see my parents?" "I did." "They?" Neville looked nervous. "Are they still doing okay?" Audrey smiled and replied, I found a way to treat them, but it might take a long time." "Really?" Afraid he had misheard, Neville's eyes widened as he looked at her for confirmation. "Really? Thank you so much." Neville bowed deeply. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could barely speak, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Then, in a flustered move, he handed the gifts she had just given him back to her. These are for you." "Ah." He immediately realized how awkward that was, and his face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Seeing this, Audrey picked up a small piece of the snack Madame Longbottom had made. "I'll try one of your grandma's pastries, then." "All right, do me a favor and go get Hermione and the others, will you?" "Okay. Right away." Not long after, Hermione, Harry, and Ron came over, curiosity written on their faces, only to be greeted with an assortment of candies and little gifts. Hermione and Harry were relatively indifferent, they weren't exactly poor and didn't have much interest in such things. Ron, on the other hand, was overjoyed and, for a moment, felt that Audrey treated him better than his own mum did. "Did you go to Hogsmeade today?" Ron asked as he munched on a chocolate frog. "Is it really as fun as the upper years say?" "Even more fun." Audrey smiled, continuing the fine Hogwarts tradition of older students teasing the younger ones. Ron immediately fell into a wide-eyed daydream. Alright, don't forget to share the extras with the other first years. Got it. After finishing up with Gryffindor, Audrey returned to the Slytherin common room and started distributing the rest among the first-year snakes. When she realized there was still plenty left, she simply handed them out to anyone she came across, further boosting her popularity among the younger Slytherins. Finally, Audrey hung the last small bag of candy on Professor Snape's office door before returning to the common room. She was just in time to see Malfoy approaching her. He looked hesitant and asked in a low voice. Can you really see into my mind? In a sense, yes. Then what if it's something even I don't fully remember? No, I mean, if I had a dream while I was asleep, and when I woke up, I could only vaguely recall the gist of it. Could you see what I dreamed about? We could give it a try, Audrey replied with a sly smile, squinting slightly. Why? Did you dream about killing someone? Malfoy flinched and took 2 steps back. This woman really can read minds. Damn it, she really is a freak. But he quickly regained his composure and pretended not to care. That's right. I dreamed about killing Harry Potter last night. But when I woke up, I forgot exactly how I did it. Do you need help remembering? No, thanks. Malfoy lifted his chin in disdain. I'm a pureblood aristocrat. I'd never sully my hands with something as crude as murder. Even if I hated someone to death, I'd have 1,000 other ways to take care of them. He was clearly imitating his father Lucius's tone and mannerisms. Oh. How impressive. Of course. With that, he sauntered out of the common room. Audrey watched him thoughtfully. So Malfoy dreamed about killing someone, and now thinks he actually did. But dreams and reality were usually easy to distinguish, so why would Malfoy believe that something from a dream had actually happened? The Imperius Curse. Audrey quickly came up with a theory. When someone broke free from the Imperius Curse, the memories of what they did under its influence often lingered in their mind like fragments of a dream. So, Malfoy had been under the Imperius Curse, or at least, he believed he had been. At dinner, Audrey shared her theory with Edward. After a quick discussion, the two of them reached a consensus at once. They had to tell Dumbledore. They hastily finished their meal and made their way to the headmaster's office. Ever since deciding to run for Minister for Magic, Dumbledore had been busier than ever, reaching out to members of the Wisengamot, wavering pureblood families, and ministry officials who didn't align with Fudge. Fortunately, he hadn't gone out tonight. You suspect that someone used the Imperius Curse on Malfoy to make him commit murder? That's right, Audrey replied. Do you remember how the Chamber of Secrets incident still left some questions unanswered? Like, who stabbed the basilisk's eyes? Dumbledore fell into a moment's thought. Actually, after you mentioned last time that Malfoy might be involved, I've been keeping an eye on him. But I didn't find anything unusual. Did you use legilimency? I'm afraid not. I didn't think it appropriate to use legilimency on Draco based solely on suspicion. After a pause, he added seriously, let's go see him tonight. After dinner, Malfoy was about to head back to the dormitory with Goyle and Crabbe when he saw Snape walking toward him, his face expressionless. Malfoy, come with me. What is it, Professor? You'll see soon enough. Goyle, Crabbe, you two head back. The two looked at Malfoy, then quickly left. Malfoy had no choice but to follow Snape all the way to his office. The moment he stepped inside, he caught a faint whiff of a sweet, herbal scent. Just as he was wondering what it was, his vision blurred and his body suddenly went limp. Snape caught him and laid him carefully on the couch. Dumbledore, Edward, and Audrey lifted their disillusionment charms and gathered around the now unconscious Malfoy. You're sure he's connected to the Dark Lord? Snape asked. We're not sure, Severus, Dumbledore replied with a calm smile. That's why we need to find out tonight. He turned to Audrey. Would you like to do the honors, or shall I? I'll do it, Audrey said immediately. She would never miss an opportunity to perform. Snape eyed her suspiciously. Are you sure she's capable of this? Oh, absolutely, Severus. Everything was prepared. As always, Audrey began by trying to communicate with Malfoy's mental body through telepathy. Malfoy, did you kill someone? I don't know, he murmured. But I've been dreaming about killing people, again and again. Tell me about your dreams. I dreamed I stabbed out the eyes of a huge snake. I dreamed I cast the killing curse on someone. I dreamed people around me were lying on the ground, calling me master. Snape's expression changed instantly. When did the dream start? After the petrification was lifted. Before that, did you feel anything strange? Malfoy frowned. I don't know, I think I had some memory gaps. When did that begin? Start of the term. Audrey paused to think, then asked, before term started, did anything unusual happen to you? Did you meet anyone or come into contact with anything odd? No. This time Edward spoke up, asked if he received anything. Did you receive anything unusual? Malfoy's face twisted in discomfort. At the start of term, there was a black diary in my trunk, it just appeared, and I talked to it, through writing. Just as they suspected. Edward looked to Dumbledore. That's Voldemort's old diary. The very first Horcrux he ever created. In the original timeline, that diary had been entrusted to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Later, fearing a ministry crackdown on dark artifacts, he had slipped it into Ginny's cauldron when disposing of cursed items, but that was supposed to happen in the second year. And where's the diary now? I don't know. It just disappeared. Did the diary ask you to do anything? I forget. Had you ever seen it before you opened your trunk? No. Audrey continued asking a series of diary-related questions, but Malfoy had no memory of any of it. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, then asked, Voldemort's diary was able to converse with Malfoy, so it possesses consciousness. Audrey suddenly remembered something. Didn't I mention before that the state of Voldemort in the chamber seemed strange? He barely used any spells. He relied almost entirely on controlling the basilisk and Wormtail. And I could tell he seemed to exist in some strange overlap between reality and illusion. And Wormtail's behavior toward him was both obedient and evasive, something that didn't match her usual cowardly nature. Dumbledore nodded slowly, realization dawning on him. So what you're suggesting is that the Voldemort we saw in the chamber wasn't the real Voldemort, but rather, something tied to the diary. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Are we sleeping in the same bed? Edward suddenly remembered as well. I recall now, you said back then that when Wormtail was burned to death by fiend fire, Voldemort also seemed to experience intense pain before vanishing with him. If the diary was in Wormtail's hands at the time, then everything makes perfect sense. The fiend fire didn't just burn Wormtail, it destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux as well. Snape interjected quietly, so Wormtail's attitude toward him was because he was only a mere projection. Not just that, Dumbledore sighed. I suspect the entire event was orchestrated by the real Voldemort. He used Wormtail and the diary to stir up chaos with the Chamber of Secrets, not only to divert our attention and cause me trouble, but also to give himself a perfect cover to go into hiding. Edward was stunned by this. Was the noseless bastard from the books really that cunning? Then what exactly was his goal in doing all this, Professor? Audrey asked. I'm not entirely sure, Audrey. But since Wormtail went after the locket, it must have been under Voldemort's orders, perhaps he already knew about the locket's existence. Snape pointed at Malfoy. And what about him? He talked about stabbing the basilisk's eyes, killing people, even being called master by others. Ha! Dumbledore chuckled. That was likely just a smokescreen released on purpose by Voldemort. Even if he did control Malfoy, where would he have killed anyone? And where could Death Eaters have called him master? He hasn't left Hogwarts at all since term began. As for stabbing out the basilisk's eyes, whether it was him or not is irrelevant now. Voldemort probably threw that in just to mislead us, send us chasing shadows, and ultimately waste our time and energy. Then he quickly added, but if we completely ignore it, Voldemort would likely use Malfoy to do something else. So, Severus, I'm leaving Malfoy in your care. If, and I do mean if, Voldemort ever contacts you, you know what to do. Snape gave a cold snort. All right, time for you all to leave. Dumbledore could only spread his hands helplessly at Edward and Audrey, and the three of them left together. Snape sat silently at his desk for a while, then took out a vial of potion and waved it under Malfoy's nose. The boy woke with a jolt from his dream. What happened? Snape huffed. I asked you to help sort some herbs, and you had the nerve to fall asleep on the job. Malfoy looked completely lost. How come I don't remember any of that? Well. What are you standing there for? If you're sleepy, go back to your dorm and sleep. Oh. He took 2 steps, then turned back. Or maybe I should finish sorting them first before I go. I'm going now. Malfoy quickly bolted for the door, carefully closing it behind him. Strange, why did I suddenly fall asleep? This time, I don't think I had that dream again. Back in the headmaster's office, Edward asked, Professor, with everything Voldemort's done, what do you think his true objective is? Heh. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Everything Voldemort has done over the years boils down to 2 things, power and immortality. Edward and Audrey both froze. Their minds went straight to the secret of the Slytherin locket, gods are real. As long as you find the entrance to their dwelling place, anyone can become a god. If Wormtail had truly gone after the locket under the instructions of the older Voldemort, then, could that mean he had already learned something through some unknown method? Does Voldemort want to become a god? Without much hesitation, the two finally shared with Dumbledore the secret about the locket they had previously kept hidden. Dumbledore was stunned into silence. After a long pause, he murmured, "This really does explain everything." Crack. Suddenly, a burst of flame flashed in the air. Fawkes appeared on the desk, letting out a piercing cry the moment it landed. It first squawked furiously at Dumbledore, then turned toward Edward, shrieking and scolding non-stop. Though they couldn't understand Phoenix speak, its tone and body language left no doubt. Fawkes was furious, and probably swearing like a sailor. Edward was baffled. What's gotten into him? Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his temples. Fawkes just told me, your cat and your dog snuck in earlier and tried to pluck out all his feathers. He barely managed to apparate away, but still lost a small handful of tail feathers. Edward and Audrey. Meanwhile, Lilith and Susie were sitting side by side, gazing down at a single phoenix feather. Susie hesitated. Are we sure this is edible? Will it really help us grow bigger if we eat it? Lilith nodded seriously. That bird said it. It said it became huge after eating feathers. It used to be the size of a palm, and now it's almost your size. She pushed half the feather toward Susie. Let's eat it together. Oh, okay. One cat and one dog each grabbed a feather in their mouths, chewed hastily, and swallowed it down. Moments later. Tooey. Bleh. That's disgusting. Ugh, I want to throw up. We have to grow up, we have to get stronger. 10 minutes later, Edward and Audrey found Lilith and Susie in the room of requirement, both wearing expressions of utter despair. After questioning them, they finally learned the truth. Those two had actually eaten the phoenix feathers they had stolen from Fawkes. Audrey was thoroughly baffled. She could understand Lilith doing it, after all, she was just a child, but Susie was supposed to be the more mature one of the two. Susie stayed silent for a long time before sighing. I got dragged into it by Miss Lilith. The mood just got to me. And she said so confidently that eating it would help us assist you better, I didn't even have time to think it through. Edward scooped Lilith into his arms. How do you feel now? My stomach feels kind of itchy. Her eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation. Does that mean I'm growing up? Edward couldn't bring himself to crush her hopes. Fortunately, Audrey stepped in just in time to play the role of the stern mother figure. Lilith, Edward's messenger, only grew bigger after eating phoenix feathers because it might have had phoenix blood in its veins, enough to absorb the feathers' energy. You don't have any of that bloodline, so eating phoenix feathers is useless for you. Lilith froze, nudging Edward anxiously with her little foot as if seeking confirmation. When she saw him nod solemnly, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Audrey went on, besides, what you two did today was wrong. Think about it, how would you feel if someone tried to pluck all your fur off? Wouldn't you be angry? Wouldn't you feel violated? Although Audrey had directed her lecture at Lilith, Susie's head kept drooping lower and lower in guilt. All right, Edward quickly tried to ease the tension. The little ones have been scolded enough. You keep that up and you'll end up spoiling her rotten. Not really. Didn't I scold Lilith last time on the boat? And then you apologized to her immediately afterwards. Edward had no comeback for that. Lilith blinked up at them and murmured, I'm sorry, Audrey, Edward. I won't do it again. Edward gently pinched her cheek. You should apologize to Fawkes. Okay. She hopped off his lap with a kick and called out, come on, Susie, let's go apologize. All right. The two little troublemakers scampered off. Once they had put some distance between themselves and Professor McGonagall's office, Lilith turned to Susie and asked. Susie, did you learn a lesson from what happened today? Susie pondered a moment. We should always think about how others feel and not act selfishly. Nope. Lilith shook her head. The real lesson is, next time we do something like this, we mustn't leave behind any evidence. If no one finds out, then it's like it never happened. But, isn't that what bad guys do? Lilith looked solemn. Someone once told me, bad people have lower moral standards than good people, which is why they always beat the good guys. Edward and Audrey are good people, so we need to be the bad ones for them. Susie came to a full stop and stared at Lilith in awe. You can say such intellectual things. I didn't come up with it. Someone taught it to me. Who? You don't know them. Oh. Susie wagged her tail. Is it one of Miss Lilith's other friends? Lilith thought about it for a moment. Yes. Can you introduce them to me sometime? Sure. Yay. The cat and dog trotted back up to the 8th floor and made their way into the headmaster's office using the Guardian Gargoyle's password. Fawkes, who had been napping on a perch, suddenly flared up, spreading his wings with an agitated screech. Dumbledore quickly tried to soothe him. What's the matter, Fawkes? He soon saw the two little creatures rush in and shout together, we came to apologize. We're sorry, Fawkes. Fawkes. Dumbledore blinked, then murmured to himself, I knew they could talk, but watching a cat and a dog seriously apologize to a bird is still quite a sight. In the wizarding world, the two most common modes of transportation were the FLU network, which only worked if your destination's fireplace was registered with the network, and the night bus. The latter could be summoned by simply raising your wand, and would appear out of nowhere to carry you to practically any location on land. Edward and Audrey stood at the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village, waiting to catch the night bus to Godric's Hollow. The location held far too much personal significance for Dumbledore, so this time he didn't ask Fawkes to assist them. Lilith and Susie followed closely on either side. Yes, they'd been brought along deliberately this time, just to prevent the duo from causing another incident. Not long after Edward raised his wand, a triple-decker bus painted a bright, violent shade of purple roared into existence as if it had driven straight out of the air. Golden letters on the windshield spelled out, "Night Bus." With a loud bang, the bus came to a stop in front of them. A conductor in a purple uniform opened the door and exclaimed, "Welcome to the night bus, oh, Merlin's beard. I swear, you are the most beautiful young lady I've ever seen." Audrey smiled politely. "Thank you. Good evening, miss. I'm Stan Shunpike, your conductor tonight. Where are you headed?" "Godric's Hollow, thank you." "That'll be 11 silver sickles," Stan said with practiced ease. "Or if you pay 14, you get a chocolate bar. 15 gets you a hot water bottle and a toothbrush, color of your choice." "No, thank you." "Suit yourself. Hop on in." The group, 2 humans, 1 cat, and 1 dog, climbed aboard the night bus and were immediately enveloped in a wave of cozy warmth. There were no seats inside. Instead, 6 beds with brass railings were set up behind windows curtained shut from the outside. Audrey couldn't help but exclaim, "We're supposed to sleep during the ride." Stan chuckled. "Of course. Most folks who ride the night bus are headed far off. Why not take a nap? Wake up and you're there, can't beat that. How long will it take to reach Godric's Hollow?" "Oi. Ern, give our lovely passengers the update." The driver turned around and grinned. "About 3 to 4 hours. Just enough time for a nice little snooze." Edward was about to respond when Audrey spoke up quietly, her voice soft and reserved. "Should we sleep in the same bed? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 730 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, Godric's Hollow. Stan chuckled. "That depends on your relationship. But if you ask me, Northwest matter how close you two are, it's still better to take separate beds. The ride can get a bit bumpy at times." Audrey instantly realized she'd made a fool of herself and lightly punched Edward, who was laughing at her embarrassment. Edward smiled and asked, "Then where should our pets rest?" The cat can stay with you too, of course. But the dog, she's a bit too big." Susie, who had learned some basic conversational phrases over the past few days, cast a mournful look his way. "Big? Is being big a crime? Am I eating your food or something?" "Flavito," Edward said, waving his wand and transforming Susie into a small papillon. "How about now? Ooh, lovely transfiguration. I mean, of course that works. If you're all set, then let's get moving." The moment they sat down on the beds, the night bus gave a thunderous bang and lurched forward at breakneck speed. Audrey climbed into the bed and looked out at the blur speeding past the window. "This is way faster than a normal Muggle car." "Of course," Stan replied with a touch of pride. "Muggle cars are nothing compared to ours." Audrey shot Edward a helpless glance. In the wizarding world, looking down on Muggles seemed to have become second nature. But the fact was, the most powerful wizards, like Dumbledore and Grindelwald, knew exactly how fast the Muggle world was progressing. She wondered if Dumbledore would be able to change that mindset if he really did become Minister for Magic someday. The two of them lay on their respective beds, turned slightly so they could see each other's faces. Edward was smiling. Audrey, however, still looked a little uncomfortable. She scrunched up her nose and huffed, "Quit smiling at once, madam." Edward instantly put on a straight face, but somehow, that only made him look more ridiculous. Audrey knew he was teasing her, and despite herself, couldn't help but smile a little. Nearby, Lilith tilted her head curiously and watched them for a moment. Then she jumped down beside Susie and whispered, "What are they doing?" I think this is what humans call falling in love," Susie answered thoughtfully. Lilith nodded in sudden understanding. "Oh, so that means they're going to take off all their clothes soon." Susie. "Hey now, I never said that." Lilith added with the air of an expert, "When I'm out catching mice at night, I see that kind of thing all the time. I'll take you with me next time." "Thanks, but no thanks." At that moment, the conductor Stan let out a sudden exclamation as he stared at a newspaper in his hands. Is this Rita Skeeter woman schizophrenic or what? Just a few days ago she wrote a whole column accusing Dumbledore of plotting to dominate the wizarding world, practically calling him the most terrifying Dark Lord in history. And now, all of a sudden, she's praising him to the skies, comparing him to Merlin himself. He flipped the paper back and forth. Wait a minute, did I accidentally buy a disguised copy of the Quibbler? Edward and Audrey exchanged knowing glances. Looks like Rita acted faster than expected. Guess she really was scared out of her wits the other day. As the night bus steadied out, the soothing, swaying rhythm began to lull them into drowsiness, their eyelids growing heavier. All right, close your eyes and get some rest. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. 2 p.m. The night bus arrived at Godric's Hollow with a bang, dropped off Edward and the others, and then vanished with another loud pop. The two of them stood on a rise overlooking the ancient snow-covered village below. Phew, it really is a beautiful and peaceful little village. Godric's Hollow was one of the oldest wizarding settlements in Britain. It was the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The village had remained mostly unchanged for hundreds of years, much like the wizarding world itself, reluctant to integrate with the Muggle world, and as a result, slowly left behind and surpassed by those very Muggles they once looked down upon. In December, Godric's Hollow lay under a thick blanket of snow. Compared to Hogsmeade, it gave off a much more homey, lived-in feeling. At the village's center was a small square, and in its center stood a structure resembling a war memorial. The monument was enchanted. When a wizard passed by, it transformed from a plain obelisk covered in names into a statue of 3 people, a man with messy hair and glasses, a beautiful woman with long hair and kind features, and a baby sitting in the woman's arms. Audrey looked at the statue with a sigh. Harry really does look a lot like his father. Which is exactly why Professor Snape dislikes him so much, especially since he inherited his mother's bright green eyes. Well. Audrey found herself at a loss for words. Regarding the tangled love and hate between Snape and the Potters, she had always thought Snape might have once been the weaker party in the beginning. But once he joined the Death Eaters and committed those unspeakable acts, he had forfeited any justification. It's not as if you could say, you only lost your lives, but I lost love. Nearby, Lilith and Susie were dashing around the statue, running close and then further away, amused by the way it shifted between a stone obelisk and a magical sculpture. Let's go see Harry's house first, Edward suggested. At the end of a row of houses, they spotted a ruin buried in waist-high weeds. Most of the house still stood, smothered in dark ivy and snow, but the right side of the upper floor had been blown apart. The ruin remained as a memorial to the Potters' sacrifice in their fight against Voldemort. Many witches and wizards had visited over the years, leaving messages of support for Harry. But to most of them, the events that happened here were nothing more than a legend. They might sigh over the Potters' tragedy, but they could never truly understand it. Opening the old door with a creak, the two stepped into the silent interior, kitchen, living room, bedroom. Everything seemed frozen in the moment of that fateful night. On the living room wall hung a photograph, a baby laughing as he rode a toy broomstick, while the young Potters hovered protectively at his sides, their faces radiant with joy. But that joy had perished with that night. All that remained was a boy with a scar on his forehead, destined to become the protagonist of a new era. Edward pulled out his notebook and wrote. October 31, 1981. Lily and James Potter perished here. From this moment, the fate of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, began to turn. Just then, Lilith crawled out from under the ivy in the yard, shaking snow from her fur. Huh, she said in confusion. Edward, there's a really big rat hole here. Edward and Audrey exchanged a glance and trudged through the snow. Beneath the pitch-black ivy, they indeed found signs of digging. Though someone had tried to cover it up, and the snowfall had helped mask it, there were still clear traces if one looked carefully. Edward waved his wand, conjuring a gust of wind that blew the snow away, revealing a relatively fresh burrow. It looks recently dug, Audrey remarked in surprise. But who would dig a hole in the Potter's yard? Were they looking for something? Lilith, could you take a look? Edward asked. Wait a moment, he added, popping a coin to scan for danger. After confirming the tunnel was safe, he cast several magnified protective charms on Lilith before letting her go in. Half a minute later, a muddy little cat crawled back out. Audrey quickly used a cleaning spell to tidy her up. There's nothing inside. Lilith reported. Could it have been a local muggle? Audrey speculated. Looking for treasure or something? That's unlikely. Muggles can't even see this place, Edward replied thoughtfully. Come on, let's check out Dumbledore's old house. They turned and trudged through ankle-deep snow across much of the village, eventually stopping in front of a very old but well-maintained house. Though it looked weathered, the walls hadn't crumbled at all, likely because the Dumbledore brothers still returned to maintain it from time to time. The yard was covered in lush green vines, unseasonal flowers blooming brightly among them, a stark contrast against the surrounding snow. Clearly, magic was at work here. Lilith and Susie darted around the perimeter, quickly circling the yard. "No rat holes here," they reported. "You two wait outside," Edward instructed, pulling Audrey in with him using Alohomora. The moment they entered, they were greeted by chaos, an overturned sitting room, muddy footprints everywhere. The basement door stood ajar, a damp, moldy odor wafting out. They exchanged a look, then cast disillusionment charms to conceal themselves before quietly descending. As expected, the basement had been ransacked too. A deep pit had been dug into the floor, but whoever had broken in was long gone. Was this Voldemort's doing? Audrey asked. But if it was him, what was he trying to find? Dumbledore only ever possessed one thing that Voldemort might desire, the Elder Wand. But that had already been lost for years. "We'll ask Professor Dumbledore when we get back." The two returned to the sitting room, cleaned up the mess, and straightened out the disarray before opening the door and stepping outside. Just as they did, a pale-faced blonde woman, bundled in heavy winter clothes, happened to pass by the gate. She wasn't particularly attractive, and both parties froze for a moment before the woman spoke first. "This is the Dumbledore place, isn't it? And you two are?" "Ah, yes," Edward recovered quickly. "We're here at Professor Dumbledore's request, just checking on the house." The woman nodded. "I see. I heard it's been abandoned for a long time. Most folks say the owners died ages ago." She didn't seem to know who Dumbledore really was, most likely a muggle. "They probably come back from time to time," Edward replied. "Maybe no one ever happened to see them." "Is that so?" The woman gave a faint smile. "Well, the old folks around here always say those two brothers killed their sister, then fled in guilt and shame, never daring to return." Audrey gasped and covered her mouth in shock. The Dumbledore brothers killed their sister. How could that be possible? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Phoenix are the bringer of misfortune. Edward thought for a moment and said, "But as far as I know, they aren't the kind of people you described. I believe there must be some kind of misunderstanding." The woman neither confirmed nor denied it. "That, I wouldn't know." After a pause, she glanced at Lilith and Susie and asked, "You didn't come all this way just to take a look at the house, did you? Are you on holiday? Visiting family or friends?" Edward shook the notebook in his hand. "We're students. We're currently working on a travelogue about the customs and myths of different regions across the UK. We heard Godric's Hollow has a long history and beautiful scenery, and since Professor Dumbledore asked someone to come check on his old house, we took the opportunity to visit." "Oh." The woman looked intrigued. "But how did you get here? It's been snowing for nearly half a month. The road should be completely snowed in. Don't tell me you hiked in." Edward had just opened his mouth to respond when she continued, "But judging by what you two are wearing, you don't look like you could have hiked 10-odd miles through heavy snow." Edward and Audrey exchanged a glance, momentarily unsure how to answer. Thankfully, the woman quickly apologized. "Sorry, I'm asking too many questions. Goodbye." She turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she looked back and said, "By the way, I've lived in Godric's Hollow since I was a child. I've heard the village elders tell many old tales and legends about this place. If you're interested, I could share some with you." Edward was more than happy to accept. "We'd appreciate that. It's far too cold here. Why don't we head to the village pub? I'll tell you more on the way." "Thank you. That would be great." The woman took the lead, guiding them through the snow at a steady pace as they made their way to the pub. Godric's Hollow began as an isolated little mountain village. Over 1,000 years ago, a remarkable man emerged from this place, Sir Godric. The village was later renamed in his honor. According to legend, this man wielded wondrous magic. Yes, I mean wizardry, the kind practiced by witches and wizards. Some people say such magic is real, and has always existed through the ages. Some even swear they've seen it with their own eyes. She turned back to look at them. "What do you think?" Audrey smiled. "I hope it's real." "Why?" "Because then the world would be all the more interesting, wouldn't it?" The woman nodded, as if enlightened. "Exactly." She suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself, how rude of me. I'm Cecilia." "Edward." "I'm Audrey. Are you two a couple?" Edward was just about to reply when Audrey shot him a look and raised her chin slightly. "Not yet." "Hey, then you'd better work hard," Cecilia said with a grin, repeating something not unlike what Priscilla had once said to him. These past years, people from outside have come to Godric's Hollow from time to time, always heading towards Sir Godric's grave. As if they're hoping to find something there. Edward was taken aback. Sir Godric's grave. He was buried here after he died. That's what the legends say. Later on, the locals even built a small chapel beside his tomb, she said, pointing toward the far end of the valley. Just over there. Many elderly people who moved away from here during their lifetime requested to be brought back and buried outside the chapel, right next to Sir Godric. She chuckled softly. Maybe they were hoping to tap into the power of magic and one day crawl back out of their graves. Then she recounted a number of legends passed down over the centuries in Godric's Hollow, some about wizards, some about monsters, and even one involving the mythical figure of death itself. Edward recorded everything diligently, occasionally jotting down notes and speculative thoughts. To be honest, most of these stories sound like fairy tales. But after hearing them so many times, I sometimes can't help wondering, if they were all true, wouldn't that be fascinating? As her storytelling ended, the narrow alley fell into silence, broken only by the crunch of footsteps on snow. A cat and a dog flanked their sides, leaving trails of paw prints in the fresh powder like blooming plum blossoms. We're here. Cecilia came to a stop in front of a house that looked much like all the others nearby. If not for the sign hanging above the door, it would have been impossible to tell it was a pub. She gently pushed open the wooden door, and a wave of warmth rushed out, accompanied by the sound of laughter. Come on in. The fruit wine here is quite good, you should give it a try. The pub was quite tiny. 6 or 7 elderly men, each at least in their 60s, were gathered around drinking and chatting. As the door opened, they glanced over. One of them raised his glass with a grin. Cecilia, back for more drinks. Then, noticing the 2 unfamiliar faces behind her, he blinked. Ah. Who are they? Cecilia smiled gently. They're guests from outside the village. Get them each a glass of the best fruit wine, on me. Have a seat, you two. Soon, the innkeeper brought over 2 glasses of orange-colored fruit wine and a shot of tequila. The pair offered their thanks and tasted the fruit wine. It was slightly tart and sweet, with a subtle alcoholic aftertaste. Overall, quite pleasant. Lilith grew curious. She climbed onto Edward's thigh and stretched across the table edge to lap at the fruit wine. After a few seconds of consideration, she licked it again, seemed tasty. She immediately shot Susie a look. Susie blinked innocently. I don't have your shamelessness to sneak a sip. Cecilia took a small sip of her tequila, then asked again, have you heard of the Phoenix? Edward and Lilith nodded in unison. Yes. It's said that more than 100 years ago, a phoenix descended from the sky and appeared in Godric's Hollow. Many people claim to have witnessed it with their own eyes. It landed right at the Dumbledore residence you just visited. Everyone believed it was a good omen, a symbol that someone remarkable would emerge from the Dumbledore family. But then, a little over a decade later, tragedy struck. Those 2 brothers ended up killing their own sister. The Phoenix had not brought blessings, but calamity. After that, the brothers left, and Godric's Hollow fell into a long period of peace, until 10 years ago, when the Potters, who originally lived here, suddenly disappeared. She turned to look at the 2 of them, her expression laced with intrigue. Disappeared, you understand. As if they'd vanished into thin air. But what's even stranger is that the villagers all claimed there had never been a Potter family here to begin with. Don't you find that eerie? Edward and Audrey exchanged a look. The ordinary villagers not remembering was likely due to the use of the memory charm, but then why did this woman still remember? A fluke? Or perhaps, she was a witch after all, just playing dumb the whole time. With that thought in mind, Edward twirled a coin between his fingers, flicking it up with a ding, silently murmuring a divination phrase in his heart. Is the woman before us, Cecilia, a witch? The coin landed in his palm, numerals facing up. A negative result. What are you doing? Cecilia asked, watching with evident curiosity. Edward smoothly spun the coin again between his fingers and smiled faintly. Just a little habit of mine, I do this when I'm thinking. Thinking. Of course. As he pocketed the coin, he pulled out his notebook again and said, I was considering how best to record the story you just shared. Should I categorize it as a strange occurrence, or something else entirely? Ha ha ha, well, whichever way you write it, no one's going to believe it anyway. Cecilia downed the rest of her tequila in one go and stood up. Well, I've told you everything I know. Thanks for listening to my rambling tales today. No, it's us who should be thanking you. If you're still curious, you could try asking around, plenty of folks here would be happy to share. But for now, I'll be heading home. All right. Thank you again. Edward shook her hand and watched as she left. Meanwhile, Audrey rested her chin on her palm, frowning slightly. What's on your mind? Edward asked. It's just, I feel like Miss Cecilia looked a little familiar. Like I've seen her somewhere before. Edward blinked. Really? I didn't notice. At that moment, Lilith jumped up onto the table, tapped the edge of Edward's glass with her paw, and whispered, "Edward, order a drink for Miss Lilith and Susie too." "This is alcohol," Edward replied. "Drink too much and you'll get dizzy, just like when you got seasick on that boat." "No, no," Lilith insisted. "Miss Lilith is a supernatural being, I don't get drunk." "Then how come you get seasick?" She tilted her head seriously and said, "That's just how cats are." While the two were whispering to each other, an elderly man at the neighboring table rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh! I must be drunk already, I could swear I just saw someone talking to a cat." "Ha ha ha ha. Told you not to drink so much. Come on, finish your glass and go home to sleep." Audrey covered her mouth and giggled. Edward scooped Lilith up and walked to the bar, ordering 2 non-alcoholic fruit juices, one for Lilith, and one for Susie. "So, where to next?" Audrey asked. "Shall we keep listening to stories from the locals?" "No need. We've got enough material about Godric's Hollow already. Let's wander around a bit more and then." Edward paused, thinking, "Shall we check out the church said to house Godric's tomb?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." The little church of Godric's Hollow had stood for over 1,000 years. Though ancient, being the only church in the area meant it had been repaired repeatedly over the centuries and remained in decent condition. Inside, there were no images or statues of the Virgin Mary or Christ. The only decoration on the wall opposite the entrance was a modest wooden cross. Below it, a simple plaque read, "In memory of a great man." "I suppose that great man refers to Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor House," Edward mused aloud. He finished scribbling that note and closed his notebook. Then he and Audrey walked side by side through the church and exited through a narrow door, arriving at the graveyard. Rows of gravestones stood quietly atop the pale blue blanket of snow, their surfaces etched with the names of ancient wizarding families. Abbott, Potter, Basset, Ollivander, Dumbledore. Audrey stopped before one particular headstone. Dumbledore. That's right. Buried here are Professor Dumbledore's parents, and his sister. She gazed at the inscription, "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." Then she asked softly, "So, did this Ariana really die because of her brothers?" Note, 830 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 210, The Grave Robbing Specialist. "That's right," Edward said, after a moment of thought. What happened that day was complicated. The Dumbledore brothers had a falling out with Grindelwald over their sister, and, young and hot-headed as they were, someone drew a wand first. A chaotic duel broke out. In the scuffle, their sister Ariana was accidentally hit. Her magical powers went out of control, and she died from the explosion. That incident drove a permanent wedge between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He paused, then added, "Oh, and Ariana was an obscurial. Do you remember what I told you the first time we came to Hogwarts?" Edward asked. "I said that magic doesn't require potions and doesn't carry the risk of losing control." Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. In a sense, an obscurial is a wizard constantly on the verge of losing control. They can easily hurt others, and themselves. Audrey tensed. "Then you." "Relax," Edward reassured her. "My current obscurial state might have been caused by my animagus transformation interacting with my spirituality, or some other mutation. Aside from some emotional instability, I'm not in danger the way a true obscurial is." "You're sure?" "Positive. At least for now," he added silently. Audrey finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze back to the gravestone. So in the end, that whole incident was nothing but a tragedy. Professor Dumbledore must have been heartbroken. He was. And even now, neither of the brothers has fully recovered. His brother Aberforth never forgave him. In truth, other than Ariana, none of the three were completely innocent. And yet, that one incident had haunted them for nearly a century. "Edward." Lilith's ears suddenly perked up. She looked toward the church. "I think I heard something coming from down there." She raised a little paw and pointed toward the stone wall of the church. The two immediately strained their ears, but couldn't hear anything. Susie's ears twitched, though, and she nodded. "I hear it too. Sounds like someone digging." "Digging? Could it be the same people who left holes near the Potter and Dumbledore homes?" The two small creatures led Edward and Audrey back to the church and stopped in front of the stone wall on its side. "Right down here," they said. Edward immediately cast door opening, passing effortlessly through the wall. A few seconds later, he reappeared. "There's a hidden door here. Inside is a spiral staircase leading underground." Audrey's eyes lit up. "Could it be where Godric's tomb is hidden?" "No idea." "Want to check it out?" "Of course. I'm going too." Lilith was already bouncing with excitement. Miss Lilith must investigate. All right. Edward cast protective spells and disillusionment charms on everyone. Then, he opened the hidden passage again, and they slipped through the stone wall. The space inside was cramped. Audrey had to stick close to Edward just to move. Let's go. They slowed their pace and crept quietly down the spiral steps. At first, the surroundings were pitch dark, and they could hardly see a thing. But after descending about 1 story's height, a faint light appeared below, and grew brighter as they continued down. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Edward and Audrey could now hear the sound of shovels digging into earth. At the bottom of the staircase, a stone chamber came into view, roughly the same size as the church above. Torches burned on each of the 4 walls, casting flickering shadows across the room. At the center stood a single stone monument, etched with nothing but the image of a lion, Gryffindor's lion. Behind the monument, the grave had already been dug into a wide pit. Mounds of earth flanked either side, and now and then, a shovel would rise from the hole to toss more dirt out. Hurry up. If someone notices, we're in trouble. What's the big deal? A memory charm would fix it. You don't seriously think there aren't any wizards in Godric's Hollow, do you? If they find out we're digging up Gryffindor's grave, they'll go ballistic. So what? We already looted Dumbledore's house. What's one more tomb? Shut up, both of you. Oh. The voices from the pit abruptly fell silent, and the digging clearly picked up speed. A moment later, one of them grumbled again. Bloody hell, not even a bone. Let alone any treasure. Did Gryffindor have anything else besides that sword and the stupid hat? How would we know if we didn't try? But really, for such a powerful wizard to be buried with nothing. Doesn't add up. Hey, you think Grindelwald was powerful? Of course. Yet now he doesn't even have a wand. That's different. All right, dig 1 more meter. If we find nothing, we pull out. Just as they gripped their shovels, ready to continue. Clink. Their tools were suddenly yanked from their hands. Before they could react, a chain shot out and wrapped tightly around them. Both men moved quickly, twisting away, drawing their wands, and flinging the chain aside, but... Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. 2 spells shot out at once, disarming the 2 intruders by knocking the wands from their hands. Yet without hesitation, they each reached behind their backs and pulled out spare wands. Don't kill them, someone shouted in a rush. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. The spells shot from their wands, only to suddenly reverse direction and fly straight back at them. One of the intruders was blasted backwards and collapsed unconscious, while the other instantly turned into a stiff, unmoving statue. Ah! Weren't there 3 voices just now? Audrey asked in surprise. Where's the 3rd one? Edward quickly grabbed Audrey's wrist and tossed out a taunting doll he hadn't used in ages. Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared as the effects of an invisibility charm wore off, just as Lilith and Susie lunged at it. Flavitus. The moment the figure hit the ground, a chain wrapped tightly around them, rendering them immobile. Who are you? The person hissed, wriggling on the ground like an angry worm, voice sharp and high-pitched. A woman. No, wait, an old lady. Audrey got a clear look and blinked in surprise. Bound in ropes was an elderly witch with a pointed hat and a tattered brown cloak. She looked to be at least 70 or 80. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, twisted into an angry expression. In the flickering torchlight, she bore a striking resemblance to the witch from Spirited Away. But Edward was the one who froze in place. It's you. Ah, what was your name again? The old witch cackled hoarsely. Hey, you know me, kid. Back when I was raising hell across Europe under the Dark Lord's banner, your granddad hadn't even hit puberty yet. Edward was speechless. With a wave of his wand, he undid the ropes binding her. Take a good look. See if you recognize me. With surprising agility for someone her age, the old witch sprang to her feet, staring intently at Edward. Then her face changed. Wah. It's you. Her tone softened instantly, and her eyes sparkled with delight. As expected of his successor. It's only been a few months, and you've already become this powerful. Audrey gave Edward a puzzled look. He shrugged helplessly. They're some of Mr. Grindelwald's former followers, the ones we ran into last time in Nocturne Alley. Not former followers, the old witch corrected seriously. We're still loyal to him. Though, per his orders, we now follow you. Huh. Edward pointed at the large pit in the floor. So this grave-robbing thing, this is your idea of helping? Of course, she nodded. Didn't you ask us to track down legendary magical relics for you? These past few months, we've traveled all over the world, Greece, Scandinavia, South America, Egypt, China, Japan, anywhere with wizarding legends or mythological artifacts, we've been there. We found quite a few items, too. Then we returned to Britain, visited the tombs of Merlin, King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, and now, Gryffindor is the last of the Hogwarts founders we've come to visit. Edward's face twitched. Your visits and expeditions don't sound very legal. Wait, just how many graves have you people dug up all over the world? And now you're casually dumping the blame on me. He glanced at Audrey, exhaling deeply. My fault. Totally my fault. I underestimated these elderly ex-dark wizards who still believe in changing the world for the greater good. Let's face it, when you've spent a lifetime dabbling in dark arts, being normal is probably off the table. Rubbing his forehead, Edward asked, weren't there 5 of you last time? You mean Kraft and Caro, the old witch replied. They're in New Zealand. What are they doing there? Didn't you say you needed us to help find phoenix feathers? There are only 2 phoenixes in the world, one is Dumbledore's, Fawkes. Unfortunately, we got caught trying to sneak into Hogwarts last time. Edward. So it was you lot who broke into Hogwarts? Are you insane? And the other phoenix lives in New Zealand, she continued. So they went there to fetch it. To pluck its feathers? Lilith's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she found the old witch quite agreeable, finally, a kindred spirit. A feline soul understood her own. No, the old witch shook her head. We traveled so far, not just for a few feathers. Of course we plan to bring the whole phoenix back. Merlin's beard. Edward let out a low groan. In that moment, he made a decision, he was going to have a long talk with Grindelwald. These old followers needed to stay as far away from him as humanly possible. If this went on, he might end up a full-blown Dark Lord just by association. From now on, stop all operations, he said firmly. No more artifact hunting, no more phoenix napping, nothing. I want all of you to lay low and rest. Why, she frowned. I'm working on a plan with Mr. Grindelwald. Edward's mind worked fast. We may need you all in the future. But that will only work if you're in good condition when the time comes. We don't want to be dragged down by a bunch of old-timers who can't even walk straight. The old witch instantly protested, we'll never slow down Grindelwald, I swear. Each of us still has the strength to handle any threat. Great. Then I'm counting on you. Edward nodded, repeating firmly, remember, stop everything immediately. Forget the legendary relics. Forget the phoenix. Understood. Understood, she replied seriously. Then, as if just remembering something, she added, but what about the things we already collected? Like the Shroud of Turin, the Spear of Longinus, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the Jusien sword, do you still want those? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 211, Chapter 211, Every debt has its creditor. The Jusien sword? Wasn't this the Wizarding World? Why did it suddenly feel like an Xianxia novel? After a moment of stunned silence, Edward gave a firm nod. I want it. The old witch's face broke into a satisfied smile. All right then. We'll have them delivered to Mr. Grindelwald in the next few days. Her smile looked utterly sincere. Edward had to admit, even though these elderly wizards and witches were incredibly outrageous, their actions had genuinely been in his interest. Sure, it was mostly because of Grindelwald, but still, that was a debt he had to acknowledge. Thank you all. All for the greater good. A few minutes later. 2 people, a cat, and a dog returned to the chapel. Edward looked at the inscription beneath the cross and wrote in his notebook. December 8, 1991. The tomb of the great Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, was excavated. Fortunately, no serious damage was done. May he rest in peace in heaven. After a pause, he added. And if not, every debt has its creditor. Don't come looking for me. Recorded by, Edward. It took nearly 5 hours to get from Hogsmeade to Godric's Hollow by night bus. But to return. Just a quick enlarging charm, and then apparate, they were back in seconds. Come on, let's grab a hot butterbeer at the 3 Broomsticks before heading back to Hogwarts. Miss Lilith wants some too. Susie mumbled, I want to try it too. Sure. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the 3 Broomsticks, they spotted Aberforth Dumbledore staggering out, reeking of alcohol and barely keeping upright. Both of them were startled. Isn't the Hog's Head enough for him? Why's he drinking here too? Sensing their gazes, Aberforth rolled his eyes and grumbled, who doesn't want to drink in a place that's warm and clean? I'm no exception. Without waiting for them to respond, he continued, don't ask why I don't just clean up the Hog's Head. It's the same reason the leaky cauldron is always filthy, your students, you wouldn't understand. Just like why I'm always carrying an old goat around. The 2 were so taken aback by his rant that they didn't know what to say. Then suddenly, Aberforth paused and muttered in confusion, huh? Where's my goat? He began turning in circles, looking around anxiously. I was holding it just now. Where'd my goat go? Did you see it? The two looked around and quickly noticed a trail of hoofprints leading away from the 3 broomsticks. It was obvious the goat had taken the chance to sneak off while Aberforth was drunk. He saw it too and staggered in that direction, only to slip and nearly fall flat on his face. Edward quickly stepped forward to catch him. "Sir, maybe you should go rest at the Hog's Head. We'll go look for your goat." Aberforth blinked blearily at Edward, then nodded. "All right. That goat's been with me for years. My old pal, shouldn't have gone far. It won't leave Hogsmeade." "Thanks, kids." "No problem. Let's get you back first." Edward helped the old man all the way back to the Hog's Head, which somehow looked even dirtier than before. Aberforth waved him off and wobbled over to the bar, muttering, "Next time, you come drink here. Free." With that, he collapsed onto the counter and started snoring. Edward turned to Lilith. "Lilith, you and Susie stay here and keep an eye on things. Audrey and I will go find the goat." Lilith blinked. "Eh? Isn't this sort of job more suited for Susie?" Both Edward and Audrey paused. She had a point. They glanced at Susie, who looked back innocently. "Never mind. It's Susie's first time in Hogsmeade. Wouldn't want her getting lost." They held hands and walked out together. "We'll be back soon." Susie thought to herself, if you two want to go on a romantic walk, don't blame it on the dog. This place is tiny, I'm not getting lost. Sigh, so boring. Lilith looked around and sighed. This frozen wasteland didn't even have a single rat to catch. Ugh. Huh. She suddenly spotted a bottle of butterbeer on the bar. With a light leap, she landed on the counter and carefully sniffed at it, hesitating, should she take a sip? Just then, several people entered the bar. "There's a pub here too, come on in." 7 or 8 tall witches and wizards stepped inside. Ugh. This place is filthy. What kind of bar is this? Should we go somewhere else? Forget it. We'll just stay. Hey. Bartender. A hot butterbeer for each of us. Bartender. The only response was Aberforth's thunderous snoring. Huh. One of them noticed Lilith crouched on the counter. "There's a cute little cat here. Does the bar keep her? Can we pet her?" "Ah, I've always wanted to keep a cat as a pet, but my family insisted I raise an owl for delivering letters." "Same here. That's why I didn't even bring mine to Hogwarts this time." "What? That's kind of cruel. I even brought my toad with me." "Emily, what are you doing?" "Shoo." A girl with long pale blonde hair tiptoed toward Lilith, reaching out her fingers to pet her. She didn't notice the mischievous gleam that flashed through Lilith's eyes. Lifting her head, Lilith let out a soft, sugary meow. Meow. In the shadows, Susie lifted a paw to her forehead. A few minutes later, Aberforth awoke amidst a noisy commotion. Still groggy, he stared in confusion at the group of boys and girls entangled in a heated scuffle. They were shouting furiously, on the verge of drawing their wands and hexing each other. "Hey! What do you lot think you're doing?" "Silence." Aberforth was furious. He drew his wand and pointed it at them. "If you're drunk, then get the hell out." The brawling students all froze and looked around in confusion. Wait, why were we fighting again? Was it over that black cat? Or over who Victor Crumb likes more? Or maybe who performs better in class? But none of those were serious enough to actually start throwing punches, right? Well. What are you waiting for? Get out. Aberforth bellowed again. The group scrambled and shoved their way out of the bar in a panic. Bloody hell. Where'd that lot even come from? He looked around at the mess they had made in the bar, irritated. With a wave of his wand, the broken tables and chairs repaired themselves. Then he turned his head, and spotted a little black cat sitting on the bar, staring at him with bright blue eyes. Where'd you come from, little one? He hiccuped. You want a drink too? I don't think she does, Mr. Dumbledore. Edward and Audrey stepped in, leading the old goat behind them. Lilith immediately leapt onto Edward's shoulder and bit his ear. Edward. Miss Lilith was almost bullied just now. Susie, pretty sure you were the one bullying them. She quietly stepped out of the shadows, startling Aberforth. Merlin's beard. I didn't even notice there was a dog hiding over there. He turned to the 2 students. I remember you. You came by yesterday, right? Hogwarts students. Actually, after you got drunk and lost your goat, we brought you back first, then went out and found it for you. Ah. Aberforth scratched his thick beard. Is that so? Don't remember, but thanks anyway. Want a butterbeer? On the house. No, thank you. Audrey added with concern, Sir, please don't drink so much next time. The roads are icy, it's dangerous. A trace of warmth flashed in Aberforth's eyes. Got it, little one. The moment they stepped out of the Hog's Head, Lilith eagerly asked, where did you go to find the goat? Why did it take so long? Was it fun? Audrey scooped her up into her arms. It was terribly boring. Good thing Miss Lilith didn't come along. Lilith looked skeptical. Really? Of course. We just walked in circles through the snow around the village. Cold and dark the whole time. That does sound boring. Audrey suddenly gasped, oh. Could it be that Miss Lilith already knew it would be boring, so she chose not to come with us? Huh. Wow. Miss Lilith is so smart. Able to predict the future. Lilith immediately nodded without hesitation. That's right. Miss Lilith can foresee everything. Satisfied, the little one didn't ask any more questions. When the two returned to the Great Hall at Hogwarts, they found Professor McGonagall waving her wand as several students helped decorate the room. Edward couldn't help but ask in surprise, Professor McGonagall, are we decorating for Christmas already? McGonagall turned and replied, oh, of course not. This is to welcome the Demstrang Institute of Magic tomorrow. Demstrang? Wasn't that one of the 3 major schools from the Triwizard Tournament? Edward suddenly remembered, Cedric had mentioned something about this before. But why were they coming here now? Had the Triwizard Tournament been moved up? Will any other schools be coming, Professor? No. McGonagall shook her head. Demstrang alone is more than enough trouble. Oh, my apologies, that was inappropriate. Only Demstrang. Given the timing, and the fact that their headmaster was a former Death Eater, it didn't take a genius to figure something fishy was going on. Note, it's a shame we missed our Power Stone goal for 2 days in a row. As usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. I like to keep my Sundays free. Enjoy and consider donating Power Stones if you like the chapters. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 212, Welcome, Professor Edward. Professor McGonagall suddenly remembered something and quickly added, oh right, Professor Dumbledore seems to be looking for you. Got it. A few minutes later, they were once again at the headmaster's office. Good evening, Edward, Audrey, Dumbledore greeted them with a warm smile. I believe you'll be able to start teaching tomorrow. Edward shrugged. In fact, Headmaster, I've already taught for 2 days. Dumbledore shook his head. No, not transfiguration. Potions. Potions. He blinked in surprise, then quickly realized he meant potions from the world of mysteries. I've already picked out a group of people I think are trustworthy. Of course, the final decision rests with you. As he spoke, Dumbledore handed over a list. Most of the names on it were familiar. Snape, Lupin, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, and Hagrid. Oh, I suppose the only ones you're not familiar with are the Weasleys. The Weasley twins, you know, these are their parents. To be honest, I have quite a few reliable friends, but since this is the first batch, I figured they should all be people you at least recognize, well, aside from the Weasleys. Hagrid too. Edward couldn't help but frown. I can assure you, Hagrid is absolutely trustworthy. I completely agree, Professor. But I'm sure you also know, when it comes to keeping secrets, Hagrid's not exactly our best bet. Dumbledore fell silent for a few seconds, then sighed. Fair enough. I have no problem with the rest, Edward said. I'll get started right away. He paused, then added, Professor, once secrecy is no longer necessary, Hagrid will be the first to get the potion. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Very well. I'll thank you on his behalf. At dinner that evening, the students from Demstrang hadn't arrived yet, but the Great Hall was already buzzing with speculation. The boys were wondering whether any beautiful girls would be coming from Demstrang, while the girls gossiped about the possibility of handsome wizards. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins roamed between all 4 houses, energetically organizing betting pools, wagering on why the Demstrang students were visiting Hogwarts, how long they would stay, and other such curiosities. You know what, Harry? Ron muttered through a mouthful of chicken leg, at Demstrang, they openly teach the dark arts. That's why it's the school in Europe most likely to produce dark wizards. Even Grindelwald came from there. Harry was stunned. But, dark magic is so dangerous. Aren't they afraid something terrible might happen? Hermione, flipping through a copy of A History of Magic in Europe, pointed at a specific page. In fact, things do go wrong there pretty often. The biggest disaster of all was that global war more than 40 years ago, started by none other than Grindelwald himself. Ron patted Harry's shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry. We've got Dumbledore, the greatest light wizard of the century. At the staff table, Edward was in the middle of eating when Cedric rushed over excitedly. I just got some news. What is it? Apparently, this evening a group of Demstrang students got into a massive brawl at the Hog's Head, no one knows why. They're all at the hospital wing now, getting treated. Edward raised his eyebrows. Who were they fighting? Each other. Huh? Why? Cedric shrugged. No clue. Some people are guessing it might be a side effect of studying dark magic at Demstrang. Ugh. As a seasoned user of the dark arts, Edward fell silent. Lilith, nestled beside him, quietly shrank her head down. What do you think Durmstrang's doing here this time? Probably just some kind of magical exchange program. Cedric crossed his arms, rubbing his chin. But it's all so sudden. I heard their headmaster came along, and they're staying here until Christmas, and not leaving until June next year. Just imagine, if one day, Dumbledore showed up with a dozen students and suddenly moved into another magical school for half a year, wouldn't that seem totally unreasonable? If nothing changed, something very similar would happen again 3 years from now, with 2 visiting schools at once. Some aspects of the Harry Potter world really didn't make much logical sense. But then again, perhaps, that's just magic. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Demstrang headmaster Igor Karkaroff was pacing back and forth along the edge of the Black Lake, rubbing his hands together. He was tall and imposing, dressed in a silver-white fur cloak, soft and shiny, much like his hair. Damn it, this place is even colder than Demstrang. Crunch, crunch. Footsteps in the snow approached from afar. It was none other than Severus Snape, wrapped in his long black cloak like a giant bat. His face was grim, as though someone owed him hundreds of galleons. Snape. You're the one who arranged this meeting, and yet you're the one who's late. Karkaroff's voice rose in irritation. Snape, unbothered, spoke in his usual slow and detached tone. Tell me, what's your real reason for suddenly coming to Hogwarts under such a flimsy excuse? Karkaroff faltered for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Severus, you know, don't you? You know he is back. Snape's face remained expressionless. So what? So what? Karkaroff let out a humorless laugh. Don't forget, Severus, we're not like Lucius and the others. You and I, we're traitors. Once the Dark Lord returns, he will never let those who betrayed him live. And Snape curled his lip into a sneer. So that's why you came to Hogwarts under some ridiculous pretense. You want to use Dumbledore as your shield. Ha. You're even more cowardly than Wormtail. Muscles twitched on Karkaroff's face. Those Death Eaters who still fanatically serve the Dark Lord, they've already started moving. They've attacked me multiple times. One time, I was this close, to dying. He yanked open his robes, revealing a fist-sized, festering wound. I didn't have any other choice. But Snape remained unmoved, his tone cold and detached. If you really are just here to seek refuge, then behave yourself. Keep your head down. But if I discover you're up to anything else, well, you won't need those Death Eaters to kill you. I'll gladly send you to hell myself. With that, he swept his cloak and turned to leave, leaving Karkaroff behind, trembling with impotent rage. The next morning at breakfast, everyone noticed that the Great Hall looked quite different from the day before. Strange new decorations floated overhead, and glowing magical words danced across the ceiling, a warm welcome to Demstrang Institute of Magic. For once, Dumbledore appeared publicly in the Great Hall. Soon after, Karkaroff entered, leading a group of over a dozen students dressed in red wizard robes. Every student in the hall turned to stare, curiosity blazing in their eyes. Dumbledore warmly shook Karkaroff's hand and invited him to sit beside him. The Demstrang students were led to a separate section of the hall, and once they were all seated, Dumbledore raised his voice. Beginning today, 18 Demstrang students will be spending the next 6 months at Hogwarts as part of a magical exchange. They'll be split among year levels, staying in the Slytherin dormitories and attending classes alongside everyone else. There's no need for formality, treat them as fellow students. Now, let's welcome our friends from Demstrang. Clap clap clap. Warm applause echoed throughout the Great Hall. Dumbledore turned to Karkaroff. Igor, is there anything you'd like to say? Karkaroff paused, then looked sternly at his students. Remember what I told you before we left, no dark magic is to be used while we're here. Is that clear? Though visibly disgruntled, the Demstrang students responded in unison, yes. That's all, Albus, Karkaroff said, sitting down. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Very good. Then let's not waste anyone's precious time. Once you've finished breakfast, head off to work. Shall we, Igor? The 2 headmasters left the hall together. No sooner had they departed than the Weasley twins leapt from their seats, excitement shining in their eyes, and began collecting winnings from students who had lost their bets. Meanwhile, the Demstrang students became the center of attention. Yet despite the curiosity, no one approached them directly. Until a redhead walked over. Ron groaned, covering his face. Oh no, Percy's sticking his nose in again. I really hope he doesn't get picked as head boy next year. Over at the Slytherin table, Malfoy was bragging loudly. Before I even started school, my father took me to visit Demstrang. Honestly, I think it's way better than Hogwarts. There, everyone's allowed to learn dark magic. Unlike this place, where all we do is play around with silly little spells. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Audrey stand up and instinctively snapped his mouth shut. But Audrey merely offered him a mild smile and walked away. Malfoy, I think you're even more scared of Audrey than you used to be, Goyle mused aloud. Malfoy's face flushed scarlet. I am not. I've never been scared of her. Crabbe started counting on his fingers. You were scared just now. 7 seconds ago. Shut up. Malfoy snapped. My father's already making plans to deal with her. She'll be kicked out of Hogwarts soon enough. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances. Clearly, neither of them believed him. Edward taught a Transfiguration class to the first-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws that morning, but had no other classes for the rest of the day. In the meantime, he visited Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, to ask about the Goblin rebellions. Unfortunately, he didn't gain much new information. The day passed quietly. The arrival of the Demstrang students didn't cause much disruption to life at Hogwarts. After all, there was no Triwizard Tournament this time, no Goblet of Fire. Once the initial curiosity wore off, there wasn't much left to talk about. In the end, wizards were just people, heads, 2 eyes, same as anyone else. And if the Demstrang students weren't allowed to use dark magic at Hogwarts, then what made them so different? After dinner, Dumbledore approached Edward and Audrey. With the help of the Phoenix Fox, he operated them, along with Lilith and Susie, to the entrance of a familiar room. This is the room of requirement. I imagine you two know it far better than I do. He stepped forward and opened the door. Inside, several individuals were seated like students, spaced out in various chairs. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Good evening, everyone. Now, please rise, and welcome your new teacher, Professor Edward. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 213, the First Potions Pathway Class. A group of Hogwarts professors, ministry officials, housewives, and wandering werewolves, most of them around 40 or 50 years old and long out of student life, immediately froze in place, awkwardness thick in the air. Molly Weasley was the first to break the silence by clapping, elbowing her husband Arthur in the ribs. "Welcome, Professor Edward." "Ah, welcome," Arthur echoed. The others soon followed her lead. "There's really no need, ladies and gentlemen." Edward was just as uncomfortable. In fact, he suddenly began to suspect that Professor McGonagall had asked him to cover her classes specifically to set him up for this moment. Snape, seated at the furthest point from Lupin, curled his lips into a cold smile. "Welcome, Professor Edward, and Professor Audrey." "Audrey." Dumbledore smiled and blinked as he said, "Edward, from this moment on, you are their professor. Regardless of their previous titles or positions, they are now your students." He paused, then added with a twinkle in his eye, "which also means you have the authority to deduct house points, should any of them displease you." Arthur Weasley couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, imagine that. I graduated from Gryffindor more than 20 years ago, and now I might actually get points taken off. That's quite the novelty." Molly, on the other hand, looked worried. "But doesn't that mean Gryffindor, having the most students here, will lose the most points?" Lupin scratched his head sheepishly at that. Professor McGonagall immediately objected. "Molly, you could also try to earn points for Gryffindor." "Well, that's true." Professor Sprout chuckled. "Professor Edward, I trust you'll be inclined to award a few more points to your own house, won't you?" Professor Flitwick shot back in mock indignation, "Hey now, Pomona. We should all earn points based on our merit." Edward could only rub his forehead in exasperation. At that moment, Dumbledore gave a light clap of his hands. "All right, everyone. Let's begin." Audrey gave Edward a fist pump of encouragement. "Good luck, Professor Edward." Then she took Lilith and Susie with her to sit in the back row. Edward walked to the podium, cleared his throat, and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, how much have you told them about potions so far?" Aside from telling them they'd be learning a completely new form of magic tonight, nothing at all." Edward immediately realized this had been Dumbledore's intention from the start, to give him the opportunity to teach everything from the ground up. "I see. Well then, before introducing you all to this so-called magic, I think it would be best to demonstrate it. As the saying goes, no amount of talk can compare to seeing results." With that, he beckoned, "Lilith, come here." Lilith ran over curiously and was lifted up by Edward, who placed her on the podium. Professor McGonagall, I believe you're the most familiar with Lilith, correct? McGonagall's expression turned momentarily stiff, but she quickly composed herself. Yes, that's right. Then you can confirm for us, Lilith is just a regular cat, yes? Yes, she is. Lilith, say hello to everyone. Lilith gave a chirpy "oh," then lifted a paw. Hello, everyone. In that instant, everyone present froze, even Snape, who had been scowling, looked momentarily dumbfounded. Half a minute later, Professor Sprout murmured, the cat spoke. Incredible. Is she some newly discovered species of magical creature? McGonagall was stunned. The same cat who jumps all over me every day playing hide and seek can talk. In the world of Harry Potter, magical creatures came in many strange and marvelous forms. But fundamentally, they were still beasts, somewhat more intelligent than ordinary animals, but rarely capable of human speech. With the exception of very few sentient species like centaurs, who despised being classified as magical creatures, it was nearly unheard of for magical beasts to talk. Of course, Hagrid's giant eight-eyed spider Aragog had been an exception. Professor McGonagall can attest that Lilith is not a magical creature. She's just an ordinary cat. But now, not only can she speak and reason, she even possesses magical abilities. Lilith immediately huffed. Miss Lilith is the smartest kitty there is. Edward patted her head. Yes, yes, of course you are. Snape finally spoke. So, this new form of magic, it can grant sentience to animals, even endow them with magical abilities. That's right. So are you suggesting each of us raise a magical pet to help us fight? Of course not. Edward shook his head and placed Lilith on his shoulder. Lilith was simply the quickest way for you to get a basic idea of this new magic. Next, I'll demonstrate a more direct ability. For example. Edward spoke in Hermes, magic is prohibited in this place. Bang. Snape suddenly shot up, slamming the table with a loud crash. What did you just do? The others quickly reacted as well, and were shocked to find they had lost their magic. They couldn't cast any spells. In other words, they had become muggles. Even knowing this was just a demonstration, panic began to spread. Molly gasped, "Oh, dear. Without magic, how am I supposed to cook from now on?" Dumbledore looked briefly stunned. Ah, no wonder you said you were confident about dealing with Voldemort when you returned this time. To someone who had been a wizard for over a century, who had mastered countless spells and prided himself on his overwhelming power, being reduced to a frail old man with a single phrase, it was a crushing blow. It felt like the very abilities and dignity he had cherished and been proud of his entire life were being ground underfoot. It was even more despairing than the prophecy he and Grindelwald once made about the rise of Muggle technology. Edward then lifted the magic prohibition. This is just one of the abilities I've mastered, but I believe everyone here has already felt its impact. Snape slowly sat down, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the table. He murmured, so, the Dark Lord, no, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, even the entire wizarding world, to someone like you, who wields this new kind of magic, they're nothing more than a joke. Edward quickly clarified, not quite. For example, when I just nullified your magical abilities, it consumed something called spirituality, you can think of it as a different kind of magical power. But unlike a wizard's seemingly boundless magic, spirituality is limited. The stronger the target or the more targets there are, the greater the consumption. And once used, maintaining the ability also requires ongoing expenditure of spirit. What if it's just Voldemort alone? Edward thought for a moment, then answered seriously, unless he ambushes and kills me instantly, I likely wouldn't lose. A collective gasp rippled through the room. There was a subtle yet unmistakable feeling in the air, the wizarding world is about to change. Snape then asked solemnly, besides you, Audrey, and that cat, how many others have learned this new magic? From the corner of the room, Susie raised her hand. Me too. Everyone. Snape took a deep breath. So if you chose not to pass this new magic on, then in a sense, you'd be the most powerful individual in the wizarding world. Is that right? Then, why are you choosing to teach it? Edward smiled. There are two reasons. One relates to how I learned this ability, which I'm not ready to reveal just yet. The other involves some of its mechanics, which I'll be explaining shortly. He placed both hands on the podium. So, shall we officially begin class now? Excitement lit up in everyone's eyes. Like eager students, they responded in unison, yes. All right then. Edward turned and wrote two large characters on the blackboard, potions. First of all, this so-called magic actually has nothing to do with traditional magic at all. It involves taking special potions that trigger an evolution in the body, granting a set of extraordinary abilities. We call these mystical abilities, and those who wield them are known as Beyonders. As of now, there are 22 types of potions, each one corresponding to a distinct set of abilities. You can think of them as different professions: blacksmiths, judges, soldiers, lawyers, and so on. We call them pathways. Each pathway has 10 sequences, numbered from 9 to 0. Each sequence represents a promotion, akin to moving from first year to 7th year. The higher the sequence, the more powers you gain, and the stronger you become. The 22 pathways correspond to 22 sets of abilities, such as Assassin, Seer, Mystery Prior, Sailor, and Apprentice. The first pathway, Assassin. It represents disease and disaster. Its most notable feature is that upon reaching sequence 7, it can transform you into a woman. That's right. If Mr. Weasley takes the Assassin potion and advances to sequence 7, then Mrs. Weasley will have herself a wife. Molly immediately shouted, "Oh no. Absolutely not." The Seer pathway, as the name implies, begins with divination abilities, but the higher you go, the stranger the powers become. For over an hour, Edward described the traits and abilities of each pathway. When he finished the final one, Dumbledore waved his wand and summoned a glass of water for him. "Thank you." Edward took small sips to moisten his throat, then asked, "That concludes all 22 pathways. Any questions?" Lupin murmured, "A werewolf. There's actually a pathway that allows someone to become a werewolf. And one that lets you control it. If I chose that one, what would happen to me?" Snape spoke in a trembling voice, "The corpse collector pathway. At sequence 5, the gatekeeper can summon spirits from the underworld. Does that mean I might have a chance to bring Lily back?" Professor Sprout stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I think I'd definitely choose the planter pathway. It feels tailor-made for me." Professor Flitwick chuckled. "I enjoy physical combat. Trading blows with fists sounds far more satisfying than using magic." Though deep down, he was thinking, "Oh my god, I might finally be able to grow taller." First goal, reach Hagrid's height. Note, 130 power stones for an extra chapter. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 214, Snape's Pathway. No one has any questions. I do. It was still Snape speaking. He had calmed the agitation in his heart and asked, "I want to know, where do we find the ingredients to concoct the potions? Once you've confirmed your chosen pathway, I will directly provide the prepared potion to you." Edward glanced around at everyone and admitted frankly, "Whether it's the potion formulas or the ingredients, I'm the only one who has them." No wonder. Snape suddenly understood. No wonder you're completely unconcerned about teaching this kind of magic to others, because the method for advancing remains entirely in your hands. Passing on the potions not only won't harm your interests, it actually allows you to control others' futures. I really didn't think about it that deeply. And who said it doesn't harm my interests? Just putting together the formulas and materials this time already cost me several thousand galleons. Edward smiled lightly. All right, next I'm going to explain two extremely important concepts that come after taking the potion. One is madness, which is the risk that comes with drinking potions. The other is the acting method, which teaches you how to avoid losing control as much as possible while digesting the potion and advancing to higher sequences. Generally speaking, there are 5 main causes of losing control. The first is taking a high-grade or abnormal potion directly. The second is that once you've selected a sequence chain, you must walk down that particular pathway. There's no turning back. If you take a potion from a different pathway, you will inevitably lose control. The third, fourth, and fifth. The best-case scenario for losing control is a sudden and extreme personality change, turning into a madman. But in most cases, people become irrational, mindless monsters driven solely by aggression. For many, that's a fate worse than death. Edward spread his hands. This is the reality of the Beyonder path. It always walks hand in hand with madness, or rather, madness is the very essence of being Beyonder. So once you step onto this road, you'll have to constantly fight against insanity. One careless mistake, and you'll descend into complete loss of control, with no hope of return. This is something everyone must consider carefully. The room fell into a heavy silence. No one was surprised by the risk of losing control after taking the potion. They were all adults and deeply understood the principle of high risk, high reward. Edward smiled again. Of course, if you can master the acting method, then before reaching high sequences, it actually isn't too dangerous. And high sequences are still a long way off for all of you. He continued, which is why the acting method is the very core of the Beyonder path, the most important of all. Whether you can safely walk this road hinges entirely on it. Pausing briefly, he went on, so then, what exactly is the acting method? Edward wrote the words, acting method, on the board. As the name suggests, it means playing the role that corresponds with your current sequence level. For example, if you're sequence 9, apothecary, you need to act like a real apothecary. gathering ingredients, brewing potions, treating illnesses, and helping patients. If you're a corpse collector, then you'll need to collect the bodies of the deceased, prepare them for burial, or even analyze the cause of death to uncover the identities of unknown corpses. For a mystery prior, you'd need to seek out hidden truths behind events and maintain curiosity about all things. I won't list more examples, I believe everyone should understand. When your role-playing is successful, you'll feel the potion within you gradually digesting. Once it's fully digested, you'll be able to advance to a higher sequence. Similarly, you can judge whether your acting is correct by how well the potion is being digested. At this point, Edward smacked his forehead lightly. Ah, right, most people will eventually summarize a set of acting guidelines to help them act more effectively. But this isn't mandatory. Because different people may understand the same sequence in different ways, their methods of acting could vary significantly. It really depends on the individual. Edward didn't mention the theory of the castle and guards in the acting method, that involved the origin of mystical abilities, beyonder creatures, and other advanced concepts that the others didn't need to know for now. Does anyone have any questions? Professor McGonagall raised her hand and asked, if the method we come up with for role-playing is wrong, wouldn't that make us more likely to lose control? Exactly. Edward nodded. Then, out of habit, he added, 10 points to Gryffindor. The two of them froze at the same time. What a complete reversal of roles. Ahem. Edward coughed quickly and said, so when summarizing your acting methods, you must be careful. But with the experience all of you possess, I trust it won't be a problem. Lupin hesitated for a long time before speaking. My question isn't about the acting method, I want to know, if I choose the prisoner pathway and advance to sequence 7, werewolf, what will happen? I mean, Professor, you mentioned earlier that a werewolf who advances through potions won't be, like me, uncontrollable. That it's more of a special state, one where you gain a more powerful combat form temporarily by transforming. But my situation is rather unique. I'm sorry, Mr. Lupin. I don't know the answer to that either. Edward thought for a moment, then added, but based on my experience, the power of the potion might override the werewolf's toxin. Which is to say, once you reach sequence 7, there's a possibility that your formerly uncontrollable state as a werewolf will be replaced. I understand. Snape spoke up next, his eyes filled with both hope and anxiety. Does the underworld truly exist in this world? Do the souls of the dead really go there? Sorry, Professor Snape. I can't give you a definitive answer to that question either. His lips pressed into a thin line, face slightly pale. If there's no underworld, then why would there be a sequence like Gatekeeper that requires summoning souls from it? Edward replied, that brings us back to one of the other reasons I initially mentioned for passing on the potion pathways, but I can't tell you that just yet. Snape lowered his hand, his gaze flickering as he sank into thought. Edward didn't know whether he, or any of the others present, had begun to suspect something. But that wasn't surprising. After all, they were all intelligent people. Still, he and Dumbledore had come to a consensus, say nothing, admit nothing. The rest? Let them guess. Everyone's heard the story of the three brothers and death, Edward said. Although it's just one of the tales from the tales of Beetle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows themselves truly exist. Also, Lady Helena once told me that after she was killed by the Bloody Baron, she felt as though she'd nearly drifted into the world of the dead in a daze. Snape's eyes were shining brighter and brighter. Any more questions? This time, no one spoke up. Then, that's it for tonight's class. Over the next week, I want all of you to seriously consider which pathway you'd like to choose. When the time comes, I'll prepare the appropriate potion for each of you. However, Edward shrugged. Although I mentioned that there are 22 pathways in total, due to the lack of materials, I can currently only provide potions for 14 of them: Apprentice, Seer, Spectator, Sailor, Apothecary, Planter, Corpse Collector, Sleepless, Warrior, Hunter, Assassin, Prisoner, Secret Supplicant, and Mystery Prior. So you can only choose from these 14 for now. Of course, if anyone prefers one of the other 8, you'll just have to wait a little longer. He smiled. During this time, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Starting next week, I'll also begin teaching everyone a completely new language, Ancient Hermes. This language holds the same importance to beyonder powers as ancient runes do to magic. Dumbledore rose from his seat and clapped gently. Now, let's all give Professor Edward a round of applause for his excellent lecture tonight. Clap, clap, clap. This time, everyone joined in. Edward could only bow in response. Audrey got up and walked over, smiling playfully. You did pretty well up there, Professor Edward. Ugh, don't tease me. If not for the needs of converging paths and future acting, I think you would have done a much better job than I did. Hee, I'll take that as a compliment. Dumbledore gave a few final instructions, and one by one, everyone said their goodbyes and left. As they passed Edward, each one said, "Thank you for the lecture, Professor Edward." Soon, only Dumbledore and Snape remained in the room. Dumbledore smiled gently and said, "Do you know why I insisted on emphasizing your role as a professor, your identity as a teacher?" Edward blinked, then suddenly understood. "You mean that passing on knowledge and abilities isn't just about the act of teaching, it also involves identity and recognition. Most people understand what they're role-playing when they act, but that doesn't mean the people around them do. For example, the line between trickmaster and magician can be blurry. To truly act well, it's not enough to know your own role, you have to get others to acknowledge and believe in it, too." That was why Edward had always subconsciously corrected people when they mistook him for a magician while he was acting as a trickmaster. The Snake of Mercurywell had shown similar behavior, he possessed clairvoyant powers, yet kept insisting he had only glimpsed changes in fate. Thinking of this, Edward scratched his head. "But my sequence 5 is wandering mentor, not wandering professor." Though come to think of it, there wasn't much difference between a professor at Hogwarts and a mentor anyway. At that moment, Snape walked over, expression firm and resolute. "I don't think I need to wait until next week. I've made my decision." All three of them turned to look at him. "I want to choose the corpse collector pathway. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 215, this seems a little unfair to Harry's dad. Edward and Audrey were both surprised, they had assumed Snape would definitely choose the apothecary pathway. Dumbledore, however, quickly caught on. His sapphire blue eyes grew complex, as though he wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring himself to voice it. Even he couldn't help but wonder, if the underworld truly exists, and if it truly is where the dead reside, then once one becomes a gatekeeper, could they possibly bring those souls back to the living world? But that thought immediately made him feel ashamed. To bring the dead back, wasn't that just a selfish desire of the living? Maybe the departed have long since found peace in the underworld. Maybe they don't want to be disturbed, don't want to return to this world at all. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "I am," Snape replied with a firm nod. "Wait a moment." Edward retrieved the ingredients for the corpse collector potion from his pouch, a desiccated mature black-spotted frog, pure dew, and more. He tossed them all into a cauldron and began stirring. The entire process was rough and unrefined, so much so that Snape's eyelid twitched violently as he held back the urge to spew venomous criticism. Soon enough, the ingredients in the cauldron fused together, condensing into a single drop of foul-smelling brown liquid. Ding! Edward flipped a coin to confirm the potion's safety, then carefully filled a test tube with the liquid and handed it to Snape. "Here. This is the corpse collector potion." Snape accepted the vial, still wearing an expression of mistrust. "Even the first potion I brewed at Hogwarts with my feet was more convincing than this." Dumbledore, guessing his thoughts, shrugged. "Severus, when we encounter things that defy explanation, we usually say, that's magic. You can apply the same logic here. This is magic, this is supernatural ability, this is potion, this is a miracle, take your pick." Snape replied dryly. "Thank you for your comforting words, Albus." "Professor Snape," Edward warned, "after drinking the potion, your body will undergo transformation. You might feel nothing at all, or you might experience severe discomfort and pain. There's also a risk of completely losing control." "I'll be right beside him to placate him," Audrey quickly said. "He won't lose control." "Well, just be careful." "Understood." Snape raised the test tube and downed the potion in one gulp. A few seconds later, the glass slipped from his hand. He staggered backwards, knocking over several tables before collapsing to the floor. His facial muscles twitched violently with pain, and he clenched his teeth, trying to suppress the agony. Bulging veins writhed like worms along his arms. "And no. Lily." Suddenly, a flicker of madness surfaced in the depths of Snape's eyes, and feather-like markings began to appear on his skin. Audrey immediately began casting placate spells one after another, suppressing the madness in his gaze and even easing the pain from the potion's effects. Lilith and Susie looked at each other, both wide-eyed with confusion. Was drinking a potion supposed to be this painful? Isn't it usually just, glug, glug, done? The cat and dog nodded in agreement. Yep. This Snape guy is just a weakling. Another minute passed before Snape's convulsions gradually subsided, and his body began to calm down. Who? He let out a long breath and used a table to steady himself as he stood. His face was even paler than before, almost corpse-like, and his voice was calm. "I'm now a corpse collector." He looked down at his ghastly pale skin, a touch of uncertainty in his tone. "This sensation is strange. It's like a whole new awareness just bloomed in my mind, changes in my body, the abilities I gained, the digestion progress of the potion, all suddenly clear." Edward and Audrey spoke in unison. "Congratulations, Professor Snape." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Congratulations, Severus." After a short pause, he asked, "So, have you thought about how you'll do your acting?" Snape nodded. "I have a few ideas. Don't worry, it won't interfere with school lessons. You know, that's not what I'm worried about, Severus. Snape turned to Edward. His voice was still calm, but his eyes were sincere. Thank you, Edward. Thank you for giving my life a new direction and purpose, for making it meaningful again. I'll be going now. See you tomorrow. With that, Snape turned and strode off. Dumbledore watched his retreating figure and sighed. I just hope giving him the potion wasn't a mistake. Of all the people here tonight, the one I'm most afraid will lose control is Severus. He carries too many burdens and clings too strongly to his obsessions. Sometimes, those things can give a person strength, but sometimes, they can drag one straight to hell. Then he chuckled suddenly. Hey, if hell really does exist, that might actually make him less likely to lose control. His words left Edward momentarily dazed, until he suddenly remembered the question Snape had asked earlier about the underworld. Realization dawned. Professor Snape, could it be that he chose the corpse collector pathway in hopes of becoming a gatekeeper and summoning Harry's mother back from the underworld? It wasn't that Edward was particularly slow, it was just that he'd been in lecturer mode, and hadn't considered it from that angle at all. What? Audrey was stunned. This felt a bit unfair to Harry's father, didn't it? Dumbledore blinked and said casually, "Oh. So you two know about the past between Severus and Lily too. Good, good. Saves me the trouble of worrying alone. Edward and Audrey. You sly old men." The next day, when Edward entered the third-year Transfiguration classroom for Slytherin and Gryffindor, with Lilith perched on his shoulder and in his capacity as the Transfiguration professor, he spotted over a dozen unfamiliar faces, students from Durmstrang. Judging from their appearances and heights, at least half of them didn't seem to be in the third year, though perhaps Durmstrang students simply matured earlier and faster. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor Edward. Since it wasn't their first lesson with him, the students gave him a warm welcome, especially the Weasley twins, whose voices were the loudest. Edward placed Lilith on his shoulder with a smile and said, "Looks like we have some new faces today. Are you students from Durmstrang?" The Durmstrang students looked at each other. 2 or 3 of the younger ones responded, "Yes." The rest remained silent, observing Edward with curious eyes. A few stared at Lilith on his shoulder, their gazes flickering, and some couldn't resist whispering among themselves. "Welcome to all of you from Durmstrang. I hope you'll enjoy your time here at Hogwarts." After a brief welcome, Edward continued, "All right, today we're continuing last week's lesson, transforming beetles into matchboxes." He handed out black beetles to everyone. "Remember what I said last week about the key to transfiguration? Believe in your emotions, believe in your magic, and channel those emotions." As he spoke, Edward gave a light wave of his wand. When casting the spell, the movement should be fluid. Let your hand follow your intention, let the wand become an extension of your body, vera verto. The beetle on the desk instantly turned into a matchbox. The Slytherin and Gryffindor students immediately began imitating him, waving their wands and chanting the incantation. Cries of vera verto echoed throughout the classroom, accompanied by the pop-pop-pop of spells being cast. Edward glanced quickly around the room. About half of the students had successfully completed the transformation, another portion had managed partial transformations, and only a few had completely failed. Good. Those who didn't succeed, please try again. Those who did, don't think you've already mastered today's transfiguration. You'll need to continuously refine the details of your matchboxes, add engravings and designs, and even matchsticks inside. When you can open the matchbox you transfigured, take out a match, and light it successfully, that's when you can say you've basically mastered today's lesson. One of the Weasley twins raised a hand. "Professor Edward, I have a question." "Go ahead." As we all know, transfiguration has a time limit. After a certain period, the transfigured object reverts to its original form. That's correct. The other Weasley raised his hand. "We're just wondering, if we transform a beetle into a matchbox, take out a match, light it and burn it to ash, and then wait for the matchbox to revert to a beetle, would the beetle be missing a part?" The two shared a look, their faces full of mischievous satisfaction. "Excellent question." Edward gave them a thumbs up. "Actually, that's something I wondered about myself when I first started learning transfiguration. I asked Professor McGonagall the same thing. Her answer was, it's possible." The Weasley twins immediately groaned in protest. "That's way too vague. It depends on how much magical energy the caster channels into the transfiguration. The actual transformation is powered by the magical energy embedded in the spell. So, if enough magic is left behind to maintain the form, even if you burn a match and it later reverts, the beetle might still be perfectly intact." As he spoke, Edward picked up the matchbox, took out a handful of matches, and lit them all at once. Then, with a flick of his hand, the burning matches floated into the air and turned to ash. He then lightly tapped the podium with his wand. The matchbox turned back into a completely unscathed beetle. One of the Weasleys raised another hand. Well then, what if we separate the matchbox from the matches, and then wait for it to revert? Would it turn into two beetles? Edward once again transfigured the beetle into a matchbox, removed the matches and set them aside, then lightly tapped the desk. Both the matchbox and the matches vanished, returning to a single beetle. I know this may seem a bit strange, or even illogical. So at times like this, perhaps the only explanation is. Before he could finish, the Gryffindor students chorused loudly, "This is magic." Everyone burst into laughter. Edward spread his hands with a helpless shrug. Well done. But unfortunately, there are too many of you, so I can't give out bonus points. Oh right, he added, since the two Weasley students asked such interesting questions today, I'm sure they have unique insights on transfiguration. I'd like each of you to write an essay, no less than 10 inches long. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The topic will be, on where the missing parts go after transfiguration reversion. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, The God of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. Huh. The Weasley twins were dumbfounded, and Lee Jordan and the others immediately burst into gloating laughter. At that moment, a girl from Demstrang raised her hand. She looked older than most of the others, with pale golden, almost white, hair, and delicate, beautiful features. She was the same girl from the Hog's Head and who had taken an interest in Lilith. Yes, do you have a question? Edward asked. The girl asked curiously, Professor Edward, is the cat on your shoulder yours? Edward glanced sideways at Lilith and nodded. That's right. Her name is Lilith. Can we play with her sometime? Of course, but not right now. Sorry. The girl quickly apologized and went on, we heard that you're a third-year student at Hogwarts, but you don't really look like just a third year. Well, that is a good question for those meeting me for the first time. Edward smiled. Yes, I am a third-year student. But you're right, I am older than most third years. It's not because I was held back, or because I insisted on staying in third year. I simply started attending Hogwarts at an older age. Ah. But we've heard that young British wizards receive their Hogwarts letter at age 11. Didn't you get one? Evidently not. He shrugged. Either the owl delivering my letter got lost, or I somehow misplaced the letter without realizing it. So, I missed the ideal age to start school. I see. The girl nodded in realization. Then, why are you suddenly the Transfiguration professor, I mean, standing in for Professor McGonagall? From what we were told, in previous years you were pretty unknown and not particularly outstanding, then suddenly this year, you're out on all kinds of exchanges. Well, I'd like to know the answer to that myself. If you can get the truth out of Professor McGonagall, you must let me know. Believe me, I'd much rather be the one sitting down asking questions right now, not the one standing up here answering them. Edward sighed. Being a professor is really, really dull, especially when I'm not even a real professor. The girl said with anticipation, I heard that last week, during class, you demonstrated some very powerful transfiguration magic. Could you show us something too? I've always loved transfiguration. Yeah, please show us, Professor. We're so curious. Really, very curious. A male student added seriously, at Demstrang, we focus more on the dark arts. We do learn transfiguration, but the requirements aren't very high, and the teacher isn't exactly a master of the subject. We know Professor McGonagall is a renowned transfiguration master here in Britain. So we believe her chosen substitute must be amazing too. Edward was genuinely a bit surprised. These Demstrang students seemed to be speaking from sincere curiosity, not out of a desire to challenge or embarrass him. He couldn't tell whether Karkaroff had deliberately brought over only the well-behaved students to Hogwarts, or if Demstrang students were all just this, earnest and eager to learn. The Weasley twins didn't care about any of that. They immediately began whistling and shouting, Come on, Edward. You out everyone in Ravenclaw last time, and we weren't even there to see it. Let us witness the magic too. Yeah, show us the wonders of transfiguration. Edward raised both hands, pressing them down lightly to quiet the room. I have one condition, after my little demonstration, everyone here must write an essay of at least 10 inches in length. Topic and content are up to you, deal. He paused and looked at the Demstrang students. That includes all of you. After a brief murmuring among the students, the chorus of voices rang out, deal. All right then. Edward grinned. Don't blame me for cheating, now. Engorgio. Flavido. The next second, everything in the classroom rapidly twisted and transformed, desks turned into vines, trees, and bushes, growing wildly in every direction. In no time, birds perched on branches and began chirping, butterflies and bees flitted among flowers, and squirrels and rabbits darted through the underbrush. In the blink of an eye, the classroom had become a lush, vibrant forest, completely at odds with the snowy winter landscape just outside the windows. Everyone was dumbstruck. They turned their heads, staring in awe at the transformation, wanting to express their amazement, but all that came out were animal calls. Because those birds, butterflies, and all the small animals, were actually themselves. Only Edward remained standing at the lectern, gently stroking Lilith on his shoulder with a faint, enigmatic smile on his face. In truth, he was trying not to laugh too hard as he watched the hamsterified Weasley twins frantically scampering away, being chased by Lee Jordan, who had turned into a bee. At lunchtime, the Weasley twins, the school's loudest megaphones, enthusiastically recounted the morning's Transfiguration class in vivid detail. In their telling, Edward had already become a god of transfiguration at Hogwarts, punching out Professor McGonagall and kicking Dumbledore. Child's play. By the time Edward entered the Great Hall, he had become the center of attention. If his last demonstration had merely shown Transfiguration's usefulness in battle, this time he had truly displayed its wonders. In the end, Edward had no choice but to excuse himself to the restroom, change his appearance, and hide Lilith in his cloak just to eat his lunch in peace. Soon, Audrey came over and sat down beside him. "Hey, Professor Edward, you're Hogwarts celebrity now." Edward looked helpless. "I regret everything." It didn't surprise him that Audrey could recognize him. He was currently using Emmeline's appearance, though he had changed the eye color to black. "Hee, I thought you didn't have even a shred of vanity like someone your age normally would." "Well, I wouldn't call it vanity, okay, maybe just a tiny bit." Edward rubbed his fingers together awkwardly. "That's more like it. Most people, if they had half your talent, would already be strutting around with their tails up in the air, showing off everywhere they went." Audrey grinned, then asked, "So, what's your plan for this afternoon's Transfiguration class?" "I've already asked Professor McGonagall for a leave of absence. Going out on fieldwork was part of the plan for my return this term. I was thinking of visiting a few other wizard-muggle mixed villages today. Want to come along?" Audrey shook her head. "Nah. We've got Defense Against the Dark Arts combat training this afternoon. Professor Snape specifically told me not to skip it." "Huh? Why?" "Because the Demstrang students are attending too. I think he's worried that if any of them step up to challenge us and we lose, it'll make Hogwarts look bad." Edward raised his brows in surprise. "Seriously? The 6th and 7th year prefects are all quite strong. If we're just comparing magical ability, excluding mystical powers, you might not even be able to beat them." "Well, it turns out the top ones are either preparing for exams or have already left for internships." "I see. Then tonight, our Miss Hall is going to shine again, huh?" Audrey wrinkled her nose but said nothing. Just then, a girl came running over and shoved a letter into Edward's hands before immediately dashing away. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Even without opening it, just from the heart doodle on the envelope, it was obvious, it was a love letter. "Oh, someone's sending love letters to Professor Edward now," Audrey said teasingly in a sing-song voice. Edward looked exasperated. "Honestly, this love letter is probably aimed at Emmeline's face, not mine." Well, Emmeline would never have guessed that, despite being someone who loved dolls more than real people, he'd end up receiving a love letter in another world. Edward sighed dramatically. "See. Compared to looks, talent and ability don't count for much. I've become the god of transfiguration at Hogwarts, and all I get is curiosity and amazement, like some exotic animal on display at the zoo. Not a single love letter. But after turning into Emmeline for just 20 minutes, bam, one arrives." He rested his chin on his hand and looked at Audrey. "Be honest with me. Am I really that plain looking?" Audrey smiled sweetly and patted his head. "Don't worry. Even if you are, it doesn't matter. You've got me, haven't you?" Truth be told, Edward wasn't bad looking at all, he just fell short when compared to someone like the ridiculously handsome Emmeline. As soon as she said it, a faint blush crept onto Audrey's cheeks, but she quickly covered it up with a nonchalant expression. "Your Wani-chan will never abandon you." Clearing her throat, she quickly stood up and walked away. Edward looked at the love letter, thought for a moment, then gently tossed it into the air. The paper folded into a delicate crane and fluttered back toward the girl who had given it to him. Then, he swiftly left the scene. He was definitely not using Emmeline's face again. Ottery St. Catchpole, nestled along the River Otter in Devon, was a quiet, scenic village. Nearby stood a beautiful mountain called Whitecombe Hill. This was one of the many wizard-muggle mixed communities across Britain. But in the world of Harry Potter, this village held special meaning. It was home to the Burrow, the eccentric and beloved home of the Weasley family, located just south of the village. The Burrow wasn't just the home of one of the trio, Ron Weasley, it also played a vital role in the story, later becoming a headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, due to the time of year, Edward couldn't enjoy the village in all its picturesque beauty. The village, the mountain, and the meadows beyond were all buried under a thick layer of snow. It was beautiful, sure, but after visiting so many similarly snow-covered locations, the novelty had worn off a bit. Still, Edward wasn't here just to sightsee. He strolled through Ottery St. Catchpole, documenting the architecture and aspects of local life, before settling down in a pub to ask around about customs, superstitions, and old legends. As with many such mixed communities, despite wizards trying to keep muggles unaware of the magical world, over the years, numerous tales had still managed to survive. The patrons recounted these stories with dramatic flair, as though they had witnessed them firsthand, until it became clear they were merely retelling tales their grandfathers had once told them. Edward didn't mind in the slightest. He recorded them all diligently in his notebook. Lilith curled up in his arms, occasionally poking her little head out to glance around, then yawning in boredom and tucking herself back into nap. Edward, next time you go out, could you leave Miss Lilith at Hogwarts? Why? I think it's too boring for Susie to be left alone at Hogwarts all the time. Oh. Using someone else as a scapegoat now, are we? She blinked her big eyes innocently. No. All right, if you don't want to come with me next time, you can just say so. She immediately rubbed her head against Edward's chin. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that whenever you're talking to people, Miss Lilith can't understand a word and gets dizzy. I suppose I didn't think that through. After nearly 3 hours of interviews and over a dozen responses, Edward had finally pieced together a fairly complete picture of the area. He finished the warm drink in his cup and was about to head off to check out the burrow when a middle-aged man approached. The man wore a lemon-yellow robe, had a head of fluffy white hair like cotton candy, and a thick gold chain around his neck. Well now, lad, you don't look like a regular fellow, do you? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 300 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 217, Luna's Wonder. The man held a mug of beer in his hand, his face full of cheer. Edward frowned. What do you mean, not an ordinary person? He glanced around, then lowered his voice. I mean, compared to these muggles. Got it. The man before him was a wizard, that explained why his attire was southwest out of place among the locals. He sat down beside Edward. Are you a reporter for a newspaper or magazine? The Daily Prophet, perhaps? No, I'm just writing for fun. What a pity. The man shook his head. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as young as you with such a strong thirst for knowledge. That's not quite right. Ravenclaws are generally very curious, aren't they? It's different. The man sounded absolutely certain. They thirst for knowledge. But you're curious about the unknown. Edward felt a little awkward. If not for the role I'm playing, I doubt I'd be curious about anything at all. Just then, the man extended a hand. Hello, I'm Xenophilius Lovegood, chief editor and sole writer of The Quibbler. The Quibbler? Lovegood. Edward immediately made the connection, wasn't this Luna's father? Hello, I'm a student on a study tour. Emlyn. Nice to meet you, Emlyn. He gave Edward's hand an enthusiastic shake. I sincerely invite you to join The Quibbler. I do hope you'll consider it. The Quibbler is nothing like the dull, conformist Daily Prophet. We pursue truth. We explore the unknown in this world. And you, dear Emlyn, are exactly what we're looking for. That's a bit sudden. Xenophilius responded quickly, Of course. Honestly, I think so too. But I also know that if I don't seize this moment to reach out, we might never cross paths again. And the Quibbler would lose a valuable contributor. He pulled out a business card and handed it to Edward. Here's my card. My house is on a nearby hilltop. Once you've thought it over, feel free to come by anytime. All right, Mr. Lovegood. Xenophilius seemed ready to say more when a crisp voice called out, Daddy, can we go home now? A pale little girl with silver eyes and long, dark golden hair walked over, dressed in a quirky outfit. She gave Edward a curious glance before fixing her slightly bulging eyes on Xenophilius. This must be Luna. Oh, of course, darling. Xenophilius rose to his feet and went to his daughter's side. He turned back again. I do hope you'll give it serious thought, Mr. Emlyn. Definitely. Father and daughter held hands and headed toward the bar's exit. Luna said softly, Daddy, that man had a lot of rackspurts around him. Oh. You saw them? Yup. Tons. Edward's eyes widened in surprise. Rackspurts. That was one of those imaginary creatures Luna was always talking about in the books, tiny invisible bugs that floated into people's ears and made their brains go fuzzy. Usually, people dismissed rackspurts as a metaphor for muddled thoughts, fictional, non-existent. But little Luna had said it so confidently. A child's imagination. Frowning slightly, Edward tapped his teeth and activated spirit vision, glancing around. The next moment, his pupils contracted. Reflexively, he called out, "Wait." Father and daughter turned to look at him in confusion. Edward's mind was racing as he forced a smile. "Mr. Lovegood, may I visit your home? It might help me better consider whether I'd like to join the Quibbler." "Of course. Absolutely." Xenophilius nodded without hesitation. "Come with me, Emlyn." "Thank you for the invitation." Edward stood and followed, his gaze lingering behind Luna. There floated a golden-haired woman who bore some resemblance to Luna, drifting along silently like a ghost, but not like the ghosts of Hogwarts. Ordinary people, perhaps even most wizards, couldn't see her. She resembled something far more like a spirit from the world of mysteries. And this was the first time Edward had seen such a ghost in the Harry Potter world. He tried to make eye contact with her. The woman looked slightly surprised, but didn't speak. She only smiled gently and blinked at him. The three of them trudged along a narrow path toward a peculiar house atop a hill, its spindly structure towering like a giant chess piece against the sky. "To be honest, Emlyn," Xenophilius said as they walked, "the Quibbler's office is actually in my home. It's not that I don't want to rent a proper place, but I haven't got any other staff for now. And being at home, I'm always overflowing with inspiration." "Yes, living here does seem quite nice," Edward replied with a smile. "Exactly. Absolutely." Xenophilius quickened his pace and strode ahead toward the house. "Oh, it seems we're out of hot water. I'll go boil some. I recently got a wonderful new red tea, you simply must try it." As her father bustled off, Luna turned back to look at Edward. "Why were you staring behind me the whole time? Can you see Rackspurts too?" "No." Edward hesitated, then said half-jokingly, "I saw a woman behind you who looks an awful lot like you." "Oh, that must be my mum," Luna replied, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. "She's been watching over me ever since she passed. I can feel her." "Ah. Have you told your dad about this?" "I have, but he doesn't really believe me." Luna let out a soft sigh. "Just like with the Rackspurts and the crumple-horned snorkack. He can't see them either, but he pretends they exist for my sake. What do the Rackspurts look like to you?" Luna tilted her head and pondered for a moment. "They're like strands of loose thread that come out of your brain and quickly dive back in again, especially when you're deep in thought. That's when they're most visible. And the crumple-horned snorkack? That was on the day Mum died. I don't really know what it's actually called, I just named it based on what it looked like. It seemed like it had come to take Mum away, but for some reason, it changed its mind." Her voice was calm and solemn, as if she were recounting a real and definite event. "Hey, hurry up. The water's boiled." Xenophilius's voice called from the door, waving at them. The front door of the Lovegoods house was covered in nails and featured a large eagle-shaped knocker. Stepping inside, Edward found himself in a peculiarly round room. Every piece of furniture, oven, sink, cupboards, had been built to fit the curving walls, with all surfaces painted in bright hues adorned with flowers, insects, and birds. Xenophilius expertly brewed 2 cups of tea and handed one to Edward. "The office is upstairs. I'll take you there in a bit, you'll see all of my finest ideas and creations. But first, let's try the tea." "Sure." Edward took the scalding cup, subtly lowered its temperature with a flick of his finger using his freezing ability, and took a cautious sip. Thankfully, Xenophilius' taste in tea was far better than his sense of decor. "The Rackspurts around you just increased again," Luna suddenly remarked, eyes even more bulging from her intense gaze. "Now they've decreased." "Huh." Edward blinked. Just now, he had only used his Beyonder ability. He held up a finger and conjured a small flame. "How about now?" "They're back." Luna nodded at once. Edward tossed a coin and had it boomerang back to his hand with a twist of his power. "Even more. So many Rackspurts." It was confirmed. Every time Edward used a mystical ability, Luna could see more of these so-called Rackspurts. The stronger the power used, the more of them she saw. So, could she be seeing spirituality? The theory left Edward genuinely shocked. Someone in the Harry Potter world could actually see spiritual essence. He gently took Lilith from his robes. "Does she have Rackspurts too?" "She does." "Lilith, use one of your abilities." Lilith, who had been fast asleep, blinked groggily but did as told. "She has more Rackspurts now too." Luna leaned in to examine her. "Is she a cat?" "How strange, she doesn't look like any cat I've seen." Lilith lifted her chin haughtily and thought to herself, of course not. Miss Lilith is the smartest of all cats. Just as I thought. Edward flipped a coin again. Is Luna a Beyonder? The number side faced up, no. So this might be an innate ability. Something like a born sensitivity to spirituality. At that moment, Xenophilius finally caught on and glanced between his daughter and Edward. What are you two talking about? Luna pointed at Edward and said, Raxperts. Luna, you said earlier that you saw the crumplehorn snorkack that day, but what about the Raxperts? Can you see them around others too? She shook her head. No, only very few people have them. And even then, not many. She suddenly looked puzzled. Wait, how do you know my name is Luna? I don't think I told you. Dad, did you tell him? Xenophilius furrowed his brow. I didn't. Oops. Sharp girl. Edward gave a small, sheepish smile. Actually, I've heard about you two before, Mr. Lovegood and your daughter, Miss Luna. Oh, I see. But Xenophilius' expression instantly turned suspicious. You're not one of those reporters, are you? Sent by some newspaper or magazine to get close to me. Trying to sabotage the Quibbler. Or steal it from me. No, that's not it at all. Please leave, Mr. Emlyn. You are no longer welcome in my home. Really? Edward sighed inwardly. That was a quick change of attitude. Behind Luna, the blonde woman who resembled her gave Edward an apologetic look. Well, all right. But it really is a misunderstanding. He put the teacup down and headed for the door. The tea was lovely. Thank you for the hospitality. Bang. Xenophilius slammed the door shut. Edward and Lilith stared at each other, dumbfounded. Well, what did I expect? Luna's father was bound to be a little strange himself. Wait a second. Lilith, what ability did you just use earlier? Instigation, she said innocently, blinking her eyes. Miss Lilith only knows that one. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, Damn Potter. Edward pressed a hand to his forehead. All right, he couldn't really blame Mr. Lovegood, this one was on him. Just then, Luna poked her head out of the window and waved. Goodbye, Mr. Raxpert. Goodbye, Luna. Edward waved back before his figure twisted and vanished into thin air. Inside the house, Luna climbed down from the small table by the window and looked toward her father, who still wore a furious expression. Daddy, just now, Mr. Raxpert told me that he could see Mum standing behind me. What? Xenophilius looked even angrier. To get their hands on the Quibbler, they're resorting to manipulating children. No, Daddy. Luna's little face was solemn. He really seemed to see Mum. After a pause, she repeated, he really could see Mum. Lovegood froze for a moment, then suddenly strode toward the door and flung it open, looking for Edward, but all he saw was an empty field covered in a blanket of snow. His lips moved, and he murmured, Pandora. After leaving Luna's house, Edward arrived at the burrow, the Weasley family's home. It was a 4-story house, crooked and leaning in a way that defied logic. At this hour, the Weasley family members who had jobs were off to work, and those in school had gone to classes. Only Molly and Ginny were at home. Molly was delighted by Edward's visit. She immediately set about preparing a generous meal, not even waiting for her husband to return before enthusiastically inviting him to eat. Ginny was very curious about this big brother who looked about the same age as her brother Charlie, but whom her mother addressed as Professor. However, she was naturally shy and only dared to hide behind her mother, occasionally sneaking glances at Edward. If he happened to meet her gaze, she would quickly duck her head in fright. You know, Professor Edward. Molly said with a trace of helplessness in her voice, Arthur has always loved tinkering with those muggle, technological, gadgets, trying to combine them with magic. I never supported it because the Ministry doesn't like that sort of thing. But starting last night, he finally has an excuse. He's decided to pursue the savant path. Yes, the very one that studies machinery and alchemy, blending them together. Oh heavens, he was over the moon last night. He said this path was made just for him. He claims that now I no longer have any reason to oppose his obsession with muggle inventions. Arthur Weasley's choice was hardly surprising. He was a laid-back wizard with no ambition. Aside from his fascination with muggle technology, he had few other hobbies. The savant path gave him the perfect justification to pursue his interests. And what about you, madam? Have you thought about which path you'd like to choose? To be honest, I'm still considering it. Molly said, holding her fork. What about the seer path? Then I'd be able to keep tabs on everyone's situation anytime, anywhere. And George and Fred would never be able to lie to me again. Well, that's something only you can decide. But with Voldemort still a threat, since Mr. Weasley has chosen a path without much combat power early on, perhaps you could pick something with stronger early abilities. It might help you protect your family better. You're right. Molly nodded thoughtfully. Good point. Now I have a direction. Thank you, Professor Edward. Ginny, meanwhile, didn't understand a word of the conversation between her mother and this big brother. She didn't ask either. At first, she obediently focused on eating, but once Lilith poked her head out from Edward's arms, drawn by the delicious aroma, her attention was instantly stolen. They didn't continue discussing beyonder paths. Edward hadn't forgotten the reason he came. He took out his notebook and began asking Molly all sorts of questions about the village. Not long after, Arthur came through the door. "Oh, Molly, you didn't wait for me to eat today, hey?" "Edward, Professor." The moment he saw Edward, Arthur lit up and hurried over. He immediately launched into his story about choosing the savant path and, upon learning Edward was writing a travelogue, enthusiastically joined in, pouring out everything he knew. He wasn't satisfied with just talking about Ottery St. Catchpole. Soon he moved on to other wizarding villages. But the conversation quickly went off topic. After learning that Edward had always lived in the Muggle world, Arthur began bombarding him with questions about Muggles. Though fascinated by Muggle technology, Arthur didn't understand a single bit of the underlying principles. He approached everything with a magical mindset. In the end, Edward simply gifted him some books on basic mechanics and electrical systems, which made Arthur utterly ecstatic. While Edward was being entertained at the Burrow, the weekly Defense Against the Dark Arts practical class had begun at Hogwarts. The moment Snape appeared, the young wizards immediately noticed something was off. His complexion was even paler than usual, and they began whispering guesses about what had happened. "I bet Snape went back into that room and got bitten by the big dog again," Ron declared confidently. "His face is so pale, it's got to be from blood loss." Harry stared closely at Snape. "But I don't see any injuries." "That's because he's good at hiding them." Hermione couldn't help but interject, "Stop making wild guesses, Ron." Audrey said Professor Snape has already been ruled out as a suspect. "Humph. You just believe whatever she says. Have you forgotten she's from Slytherin? Slytherins aren't all bad people. This isn't about being good or bad, it's about sides and allegiances. We're all Hogwarts students." "What sides and allegiances?" "There are sides." As the two of them began to bicker again, Harry looked back and forth between them, unsure what to do. "Ron Weasley." Suddenly, Snape's voice rang out. Ron froze. "Here. You're up first," Snape said, then turned to Harry. "Potter, you're his opponent." "Ah, yes, Professor." Though neither of them wanted to, they had no choice but to step onto the dueling platform. "We're doomed. The Demstrang students are here today too. If I embarrass myself, Mum's definitely going to send me a howler," Ron muttered. Harry quickly said, "Don't worry, we'll just go through the motions. We'll fake a few spells and end it in a draw." "Great idea." Unfortunately, Snape immediately added, "The loser will clean toilets for a week. If it's a draw, 1 month." The two best friends instantly gave each other a look and took a step back at the same time, drawing their wands. The classroom where the Dada practical class was held was steadily filling up, soon becoming quite crowded. Lee Jordan stood on top of a desk, holding a wand like a microphone. "All right, welcome to the 7th session of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts practical duel class, kicking off with a duel between best friends Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. As we all know, Harry and Ron are the kind of friends who even go to the loo together. But now, facing the dreadful punishment of toilet scrubbing, they've drawn their wands and stand on opposite sides, ready to take each other down. Is this a true clash between brothers? Or a grotesque distortion of human nature? Oh, and let's not forget, after a month-long disappearance, the duel goddess herself, Miss Audrey Hall, is also here tonight. Will we witness her dazzling return to the dueling platform? Stay tuned, folks." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Audrey, including several of the Demstrang students. Audrey felt a bit awkward. She knew all too well that the reason she'd been able to crush her opponents before was largely because she knew more spells than they did, and also thanks to the high magic resistance granted by her spirituality. But when it came to actual combat skill, she was still far from competent. "Now then, I declare tonight's duel officially begun. 3, 2, 1. At the same time as they cast Expelliarmus, Harry and Ron turned and ran to dodge. Petrificus Totalis. Locomotor Mortis. Accio Broomstick. Serpensortia. Compared to the earliest sessions, by the 7th class, even the first years had gotten the hang of dueling. The only problem was, they still knew very few spells, so they kept repeating the same ones over and over. This was partly made up for by Lee Jordan's passionate commentary. "Nice. Harry uses his superb flying skills to summon his broomstick and attack from the skies." But Ron seemed to expect that. He dodged immediately and targeted the broom. "Brilliant move. Harry's advantage has now become his weakness. Fantastic. Our Gryffindor Seeker has full control of the broom and uses his amazing flight skills to evade every attack. Excellent. Looks like the two have finished testing each other's strength. They've found each other's weaknesses and their own means of attack. A fierce battle is about to begin. Harry uses Petrificus Totalis. And Ron also uses Petrificus totalis. Ah. Lee Jordan's voice faltered. They hit each other at the same time, both petrified. The duel is a draw. I'm sure after this, their friendship will become even stronger, especially after they spend the next month scrubbing every toilet at Hogwarts together. Let's give them a round of applause. Snape's eye twitched. Initially, he had absolutely forbidden anyone from talking nonsense in his class. But he quickly realized that when things were too serious, the students held back during their duels. With Lee Jordan's commentary, the excitement visibly increased. Lee had made a very compelling case when applying to be the class commentator. Without commentary, this is just a dull class. Win or lose, it doesn't feel like it matters. But with commentary, it's no longer just a lesson. It's a battle for honor. And he was right. Maybe not everyone craved victory, but absolutely no one wanted to have their name shouted out right as they got hexed into vomiting slugs, or worse, wet themselves in fear. Snape imagined himself in their shoes and had to admit, he agreed. Watching the two boys being helped off the stage after having the Petrificus totalis curse lifted, Snape wore a look of disdain, but deep down, he was rather pleased. He hadn't expected Potter and Weasley, those two idiots who constantly caused trouble in class, to show such natural talent in practical combat. Just like his damn father. The satisfaction in his heart instantly turned to disgust. Damn you, Potter. Note, 395 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 219, Vulgar Catfight. After Harry and Ron's duel concluded, the next to take the stage were a fifth-year Gryffindor boy named O'Dorp and his opponent, a fellow fifth-year Slytherin, Bilk. The two were clearly long-time rivals, and the moment their duel began, a barrage of nasty curses filled the air. Though both had decent combat instincts and managed to dodge most of the spells, the dueling platform was only so large, and neither had mastered the shield charm. It didn't take long before one of them had a face covered in boils while the other was spewing slugs. If it weren't for Snape's preemptive protective enchantments, a good portion of the spectators might have gone down with them. Watching the scene unfold, Snape made a silent decision. It was time to move up the curriculum for the shield charm. At Hogwarts, students usually didn't begin learning the shield charm until 6th year. But truth be told, 2 years of study was too rushed, which was why many adult wizards at the Ministry still struggled to cast the spell properly. Starting earlier might give students a better chance at mastering it. Since this class was called Defense Against the Dark Arts, the most essential thing they should learn was precisely this kind of defensive magic. Oh, wow. O'Dorp just did something completely unexpected. He gave up on spellcasting and used the opportunity while dodging a curse to rush Bilk and knock him out with an uppercut. What can I say? While it may not be the most magical tactic, we are Gryffindors, after all. Remember, Godric Gryffindor himself fought with a sword in one hand and a wand in the other. That's the Gryffindor tradition, the Gryffindor spirit. Snape shot Lee Jordan a sharp glare. Lee promptly toned down his enthusiasm, coughed awkwardly, and said, "Let's congratulate O'Dorp Jones." Over in the Slytherin section, Malfoy was fuming and stomping his feet. Idiot. When that Gryffindor came charging, he could have just thrown a Tarantaligra at him. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged a glance, both sizing up their own bulky physiques and pondering deeply. We could try that too. No need for uppercuts, just charge in and smash M with our heads. Most people wouldn't stand a chance. Audrey, meanwhile, was silently analyzing the duel in her head, pairing it with a few combat applications of the spectator pathway abilities to craft a new style of battle. Alright, start with awe and frenzy, then follow up with. While she was lost in thought, her eyes drifted to the corner of the room where several Durmstrang students stood, arms crossed or leaning against the wall, all wearing expressions of faint disdain. It wasn't quite contempt, it was more like disinterest. From their perspective, this kind of duel was far too safe. At Durmstrang, aside from the unforgivable curses, pretty much any spell was fair game. After a fight, it wasn't unusual to see someone missing a limb or two. Audrey noticed a pale-haired Durmstrang girl scanning the crowd, clearly searching for someone. When their eyes met, the girl's gaze immediately turned provocative. Great, Audrey thought with a grimace. All thanks to Lee Jordan's nonsense, now I'm somehow a marked target. Then it was time for the Weasley twins. That's right, both of them took the stage together. According to them, the Weasley twins were a package deal. If there's going to be a fight, they're in it together. If it's one opponent, the two of them will face him. If it's 10 opponents, they're still going in together. Very well, Snape said coldly with a sneer, nodding in approval. He happily obliged by choosing 3 third-year students from each of the remaining houses to serve as their opponents. 9 versus 2. It was a total one-sided beatdown. Oh. George went down, then someone cast the levitation charm to float him back up, only for him to be hit with 6 different spells in a row. George was sent flying off the platform. Wait, nope, they've dragged him back in. Fred's on the run. Fred's still running. Fred continues to run. Finally, Fred sees an opening. Fred attacks. Fred gets hit. Fred is down. Ron covered his eyes. From this moment on, I disown them. I don't know them. So humiliating. Harry said thoughtfully, honestly, I thought Fred did pretty well. If he hadn't gone on the offensive, he might have kept dodging for a bit longer. Ron stared. Hey, was that a compliment or an insult? 10 minutes later, the Weasley twins were dragged off the platform by their fellow Gryffindors to a chorus of boos. At that moment, the Demstrang students finally made their move. Professor Snape, one of them asked, may we participate in the combat class as well? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, then gave a nod. You may. Who's going up first? Pausing for a second, he glanced at the Hogwarts students. And who among you is willing to take the challenge? Crumb, you go. A few girls immediately pushed a crewcut boy forward. You're in 4th year, right in the middle, not too old or too young. Show the Hogwarts lot how formidable Demstrang can be. The boy gave a nod and was about to step forward when the girl with nearly white platinum blonde hair, the one who had locked eyes with Audrey earlier, spoke first. Let me go. Some upper year boys instantly widened their eyes in amazement. Whoa. She's stunning. I thought all Demstrang girls were big and brutish. I think she's still a far cry from Audrey. Yeah, but Audrey already has a boyfriend. Doesn't matter how pretty she is. True. Anyone know her name? Think it's Emily Larson. While whispers rippled through the crowd, the girl turned to face Audrey and said seriously, I wish to challenge Miss Audrey Hall. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Audrey once again. The boys were thrilled. What could be better than a pretty girl? 2 pretty girls. And what could be better than 2 pretty girls? 2 pretty girls fighting. Since she'd been named specifically, Audrey had no choice but to step forward. But I have one condition, said Emily Larson, speaking up again. If I win, I want you to let Edward go on a date with me. Everyone froze. What the hell? Everyone had assumed this was a battle of pride between beauties. Who would have thought this was infighting over a man? Seriously? Cedric was beside himself with excitement. Oh, this is gonna be good. Who would have thought, Edward, with those thick brows and honest eyes, already has such a gorgeous girlfriend in Audrey, and now he's out here flirting with a Demstrang girl behind her back. Snape looked livid. This is a practical defense against the dark arts class, meant to improve their combat capabilities and prepare them for future dangers. And what are you all doing? Turning it into a soap opera. Audrey was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that kind of request. Are you joking? Absolutely not. Emily raised her chin. I heard you're Edward's girlfriend, right? So, what's wrong with beating you and then going on a date with him? But, wasn't this sort of thing supposed to happen between 2 guys fighting over a girl? Why was it happening to her? And in front of so many witnesses, no less. Edward, oh Edward. You're really something, aren't you? Audrey ground her teeth slightly. I don't think I have the authority to decide who he dates. I suggest you just go ask him directly. I will. She looked around. But he doesn't seem to be here today. I think he is, came a sudden voice from above. It was Lee Jordan. Whoosh. All heads turned again, toward the door, where Edward had just pushed his way into the classroom, completely bewildered under the spotlight of everyone's attention. What's going on? Without hesitation, Lee Jordan announced, Congratulations, Edward. Miss Emily Larson of Demstrang has just publicly declared that she wants to go on a date with you, and she's even challenging Audrey for the right. Edward turned toward the voice. The girl, Emily, gave him a cheerful little wave. She looked like the same one who'd asked a question during Transfiguration earlier that morning. Lady, we've known each other for less than a few hours, and you're pulling this in front of everyone. Really? Professor Snape, are you seriously allowing this nonsense in your class? Then he saw Snape off in a corner, arms crossed, watching with ghost-like stillness and a face full of sarcastic glee, as if waiting for a good show. TSK. You've fallen too low, Severus. Left with no choice, Edward gave it a moment's thought and said, thanks, but no. I already have someone I like. Emily immediately looked toward Audrey. But Audrey calmly replied, Don't look at me. If you want to ask him out, go right ahead. He has plenty of time, for shopping, sightseeing, classes, whatever you want. The Weasley twins, sitting side by side on the floor, exclaimed, Wow. Audrey's so cool with this. Edward's living the dream. Hermione silently glanced at them. Those two idiots only ever think about pranks. If Edward dares accept Emily's proposal, he'll be leaving this classroom on a stretcher. But Emily simply shook her head earnestly. None of that matters. What matters is, I want him to tutor me in Transfiguration. I want to be as good at it as he is. Edward. The other Demstrang girls, ugh. If we'd known, we would have used that tactic too. Emily, you're so sneaky. Everyone else. So this wasn't a date challenge, it was a tutoring request disguised as a romantic stunt. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 220, The Sudden Appearance of the Dark Mark. Audrey blinked in surprise, then couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She was reminded of a joke she once heard in Lenberg. A boy tearfully complained to his friends that a girl only dated him so he could tutor her and help solve her academic problems, only to have her break up with him without hesitation right after graduation. At that moment, Edward hurriedly chimed in. I'm very flattered that my transfiguration skills are being recognized by everyone. And I also want to thank Miss Emily Larson from Demstrang for promoting this fact on my behalf in such a humorous and lively way. If I could, what I'd most like to do now is loudly declare, 100 points to Demstrang. He looked toward the Demstrang students. Just put it on the tab for now. When Demstrang becomes the 5th house of Hogwarts one day, we'll make it official. A few Hogwarts students burst out laughing. Edward gave a slight bow. Once again, thank you to our Demstrang friends for your appreciation of Transfiguration. I'll make sure to share more of my own insights on the subject in future lessons. Emily opened her mouth, wanting to speak again, but Edward didn't give her the chance. However, since this is Professor Snape's Defense Against the Dark Arts practical lesson, I hope everyone can stay focused. After all, no matter how skilled you are in magic, using it effectively in a real battle is what matters most. Let's continue with the dueling exercise, next pair, please. As he said this, Edward wiped the sweat from his brow, silently giving himself a thumbs up for thinking on his feet. But the moment he looked up, he found everyone staring at him with a strange look. Then came Lee Jordan's excited voice. Brilliant. Professor Edward has elegantly dodged Miss Emily Larson's date invitation and, with a subtle twist, officially announced the duel between Emily and Audrey. So now, may the two contestants take the stage and let us cast aside the previous drama to focus on the duel itself. Representing Demstrang, the girl who was just rejected by Edward, Miss Emily Larson. And her opponent, suspected to be Edward's official girlfriend, Miss Audrey Hall of Hogwarts. Lee Jordan, what the hell is wrong with you? Whoa. The crowd erupted in cheers. Two girls in robes of different colors stepped onto the dueling platform. They bowed politely to each other, then drew their wands. 3, 2, 1. At the end of the countdown, both quickly cast Protego Totalum on themselves, then began exchanging standard spells, Petrificus Totalis, Tarantaligra, and Stupefy, probing each other's defenses while circling and swapping positions on the platform. Incendio. Audrey flicked her wand forcefully, sending a stream of fire shaped like a dragon hurtling toward Emily. Emily retreated swiftly. She countered with Aguamenti and a freezing spell, forming a thick wall of ice that blocked the flames. Immediately after, she cast a weather spell to cloak the stage in dense white fog. Audrey responded instantly with a Ventus Expurgo to sweep away the mist, only to discover that the platform beneath her feet had quietly transformed into a muddy bog. Avis. Engorgo. 2 or 3 dozen tiny birds flew out of her wand, instantly enlarged midair, and charged at Emily. Taking the opportunity, Audrey summoned a table and transfigured it into a stone slab, laying it atop the swamp. Expelliarmus. She hurled a red spell, disguised among the giant birds, straight at Emily. But just then, Emily's figure twisted and vanished. She had apparat, allowed during class due to temporary lifting of anti-apparition enchantments for practical training. Audrey instantly cast Bubblehead Charm on herself. Ventus Pulveris. A whirlwind of sand and gravel swept across the entire dueling stage. Emily reappeared only to be immediately bombarded by the gritty storm, forcing her to shut her eyes and stumble backwards. Finite Incantatum. Collapsio. Emily first dispelled the flying debris, then sent a crumbling curse toward Audrey's side of the stage, followed by a rapid barrage of spells. But the table Audrey had summoned earlier came in handy again. As the ground beneath her gave way, she quickly levitated the table and stood atop it, then retaliated without hesitation with her own Collapsio. Boom. A loud rumble shook the arena as Emily's side of the platform crumbled just as quickly. Even if she wanted to imitate Audrey and conjure a support object, it was too late. Instead, she picked up her pace, repeatedly shielding herself with Protego as she dashed forward. In the final second before the floor gave out, she leapt and landed right beside Audrey on the floating table. The two of them were now only a few dozen centimeters apart, each pointing their wand at the other. Beautiful. The duel between two stunning witches has ended in utter destruction, for the dueling platform's floor. And now, in this climactic moment, Emily seizes the initiative and leaps onto Audrey's conjured table. Lee Jordan's voice suddenly paused. This is it. The battle's conclusion is imminent. But just then, both Audrey and Emily turned their heads simultaneously to look outside. A moment later, Snape stormed out of the room with a dark expression on his face. What's going on? Why did they stop? What happened? Snape suddenly ran out. That explosion just now, it didn't come from Collapsio. It came from outside. Something must have happened. Edward immediately restored the dueling platform and said loudly, "Everyone, stay calm. It's possible a professor was testing a new spell, or maybe Peeves is up to no good again." Then he turned to Audrey. "Audrey, help maintain order. I'll go check it out." "All right. Be careful." It was already past 8 in the evening. In winter, night fell late, and with Hogwarts surrounded by deep forest, far from the neon and lights of any city, darkness loomed especially thick. At this moment, however, the sky was suffused with a greenish glow, casting an eerie light over the grounds of Hogwarts. As Edward stepped outside the castle and looked up, he saw a massive skull in the sky, formed from countless shimmering green stars. From the skull's gaping mouth extended a giant serpent, writhing like a tongue. The image rose higher and higher, surrounded by glowing emerald smoke that lit up the night. Against the dark sky, it looked like a new constellation had been born. It was the Dark Mark, the sign of the Death Eaters. Soon, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others arrived one after another, each gazing skyward with grave expressions. "Minerva, go quickly, take the students to the Great Hall." "Understood." "Phileas, assist Minerva." "Just in case." "No problem." Once the orders were given, Dumbledore turned to Edward. "Where is Severus?" He disappeared the moment he dashed out of the classroom. As he spoke, Edward drew a stick from his robes and performed dowsing rod divination. Professor Snape's location. The rod tilted forward, floating steadily in one direction. "Let's go." The two of them set off at once. On the other side of the grounds, not far from the source of the Dark Mark, Snape found Karkaroff gripping his wand and looking terrified. Without a word, Snape punched him hard, knocking him to the ground. "I knew it. You came to Hogwarts for something shady." "No. No." Karkaroff stammered, panic-stricken. I just arrived." "It wasn't me, it was the Dark Lord's followers. They've come after me, they're here to kill me." "Then get out of Hogwarts, immediately." "No. No, if I leave, I'll be dead within days. The only place those people wouldn't dare act is wherever Dumbledore is." "Oh, how flattering, Igor." At that moment, Edward and Dumbledore walked up, the latter wearing a severe expression. "Unfortunately," Dumbledore said as he looked at the Dark Mark in the sky, "it seems they no longer care whether I'm present." Karkaroff's face turned pale with despair. "Albus, are you going to drive me away too? You promised. When I gave up the names of other Death Eaters, you promised to keep me safe." Dumbledore fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "It was Barty Crouch who made that promise. Not us." After a pause, he added, "From now on, you will stay under Severus's watch every second until Alastor, Mad-Eye Moody, arrives to take over. I expect the Ministry will be here before morning." Edward frowned. Isn't the Ministry election coming up soon? For something like this to happen at Hogwarts right now, it's almost too convenient. Karkaroff immediately bristled. "What did you say, you brat?" Silence. With a flick of his wand, Edward vanished Karkaroff's mouth, then continued, "So, is it that Fudge ordered someone to pose as a Death Eater to cast the Dark Mark? Or is he truly in league with them, perhaps even with Voldemort himself?" "No." Dumbledore shook his head. "I don't believe Cornelius would ally with Voldemort. Not because I trust his character, but because he knows full well that siding with the Dark Lord would only reduce him to a puppet. And even then, his life would hang by a thread. He craves power, but he fears death even more. Then maybe it was some pure-blood family acting in secret." Dumbledore turned to look at Karkaroff, who was now glaring furiously, his face twisted in rage but still silenced. "Still, I do wonder, this happening just a day after Igor's arrival from Demstrang, coincidence, or something more?" At that, Edward ended the spell. "Then perhaps Headmaster Karkaroff would care to enlighten us." "You." Karkaroff gave Edward a wary look, then turned pleading eyes to Dumbledore. "Albus, I swear I know nothing. After so many attacks, I just wanted to find a reason, any reason, to come to Hogwarts and save my own skin." Then as if suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, "Wait. If you don't believe me, go ahead, use legilimency." Even before the words had fully left his mouth, Edward had already invaded his mind and begun sifting through his memories. Moments later, he rubbed his temples and shook his head toward Dumbledore and Snape. "What I saw in his memory matches what he said. Snape sneered, a clemency that skilled wouldn't be hard for a former Death Eater to learn. Dumbledore paused and thought for a moment, then said calmly, let's wait and see. He even smiled slightly. To be honest, I'd prefer it if Fudge was the one behind this. Edward raised a hand. I have an idea. If the Death Eaters really are after Headmaster Karkaroff, we might as well use him as bait, draw them out, capture them all in one swoop. Then everything will be clear. Karkaroff recoiled as if electrocuted. You're insane. Dumbledore and Snape both nodded. It's worth trying. Karkaroff stared at them in shock. You're all insane. I never should have come to Hogwarts. I should have found some forest in the mountains and gone into hiding. Edward glanced at him sideways. That's exactly what you did in the original timeline, and they still found you, dead in a cabin with the dark mark above it. He flipped a galleon in his hand. The number faced up, confirming it. Karkaroff hadn't cast the dark mark. Then who had? He turned to Dumbledore. Professor, I need to conduct a divination check on every Durmstrang student who came to Hogwarts. I was thinking the same thing. Half an hour later, Edward finished the divination. The Durmstrang students were clean. Which meant the suspect was someone inside Hogwarts, and that would take more time to investigate. When Dumbledore heard the results, his expression darkened. Let's hope it wasn't a pureblood family sending their own child to carry out such a task. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, isn't this just mutual sabotage? Just as Dumbledore had predicted, officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived early the next morning. Leading the group was the toad-like Dolores Umbridge, flanked by Dawlish, followed closely by the head of the Auror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour, and more than 20 Aurors. Oh, how lovely to see you again, Headmaster Dumbledore, Umbridge said in her self-consciously sweet yet sickening voice. No, my mistake. From this point on, I'm afraid you'll have to temporarily say goodbye to your position as headmaster. She pulled out a formal decree from the Ministry of Magic. With unanimous agreement from both the Ministry and the Hogwarts Board of Governors, we've determined that you are no longer fit to hold this position. Dumbledore, seated calmly behind his desk with a warm smile, replied, Dolores, I really do wish you'd come during daylight hours to deliver the news. You know, I've been thinking about retiring for quite some time. Unfortunately, with what happened tonight, under Hogwarts regulations, I am required to remain in my position to ensure the safety of all students and staff. So, I cannot resign at this time. Umbridge was briefly taken aback and turned to Scrimgeour. Is that actually a regulation at Hogwarts? Scrimgeour glanced at Dumbledore, then shook his head. I'm not sure. Off to the side, Edward slammed a thick black book, its spine marked with a faded half-gobbledygook label, onto the table with a loud thud. This is the complete book of Hogwarts regulations. Why don't you go ahead and look it up for yourself? Of course, Umbridge hadn't forgotten Edward. Her voice turned cold and sinister. Headmaster Dumbledore, we're here representing the Ministry and the Board of Governors. It's highly inappropriate for a student to be present during this conversation. Oh, I'd say it's entirely appropriate, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Since I'm currently running for Minister for Magic, I've found myself rather overwhelmed with Hogwarts affairs. Edward is now serving as my secretary and assists me in handling all school matters, including tonight's unfortunate incident. Unfortunate incident? Umbridge's voice rose sharply. You're calling the appearance of the dark mark over Hogwarts an unfortunate incident? Of course, Edward interjected as he pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet. On its front page was an interview with Minister Fudge regarding the previous attack by the Dark Lord on the Ministry. Last time, Minister Fudge claimed that the attack was merely an accident, and that the so-called Dark Lord sighting was nonsense. If even the appearance of the Dark Lord can be written off as an accident, why not a mere dark mark? Umbridge was momentarily speechless. She hadn't been privy to the full truth of the previous incident. Fudge had later claimed someone had only transfigured into the appearance of the Dark Lord to stage an attack, but afterwards, he had drastically increased his personal security. If it had all been fake, why so nervous? Scrimgeour then spoke up, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm not here today to argue about Hogwarts regulations or anything of the sort. The fact is, the dark mark appeared. Most parents will find out very soon, and it's bound to cause widespread panic. This won't reflect well on you. Dumbledore nodded and gestured for him to continue. Please go on, Rufus. That's why I believe this matter must be investigated thoroughly and swiftly. The public deserves a clear answer. And how do you intend to investigate? Dumbledore asked. Scrimgeour's expression was stern. Snape and Karkaroff. I need to take them back to the Ministry. You're well aware of their pasts, I assume. Karkaroff shows up one day, and the next day this happens, of course, he's the prime suspect. And we can't rule out Snape either. Dumbledore fell silent, deep in thought. After a while, he spoke gently, "Can I trust you, Rufus?" Scrimgeour gave a firm nod. "Very well. I'll leave it to you." Edward sighed. He had wanted to use Karkaroff as bait to lure out the Death Eaters. After Scrimgeour left, Dumbledore turned to Umbridge. "Now then, Dolores, is there something else you wish to do?" Umbridge hesitated, looking briefly at Dawlish. She was torn about whether to pull out the appointment letter naming her acting headmistress of Hogwarts. After careful thought, she decided against it. Instead, she put on her syrupy voice and said, "Have you forgotten, Headmaster? I'm still the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. I heard that while I was away, Professor Snape has been covering the class. Now that he's off to the Ministry for questioning, I believe it's time for me to resume teaching." Meanwhile, over in the Great Hall, where students had spent the night sleeping on conjured bedding, word spread quickly the next morning about 3 major updates. First, the explosion from last night had been caused by a Death Eater releasing the dark mark inside Hogwarts. Second, Professor Snape and the headmaster of Durmstrang had been taken by Ministry orders for questioning. Third, that loathsome pink toad, Dolores Umbridge, was back as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. The students buzzed with chatter, discussing last night's events and venting their collective disgust at Umbridge's return. The Durmstrang students, in stark contrast, remained silent and withdrawn. It was already disorienting enough to be dragged to a foreign school for a half-year exchange. And now, just 2 days in, their headmaster had been arrested by the Ministry. This was madness. They felt like the entire world had turned its back on them. Bloody hell. That disgusting old hag. Lee Jordan cursed between bites of breakfast. With winter's heavy snow blanketing the grounds, Quidditch matches had been suspended, leaving him, the match commentator, with nothing to do. Thankfully, Professor Snape's hands-on defense against the dark arts lessons had given him a new role. And compared to Quidditch, live dueling classes were far more intense and exciting to commentate on, perfect for showcasing his natural talent. But now, all of that was gone. Crunch. Lee Jordan bit down hard on a chicken bone, then scooted closer to the Weasley twins. "You two got any good ideas lately? The kind that'll drive that old hag out. Prank items, anything, I'm ready to sponsor you." The twins still bore the bruises from last night's group beating. They glanced at Lee Jordan and muttered, "Didn't you hear what Professor McGonagall said? We're supposed to behave for now." Lee Jordan looked stunned. "Wait, what? That's supposed to be my line. Fred, don't tell me you've been put under the Imperius curse again." The twins looked dead serious. "It's all for the headmaster's election." Ron, on the other hand, seemed a bit pleased. "I think it's great. At least I don't have to scrub toilets for a whole month. But the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is probably going back to memorizing theory and writing essays," Harry sighed. "That's so boring. Hermione, have you heard anything from Audrey?" "No. Honestly, I don't think there's any point in you two stressing about it. What's done is done." "Oh right." Ron suddenly lowered his voice. "Snape's been taken to the Ministry. Does that mean the Philosopher's Stone is completely safe now?" At that, Harry and Hermione froze, the same thought hitting them both. Could all of this have been orchestrated by someone trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Elsewhere, on the 8th floor corridor of the castle, Audrey and Edward stood by the railing, looking out at the snowy landscape. Lilith and Susie were chasing each other around, playing a game of tag. Audrey said worriedly, "I heard this morning that last night's incident might hurt Professor Dumbledore's campaign. Fudge's people are accusing him of failing to manage the school properly. How could he possibly govern the entire wizarding world?" "Yeah. Judging by what we know, it's highly likely that last night's dark mark was staged by certain pureblood families in collusion with Fudge," Edward said, arms crossed. "What we don't know is whether they're just trying to oppose Dumbledore, or if Voldemort is pulling the strings behind the scenes. We were originally planning to use Karkaroff as bait to lure out the Death Eaters hunting him, but now that he's been taken to the Ministry, that plan's on hold. So we just wait." "No." Edward suddenly grinned. "There's something I was planning to do before the Christmas holidays anyway. Now's the perfect time to get a head start. If it's just a game of sabotage, Dumbledore won't do it himself, but I can lend him a hand." Audrey blinked. "Do what? Don't you remember? This time, we came back to help you further digest your sequence." She looked puzzled. I've been playing psychiatrist for everyone every day." Then it dawned on her. Azkaban. Exactly. Fudge is accusing Professor Dumbledore of mismanaging Hogwarts to discredit him, right? So, what if something happens at Azkaban too? Excitement sparkled in Audrey's eyes. If it were just a mission to play a therapist, she wouldn't have found it necessary. But if it was to help Dumbledore, that sounded very interesting. But Azkaban's main guards are Dementors, aren't they? How do we deal with them? Edward lifted Lilith into the air. "We have Lilith. Lilith, who had been happily playing, was suddenly hoisted up. She looked confused at first, but as soon as she heard Edward's words, she instinctively raised her head and said cheerfully, "Right." Of course, Edward wasn't planning to rely solely on Lilith. After all, Azkaban was crawling with Dementors. Even something as powerful as the Patronus charm couldn't truly harm a Dementor, but a no-fly zone could turn them into nothing more than wriggling rags on the floor. "So, how exactly do we get to Azkaban?" Audrey asked again. "The books only say it's on an island in the Northern Sea, but there's no exact location. Fawkes has taken Professor Dumbledore there before. The easiest way would be to have it bring us there via apparition." "The easiest?" Audrey raised an eyebrow. "You saying that makes me think you're not planning to use that method." Edward nodded. "Right. Let's not let him find out about this for now." At the moment, even though Dumbledore had moved away from his former stance of tolerance and non-confrontation, he still preferred to pursue goals through legitimate and peaceful means, which is exactly why he was running for Minister of Magic. Even knowing that Fudge was working with pureblood families to set traps for him, Dumbledore hadn't considered flipping the table. Edward had asked him about it just last night, and Dumbledore's response had been, after becoming minister, he hoped to maintain the order currently holding the wizarding world together. With that order in place, it would be possible to enact change and lead society in a new direction. If, on the other hand, he chose to use brute force to achieve his goals, while that might be faster, it would also mean destroying the very rules that had taken the magical world years to establish. And once those rules were broken, they'd be almost impossible to rebuild. Audrey continued, "So what's the alternative? Find someone who's been to Azkaban and has something to lose, someone who'll do what we say." "Who?" "Barty Crouch. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 535 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 222, Barty Crouch. Audrey had seen that name in the books. Barty Crouch Sr., the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, once a formidable contender for the position of Minister for Magic. But after Voldemort's downfall, his son, Barty Crouch Jr., was exposed as a Death Eater. Although he had ruthlessly sent his own son to Azkaban, the scandal still brought his political career to a premature end. Some even said it was precisely the cold-hearted decision that doomed his chances of ever becoming minister. After all, who would want a man capable of condemning his own flesh and blood to Azkaban to become their superior? Audrey asked curiously, "Is the leverage you mentioned about his son being a Death Eater? But didn't he already send him to Azkaban with his own hands?" Edward shook his head. "He did, but later, he secretly took him out of Azkaban." "What?" Edward explained how, at his wife's desperate request, Barty Crouch Sr. had smuggled his son out of prison. So, the one who actually died was his wife. She took her son's place in Azkaban. Audrey's eyes widened in shock. Then where is Barty Jr. now? He's likely still hidden away in their home. So even if Barty Crouch Sr. doesn't cooperate, as long as his son's around, we'll still be able to find Azkaban. She frowned slightly. But why don't we just find someone who's been to Azkaban and use the Imperius Curse to force them to tell us? Edward rubbed his chin and gave her a pointed look. Young lady, that's a dangerously dark train of thought. The Imperius Curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, you know. Audrey puffed out her cheeks. I was just saying. Between the two of us, who's the one always throwing around the Imperius and killing curses? Edward burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. All right. The main reason I want to find Barty Crouch isn't just to learn Azkaban's location. What matters most is Barty Jr. I need to confirm his current status. Death Eaters weren't the problem, what was dangerous were ones like Barty Crouch Jr., smart, cunning, and fond of twisted schemes. Last time they returned, he was still too weak to make much trouble. But now, Edward had no intention of letting a hidden threat fester, whether it was Crouch Jr. or Azkaban itself, both had to be dealt with at the root. I see, so, when are we moving? Tonight. Got it. Suddenly, Audrey remembered something. Oh, right, I was supposed to visit St. Mungo's today to treat the Longbottoms. Should I postpone that? No need. Everything proceeds as planned. Okay then. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin dormitory, Goyle and Crabbe stared curiously at Draco Malfoy, who lay curled up in bed, looking sickly and pale. They asked for the 3rd time, "Malfoy, are you really skipping Defense Against the Dark Arts this afternoon? That old toad's definitely going to find an excuse to punish you." "I really am sick and need rest," Malfoy muttered. "She can't possibly force a patient to go to class, can she? If she dares mess with me, I'll have my father deal with her." "Well, all right then." The two shrugged and left the room. As soon as they were gone, Malfoy's whole body seemed to deflate, his face turning even paler. Ever since that dark mark incident, both Snape and Headmaster Karkaroff had been taken in for questioning. If anyone discovered that he was the one who cast the dark mark, they'd send him straight to Azkaban. But at the time, he clearly remembered being in the Defense Against the Dark Arts practical classroom. How had he suddenly appeared outside, wand in hand, conjuring that terrifying symbol? Was it the Imperius Curse again? Was it Voldemort? Could he have been there all along? Yet, deep down, Draco felt like that wasn't quite right. He vaguely remembered hearing a familiar voice in that daze. It was the voice of his father, Lucius Malfoy. That afternoon, after suffering through another dreadfully boring Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Audrey arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital to continue her psychological treatment for the Longbottoms. Conversation, legilimency, guided exploration into the depths of the mind. Through subtle cues, she gradually lowered their mental defenses, coaxing them into seeing her as someone they could trust. Only with that trust could she lead them to confront their inner fears. The entire afternoon was spent on this, and progress, though slow, was evident. Mrs. Longbottom's eyes held a hint more clarity, and she had begun to observe her surroundings, as if searching for something. Audrey thought for a moment, then asked Mrs. Longbottom for a photo of Neville. When she passed it to the woman, the reaction was immediate. She clutched it like a priceless treasure, eyes locked on the moving image, completely absorbed. "Thank you. Thank you so much." When the couple was sent off at the hospital entrance, the old lady was visibly delighted. If Audrey's last visit had offered her hope, then this time, it was clear she had seen that hope taking shape. "It's nothing, really. You may not believe it," Audrey said with a soft smile, "but helping the Longbottoms is beneficial for me too." "Oh, my dear, that's not the same," the old lady said earnestly, shaking her head. "If Neville weren't already so grown up, I'd insist on making him your godson." Audrey took several quick steps back, startled. That's completely unnecessary. Having a 100-year-old, grown-up daughter, in the form of an elderly lady was already overwhelming enough. Adding a clueless teenage godson on top of that. Utter despair. Once the old lady reluctantly took her leave, Audrey and Edward exchanged glances. First, they sighed in relief, then both burst into laughter. "This is really wonderful," Audrey said. "I truly hope the treatment continues to go well." "It will," Edward replied with a confident smile. "I've always believed this. If we've been able to cross between two worlds, it must be because we have a mission. Something we're meant to do, something we're meant to change. The journey might be rough, but the ending will be a good one. Now then, time to get back to business. Let's go." 7 p.m. Barty Crouch Sr. had spent another idle day sitting around the Department of International Magical Cooperation. When he finally returned to his home, a place he found physically and emotionally stifling, he had to admit that, compared to the freezing winds outside, a firelit home was certainly warmer and more comfortable. He took off his heavy woolen coat and hung it up with his hat. Then he collapsed onto the sofa, eyes closed, and called out coldly, "Winky." Dinner. Winky was the house elf of the Crouch family. Normally, the moment he stepped into the house, she would appear instantly to welcome him back and serve a hearty meal. But tonight, there was no response. "Good evening, Mr. Crouch." A strange voice came from the other side of the room. Startled, Crouch's eyes flew open, and he sat bolt upright, only to find two men in their 30s seated across from him. He hadn't even noticed when they got there. His mind raced. These two were definitely not from the Ministry. At least, not from any department he recognized. But whether they were rogue Aurors or some of the Azkaban enforcers who rarely stepped foot in the main Ministry offices, he couldn't say. Those types tended to live on the fringes of the power structure, and thus, in his eyes, weren't worth paying attention to. Wait, no. He quickly came to his senses. This wasn't the Ministry, this was his home. These two had entered without permission. They were intruders. Dangerous ones. Crouch discreetly tightened his grip on his wand, though his voice remained rigid and formal. "Who are you? Do you realize you're violating wizarding law by being here? And where is my house elf? What have you done to her?" "Rest assured, Mr. Crouch," Edward said, wearing a transfigured face, his expression emotionless. "We've come with no ill intentions. We only wish to ask you a question." Crouch snorted coldly. "I'm not interested in answering any of your questions." Audrey's tone was gentler. "Where is Barty Jr.?" She and Edward had arrived half an hour earlier. They had searched the entire house, room by room, but found no trace of Barty Crouch Jr. Even Winky's memories regarding him had been tampered with, erased. Edward's first assumption was that the boy had already escaped. But something didn't sit right. In the original timeline, Barty Jr. had used the Imperius Curse to control his father. Yet here, Barty Sr. was acting completely normal, still going to work every day, business as usual. No signs of being bewitched. It didn't add up. Crouch's face twisted in alarm. I don't know what you're talking about. Barty Jr. died in Azkaban long ago. But the truth I've uncovered seems to tell a different story, Edward replied, stepping closer. Years ago, you visited Azkaban with your gravely ill wife to see your son. Then, you used Polyjuice Potion to switch their identities. Your wife died in her son's place, while you faked Barty Jr.'s death. With every word Edward spoke, the color drained further from Crouch's face. By the end, he sprang to his feet and shouted, I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my house. Edward gave a casual nod and turned to leave. All right. Then I'll go have a little chat with Mad-Eye Moody. How about that? He doesn't need hard evidence. Just the slightest suspicion, and he'll dig until your secrets are dust. Stop. Crouch raised his wand, hand trembling. Stop right there. Oh. Edward turned, unfazed. So this means you're admitting it, Mr. Crouch. Crouch's breathing grew labored. Who sent you? What do you want? Audrey smiled gently. We're not working for anyone. As for our purpose, it's simple. We'd just like you to take us to see Barty Jr. You're Death Eaters, aren't you? He barked. Of course not, Audrey replied calmly. Death Eaters wouldn't be nearly so polite to the men who sent dozens of their comrades to Azkaban back when he led the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We simply want to ask your son a few questions, she added, voice as soft as ever. That's all, Mr. Crouch. May we? Absolutely not. The words burst from Barty Crouch's throat in a hoarse roar. Why not? Edward asked, narrowing his eyes. Because, his pupils suddenly glowed red. Because I've already killed him with my own hands. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 223, Arrival at Azkaban. Edward and Audrey were momentarily stunned. Crouch Sr. slumped helplessly into his chair. It was when I got home from work, he suddenly broke free of my control and attacked me, he said hoarsely. I tried to subdue him, but accidentally knocked him down the stairs. I thought he would take the opportunity to escape. But when I ran down after him, I found him already dead from the fall. Edward paused to think. When did this happen? Almost 2 months ago. 2 months. That would have been during the last time they had returned here. Are you certain he suddenly broke free when you came home? Or had he already broken free and was merely waiting to ambush you? Crouch Sr. was taken aback. You see, there's a big difference between the two, Edward continued calmly. If it was sudden, then it might have been an accident. But if it was premeditated, with Barty Jr.'s temperament, he'd never risk a direct confrontation. He would have waited in the shadows and delivered a fatal surprise, not been blasted out by a spell. Crouch furrowed his brow in deep thought. Are you absolutely sure he's dead? Edward asked again. Is it possible he used the same trick he did back in Azkaban? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Audrey's voice seemed to carry an enchantment. Well then, why don't we confirm it for ourselves? Crouch Sr. stood there in a daze before stumbling to his feet and rushing outside, not even bothering to grab a coat. He ran straight into the snow-covered yard, cast a spell to blow away the snow, then used a gouging spell to dig out a grave. There lay a corpse, frozen stiff, yet showing no signs of decay. It had Barty Jr.'s appearance. His body was twisted at an unnatural angle, and his face was contorted in a mask of terror in his final moments. Crouch Sr. finally snapped out of the psychological illusion he had convinced himself of. He stared at the corpse in a trance, his body trembling, whether from the cold, or from fear and rage, even he didn't know. Revelio. Edward waved his wand, and the corpse within the grave rapidly transformed, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. It really wasn't him. Crouch staggered back a few steps and muttered, so I didn't kill him with my own hands, so he escaped long ago. Not only did he escape, Edward said coldly, but he's working for Voldemort again. You must have heard about the dark mark that appeared over Hogwarts yesterday. That might have had something to do with him. He tried to use necromancy to contact the soul, but as expected, the spirit had long since dissipated. Crouch Sr. stood there in silence for a long while before speaking in a low, rough voice. I'll notify the ministry. Fudge will throw you into Azkaban without hesitation, Edward interrupted, then put on a grand show of sending out a few Aurors and Dementors to pursue Barty. More likely, he'll pretend nothing happened. After all, you committed these crimes under his administration, he wouldn't want any blemishes on his record before the election. A bitter smile slowly crept onto Crouch's lips. Then I'll go to Dumbledore. Edward shot Audrey a knowing look, smiling. Your mind does work fast, doesn't it? He gave a short wave. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Crouch. With that, the two turned to leave. Crouch stared in confusion. You really only came to find Barty. What else would we want? Edward replied casually. You're the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a position with no real power. No one's scheming to get anything from you. Oh, right. We'll be borrowing your house elf for a while. What? Crack. With a sharp pop, the two figures vanished, leaving Crouch Sr. standing dumbfounded in the snow-covered yard, muttering under his breath, "Yes, tell Dumbledore. Once he defeats Fudge and becomes the new minister, maybe he'll appreciate my contribution, maybe he'll reinstate me to a meaningful post, even if I have to start from the bottom again. I'm confident I can climb back up. Yes, yes, tell Dumbledore." Elsewhere. Edward and Audrey operated into an abandoned building nearby, and reverted the small stick in his hand back into the house elf, Winky. "No apparition allowed here," Edward muttered. Sure enough, Winky immediately tried to disapparate upon regaining her form, only to fail. She let out a high-pitched shriek. Winky will never betray her master. "You'll never get a word from Winky." "We don't want to hurt your master, Winky," Audrey said gently. "We need your help to get to Azkaban. Your young master might be there, we're going to rescue him." Lies. Lies. All lies. Winky's voice grew shriller, her huge eyes bulging even more with fury. "Winky will never betray master. Let Winky go home." She glared furiously at Audrey while picking up anything she could find to throw at her. Just then, Lilith emerged from Edward's pocket dimension, rubbing her ears irritably. "Edward, she's so loud," she grumbled. "Imperio." Edward cast the Imperio's curse on her, and at last, the room fell silent. Audrey sighed. Mental suggestion doesn't work on her at all. That's why I've always suspected that the deep-rooted servility in house elves might be the result of some kind of ancient and powerful magic, or a curse. All right, Winky. Apparate us to the nearest safe location to Azkaban. A cheerful smile suddenly bloomed across Winky's face. Yes, sir. Edward held Lilith in one arm, grabbed Audrey's small hand with the other, and placed both on Winky's shoulder. Pop. In the next second, they arrived in pitch darkness. The roar of waves surged in their ears as an icy sea wind howled against their faces, sending a shiver through the two humans and one cat alike. Lilith immediately burrowed into Edward's arms without hesitation. Soon, their eyes adjusted to the darkness. They were standing on a massive rock formation by the edge of a desolate island. Darkness engulfed them in every direction, but if one looked carefully, a faint light could be seen flickering in the distance toward the southwest. "That's Azkaban, isn't it?" "It is." "How did you get there last time?" "My master had contacted the Azkaban enforcers in advance. They came by boat to pick us up, because nothing, aside from Dementors, can fly near Azkaban. Operating directly in would trigger the alarms." "Thank you for your answer." Obliviate. After erasing Winky's memory, Edward let her return on her own. "What do we do now, Edward?" Audrey asked. "Simple, we charge straight in." "What?" Edward grinned. "Here's the deal. Azkaban is divided into two sections, outer and inner. The outer section holds ordinary prisoners. As for the truly heinous ones, like the Death Eaters, they're locked deep inside. The enforcers mostly operate in the outer section, guarding the regular inmates. The inner section is guarded solely by Dementors, because only there can they truly kiss the prisoners and feed off their joy. Dementors may be blind, but they have an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, not for physical sense, but for things like health, illness, and especially emotions. That means even an invisibility cloak won't hide you from them. A few nautical miles from Azkaban, there's a lighthouse island. That's where the off-duty hit wizards and enforcers stay. If anything happens at Azkaban, they're the first to rush in. Altogether, there are about 30 of them. Not a large number, but combined with the island's surveillance and restrictive magic, it's more than enough to detect any intruder immediately, then let the Dementors take care of the rest. Edward closed his notebook. That's everything I've dug up in my prior research on Azkaban. Audrey looked puzzled. So even if we had some silent and stealthy way to sneak in, it would be overly complicated. Besides, we're not infiltrating for a heist, we're there to treat prisoners' psychological trauma. Even if we did sneak in, we'd be discovered sooner or later. So, we might as well go loud from the start. Audrey gave him a strange look. You could have just skipped straight to the conclusion. Sorry. I was trying to get into the mindset of being a mentor. Got carried away. Oh, so you're really enjoying the role of Professor, huh, Professor Edward? Edward crossed his arms. Miss Hall, how dare you be so disrespectful to your teacher? Detention after class. She rolled her eyes. Azkaban's full name was technically Azkaban Castle. Because this prison was, in fact, a heavily fortified medieval fortress, not a home for nobles, but for convicts. The guards weren't knights, but Dementors. Bloody hell, it's getting colder every day. Two patrolling enforcers circled the fortress, grumbling as they walked. Of course, calling it a patrol was generous, it was really just a brisk lap around the castle. No one actually believed anyone would dare stir up trouble here, but rules were rules. Hurry up, I'm freezing my arse off. Can't wait to get back inside. Don't forget, you promised to deliver that newspaper to Sirius Black later. If you don't, he's gonna kick up a fuss again. Let him rot. He's just a prisoner waiting to die. Still whining about newspapers like he's the heir to the noble house of Black. Hey, if you won't do it, I will. Everyone knows you've been making a tidy profit off him for years. Profit? More like danger pay. Every delivery's a gamble with those dementors. And most of the gold ends up being donated to our superiors. He grumbled darkly, they promised to transfer me to the Aura office 3 years ago, still haven't heard a damn thing. Bloody bastards. He stopped walking and stared toward the distant lighthouse island. They're the ones living the easy life over there, raking in the real galleons. We're the ones doing the dirty work, taking the risks, and catching the blame. Someday, those bastards are going to get what's coming to them. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of fire exploded above the distant island, painting the night sky red. Both men froze, staring blankly in shock. No way, is that karma? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 224, Entering Azkaban. The other wizard quickly snapped out of it and roared, to hell with retribution. We're under attack. Get to the island and provide backup. At that moment, on the island opposite Azkaban, a group of enforcers and hit wizards had barely managed to release a few alarm spells before they were all taken down. They had been in the lighthouse enjoying a hot meal, well, no, more like stargazing and singing, when two men suddenly appeared. One of them threw a creepy, laughing doll, and everyone in the room immediately charged toward it uncontrollably. Their minds went blank, and by the time they came to, they had all been subdued. Do you even know what you're doing? The lead hit wizard shouted angrily. Even if you catch us, it doesn't matter. Once the Dementors get here, the only thing waiting for you is death by the Dementor's kiss. MMMPH. Edward casually wiped away the man's mouth and walked to the window, looking across the sea at Azkaban. Within minutes, hit wizards on broomsticks arrived, shrouded by swarming Dementors that looked like dark storm clouds. He and his companion stood silently as the enemy approached. Once within range of the island, the hit wizards slowed and spread out, letting the Dementors fly ahead to engage first. In the blink of an eye, a chill so deep it seemed to freeze blood swept over them. Lilith, I'll take the ones in front. Try to manipulate the ones coming from the other directions. Got it. Lilith darted out of Edward's arms, transformed into a shadow, and zipped out the window. She sprinted along the walls and climbed to the top of the tower, circling it while continuously using her insight ability. The power of an instigator typically required verbal suggestion, but when it came to Dementors, creatures driven purely by the instinct to feed, words weren't necessary. The ability worked regardless. As the Dementors flooded in, several restrained hit wizards looked on with excitement. Those two idiots, if they survive the Dementor's kiss, make sure they're thrown into the deepest cells so the Dementors can give them some special attention every day. Just then, Edward stepped forward and loudly declared. Flight is prohibited here. In that moment, nearly half of his spirituality was drained. The next second, all flying creatures, Dementors and hit wizards alike, within dozens of meters of the lighthouse crashed from the sky. Then Edward leaned back, arms open wide as if embracing the sun. From above, a majestic, pure, and blazing column of light descended straight into the densest cluster of Dementors. Shoo shhhshshhh. The Dementors at the center of the blast were instantly vaporized. The radiant light burned the surrounding ones, slowly disintegrating them as they let out soundless wails. The Dementors were killed. They're dead. Someone killed Dementors. How is this possible? The hit wizards were stunned. They stood frozen, utterly lost. The ones who had been fantasizing about how to torment the intruders were in complete disbelief. These were Dementors, for Merlin's sake, how could they possibly be killed? Who were these two? The reason no one dared stir up trouble in Azkaban wasn't because of a few dozen hit wizards. It was because of the hundreds of unkillable Dementors on the island. Yet that single beam of light from the sky had annihilated over a dozen of them in an instant. The creatures, once driven only by hunger, now felt fear. They squirmed along the ground, desperately trying to flee the lighthouse. The hit wizards had no doubt, if those Dementors got airborne again, they would flee without hesitation. And what could a bunch of dropouts who failed to become Auras possibly do against a wizard who could instantly obliterate dozens of Dementors? So, those still able to move turned and ran. The ones who had broken their legs threw away their wands without hesitation and shouted their surrender. They're giving up already. Edward tilted his head, thinking about it. If he were in their shoes, he'd probably surrender just as fast. A few hundred galleons a month wasn't worth dying for. Just then, Lilith leapt back in through the window, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Miss Lilith didn't even get to do anything. You said I'd handle the rest. Edward scratched her head. I didn't expect Dementors to actually be afraid. Though it had only taken one prohibition to bring down the entire swarm, the spiritual cost had been massive. He couldn't sustain it for long. Humph. Off to the side, Audrey grumbled silently, I didn't even get to cast my Patronus charm yet. Edward then tapped his wand to his throat and amplified his voice to boom across the island. I'll give you all 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, everyone is to gather in front of the lighthouse. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But if you don't show up, I make no promises. Starting now. The hit wizards who had finally managed to get away from the lighthouse fell into turmoil. Should they go back, or keep running? But they soon realized it wasn't really a question. They had no way of escaping the island. After a bit of mental struggle, they had no choice but to return. Those with broken legs and mangled limbs were worse off. They wanted to gather at the lighthouse, but physically couldn't. Within 5 minutes, most of the hit wizards had gathered in front of the lighthouse. Edward stood atop the tower, looking down at them and declared. Listen up. From now until sunrise tomorrow, I don't want anyone disturbing us at Azkaban. Is that understood? What else could they say? Understood, they replied weakly. Very good. Now, hand over your wands, broomsticks, and any magically extended items you're carrying. I'll leave them all in Azkaban. Once tonight is over, you're free to retrieve them yourselves, Edward said. He wasn't lying either. The hit wizards were just doing their duty, guarding the inmates of Azkaban. Technically, they stood on the side of justice, Edward was the one acting outside the law. There was no reason to actually harm them for simply doing their job. Before long, everyone turned over their belongings. Edward flicked out a galleon, confirmed none of them would interfere with what came next, then operated directly to Azkaban with all the confiscated items. Almost at the same time, the lighthouse began flashing violently and emitting a sharp, high-pitched warning tone, signaling an intrusion into Azkaban. The group looked at one another. Practically all of Azkaban's enforcers and hit wizards were already here. What was the bloody point of that alarm, besides constantly irritating them? Inside Azkaban Castle, the moment Edward, Audrey, and Lilith stepped inside, they were met with an ambush by the 7 or 8 enforcers who had remained behind. Unfortunately for them, a few quick distortions turned their own spells against them, and they were promptly knocked out. After collecting their wands, Edward simply operated again, one round trip, and dumped them off on the lighthouse island with the others. Only then did the trio begin their exploration of the wizarding world's most infamous prison. Susie was let out of his coat pocket and looked around curiously, sniffing the air, only to have her tail tucked between her legs from the pungent, sour stench assaulting her nose. She was a noble dog, after all. When had she ever been to such a filthy place? The 2 men, the dog, and the orange cat first circled around the outer cell blocks. These were larger communal cells housing minor criminals, petty thieves, con artists, and the like. The recent departure of the enforcers, along with the bulk of the Dementors, had naturally alarmed the inmates. Some suspected someone was bold, or insane, enough to cause trouble in Azkaban. But after the enforcers left, everything went quiet again. No jailbreak, no return of the guards. No one knew what had happened. As they crowded by the doors and whispered theories among themselves, they spotted 2 men, accompanied by an orange cat and a butterfly-eared dog, strolling casually through the prison as if they were on a leisurely outing. Who were they? Pure-blood aristocrats. Ministry officials. But where were the escorts? Surely, they weren't breaking into Azkaban. Not with that kind of ease. Questions filled their minds. Unease spread. No one dared raise their voices or make a fuss. After all, for most of them, a few years would see them released. Even the heavier sentences rarely exceeded 5 or 6 years. Dementors also rarely came to this outer wing to feed, so why provoke trouble? Before long, the group finished touring the outer blocks and arrived at a thick stone door, sealed with anti-Alohomora enchantments. Typically, any wizard wishing to pass would need to dismantle the magical runes inscribed on the surface. But for Edward, a single door opening was all it took. Compared to the outer block, Azkaban's inner wing was a place of true darkness. Here, every prisoner was confined to a tiny solitary cell, fed only scraps of leftovers from the outer wing, just enough to keep them alive. Once locked away in these cells, there was no leaving, not until death. All bodily needs, eating, drinking, sleeping, and more, had to be handled inside. The conditions were so foul that the stench could be smelled long before one reached the cells. Before the trio even got close, a dozen Dementors descended silently, their pale, horrifying hands stretching toward Edward and Audrey, hungering for the warmth of their emotions. Let Miss Lilith handle this. Lilith called out cheerfully. Edward paused, yielding the field. He gave Audrey a glance, and she responded immediately, casting frenzy and mass chaos, sending the Dementors into disarray midair. Lilith darted forward, dashing along the walls and leaping to the top of the tower. From there, she rapidly unleashed her incitement ability on the disoriented creatures. By the time the Dementors began to recover from the spells, they were already attacking each other. In the nearest cell, a prisoner who had been slumped in the corner like a corpse suddenly stirred at the noise. Crawling to the bars, he spotted the group approaching and cried out in desperation, "Help! Get me out of here! I don't care who you are, my life is yours if you get me out. I swear it. I swear." His shouting quickly attracted the attention of nearby prisoners. Though they didn't know who the intruders were, anyone clashing with Dementors clearly wasn't here by official channels. They began crawling to their doors, shouting, "Please! Take us with you! Save us! I never want to see those damn things again. I know where a treasure is hidden. Take me out and I'll tell you. I swear on my mother's name." Still, only a handful spoke up. Most remained sprawled on the ground, like the dead. Some had already gone mad, muttering gibberish or laughing hysterically. The British ministry had built Azkaban because capital punishment was outlawed. But in truth, being imprisoned here was arguably more torturous than death. After several minutes of chaotic fighting, only one Dementor remained, and it had been torn nearly to shreds by its own kind, barely holding itself together. Having lost its targets, it regained a sliver of clarity and fled without hesitation. Lilith strutted back proudly. "Well, isn't Miss Lilith amazing? Impressive," Edward said with a thumbs up. Hee hee. They paid no mind to the fleeing Dementor and instead approached the nearest cell. "Your turn, Audrey," Edward said. "I'll back you up fully." The prisoner begging at the door was a long-haired man, though, to be fair, nearly everyone in Azkaban had long hair. Who would bother giving the condemned a haircut? His face was filthy, his matted hair clumped into greasy tangles, and he reeked of rot. As Edward drew close, the man shoved his hand through the bars, baring yellow-black teeth in a grotesque grin. "Save me. I'm yours. I'll do anything. Anything." Edward casually flicked out a galleon and glanced at Audrey. "He's lying." The man slammed his head into the bars in frustration. "No. I swear. I swear. Just get me out of this damned place." Audrey calmly cast Soothe, bringing his emotions under control. She smiled gently and said, "Then let's talk. If it goes well, maybe I'll consider letting you out. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 675 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Sirius Black. Yes, yes. He nodded frantically. But the surrounding prisoners were confused. "You came to Azkaban in the middle of the night, just to chat. Are you out of your mind?" Even after being tortured by Dementors every day, none of them had gone that insane. Silence. Edward cast a glance at them. "Everyone will get a chance to talk. Everyone will get a chance to leave. But only if you keep quiet." The prisoners' voices gradually died down, fading into silence. Only a few who had clearly gone mad were still laughing and shouting hysterically, so Edward simply erased their mouths altogether. Once the surroundings were mostly quiet, he waved his wand and conjured a chair for Audrey. "Can you tell me your name?" "Elfin, Rosier." "What were you imprisoned for?" I was framed." "Framed for what?" "They said I was a Death Eater. But I was actually under the Imperius curse. By the time I came to my senses, I was already standing trial." Audrey nodded noncommittally, lighting a candle as she casually asked, "Do you still have any family?" "Yes." "What's your relation to Vinda Rosier of the Rosier family?" "She's my niece." "And how would you describe life in Azkaban?" He gritted his teeth. "Miserable. Horrible. Worse than death." "Oh. And yet you haven't committed suicide. Why is that?" "Huh." Audrey's conversation with Elfin Rosier unfolded steadily. As the candlelight flickered, Elfin's gaze grew more and more unfocused, his consciousness slipping away. Audrey had begun speaking directly with his mind. Once she had fully entered the right state, Edward layered several defensive enchantments on her, then left Lilith and Susie nearby to stand watch while he moved on to inspect the other cells. Roughly 80% of the prisoners here were men, and 20% were women. All of them wore tattered clothes, with filthy, matted hair and grime-covered faces. Unless he got up close, it was nearly impossible to tell who was who at a glance. Edward took out a notebook and, recalling everything he had seen along the way, began recording the architecture and layout of Azkaban. By the time he was done, he had reached the central section of the prison. Can anyone tell me which of you are Death Eaters? He looked around as he asked. I know. I know. A prisoner instantly shot up his hand and shouted, Selwyn, Rookwood, Avery, Travers, Yaxley, Bellatrix, Sirius Black. He rattled off over 20 names in one breath, most of them from the so-called Sacred 28 families. Oh, and Rosier too. The one your friend is talking to, he's absolutely a bona fide Death Eater. He's always taken pride in that. Edward smiled. And what about you, sir? Why are you in here? I just accidentally killed a few muggles, he mumbled. But it was really an accident. I was attacked, and I fought back. My spell went off course, exploded, and killed some passing muggles. Edward flicked a coin and raised an eyebrow. Huh. You're telling the truth. Of course, sir. I'm just an ordinary wizard. Even if I did kill someone by accident, I shouldn't be locked up for life. Tell me where the Death Eaters you mentioned are being held. He quickly pointed in every direction as he spoke. Selwyn's over there, Rookwood's there, Bellatrix is that way, and Sirius is in the cell next to hers. Thank you for your help. Then can you let me go now? No rush. One step at a time. Edward took out a piece of chocolate and tossed it to him. In Azkaban, chocolate was more valuable than anything else. Dementors fed on joy, and chocolate, or anything high in sugar, helped restore a person's happiness. Thank you, thank you. Edward then stopped in front of each Death Eater's cell for a few seconds. These people were clearly well taken care of by the Dementors. Some were curled up in corners, unconscious, others mumbled incoherently like lunatics. A few were outright screaming about how the Dark Lord would come to rescue them and lead the Death Eaters to rule the wizarding world. One of those screamers was Bellatrix. The Dementor's torment hadn't broken her loyalty in the slightest, in fact, it had only driven her deeper into madness. Seeing Edward approach, she pressed her forehead against the bars, tilting her head and grinning maniacally. Here to take revenge on the Death Eaters. Who are you? Did we kill your wife? Your son? Don't worry, the Dark Lord will reunite you with them very soon. He. Edward's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, the bars of her cell came alive, twisting into coils and tightening around her throat, lifting her off the ground. Bellatrix thrashed wildly, but it was no use. She could only watch in horror as her vision darkened and her breath grew shorter and shorter. Just when she thought she was going to die, the bars strangling her throat suddenly loosened. Though she was still hanging in midair, at least she wouldn't die for the time being. He, you don't dare kill me, you're afraid the Dark Lord will avenge me, make you wish you were dead. Edward no longer paid her any attention. He walked forward and stopped in front of Sirius Black's cell. Like the rest of the Death Eaters, he huddled in the corner without moving a muscle. It wasn't until Edward stared at him for a full minute or two that he slowly sat up. His head drooped, long, greasy hair covering most of his face. A low, hoarse laugh escaped his lips. What are you staring at? Bang. He suddenly lunged forward and slammed into the bars with a loud clang, stretching out his hands, clawing at Edward. Come on. Don't just stand there, get in if you like watching so much. His bloodshot eyes gleamed as he grinned, revealing yellowed teeth no different from the other prisoners. Hey, with that soft skin of yours, I bet you'd taste delicious. Edward tossed a piece of chocolate through the bars. Sirius instinctively caught it, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. Then, without even unwrapping the foil, he shoved the entire thing into his mouth and chewed with a twisted grin. So, you're here for the Black family fortune too? Edward considered for a moment before asking, Sirius, why exactly were you imprisoned? Hey, don't you read the papers? I remember I was front page back then. He spread his arms dramatically and shouted, I, Sirius Black, James Potter's best friend, betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord, killed Peter Pettigrew, and blew up an entire street. Oh, impressive. Very impressive. Edward clapped lightly. For some reason, Sirius could feel the mockery in his tone. So if I let you out now, would you continue to serve your Dark Lord? Of course. Wonderful. I'd like to serve the Dark Lord too. Become a Death Eater. Why don't you take me with you? Sirius suddenly didn't know how to respond. Edward's smile faded. All right. That's enough joking around. Sirius. A while back, Dumbledore learned the truth about that night from Peter Pettigrew. Peter. He's dead. Died by my hand. Edward spread his hands. Actually, no. He transformed into a rat using his animagus ability at the moment of the explosion, and hid for over 10 years. Impossible. You're lying. Sirius gripped the bars tightly and roared with rage. But now he really is dead. Burned to ashes in fiend fire, Edward shrugged. That's why Dumbledore can't help you clear your name and get you released. Fury flashed in Sirius's eyes. He let out a low, guttural growl like a wounded wolf. Then who are you? What the hell are you doing here? And where are the damn enforcers and dementors? They won't be disturbing us anytime soon. As for me, you'll find out soon enough. Don't feed me that crap. Well, to be honest, I was supposed to come during the Christmas holidays, Edward said casually. Because I wanted to give someone a Christmas present. Sirius pointed at himself. Me? A Christmas present? Are you insane? Ha ha ha. Edward laughed. Harry Potter. That name must sound familiar to you. Sirius's pupils contracted. He hasn't had it easy all these years living with his aunt and uncle, bullied, mistreated, living under the roof of his only blood relatives, yet never once knowing what true family feels like. And you, as his godfather, I'd say you're the best Christmas gift he could receive. Sirius was momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his wariness. What do you want from me first? Simple. Edward raised his wand. Click. The cell door creaked open. Before Sirius could react, a wand was tossed into his hands. Soon, when I tell you to kill someone, you kill them. As Sirius stepped out of the cell, the first thing he saw was Bellatrix still suspended midair. She clutched the bars tightly, glaring at him with an eerie grin. Sirius, you really are a disgrace to the Black family. Always liked mixing with mudbloods, now you suddenly decide to serve the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord he will return and kill you. Sirius muttered, you'd better worry about yourself first, Bellatrix. When Edward returned with the still suspicious Sirius in tow, Audrey was already performing psychological therapy on her 10th subject. Lilith and Susie flanked her like two loyal sentinels, standing guard. The reason she worked so quickly was, of course, because she wasn't actually treating them like a real therapist would. There were no patient listens, no gentle counseling. It was all done with supernatural force. For those with mental disturbances, placate. The ones howling like maniacs, suppression spells. Anyone who dared get violent, frenzy. And finally, all were forcibly treated through powerful psychic cues. Of course, this relatively crude form of acting wouldn't help much with potion digestion progress, but it was still far quicker than dealing with moody Hogwarts students going through puberty. What's she doing? Therapy. 4 prisoners. Does the wizarding world not have psychiatrists? Sirius's eyes flashed, and his expression turned gloomy. I remember Lily once mentioned it. Oh. When we were beating up Snape, she told us, if we were so messed up in the head, we should go home and see a therapist. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 226, Your Name. What a horrible story. The two of them muttered in complaint. Sirius took a deep breath and asked, you came all the way to Azkaban in the middle of the night just to give these people psychological treatment. He left the second half of the sentence unspoken, you lot are the ones who should be seeing a psychiatrist. Edward walked over to Audrey. Any of them cured? She shook her head. Some have already been driven mad by the Dementors, and for others, it's not as simple as psychological trauma, even if I forcefully use psychological cues, there's no way to actually cure them. I see. Then I'll try a different method of treatment. Hope you don't mind me interfering with your work. As he finished speaking, he pointed quickly to 3 of the cells holding Death Eaters. Sirius, you take care of those 2 over there. I'll handle this one. What? Edward strode to the front of one cell, drew his revolver, and without hesitation, fired 3 shots. Without wands or magic, a wizard's physical resilience wasn't necessarily better than a muggle's. After 3 shots, the Death Eater inside was more than dead. Edward holstered his gun and smiled. When you're dead, there's no more psychological suffering. That counts as a form of treatment too, doesn't it? The rest of the prisoners suddenly reacted, bursting into cries of panic and desperation. Guards. Where are the Aurors? The Dementors? Someone help. Someone's broken in. Damn it, where are the guards? Help. Somebody help us. Edward immediately raised the revolver again and aimed at the noisy crowd. Whoever makes another sound, dies next. After a moment, he turned to Sirius. What are you standing there for? Get to it. Don't tell me you can't bring yourself to kill a few Death Eaters. Sirius pushed his long hair back and grinned darkly. No, I just think, this is too good for them. He suddenly turned, and his wand released a beam of deadly green light. Avada Kedavra. At some point, large snowflakes began to fall again from the pitch-black sky. The bone-piercing winds blew them into the inner halls of Azkaban. The outer wing prisoners huddled together, trembling in fear. After the group, 2 men, a dog, and a cat, entered the prison's depths, there had been no more sound for a long while. Just when the prisoners thought they'd left after rescuing their target, several furious and venomous shouts rang out. Someone was using the killing curse. In the span of half a minute, at least 20 Avada Kedavras had been cast. The inmates had no idea what was happening inside, let alone whether the killers would suddenly burst out and start massacring everyone else too. Their fear and panic only grew. Sirius stood panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, staring down at the 2 corpses he had executed, corpses which he had then blasted and hexed a dozen more times. After a long pause, he finally calmed his breath and turned to Edward. Anyone else? The rest of the inmates were utterly silent, terrified he might turn and throw a killing curse their way too. Edward coughed twice and said, "Don't worry, I'll stop soon. The rest are yours to deal with." Audrey, though still somewhat uncomfortable with the slaughter happening around her, didn't find it inappropriate. Just as Sirius had said, killing them outright was too merciful, they should have been left here to rot, tormented slowly by the Dementors. But Edward knew the truth, Voldemort would inevitably return and rescue these old followers of his. If they weren't eliminated now, they'd become future threats. Time passed slowly. Audrey moved from cell to cell, administering her version of treatment. Sirius, standing right behind her, would immediately execute each Death Eater once she was finished. The inmates who weren't Death Eaters gradually began to relax. Audrey and Sirius had become like death itself, wherever they went, people died. "What's your name?" "Claude Selwyn." "Avada Kedavra." "What's your name?" "Carfield." "Avada Kedavra." Edward stood to the side holding Lilith in his arms. Suddenly, an odd thought occurred to him. If the scene were turned into a painting, maybe I'd call it, Your Name. At that moment, Lilith climbed onto Edward's shoulder and whispered, "Edward, I want to go out and take a walk." "Susie too." "Susie. Since when?" Edward immediately guessed what she was planning and nodded. "All right." He carried the 2 of them through the stone gate and placed them just outside, before turning and heading back in. By this time, Audrey had arrived at Bellatrix's cell. The moment she saw Bellatrix's face, Audrey instantly realized she had seen it before, inside the Longbottom couple's mental world. At the time, Bellatrix and another man had taken the lead in tormenting the poor couple, laughing maniacally as they did. The most crucial thing was that Audrey had later learned, in that world, Neville had still been living peacefully at home. But that was just a fantasy, a delusion the couple had clung to. In reality, little Neville had been right there, watching the entire thing as his parents were tortured into insanity by the Cruciatus curse. That was why the matriarch Longbottom had painfully chosen to erase that memory from her grandson's mind, causing damage that left him with a poor memory ever since childhood. Audrey's expression darkened immediately. This time, she didn't even bother lighting a candle before speaking. "What's your name?" Bellatrix burst into manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, don't you know already? Or rather, doesn't the one behind you know best? My name is Bellatrix Black, no, I am Bellatrix Riddle." "Ha ha 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 ha." Audrey silently stepped back and gave Sirius room. "She's all yours." But Sirius hesitated. Even though he knew Bellatrix was a thoroughly wicked Death Eater, even though he knew she was crueler and more merciless than the rest and deserved to die, she was still his cousin. He gripped his wand tightly, pointing it at Bellatrix. His arm trembled slightly. "Come on, Sirius, kill me. Kill me. Ha 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 ha. You disgrace of the family, the shame of the House of Black, the pitiful traitor who turned his back on purebloods, kill me. Kill me now." She shrieked madly, struggling with all her might, as if she wanted to lunge forward and tear out Sirius's throat with her teeth. Edward pulled out his revolver again. "Want me to take care of her instead?" Sirius leaned in close and spoke in a low voice, "The Black family, no, the entire Sacred 28 are the same. They were never noble because they were pure-blooded. It's because of them that being pure-blooded appears noble. You've got the order backwards, Bella. Otherwise, why would you pledge loyalty to Tom Riddle, that filthy half-blood? Shut up. Shut up. The Dark Lord is not a half-blood. He is the most noble of Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light. The fury and madness in Bellatrix's eyes instantly vanished. Her limbs went limp, still suspended midair by the warped iron bars. Clang. Sirius's wand slipped from his fingers and hit the floor. His expression remained calm. She was the last Death Eater here. Man, I hope Voldemort comes running, expecting a grand reunion, only to walk right into this lovely surprise, he added with a shrug. Then again, word of what happened tonight will spread soon enough. Voldemort is bound to find out. Audrey said, "Edward, my spirituality is nearly depleted. I can't continue." Edward gently took her cold hand and spoke warmly, "I'm sorry. You've worked hard tonight." She gave a sweet smile. "Not at all. I came here to play my part, didn't I? Their moment of tenderness made Sirius unconsciously step back a little. In his eyes, these were two men in their 30s being lovey-dovey. Sure, same-sex love was common in England, but that didn't mean everyone was into it. All right, let's wipe their memories and get out of here. Audrey hesitated as she looked back at the rows of cells. Some of the prisoners aren't Death Eaters, but they're even more despicable than most Death Eaters. Some of them killed muggles just for fun. Before Edward could speak, Sirius had already raised his wand. His voice was icy. Which ones? Well then. Did Sirius just unlock some kind of hidden trait? Audrey quietly gave the cell numbers, and Sirius, like a cold-blooded assassin, stalked off wand in hand. Wait a sec, Edward called, pulling out a vial of polyjuice potion. Pluck a hair and drop it in. Make them drink it before you finish them. Why? You don't want the ministry chasing you endlessly after this, do you? Sirius understood. He strode over to a prisoner, cast the Imperious Curse, and forced him to drink the polyjuice potion. When the men transformed into a copy of Sirius, the green light of the killing curse followed right after. The other prisoners, who had just started to feel some semblance of safety, were once again thrown into panic. Weren't they only killing Death Eaters? What happened to that plan? A few minutes later, Sirius had finished off the targeted dark wizards and shoved the transformed body into his own old cell. He returned and asked, anyone else? Nope, Edward yawned. Then I declare tonight's operation a complete success. Let's go get some sleep. The trio passed through the stone gate into the outer section of Azkaban. Sirius glanced back in astonishment. What spell was that just now? It let us walk right through. Just a little trick. Don't worry about it, Edward replied. That's not a little trick. Sirius was about to keep questioning when a chorus of shouting erupted around them. He turned and saw the prisoners in the outer cells breaking into fights, shouting curses and howls of pain echoing throughout the prison. What the hell happened to them? Edward and Audrey weren't surprised at all. To Audrey, Azkaban was the perfect place to play her role. And for Lilith, it was just as suitable. Soon, Lilith and Susie came running back. Lilith's face was full of smug delight, but just as she opened her mouth to speak, she stopped herself and looked toward Sirius. You can talk, Edward said. Yay. Lilith beamed. Edward, Miss Lilith's potion is almost fully digested. You're amazing, Miss Lilith. Hee hee. Audrey picked Lilith up and cast a sideways glance at Edward. That means our Miss Lilith is one step closer to becoming human. Edward. Just say it if you want to brag. Why are you looking at me like that? Note, 775 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Dumbledore, I've had enough of them. Beside him, Sirius exclaimed in shock, she's an animagus. Wait, no, how can an animagus talk? As a seasoned illegal animagus, Sirius had some authority on the subject. After transforming, an animagus became just an ordinary animal, incapable of speech, unable to use magic, and if they stayed that way too long, even their instincts would begin to be affected. Lilith isn't an animagus. Just think of her as a magical creature. But magical creatures can't. He immediately shut his mouth. There were so many types of magical creatures out there, he couldn't be sure there wasn't one that looked like a talking cat. You'll understand eventually. For now, let's go. Go where? Sirius asked. Hogwarts. You should transform into a dog first. All right. His body quickly shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a filthy, black dog. Susie's eyes widened. If the dog hadn't been so dirty, she would have pounced right over to sniff him. Under her stare, Sirius instinctively took a step back and tucked his tail between his legs. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from this butterfly-sized dog, a dominating presence from a higher being, pressing down on a lower one. It didn't feel like he was being watched by a dog, but by a beast. Before he could make sense of it, someone grabbed the scruff of his neck and hoisted him up. The scene before him twisted for a moment, and when it cleared, he found himself in a place both familiar and strange. Hogwarts. Not long after Edward and the others left Azkaban, a dozen enormous shadows came flying in from the north, cutting through the snow-laden skies at astonishing speed, heading straight for the island. They were fire dragons. Some were massive, others smaller, and they came in different breeds. But they all had one thing in common, each was covered in injuries, with iron shackles locked around their limbs. On their backs rode a group of short-statured, hideous-faced goblins. Oi! That's Azkaban up ahead. Make it quick and clean. With a loud crack, a one-eyed goblin snapped his whip. The fire dragons let out low, guttural roars as they dove straight toward the fortress. This time, we're taking back what's ours. Take it back. Sirius raised his head and gazed at the distant silhouette of Hogwarts castle. He let out a deep bark from his throat. Then he turned his head and saw a strange, massive tree covered in snow. He immediately recognized it, the Whomping Willow. Beneath it was the secret entrance to the Shrieking Shack. As memory surged forth, he was taken back to a time long gone. He remembered the Marauders, what they shared here, what they did. Who would have thought that years later, the once glorious group would be torn apart? One betrayed them, one was murdered, another lived as an outcast, and the last, himself, was left wandering with no place to call home. You'll stay here tonight. I'll arrange a meeting for you with Dumbledore and Harry as soon as I can. Woof. Sirius barked again and bolted forward, diving into the Shrieking Shack with practiced ease. Susie looked on curiously. Audrey, when he turns into a dog, is he still considered human? I mean, I can clearly sense his human aura, but it feels like there's just a dog standing there. That's the strange thing about Animagi, Audrey replied. Then she raised an eyebrow. Wait, Susie, don't tell me you're interested in him. A dog with human intelligence and a man who could turn into a dog himself, oh dear, Audrey didn't even want to imagine that. Susie, however, looked genuinely confused. Interested, in what? Lilith huffed. Puffed. A mutt like that. Miss Lilith could take on a whole pack of them. Yeah, maybe now wasn't the time to talk about topics like that with these two. Audrey turned to Edward. Are you going to tell Professor Dumbledore about tonight? Whether I do or not doesn't really matter, Edward said. He'll easily guess it was us anyway. Still, giving him a heads up might help him prepare for what's coming. Audrey looked a little concerned. We kept it from him beforehand, and now we're only telling him after it's all done. Isn't that kind of bad? Oh, it's very bad, Edward agreed wholeheartedly. If I were Dumbledore, I'd be furious. But some things, even if they're bad, just have to be done. We didn't have the strength before, but now that we do, we have to use our return wisely, to eliminate every last dangerous element we can. How do you think the Ministry will handle the whole Azkaban situation? Edward thought for a moment. There's no way they can cover it up, not that I'm going to let them. That beetle reporter of ours will be making sure the news spreads far and wide. The real question is whether this can be leveraged to further damage Fudge's reputation. That part is up to Dumbledore. Audrey pursed her lips and muttered, 2 major surprises in one night, I wonder if he'll be able to handle it. 2. Edward blinked. Oh, you mean Barty Crouch? Exactly. He's probably already gone to confess to the professor by now. Ah. Oh, Merlin's beard. Inside the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, dressed in an adorable pair of fuzzy pajamas and a bauble nightcap, listened to Edward's good news and smacked a hand against his forehead. Truly, thank you so much, Edward. The gratitude in his voice was anything but genuine. You've really gone out of your way to consider my well-being. Edward coughed. To be honest, Professor, giving Fudge a hard time was only a secondary goal tonight. The main objective was to deal with the Death Eaters in Azkaban. Voldemort is returning soon. He'll definitely try to rescue his old followers. Rather than wait for them to come after you, or me, or the students of Hogwarts, it's better to take care of them early, once and for all. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. You're right. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. Did you get Sirius out? Yes, I've arranged for him to stay in the Shrieking Shack for now. When I suggested reopening Sirius's case due to questionable evidence, Fudge promptly forbade me from even visiting Azkaban. I haven't even had a chance to bring up Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore's expression grew more frustrated. Sometimes I wonder, following all the rules, playing along with Fudge's game of campaigning for minister, was I just being a fool? Dumbledore's expression grew complicated. After a long hesitation, he finally opened his mouth. It's about one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup. I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. What happened? I tried to negotiate with the goblins at Gringotts to retrieve the cup hidden there, but I was met with flat rejection. No, actually, I was outright thrown out of Gringotts. Edward was rendered speechless. You, the great white lord of the wizarding world, actually got bullied by a bunch of goblins. But after thinking it over, he responded seriously, that's not true. Just as you said last time, if no one abides by the rules and laws, the wizarding world would fall into chaos. That's not the future you want to see. People like me, one is more than enough. Do you need me to go to Gringotts for the cup? Dumbledore nodded, then shook his head. This time, you'll come with me. I'll make one final attempt to negotiate. If that fails, we'll take action together. Edward was stunned. Take action, together. The old man stroked his beard and said with a rare trace of irritation, "I've endured those goblins long enough." Merlin's beard. Dumbledore never even looked like this when dealing with Voldemort. Those goblins must have really crossed the line. All right then. I'll wait for your message. Just then, something else seemed to occur to Dumbledore. By the way, before Snape was taken away this morning, he told me specifically that last night's Dark Mark incident might have something to do with Malfoy. He did go missing for a short while. You used legilimency to verify it. I did. Malfoy again. Was he imperious again? Edward couldn't help but look exasperated. Professor, is the security at Hogwarts really that bad? A flicker of guilt appeared on Dumbledore's face. Of course, Edward understood. It's easy to be a thief every day, but impossible to guard against one every day. Wizards weren't like cultivators who possess spiritual senses, able to detect even a mouse sneaking into their territory. Unless Dumbledore deliberately focused all his attention on someone, he couldn't use the castle's enchantments to keep constant tabs on their location and condition. And if he did that, he might as well change careers and become Hogwarts' magical surveillance guard. In the coming days, I'll use divination to screen everyone as quickly as possible. As long as the culprit is still inside Hogwarts, they won't escape. Thank you. What's the situation with Professor Snape now? Dumbledore's expression turned grim. He's still being interrogated. Fudge has repeatedly tried to pressure him into confessing and even attempted to shift the blame onto me. Thankfully, he still doesn't have absolute power in the Ministry. As long as Severus doesn't admit anything, there's nothing Fudge can do. He won't try any extreme methods, will he? Forcing a confession under duress. Dumbledore's gaze turned sharp at once. I won't give him the chance. As he spoke, he tapped his chest with his finger. In an instant, his adorable nightgown transformed into his usual austere wizard's robe. He raised his hand toward Fawkes the Phoenix, who let out a low cry and landed gently on his wrist. I'm going to pay a visit to my old friends on the Wizengamot. They've probably long gone to bed, but I'm sure they'll welcome my visit. Good luck, Professor. The next second, Fawkes carried Dumbledore away in a flash of fire. Yawn on. Edward stretched and yawned. Finally, I can go back to sleep. Tomorrow's bound to be a beautiful day. The next morning, Edward was shaken awake by Cedric. Arms folded, Cedric looked at him in disbelief. You slept in. What on earth did you do last night? I waited until I passed out, and you still weren't back. Edward sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes and muttering, what else could I be doing? Practicing magic, of course. With Audrey. Aha. You spent half the night alone with such a gorgeous girl, and all you did was practice magic. Aha. Cedric rolled his eyes. What kind of idiot actually does that? Well, I didn't practice magic with Audrey all night, but I did spend the whole night studying ancient Faceac with her. Bloody hell, I would have rather practiced magic. You don't get it. Once you start chasing after Cho, you'll understand. Cedric immediately looked skeptical. Yeah, right. Like I'd fall for that. Edward jumped out of bed and looked around. Huh. Where's Lilith? When I woke up, I saw her run off to play. Cedric pushed Edward toward the washroom, hands firmly on his back. Go wash up. If we're late, the good food'll be gone. Aye, sir. In reality, Hogwarts meals were pretty much unlimited. As long as you didn't waste food, you could eat as much as you wanted. The house elves in the kitchens were more than happy to work around the clock. When the two arrived at the Great Hall, the students were enjoying their meals while discussing the latest drama, Snape and Karkaroff being taken to the Ministry, and the return of that wretched pink toad, Umbridge. After a couple of quiet days, the hype around Celebrity Edward had finally died down. Now only a few students occasionally cast curious glances his way. Compared to the kind of attention Harry used to get, this was nothing, much to Edward's relief. No news from Azkaban yet. A matter this big, Edward didn't believe for a second that the Ministry could suppress it. Reporters, like a swarm of flies, would never let a story this juicy slip through the cracks. Just as Edward lifted a glass of milk to his lips, a loud flurry of flapping wings erupted from outside. A whole wave of owls flew in, dropping letters, packages, and newspapers to each person with impeccable aim. Pleh, pleh, pleh. Ron spat out the feather that had floated into his mouth, grumbling, why do these damn birds always deliver mail during mealtime? Hermione immediately explained, because it's the only time everyone is gathered in one place. Otherwise, they'd have to search every single room individually. But, ugh, swallowing feathers is bad enough, what if one of those owls has diarrhea mid-flight? Hermione glared at him fiercely. Shut up, Ron. Thud. Just then, a long, heavy package dropped into Harry's lap, startling him. Huh. Someone actually sent me a parcel. Ron grabbed another chicken leg and chuckled, what's weird about that? You've got family, don't you? Oh no. If it is from them, I don't even want to imagine what's inside. Harry adjusted his glasses nervously. What if they sent me the broom I used to clean their house? Just open it and see. Ron began tearing open the packaging. Soon, a broom appeared before them. Harry stared, stunned. They really did send me a broom. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, this is my Christmas gift to you. No. Are you out of your mind, Harry? That's the latest model of the Nimbus 2000. Another Nimbus 2000. Harry scratched his head. He had just received a Nimbus 2000 before Halloween, something Professor McGonagall had specifically requested from the headmaster for the Quidditch match. And now he had received another one. He quickly rummaged through the package but found no information about the sender. Could it have been sent to the wrong person? Ron stood by, his face full of envy. No way. Owls never deliver to the wrong address. This is awesome, Harry. You now have 2 Nimbus 2000s. You could. Hermione pursed her lips. Use one for Quidditch, and the other for sweeping. You're hopeless. You two are the hopeless ones. The usual bickering between the two resumed as Harry stared at the broomstick, deep in thought. Suddenly, he remembered what Edward had told him a few days ago, wait until Christmas, or maybe even earlier. I'll definitely give you a gift you'll love. Could it be from Edward? Yes. When he got the first Nimbus 2000, Edward had been away on a study tour. But still, this gift was way too expensive. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up to go find Edward. Whoa. The Weasley twins suddenly shouted from not far away. Big news. Huge news. Azkaban was breached last night. More than half of the prisoners have escaped. This is massive. The two of them began reading the headlines aloud, one sentence at a time. This is a scandal unseen in centuries. A gross dereliction of duty by the Ministry of Magic. An indictment of the incompetence of Minister Cornelius Fudge. Just think, if the top official of the ministry can't maintain control and lets the most dangerous wizards roam free, threatening the lives of ordinary people, does such a minister even deserve to remain in office? Furthermore, most of the prisoners in Azkaban have connections, close or distant, to pureblood families. And as we all know, the majority of pureblood families once served you-know-who. Is there perhaps some inevitable link here? Is it not irresponsible to public safety that such wealthy and powerful groups exist within our wizarding world? If you still don't know the true face of the pureblood aristocracy, stay tuned for our next issue, where we will uncover their tangled web of connections to Lord Voldemort. Hearing this, the Weasley twins were stunned. Did the Daily Prophet suddenly switch sides? Why are they suddenly tearing into Fudge and the purebloods? Cedric rubbed his ears. I must be dreaming, Azkaban, breached. That's impossible. Edward furrowed his brows. Over half the prisoners escaped. What, did the enforcers, hit wizards, and Dementors just vanish? That shouldn't be possible, there were still quite a few Dementors stationed around Azkaban. So, maybe the report is exaggerated. His eyes instinctively turned toward the Slytherin table. Audrey was also looking over, a confused expression on her face. At this point, other students who subscribed to the paper also began reacting, a rising wave of gasps spreading throughout the hall. For all the young wizards present, if Hogwarts was considered the safest place, which it wasn't, then Azkaban was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Especially for those whose families had former Death Eaters, the news was terrifying. Edward scanned the hall, then turned to a fellow Hufflepuff sitting 2 seats away. Hey, Kevin, mind if I borrow your paper for a second? I'll give it right back. A Crewcut boy casually tossed the paper to him. Go ahead, I've got another one. It was an issue of the Wizarding Express. On the front page was an image of the crumbling, smoke-covered Azkaban fortress, with Dementors swarming in the sky and hit wizards and aurors flying on broomsticks. Azkaban breached. Majority of prisoners escape. The headline blazed in a bold, blood-red font that seemed to drip from the page. Last night, Azkaban was attacked twice in succession, resulting in the escape of a large number of inmates. This marks the first successful breach in over 2 centuries since Azkaban became Britain's wizarding prison. According to the hit wizards at the scene, they were briefly overwhelmed by 2 powerful dark wizards, who slew dozens of Dementors and confiscated their wands before leaving them on the lighthouse island. The attackers' identities remain unknown, as do the full details of the incident. While interviewing several hit wizards, some angrily complained, those 2 bastards broke their promise. They said they'd leave the items at Azkaban, but by the time we finally got back, there was nothing there. This has left us wondering what exactly happened that night. The reason we believe there were 2 waves of attacks comes from the testimony of the remaining prisoners. According to them, 2 wizards arrived first and left after the breach. Then a second group appeared, flying in on fire-breathing dragons and clashing with the Dementors, causing the collapse of Azkaban's fortress. The identities of this second group remain unknown. Actually, the identities of the first pair remain a mystery as well. As of now, the Ministry of Magic has yet to release an official statement. Edward put the paper down and gently patted his forehead. I forgot to return the confiscated items to them, damn it, and those guys even dared to report it in the papers. Could that second attack wave have been from Voldemort's people? What rotten luck. Cedric, who had been reading over Edward's shoulder, looked shocked. So it's true, that's almost unbelievable. Edward shook his head and sighed. Yeah, hard to imagine just how powerful a pair of wizards would have to be, to take down the hit wizards and Dementors on their own. Cedric suddenly raised an eyebrow and stared at Edward. Why are you looking at me like that? Last night, you and Audrey just so happened to go out late at night to practice magic, right? Yeah. You didn't go all the way to Azkaban to practice, did you? Edward looked completely shocked. You don't seriously think it was us, do you? Cedric rubbed his chin thoughtfully for quite a while. There's no way you two could be that powerful. TSK, just wait until the next report mentions that those two mysterious wizards had a cat and a dog with them. Cedric would definitely become even more suspicious. But so what if the traits were that obvious? They'd transformed into two completely fabricated identities, and both Lilith and Susie had changed their appearances. No one would ever suspect that two Hogwarts students had pulled it off. Just then, Harry walked over with the broomstick in his arms. Hey, Edward. Morning, Harry. What's up? He hesitated and asked, did you give me this broomstick? It's just too expensive. I feel kind of bad, I mean, I already have a Nimbus 2000, and there's really no need for a second one. Maybe you could return it. Edward blinked. But, I didn't give it to you. Harry was stunned too. It wasn't you. Then who? Oh, I think I know. It wasn't a difficult answer to guess. Edward quickly smiled and said, it must have been the Christmas present I'm going to give you. Why do I understand every word you just said, but not the sentence? You'll figure it out in the next few days. For now, just hold on to the broomstick. Worst case, you can always use it to sweep your dorm. Harry scratched his head and thought for a moment. All right, I'll rewrap it later so it won't get dirty, just in case I have to return it. Sure. If you don't want it, Sirius would rather set it on fire than return it. Oh. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins shot their arms into the air. Ha 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 ha. Fudge is finished. I declare, Dumbledore doesn't even need to campaign, just take office already. Their excitement quickly spread through the hall, and soon Gryffindor was in a full uproar. Their older brother Percy Weasley was stomping his feet furiously nearby, but it didn't help at all. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall came storming in, stern-faced and barking orders for everyone to head to class, that the Great Hall gradually quieted down. Inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Umbridge was pacing nervously back and forth in front of the fireplace, a pile of newspapers tossed haphazardly on the floor, all of them reporting on last night's incident at Azkaban. Though Umbridge seemed foolish at times, her political instincts were quite sharp. After all, she hadn't become the minister's most trusted confidant just by sucking up to Fudge. Strictly speaking, the Azkaban debacle wasn't directly Fudge's fault. But since he was the current Minister of Magic, it was only a matter of time before public opinion dumped the blame squarely on his shoulders. There weren't many days left before the ministerial election. Even with the support of the pureblood families, his chances of winning might be gone. And when that happened, what would she do? Whoosh! The flames in the fireplace suddenly flared up, and several figures stepped into the room. Leading them was none other than Cornelius Fudge himself, flanked by a few trusted aides. Oh, Minister. You're finally here. Fudge took off his hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered, it's too damn hot in here. What's the latest, Minister? What do you mean? I mean, Azkaban. Fudge's pudgy face darkened instantly. I suspect this is Dumbledore's doing. No. It has to be Dumbledore. Oh. Umbridge caught on immediately. Hey, you think I'm just falsely accusing him? No. I've got evidence. Fudge declared loudly. Just last week, he submitted an application to the Merlin Society about methods for killing Dementors. Then bam, last night, a bunch of Dementors were wiped out in the Azkaban attack. That's my proof. Umbridge opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She'd seen that application too, but Dumbledore had proposed luring Dementors into fighting each other, not some mysterious, unknown magic like what was reported last night. I've already ordered Dawlish to bring in a huge number of Dementors. Starting today, they'll have free reign to search Hogwarts. But, what if Dumbledore kills those Dementors too? Ha ha ha. That would be perfect. Then I'll have the Aurors arrest him on the spot and lock him up in Azkaban. Fudge took a deep breath and went on. I've also contacted the Hogwarts Board of Governors to push for Dumbledore's impeachment, and I'm submitting evidence of all his misconduct to the Wisengamot. Dumbledore's days are numbered. Umbridge immediately responded in her sickly sweet voice, brilliant as always, Minister. You've turned his evil plot on its head and transformed it into a blade aimed right back at him. Humph. Dumbledore may be a professional when it comes to teaching, but when it comes to politics, I'm the expert. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 229, Goblins. Then why can't we just issue an arrest warrant for Dumbledore? Umbridge asked. Even if we can't ultimately convict him, as long as we prevent him from running in the election, wouldn't that still achieve our goal? Fudge's face turned beet red. I tried. But Scrimgeour refused. Humph. After the election, I'm definitely replacing him with a more obedient head Auror. He put his hat back on and strutted out proudly. All right, let's go pay Dumbledore a visit. After the first class of the morning ended, as everyone filed out of their classrooms, they noticed something had changed. There was a chilling, oppressive atmosphere hanging over Hogwarts. It didn't take long before they saw the cause, swarms of Dementors stationed throughout the castle, not just outside the walls like last time. They moved in small groups of 3 to 5, escorted by 2 Aurors each, either patrolling or searching for something inside the castle. By noon, panic caused by the Dementors was already spreading rapidly among the younger students. Professor McGonagall eventually cancelled all afternoon classes, ordering everyone to remain in their dormitories or common rooms. Truth be told, Edward hadn't expected Fudge to go this far off the rails, pushing the Azkaban incident onto Dumbledore with no evidence, and then surrounding Hogwarts with Dementors. In a sense, this was a direct declaration of war against Dumbledore. Did he really think Dumbledore wouldn't lose patience and charge from level 1 to level 10 of the Ministry with just a wand? Oh, right, he wasn't worried, because he had no idea what Dumbledore was truly capable of. In Fudge's mind, Dumbledore was probably equivalent to 3 or 4 Aurors, tops. I was wrong. I overestimated Fudge's intelligence and moral compass when threatened, Edward said, looking at Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Professor. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. I didn't expect Cornelius to be this foolish either. All he had to do was play his role as minister, issue a public statement, and assure everyone he would do everything in his power to catch the perpetrators. But instead, he thinks he's caught me red-handed and is now trying to use the Dementors to force me to back down. Lilith, perched on Edward's shoulder, chimed in sweetly, Professor Whitebeard, Miss Lilith can help take care of those things, you know. Thank you, Miss Lilith, Dumbledore replied with a smile. But the real problem right now isn't the Dementors, it's Fudge. She tilted her head. Don't get it. Professor, Edward asked, have you found anything on the second group that attacked Azkaban? Was it Voldemort and the Death Eaters? Dumbledore shook his head. I don't think so. After collapsing the outer fortress, they went into Azkaban and released all the high-security prisoners. The inmates on the outer levels only reported seeing several dragons, with riders. The Dementors must know, right? Yes, but they can't speak, and legilimency doesn't work on them either. Edward nodded. Then we'll have to try necromancy. Audrey whispered, Professor, did we mess things up? Oh, not at all, Dumbledore said with a laugh. Quite the opposite. If you two hadn't taken care of the Death Eaters ahead of time, the situation would be far worse. Don't worry. Although the process came with some surprises, the outcome won't change. I believe Cornelius has already received that letter by now. Ministry of Magic, Level 1, Minister's Office. Fudge stood before a desk piled high with letters accusing him of abusing Dementors. He tore one letter to shreds in a rage, then furiously swept everything off his desk and smashed whatever he could reach. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Dumbledore, you bloody bastard. The election date had been moved up. Originally set for after the Christmas holiday, it had now been rescheduled to just before Christmas, specifically, December 20th. That meant only about a week remained. It was a unilateral notice. Before receiving it, he hadn't heard a thing. Which meant his position as minister was now all but a sham. Have these people forgotten I am the Minister of Magic? I hold the highest power and authority in the ministry. After a long silence, he muttered, No. I can't lose. I won't give up this post. No one can stop me, not even Dumbledore. He walked slowly to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flu powder, and tossed it in. Gringotts. With a loud whoosh, he disappeared into a swirl of green flames. Driving away Dementors was easy, just use the Patronus charm. Killing them wasn't too hard either, Instigation, Purification Halo, Light of Holiness, or Reaper's Cull all worked. But how did one capture a Dementor, destroy it without drawing attention, and still have enough time afterwards for necromancy? After much thought, Edward made a decisive choice. It's up to you, Sirius. As a former longtime resident of Azkaban, Dementors were undoubtedly very familiar with Sirius's scent. He'd be the perfect bait. The Dementors at Hogwarts, able to see, but not touch, wouldn't be able to resist. Sirius had no objections. He had thought he'd be able to reunite with Harry within the next couple of days, but then Hogwarts got swarmed by Dementors, forcing him to stay holed up in the Shrieking Shack. He hadn't even managed to sneak a single glance at Harry. That evening, during dinner, 2 Aurors escorted a patrol of 5 Dementors near the Whomping Willow. Suddenly, the Dementors seemed to catch a scent. They sharply changed direction and rushed straight toward the base of the willow. Then vanished into the roots. The 2 Aurors rushed forward, and their sudden movement immediately roused the Whomping Willow, which had appeared lifeless under a thick blanket of snow. It sprang into a frenzy, its withered branches whipping out to entangle them before delivering a fierce beating. Several nearby Auror teams quickly moved in to assist, but they too found themselves in trouble. Very few knew that pressing the knot on the trunk would make the tree stop attacking. Even if someone did know, it was of no use now, as the knot had already been covered up in advance. They shouted for the Dementors to help, but what could Dementors possibly do against a sentient tree? Meanwhile, the 5 Dementors, lured by Sirius' black scent, had entered the Shrieking Shack and followed the secret passage to Hogsmeade. Just as they thought their prey had finally given up on running and were rushing in gleefully to feast, they suddenly lost the ability to fly and crashed hard to the ground. It was that person again. Even with their limited intelligence, the Dementors hadn't forgotten the one who had stripped them of flight and wiped out dozens of their kind the night before. Now, like 5 crumpled black rags, they trembled in terror, writhing across the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. Edward and Audrey stepped out, no longer disguised, this time appearing as their real selves. Sirius blinked in surprise. It dawned on him that the 2 students were the same middle-aged couple from before. So this was how they truly looked. No wonder they'd seemed so intimate. It turned out they really were a couple. Then, another realization struck him. So the ones who had stormed Azkaban last night, provided therapy for the prisoners, slaughtered 2 or 3 dozen Death Eaters, he conveniently overlooked that he'd helped with that, and rescued him, were actually 2 Hogwarts students. Wait a second, since when were Hogwarts students this powerful? Not only were they frighteningly strong and ruthlessly efficient, but they could also handle Dementors like they were nothing. He had never imagined he would one day see Dementors filled with fear, looking so pitiful and helpless. After spending over a decade in prison, had the wizarding world changed so much that he barely recognized it anymore? Edward stepped slowly toward the writhing Dementors, golden, ethereal flames surging from his palm. As they touched one of the Dementors, it let out a blood-curdling screech before rapidly melting, evaporating, and disappearing completely. It was actually dead. Sirius opened his mouth in shock. That golden fire wasn't fiend fire, nor was it incendio, it looked almost like sunlight given form. Edward activated his spirit vision but saw no lingering souls. He then threw 3 more waves of fire, reducing 3 more Dementors to ash. He turned to the final one and said, "Cooperate, and you live. Resist, and you die. Do you understand?" The Dementor squirmed again, then went still, lying flat on the ground. That seemed like a yes. Edward quickly set up the summoning ritual and stepped back. After a few chants, he began the divination incantation. The ones who attacked Azkaban last night. The ones who attacked Azkaban last night. The ones who attacked Azkaban last night. He repeated it 7 times before closing his eyes and entering the dreamscape. And then, he saw himself inside the lighthouse, unleashing divine fury as he obliterated dozens of Dementors in a single blow. He had to admit, from a third-person point of view, he looked pretty cool. The vision soon shattered and shifted. 5 or 6 dragons appeared above Azkaban. The Dementors rushed upward to attack, and Edward saw the riders perched on the dragons, short, ugly goblins. Snap. The vision shattered completely. Edward awoke from the dream. Goblins. Audrey gasped in disbelief. Goblins. After multiple rebellions throughout history, goblins had their wands confiscated by wizards and were relegated to managing Gringotts. While that decision had always been controversial, it had the effect of limiting their activities to Gringotts alone. It wasn't impossible that a few rogue goblins still wandered the world, but to think they had the power to ride dragons and attack Azkaban. What were they after? Did they want to release dark wizards and throw the wizarding world into chaos for their own benefit? Or were they planning yet another rebellion? But the goblins were even weaker now than in the past. How could they possibly stand a chance? Wait, if their goal at Azkaban was to free Death Eaters, then perhaps they had allied themselves with Voldemort. Had Voldemort made them some kind of offer in exchange for their allegiance? That was not good news. And if that were the case, another question remained: was it just rogue goblins scattered across the world who had turned coat, or had Gringotts itself secretly allied with Voldemort? Sirius stood to the side, completely bewildered as he watched Edward light candles, sprinkle oils, and then lie down and fall asleep. He didn't think Edward was crazy, he was more convinced than ever that he himself had just spent too long in prison and was totally out of touch with the wizarding world. Edward summoned the golden flames once more and incinerated the final Dementor, then turned to Sirius and said, "All right, all done. The Aurors and Dementors will definitely be combing through the Shrieking Shack next, you'd better find a new hiding place." "Where? Why don't you go home for now? That should be safer." Sirius hesitated. "Oh right, that broomstick Harry has, was that a gift from you?" His eyes lit up immediately. "Yes. I heard he flies just like his father and joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, so I got him the newest model." "Well, it's a shame Harry already received a Nimbus 2000 last month. And a gift that expensive with no clear sender, he was too cautious to accept it. You should take the time at home to think about what kind of Christmas gift would actually be appropriate." Sirius's smile froze. "Fine." He nodded and, as he turned, transformed once more into a big black dog and vanished in a flash. Edward cleaned up the scene with a few spells, then operaed with Audrey to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore waved his wand, restoring everything that had been blown out of place by their arrival. "Well?" he asked. "It may be worse than we thought," Edward said gravely. "The second wave of Azkaban attackers were goblins." "Goblins?" Dumbledore frowned deeply. During the last war with Voldemort, the goblins remained officially neutral, but they were far from idle behind the scenes. Voldemort's downfall came too quickly for them to act. But this time, are they choosing a side? "I just don't get it," Edward said, puzzled. "Everyone knows Voldemort is a hardline pureblood supremacist. He can't even tolerate half-bloods, let alone non-human creatures like goblins. Even if he wins, would their status really improve?" He looked at Dumbledore seriously. "Professor, I think this is a question only the goblins themselves can answer." Dumbledore steepled his fingers and nodded slightly. "Tomorrow morning, we go to Gringotts." "All right. Note, enjoy no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from voting. Go go go. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 230, The Goblin's Provocation. Slytherin Common Room. Malfoy had been living quite comfortably these past few days, slowly reverting to his role as the little tyrant of Slytherin. Though he had been on edge for 2 days after possibly being controlled and involuntarily releasing the dark mark, the fact that no one had come to question him suggested that nobody knew. This allowed his tightly strung nerves to finally relax. The only thing that annoyed him was the return of those damn Dementors. Sure, it was nice not having to attend class, but being cooped up in the common room all afternoon was unbearably dull. "Malfoy, Crabbe, did you hear?" Goyle whispered. A few of the younger Demstrang students were crying in their sleep last night. Crabbe, munching on some snacks, muttered, "Why? Are they homesick?" Malfoy sneered, "They're probably terrified because their headmaster got arrested." He cast a sidelong glance at the Demstrang students huddled together. Even the upper years didn't cry, but they're clearly scared stiff, clinging to each other all day like they're afraid of being taken next. Goyle snickered gleefully. "If it were me, I'd be scared too," Crabbe added. Just then, an owl swooped in through the window and landed on Emily Larson's arm. The owl carried a letter tied to its leg. Emily unwrapped the letter and scanned it briefly before announcing, "No, we can't return until the headmaster has cleared his name." "Why not? Even if he did do something wrong, what's that got to do with us?" "Exactly." Victor Crumb's expression was grim. "It's not that simple. If there really is a problem with the headmaster, then maybe someone among us is involved too." "Hey, what are you trying to say?" He shook his head slowly. "I'm just stating what the British Ministry of Magic might be thinking. They're terrified of you-know-who." "Emily, aren't you worried at all?" someone asked. She immediately burst into a grin. "What's there to worry about? You all know Transfiguration is my favorite subject. And here at Hogwarts, not only do we have Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, 2 masters of Transfiguration, but also Professor Edward, who might not be any worse than them." A girl muttered under her breath, "Edward? He's only in 3rd year, and you're in 6th. Emily shrugged. "So what? As long as he can teach me to be as powerful as he is, I'll call him whatever he wants." She pulled out a few insects and fed them to her owl, which flapped its wings and flew off into the sky. "Humph, have you guys noticed? Ever since we came to Hogwarts, even the pets are getting picky." "Maybe the food here is just better," said a student lying across the table. "Not like Demstrang, always short on everything. Actually, staying here might not be such a bad idea. I'm telling Headmaster Karkaroff you said that." "You wouldn't dare." A few girls began to fight, bursting into laughter, attracting the wide-eyed, unblinking stares of several nearby boys. Malfoy was one of them. "You-hoo." Suddenly, Audrey's voice rang out behind him, making him jump. "You, what do you want?" Audrey smiled sweetly. "What? Did you have your eye on a girl? Want me to help introduce you?" Malfoy immediately raised his chin and huffed, "Humph. Like I'd be interested in some bumpkins from the north." "Tut tut tut," Audrey knocked him on the head. "At your age, you should care about looks and personality when it comes to girls. What would a little brat like you know?" Malfoy's eyes twitched with mischief. "You seem to know a lot. Then why don't you introduce them to Edward?" "Oh wait, you don't have to. They'll go running to him on their own." Audrey knocked him again. "Did you just call him Edward?" "It's Professor Edward, thank you very much." As she spoke, she looked toward the Demstrang students. Emily, still laughing with her friends, felt the gaze and looked back. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, only gave a wave and a cheerful smile. The next morning. Following last night's Dementor incident near the Whomping Willow, Hogwarts expressed strong condemnation and outrage. Many people had witnessed what happened. The 5 Dementors suddenly broke free from control and surged toward the Whomping Willow, then disappeared into the Shrieking Shack tunnel and slipped into Hogsmeade, vanishing without a trace. Letting 5 such dangerous creatures, capable of slaughtering wizards and muggles alike at any moment, roam free was an act of reckless irresponsibility. It endangered not just the magical world but also risked a major breach of the International Statute of Secrecy, significantly increasing the likelihood of wizardkind being exposed. And the cause of this disaster? None other than Minister Fudge, who, without evidence and against the advice of all parties, insisted on flooding Hogwarts with Dementors. So that very morning, the minister's office was flooded with complaint letters, howlers, and even formal motions of censure. This sent Cornelius Fudge into a frenzy, pacing and bellowing in outrage until, finally, he grudgingly agreed to withdraw half of the Dementors. That outcome was something Edward truly hadn't expected. Meanwhile, Umbridge was left jittery and uncertain by Fudge's retreat. "Come on, Minister," she thought, "are you even reliable? Yesterday, you were bragging to me that Dumbledore was finished, and today you're backing down already." During the first period defense against the dark arts class, she stormed into the classroom with a frosty expression, her gaze instantly catching that one of the Hufflepuff students was missing. It wasn't that she had memorized every Hufflepuff's face, only that this particular student had been her top target since arriving at Hogwarts. "Edward." She slammed her book onto the podium and said in a syrupy yet cutting voice, "Can anyone tell me where Edward is today? Off again on a school-funded exchange trip, perhaps?" The students exchanged looks with each other in silence. They were all quite used to Edward's absences by now. These days, seeing him in class was more surprising than not. "No one?" she asked again. "Professor, maybe Professor Edward is teaching a Transfiguration class for another year group," a Ravenclaw student offered cautiously. Umbridge's eyes bulged. "Professor Edward? Teaching Transfiguration? What utter nonsense. Professor, didn't you ask around before you came? Professor Edward has been helping Professor McGonagall with teaching Transfiguration to the 1st through 3rd years. If there's a schedule conflict, he prioritizes those lessons. It's an arrangement all the professors have agreed to." Umbridge immediately snapped, "You mean to tell me a 3rd year, a mere student, is standing in as a teaching assistant? Has McGonagall gone completely mad? Fine then. If she no longer wants to be the Transfiguration professor, I'll submit a request to the Ministry to appoint someone else." With that, she turned to storm out of the room. But just before she reached the door, she whirled back around and barked, "All of you, copy page 112 10 times. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Dumbledore and the rest of them have clearly gone senile. Fine. This only proves that they are unfit to remain at Hogwarts." She sneered, a sinister smile gradually spreading across her face. "I'm sure the Board of Governors will seize this opportunity. As expected, only I have what it takes to help the minister in his time of need." Diagon Alley. Edward hadn't even had time for breakfast that morning before being summoned by Dumbledore. The two of them immediately set off for Diagon Alley, arriving before Gringotts had even opened its doors. As they stood in front of the snowy white building, Edward yawned. "Professor, why are we here so early? The place isn't even open yet." Dumbledore coughed lightly. "If we come too late, there will be too many eyes and ears inside Gringotts." Edward immediately caught the flicker of discomfort in the old man's gaze. Considering the last time he tried to retrieve the cup from the vault and had been denied, Dumbledore was probably worried about being rejected again by the goblins. It made sense. How could the greatest light wizard of this era, the headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and a potential candidate for Minister for Magic, be repeatedly snubbed by goblins in front of everyone? At 8 a.m. sharp, the shining bronze doors of Gringotts creaked open. A goblin in a crimson and gold-trimmed uniform stepped out and took his place by the entrance, as per routine. Once he stood still, he finally noticed the two figures waiting outside. "Oh. Mr. Dumbledore, back again I see. And, a gentleman I don't recognize. Welcome, welcome." The two walked up the white stone steps and passed through the second set of silver doors, upon which a warning was inscribed. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." Edward couldn't help but chuckle. Every word of that inscription perfectly summed up the goblin's own nature: greedy, acquisitive, taking without giving. And yet here they were, using it to warn others. It reminded him distinctly of a certain unspeakable group from his previous life. Soon, they arrived in a grand marble hall. Over 100 goblins sat on high stools behind long counters, some weighing coins on brass scales, others examining gems through monocles while scribbling hastily in massive ledgers. Dumbledore led Edward with practiced ease toward a raised platform, where an aged goblin, who somehow managed to sit even higher than Dumbledore, was stationed. "Good morning, Claw," Dumbledore greeted. The old goblin adjusted his spectacles and looked up through cloudy eyes. "Oh, Mr. Dumbledore, welcome. What can I do for you today?" As he spoke, he rubbed his long, spindly fingers together, the motion automatic and habitual. "Do you remember I came to see you some time ago?" "Ah, yes. Of course," the goblin said, feigning sudden recollection. "You mentioned that the Lestrange vault might contain a dangerous dark artifact and requested to have it removed and destroyed. But as I explained then, we goblins are merely custodians. We don't concern ourselves with what clients store inside. Unless you have the key to the Lestrange vault," he continued, "or the owner's direct authorization, no one, not even a goblin, may access it." Dumbledore smiled. "Even if doing so might prevent catastrophic consequences?" "Of course," the goblin replied cheerfully. "You know our policy, Gringotts safeguards vaults, not moral responsibilities. If anything dangerous causes damage, the liability lies entirely with the vault's owner. Any losses to Gringotts would also be charged to them." "Edward." At this point, Dumbledore pulled out a document and handed it over. "What if I have this?" "Oh. A ministry-issued search warrant." The goblin quickly took it and examined it carefully. "But as you must recall, Mr. Dumbledore, the founding charter of Gringotts includes a treaty with the ministry. They may not interfere with our operations unless they present clear evidence of wrongdoing. Do you have such evidence, sir?" Dumbledore fell silent. The old goblin gave a sly smile. "So you don't? Still, we must show the ministry some courtesy." He knocked on the counter. "Rail, go inspect the Lestrange vault and confirm if there's any issue." "Yes, Mr. Claw," a uniformed goblin replied and quickly made his way toward a door in the hall. "Now then, gentlemen, do you have any other business you'd like to attend to while we wait for Rail's report?" "No," Dumbledore said. "Very well. Please wait a moment." 3 minutes later, the goblin named Rail returned. "Mr. Claw, there's nothing unusual in the Lestrange vault." Behind his half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore's eyes flickered. The Lestrange vaults were located deep beneath the earth, far below the other vaults, especially the primary one, which was near the very bottom. 3 minutes wasn't even enough time to reach the vault, let alone ride the minecart, unlock it, and check its contents. This wasn't just evasion. This was a blatant act of provocation. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 231, The Bottle of 82 La Fight. The first thing Edward noticed was Dumbledore's left hand behind his back clenching into a fist. "Good, I was worried you wouldn't get angry. Hit him. Knock him with your wand. Curse him. Crush him." But in the end, Dumbledore relaxed his fingers and said in a flat, emotionless voice, "The item in the Lestrange vault is connected to Voldemort. That means you goblins are helping him safeguard something that endangers the entire wizarding world. Am I to take it that the goblin race has chosen to side with Voldemort?" The old goblin froze for a moment, then quickly replied, "Sir, what are you saying? Goblins never take sides. We just want to run Gringotts properly. We don't want to get involved in anything else, and we won't. If you continue making such baseless accusations, I'll have to ask someone to escort you out." Dumbledore smiled. "No need. We'll leave on our own. Come, let's go." As soon as the two turned away from the counter, they heard the old goblin laughing mockingly without the slightest attempt to conceal it, and the surrounding goblins all cast hostile looks in their direction. Phew. The moment they stepped out of Gringotts, Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh. He turned to Edward and said, "I went through his memories. There's nothing indicating cooperation with Voldemort, or involvement in the Azkaban attack. That old goblin, is he one of the heads here?" "More or less. The goblins at Gringotts listen to 3 elders. If even he doesn't know anything, then..." Before he could finish, Edward interjected, "Could it be advanced diplomacy? Or maybe the memory's been erased?" "What makes you say that?" Edward held out his palm. A gold coin lay there, head side up. Divination told me. Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds, then muttered, divination really is useful. I'm starting to regret choosing the mystery prior pathway instead. Well, mystery priors can also use some divination techniques, especially at the higher sequences, like clairvoyant. They're even more powerful. Oh, then I'll definitely have to look into that sometime. Dumbledore gave a sly wink. Alright, I've already given them a chance. Now let's do things your way. I'll cooperate. Edward cracked his knuckles, excellent. First, we'll need an alibi. After all, it'd be pretty suspicious if Gringotts got hit right after you were kicked out. Even if we disguise ourselves, the timing would be too much of a coincidence. Oh, I really don't like the phrase, kicked out. Dumbledore sighed. So what's your plan? Simple. We find people we trust and have them transform into us. While we're in action, they just need to appear in front of plenty of witnesses. Quite straightforward. He nodded slightly. Then let's begin. 2 p.m. Edward stepped into the second-year classroom to teach a transfiguration lesson. 10 minutes later, Dumbledore and Umbridge had a fierce argument in front of dozens of witnesses. At that same moment, two well-dressed, old-fashioned gentlemen walked into Gringotts carrying leather briefcases. Welcome. Two goblins standing at the entrance bowed slightly, and one of them led the men to an available counter. Oh. You two look unfamiliar. The goblin attending them removed the magnifying lens from his eye and asked carelessly, what business can I help you with today? Edward placed the briefcase on the counter and said in crisp American English, I've heard Gringotts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Of course. That goes without saying. I'd like to rent a vault to store our money. Oh. What size vault? And how much are we talking? The goblin glanced briefly at the briefcase as he spoke. Edward opened the case, revealing a small mountain of galleons and glittering jewels. Dumbledore opened his own briefcase as well, showing off stacks of golden coins. Oh, my goodness. The goblin immediately stood up, his eyes full of greed. Years of handling gold and jewels had trained his eye, this was all genuine, high-value treasure. Clack. Both briefcases snapped shut at the same time. Edward said haughtily, so, what kind of vault do you think we should rent? Why, the highest tier vault, of course. The goblin became instantly enthusiastic. Forgive me, this sum exceeds my authorization limit. I'll have someone prepare a VIP room for you at once. Good. And bring me a bottle of 82 Lafite. No problem at all. Dumbledore whispered, 82 Lafite, is that a type of red wine? That's right. I just recently heard about it. It's one of the most prestigious wines in the world. Edward didn't actually know much about wine. The only one he could name off the top of his head was this one, a wine with only about 180,000 bottles in existence, and yet somehow, 200,000 bottles were sold in China every year. Heh. From the Muggle world. That's right. Soon, the goblin scurried back, grinning. Gentlemen, this way, please. He led the two of them through a magnificent doorway into an opulently decorated room. Everything in the room, from the carpet and the paintings to the furniture, exuded wealth and luxury. The only oddity was that all the tables, chairs, and sofas were unusually low, clearly designed for goblins. This was, after all, a negotiation chamber between goblins and VIP clients, yet they still refused to offer furniture suited for human wizards. A subtle show of dominance, perhaps. Welcome, gentlemen. 3 elderly goblins were seated on 3 separate sofas. One of them was the goblin named Claw, whom they had met earlier that morning. The other 2 looked even older, one seemed half asleep, while the other puffed calmly on a cigar, looking every bit the mafia boss. You're from America, the cigar-smoking goblin asked. That's right, Edward replied casually, enlarging one of the tiny sofas to human size and sitting down beside Dumbledore. That simple spell immediately made the drowsy goblin snap open his eyes. May I ask how you came by the gold and jewels you wish to deposit? Edward snorted coldly. None of your business. What, if I told you they were obtained through shady means, you wouldn't take them? Of course we would, the cigar goblin said with a chuckle, tapping ash from his cigar. But in that case, we'd have to charge you an additional service fee. Edward shot to his feet, furious. Are you screwing with me? Forget it, deal's off. Still smiling, the goblin replied calmly, in that case, I can't guarantee there won't be auras waiting for you when you leave Gringotts. 1/2. The drowsy goblin raised a finger. We want half the deposit amount as a service fee. You might as well be robbing us. Oh no, not at all, said the cigar goblin, grinning. Robbery is illegal. What we offer is legitimate business. If your money has a clean origin, just show us the proof. If it doesn't, then passing it through our hands will make it clean. That's in your best interest too, isn't it? Goblin Claw produced a pre-prepared contract. This is the agreement. You may review it. Edward took the contract and glanced at it, then looked over at Dumbledore. This is daylight robbery. Are goblins always this charming with their clients? Maybe they just think American wizards are easy marks. At that moment, the cigar goblin stubbed out the rest of his cigar with unnecessary force and said cheerfully, time is money. Either pay the price and launder your funds, or walk out and face the horrors. Your choice. Edward scratched his head and muttered, is your spell ready yet? Dumbledore smiled faintly and gave a gentle wave of his wand. From this moment on, no one can interrupt us for the next 20 minutes. The expressions of the three goblins changed drastically. What are you doing? One of them shouted angrily. The next instant, all three goblins launched attacks, one conjured roaring fire, another unleashed a surge of lightning, and the last one fired an Avada Kedavra curse. Distortion. The three spells reversed midair. The goblin who cast the fire was engulfed by it, the one who cast lightning was wrapped in crackling arcs of electricity, and the one who fired the killing curse was hurled backwards, slamming hard into the wall. Surprisingly, he survived. As the flames and lightning faded, the two goblins were left barely clinging to life. Gasping, they cried out. Wait. Don't kill us, we can still negotiate. We'll talk. We'll talk. Heh. I liked you better when you were smug and arrogant. The room twisted and morphed, spiked vines erupted from the floor, entangling the goblins and suspending them in midair. Then, the vines transformed into large hands that slapped them across the face again and again. I've had it with you bastards. Even if I really did come here just to make a deposit, I'd want to kill you by now. The goblins' faces were quickly swollen and bruised as they whimpered. We can talk. We really can. Good. Then let's talk. Edward crossed his arms. Why did the goblins attack Azkaban? What? The cigar goblin stared in disbelief. We never attacked Azkaban. Are you working with Voldemort? No. Absolutely not. Are you planning something with the Death Eaters? I don't understand what you're talking about. Edward glanced at Dumbledore. Anything else you want to ask? Dumbledore shook his head. I've already seen everything I needed to. All right. No need to waste time then. Edward stunned all three goblins with stupefy spells, then pulled out the necessary materials and set up the ritual. Slouching back on the couch, he began to chant in ancient Hermes. The reason why the goblins cooperated with Voldemort. He closed his eyes and entered the dreamscape, but it was pitch black. He saw nothing. Time passed. Still nothing. Opening his eyes, Edward frowned. It failed. Could it be the goblins didn't cooperate with Voldemort? But then what about this morning's divination? Dumbledore thought for a moment. Try asking about their cooperation with the Death Eaters instead. That's different. I believe it is. Edward nodded and tried again. The reason why the goblins cooperated with the Death Eaters. He once again entered the dreamscape. This time, he saw them, a mass of grotesque, squat, naked goblins crawling out of the darkness. Then, they fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in mad devotion toward the shadows beyond. Isn't this the same vision I saw during our trip in Switzerland? The vision shattered and shifted. A one-eyed elder goblin with a long, tangled beard held a wand aloft, madness blazing in his gaze. This time, we will reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, we goblins are the true rulers of this world. The cigar goblin bowed deeply. We await your orders, sir. The one-eyed goblin struck his wand hard against the ground. Until the time comes, I want you to forget this meeting. When I sound the goblin horn once more, your memories will return, and you will help me eliminate anyone who stands in our way. Note, 140 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 232, Textbook White Wizard. Crack. The vision shattered, and Edward awoke from the dream. Got something? Yeah. Edward thought for a moment and said, we can confirm the goblins have indeed teamed up with the Death Eaters, but these three don't seem to know much. They're just following orders. The one giving commands is an old, one-eyed goblin. Oh. A one-eyed goblin. Dumbledore mused. I remember during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, there was a goblin like that. But after the rebellion was crushed, he disappeared. I didn't expect he'd still be alive today. He glanced at the three goblins still suspended midair and asked, and what reason did the goblins have for working with the Death Eaters? Hard to say, Edward shook his head. I only saw that old one-eyed goblin shouting things like, "We will take back what rightfully belongs to the goblins," and "Goblins are the true rulers of this world," very vague stuff. That triggered a thought. You said just now that this one-eyed goblin is a survivor from the 1612 rebellion. From what I've read, that rebellion was aimed at attacking Hogwarts to seize something. I used to suspect it was the sword of Gryffindor. Well, the goblins have always wanted the sword back, but not enough to start a rebellion over it. After all, the sword of Gryffindor is really just an exceptionally hard and sharp blade. It doesn't possess any magical power. Could it have been the Philosopher's Stone? A flash of insight struck Edward. That would line up perfectly. Voldemort wants the stone too, which would explain their cooperation. But the Philosopher's Stone was created by Nicholas Flamel using the Book of Abraham the Jew. It has nothing to do with goblins, let alone being something that rightfully belongs to them. Then what artifact in Hogwarts would make the goblins think seizing it would make them rulers of the world? Dumbledore spread his hands. If such a thing existed, I would have used it against Voldemort already. He paused for a moment. But based on what we know so far, it's fair to say that the goblins and Death Eaters are targeting Hogwarts. That aligns with their manipulation of Malfoy into releasing the Dark Mark. Edward then attempted another spirit communion, trying to divine the location of the one-eyed goblin, but unfortunately, none of the three knew where he was. So he packed up the materials and dispelled the ritual, then asked, "By the way, why did you have me change the divination phrase just now to the reason for the cooperation between the Death Eaters and goblins? Do you think this was a Death Eater initiative and not something directly linked to Voldemort?" "It was just a hunch," Dumbledore replied. "But it's not hard to verify." He pointed to Claw. "Wake him up and have him take us to the Lestrange vault. That'll tell us everything we need to know." Edward cast a reviving charm. Claw blinked awake, his face dazed, seemingly trying to recall what had just happened. Will he really take us there willingly? Use the Imperious Curse. You're not going to do it? Dumbledore blinked innocently. I'm a textbook white wizard. How could I ever use such cruel dark magic, especially one of the unforgivable curses? Edward rolled his eyes. He usually considered himself the last person to be snarky, but he really couldn't help it this time. Magnify, Imperio. Just to be safe, Edward enhanced the Imperious Curse with a Magnify to avoid any slip-ups, then used Transfiguration to restore Claw's swollen face to normal. Take us to the Lestrange vault. Claw gave a grotesque grin. Certainly. What about the other two? Should we finish them off? Dumbledore shook his head. That would only alert the other goblins and Death Eaters. I'll erase their memories and rewrite them, make today seem like a perfectly pleasant meeting. That's it. I thought you came ready to unleash some righteous fury. He smiled gently. Don't worry. Now that we know these goblins are up to no good, I won't go easy on them. Just not yet. After all, death is often the lightest of punishments. Now that's more like it. That meant the two elaborate distractions by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had basically been unnecessary. Well, not entirely. If something had gone wrong, they would have served as a backup plan. A few minutes later, Claw led the two out of the VIP room and back into the main hall, then through another door into a rough stone corridor. Burning torches lit the way, revealing a path that descended deep underground. They eventually reached a rail track. Claw whistled, and a cart rolled toward them from the shadows. Once they got in, it immediately sped off, hurtling down a labyrinthine tunnel with sharp turns and sudden drops, diving deeper and deeper underground through stalactite-lined caverns. After nearly 10 minutes, the cart began to slow down and finally stopped at a fork lit by torches. We're here, honored guests. Claw climbed out and continued to lead the way. They turned a corner and arrived in a wide-open space. Ahead of them lay the deepest vaults, but blocking the path was an ancient dragon, scarred, shackled, and clearly abused. Its eyes were a cloudy pink, filled with hatred as it stared at the three of them. Claw took out a tiny bell and gently shook it. The dragon let out a hoarse roar and backed away, clearly a conditioned reflex from years of mistreatment by the goblins. Seeing it, Edward immediately thought of the dragon Anna. Though he had no particular attachment to her, his affection for her by association made him feel a twinge of sympathy for the one before him. If there's a chance, I'll get you out of here too. They skirted past the dragon and finally reached their destination, the door to the Lestrange vault. Claw placed his hand on the surface, and the vault door dissolved, revealing a passage beyond. Inside, from floor to ceiling, the vault was crammed with gold coins and goblets, silver armor, the hides of strange beasts with spines or wings, potions sealed in jeweled bottles, and even a crowned skull. Whoa. Now this is a treasure hoard. Roman gold coins, King Arthur's skull, the sword of Gryffindor, shame they're all fakes. Dumbledore gave the vault a thorough once-over and chuckled. And look at that, so thoughtfully enchanted with the Gemino and Flagranti curses. He waved his wand and muttered a spell. A white light rippled outward, suppressing the enchantments over the treasure hoard. Then he flicked his wrist again. Accio Hufflepuff's cup. A small golden cup with two delicate handles soared from the pile and landed in his hand. A badger was engraved on its side, and an ominous aura clung to it. Edward nodded in confirmation. That's the one. I recognize the aura of a Horcrux. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. This also confirms that the goblins are working with the Death Eaters, likely without Voldemort's knowledge. Otherwise, he would never have left the cup here after learning I knew the whereabouts of one of his Horcruxes. He stroked his long, snow-white beard and sighed pitifully. Then again, perhaps he just assumes I'm a gullible old fool. As if. What are you planning to do with the cup? The best course of action would be to destroy it immediately. My instincts say fiend fire might do the trick. Edward hesitated. Let me keep it for now. It's Helga Hufflepuff's cup, after all, who knows what hidden functions it may hold. All right. But be careful with it. No problem. So, shall we head out? Dumbledore glanced at the old goblin. We might as well keep up appearances, have him help us rent a vault, too. Otherwise, when Gringotts balances its records tonight, it'll be chaos. What are we depositing? Edward quickly added, this whole trunk of treasures is borrowed from Audrey. I have to return it eventually. The old man chuckled. What's hers is yours, isn't it? Hey now, that's the kind of line that could get us in trouble. And besides, it's not about whose stuff it is, those gems and coins help her mitigate the negative effects of the Dragonbone wand. Not something to mess around with. Fine, fine. I suppose I'll just have to make a personal sacrifice. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. That trunk of gold nearly emptied out a century of my savings. Wait, really? Edward looked up and pointed to the vault full of treasure that towered to the ceiling. Why don't we just take some of this? I mean, I have zero qualms about looting Death Eaters. We could stash a portion of it. Excellent idea. Dumbledore agreed far too readily, he'd clearly been waiting for Edward to suggest it himself. The two of them filled half a trunk each with valuables using a few wand flicks, then turned to the goblin. Let's go, Mr. Claw. I'd like to rent the highest tier vault available. Claw beamed. Wonderful choice, gentlemen. An hour later, Claw escorted them out of Gringotts with an enthusiasm that would have made a salesman proud. He waved as they departed. Take care, dear friends. We look forward to your next visit. He gripped the contract tightly, humming with satisfaction. Excellent. Another profitable day. Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall wore a pained expression. Oh, thank Merlin you're back. Pretending to be someone else in front of so many people, it's utterly disconcerting. Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, was chuckling heartily. I rather enjoyed it. I've had enough of that pink toad for ages. Not only did I get to properly scold her, but now she'll be directing her hatred toward Albus instead. My old friend, Dumbledore said with a sly smile, that's not the most comforting thing to hear. Ha 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 ha. Flitwick laughed with genuine delight. So, how did your mission go? Neither of them knew the full details, only that it involved Voldemort. We have good news and bad news, Dumbledore said gravely. Let's hear the good first. We confirmed some of our suspicions. And the bad. The Death Eaters have formed an alliance with the goblins. Their target is most likely Hogwarts. The smile froze on Flitwick's face. Indeed, he was a professor at Hogwarts, a trusted confidant of Dumbledore, and a firm opponent of Voldemort. But he also had goblin blood in his veins. Oh, that is bad news. His brows furrowed, deep concern written on his face. But, why? Even if they've decided to side with Voldemort, making such a drastic move so quickly seems reckless. He muttered to himself, if it were me, I'd stir up conflict between Hogwarts and Voldemort first, then wait for the perfect moment to. Edward. Ahem. Professor McGonagall quickly coughed. Phileas. Oh, it's purely hypothetical, Albus. You understand, don't you? Of course, Dumbledore said, reaching into a drawer and pushing over a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Have a sweet. Flitwick popped one into his mouth, and immediately grimaced. Ugh. Wasabi flavored. We all know goblins are greedy, vicious, and cruel, but they're not stupid. Flitwick, well, that felt oddly personal. That means, no matter what they're planning, the only thing we can do is prepare in advance. Professor McGonagall looked troubled. Do you think they'll launch a direct assault on Hogwarts? That would put the students in serious danger. I fear it may be inevitable, Minerva, Dumbledore said, adjusting his half-moon spectacles. And the timing is likely to coincide with the day of the Minister for Magic election. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 233, times have changed. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in surprise, ah. This storyline feels familiar, wasn't it just like this during the Chamber of Secrets incident? First, they got you and me away from Hogwarts, then tied up Severus and Minerva, and finally took the opportunity to infiltrate. But would they really use the same method again? Don't forget, Phileas, Dumbledore said, spreading his hands, the only reason we've been able to learn all of this in advance is thanks to Edward's divination. But what if there was no divination? If that were the case, he continued, we'd be completely in the dark. We wouldn't know that the goblins and Death Eaters have formed an alliance, wouldn't suspect that they might attack Hogwarts. By the time the election day arrives, everything would take us by surprise. Professor Flitwick had a sudden realization. Oh, right. Then, maybe I should consider pursuing a path that includes divination myself. Dumbledore looked meaningfully at Edward and sighed, times have changed. He repeated again, this time looking directly at Edward, yes, the times have truly changed. Over the next 2 days, Hogwarts appeared to have returned to its usual calm on the surface. In truth, the professors were all quietly preparing for the impending crisis. Every morning, Edward would perform a divination upon waking to ensure that nothing unusual had occurred. Then, with Dumbledore's help, he would use Portkeys and Fawkes the Phoenix's apparition to travel to distant regions and gather records. Coupled with draining his spirituality before bed each night to further his potion digestion, the progress on digesting the scribe potion had passed the halfway mark. If he could maintain this high-frequency record-keeping, then by the time he returned to the world of the Lord of the Mysteries, the scribe potion should be fully digested. As the potion digestion progressed, Edward's ability to record supernatural powers also increased, the number of demigod-level abilities he could record rose from 1 to 3, and the number of abilities below demigod level nearly doubled. On Friday morning, just as Edward was about to leave after teaching a transfiguration class to third-year Slytherins and Gryffindors, Emily Larson from Demstrang trotted over to him. Professor Edward. Edward stopped and turned to her. What is it, Miss Larson? She looked a little uneasy. I've been sneaking into the third-year class every time, you're not mad at me, are you? Of course not, Edward replied. But as a sixth-year student, there really isn't much you can learn from a third-year transfiguration class. It's kind of a waste of your time, don't you think? Emily pressed her lips together. But I asked you to teach me directly, and you refused. Mainly because I don't have the time, Edward said with a helpless shrug. These days, aside from teaching transfiguration, I'm rarely at Hogwarts. You've probably noticed that, right? She immediately looked curious. Where have you been going? For fieldwork, for my travel journal. I go wherever there are unique customs and rich mythologies. Just yesterday, I was at Demstrang. Edward pulled out his journal and flipped it open. Your school has a long history too. I recorded an entire notebook's worth of cultural traditions and legends. By the way, I didn't expect Demstrang to still hold on to some Viking traditions. Emily pressed her lips together again and said, you could have just asked me about all that, you know. If I don't witness it myself, all I'd be recording is hollow words, Edward said earnestly. That goes against the whole purpose of my travel journal. Then he cleared his throat and added, ahem, well then, Miss Larson, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Just as he turned to leave, Emily suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Her tone was earnest, her eyes pleading, and her lips trembled slightly as she asked, Professor, can't you really help me? Edward froze, then thought for a moment before saying, if you encounter specific difficulties in your studies, feel free to come find me. I'll do my best to help. She remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Then, could you lend me your old Transfiguration textbooks or notes from when you were a student? I'm afraid I don't have any. The core of Transfiguration was belief and emotion, or at least, that was what had helped Edward master the subject. But how could something like that be captured in notes? I see. Thank you anyway, Professor. She gave him a bow and turned to leave. Ha. Ha ha ha. Just then, two figures squeezed in from either side of Edward. It was the Weasley twins. We saw that, you know. You were getting cozy with a Demstrang girl. How could you do this to Audrey, huh? Edward shook them off. She's a student asking me a question. What do you want me to do, ignore her? That'd be terribly rude. Classic excuse of a playboy. King of the sea, master of lies. All right, what do you two want from me? Each of them took out a handful of galleons and handed them to him. Paying you back. Edward blinked, then suddenly recalled the prank supply store incident in Hogsmeade the previous Saturday. He didn't stand on ceremony, took the money, and asked, where'd you two get that much money in such a short time? Hey, come on, said one of the twins. We never buy prank items just for fun, they're for research and development. So we can improve them and eventually create our own brand of mischief gear. This time, we got lucky, the other added. A few of our new prototypes performed amazingly well, especially the latest long-range tracking-enhanced dung bomb. Demand is through the roof. Edward raised an eyebrow. Why? Why else? The twins grinned. They're perfect for dealing with those disgusting dementors. You know, dementors don't see, they smell. They can sniff out human emotions. Now imagine what happens when they get slammed with a dung bomb. Edward couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. You two are geniuses. Barely qualified. Mediocre at best. As they were chatting, they suddenly noticed a group of kids running outside the castle, dung bombs in hand. They're coming. Throw them now. Quick. Boom. 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 Plumes of foul-smelling smoke erupted as the dung bombs exploded. The dementors shrieked and lifted into the air in retreat, but the smell clung to them stubbornly, no matter how far they flew. Even the aurors assigned to manage the dementors were hit hard, retching as they stumbled away. I can't do this anymore, Erp. This job is killing me. Why do these things stink so much worse than when we were in school? I'm filing for leave, ugh. Edward stared, dumbfounded. These new dung bombs were practically as effective as a Patronus charm. TSK. The Weasley twins really shouldn't confine themselves to prank gear. If they applied their talents to real combat magic, the possibilities were terrifying. What do you think you're doing? A shrill voice pierced the air. Dolores Umbridge, clad in her usual bubblegum pink outfit, stormed out, her face twisted in rage. You are attacking ministry officials in broad daylight. Do you want to be hauled into court and sent to Azkaban? Stop right there. I want every one of you to write a full confession. One student shouted, "Don't let the toad catch us. I got detention yesterday, and I still can't straighten my arm." Yeah. It has to be some kind of dark curse. Quick, throw the rest of the dung bombs at her. Fire. In the next second, dozens of dung bombs flew at Umbridge from all directions, engulfing her in a storm of stench and brown haze. You dare attack, cough, a ministry, gag, official, UURRK. Words failed her. The overwhelming stench slammed into her senses, causing her knees to buckle. She collapsed onto the ground, frantically crawling, trying to escape the noxious cloud. Just then, a familiar voice to Edward rang out, full of theatrical concern. Professor Umbridge is going to suffocate. Quick, someone cast a spell. Aguamenti. A stream of water shot forth. The surrounding students all followed suit, firing jets of water at the collapsed toad-like woman. By the time she dragged herself out of the blast zone, her pink coat was drenched in brown slime, and she reeked worse than ever. Aya. Run. It's too vile. The crowd of students scattered in horror, leaving Umbridge sprawled alone in the muck, eyes rolled back as she fainted in a puddle of sewage. Edward glanced at the twins. That voice just now, wasn't that Cedric? By lunchtime, the incident had spread like wildfire throughout the school. The fact that Umbridge had been KO'd by a swarm of dung bombs and left unconscious in a pool of filth had students buzzing with excitement, especially those who despised her. Ideas were already brewing in mischievous minds. The Weasley twins. They were swamped. The flood of new orders nearly buried them alive, so many that even if they worked non-stop for a month without eating or sleeping, they still couldn't fulfill them all. That was so satisfying, Harry. I went out just to take a look, and the scene was. Ron beamed. Hermione stuffed a chicken leg in his mouth. Shut up. With a muffled voice, Ron still mumbled proudly, you know, I played a part in all this too. Oh yeah. What part? When George and Fred were first testing the new dung bombs, they used mine as prototypes. Was that really something to brag about? The twins froze. Then, wordlessly, each shuffled away from him in opposite directions. Ron, oblivious, kept boasting to himself. Over at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat glumly, a deep frown creasing his face. One hand fiddled in his pocket with something, while the other repeatedly picked up and set down his fork. Finally, under the confused stares of Crabbe and Goyle, he stood up and marched over to where Edward and Audrey were having lunch. He pulled out an envelope and shoved it at her. For you. Audrey blinked, stunned. Malfoy, what is this? All around them, students perked up, eyes lighting up with gossip-hungry anticipation. No way, was Malfoy, after being lectured by Audrey every other day, suddenly developing Stockholm Syndrome. Was that a love letter? Oh, this was juicy. Caught in spectator mode, Audrey could clearly read Malfoy's emotions, confusion, anxiety, irritation. Definitely not the kind of feelings you'd have when confessing your love. More and more heads turned toward them. Dozens of eyes flicked between Edward and Malfoy, eager to watch the drama unfold. Edward narrowed his eyes, his fingers tightening slightly in Lilith's fur. Well, well. That's our Malfoy for you. Bold as ever. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 234, Lucius' Invitation. Meow. Lilith let out a sharp cry of protest, then swiftly climbed up onto Edward's shoulder and bit his ear. Hiss, ouch. That hurts. Only then did Malfoy react, quickly explaining, this is an invitation from my father, he asked me to pass it on to you. An invitation. Audrey opened it and took a quick glance before handing it to Edward. Inside was a formal-looking invitation, written in a very official tone, inviting Audrey and Edward to attend a family gathering at the Malfoy Manor this Saturday. What the hell is Lucius Malfoy playing at? Edward frowned. In the original series, this guy was the very definition of a fence-sitter, constantly switching sides between Voldemort and Dumbledore, yet somehow managed to come out unscathed by the end. Considering his usual behavior, he was a textbook villain. Many readers were outraged that he got a happy ending. Did your father say why? Edward asked. Malfoy scoffed, how would I know? He had thought that after receiving his letter, his father would properly deal with Audrey. But after all this time, this was all that happened. Malfoy couldn't help wondering whether Audrey really was from some powerful wizarding family, so much so that even his father didn't dare offend her. With that in mind, he quickly added, my father only told me to deliver the invitation. He didn't say anything else. Audrey thought for a moment before replying, Edward and I already had other plans for this weekend. I'll need to consider it. All right then. Malfoy promptly turned and left in a hurry. Could it be a trap? Audrey lowered her voice and said, you told me Lucius Malfoy used to be a Death Eater. But isn't this a bit too blatant? Sending the invitation through his son, making it so public, and if something happened to us at the gathering? Edward frowned. Unless it's just to lure us away. Audrey gasped. The goblins and Death Eaters plan to move this weekend. But would the Death Eaters really go that far? In the wizarding world, Edward's few moves had never been made under his real identity, so hardly anyone knew his true strength. Surely they wouldn't stage such a show just because of his Transfiguration class performance from a few days ago. And again, this plan was just too dumb. Who'd fall for something like this? With a ding, Edward flipped a coin. Is attending the Malfoys' dinner dangerous? The head landed up, no. Edward gently grasped the coin and said, let's go ask Professor Dumbledore for his advice. All right. By the time the two reached the 8th floor, the stench in the air was already unbearable, it filled the entire corridor. Lilith, perched on Edward's shoulder, instantly puffed up. She flipped backwards off his shoulder and began furiously pawing at the ground in disgust. Susie, confused, immediately moved to stand guard beside her. Edward quickly cast bubblehead charms on all four of them. Only after their breathing returned to normal did he exchange a look with Audrey, no need to guess who had come. Password? The stone gargoyle asked. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Correct. The creature moved aside, revealing the spiral staircase leading to the office upstairs. The two cast disillusionment charms on themselves and their animal companions in perfect coordination. Then, hand in hand, they used a silent Alohomora to pass through the oak door and enter the headmaster's office. As expected, the toad-like Umbridge was inside, spewing venom in a shrill voice at Dumbledore. Dumbledore. If you don't hand over those brats today, I'll have no choice but to let the Dementors inspect every student, one by one. This is no small matter. They attacked a ministry official. If you continue shielding them like this, I can only assume you were the one who ordered them to attack me. You, Hogwarts headmaster, assaulting the undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. If you dare attack the undersecretary today, what's next? Attacking Minister Fudge tomorrow? Seizing control of the ministry itself. This is a crime. And you will pay the price for it. Dumbledore calmly listened to her rant, then replied in an even tone, and what price would that be? Azkaban. Azkaban again, Dumbledore said with a small shake of his head. But I just recently requested a visit there, and Fudge wouldn't allow it. Shouldn't you two coordinate your positions first? Umbridge shrieked like a madwoman, not visit Azkaban, be imprisoned there. To rot under the torment of the Dementors for the rest of your life. You know, Umbridge, Dumbledore's tone suddenly changed, the ministerial election is only a few days away. Umbridge froze. What do you think are the odds of Cornelius winning this time? The loose flesh on her face trembled as Umbridge muttered, the minister has the support of the pureblood families, the backing of most of the ministry officials, he must win. I wonder if you've all forgotten one thing, Dumbledore said mildly. The final vote is held under the oversight of the Wizengamot. And I am the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Umbridge's pupils contracted. You're going to abuse your power? Oh no, not at all. I'm simply ensuring that no one else gets the chance to do so. A smile spread across Dumbledore's face. As for the pureblood families you mentioned, I've already made contact with at least half of them. They'll either vote for me or remain neutral. As for within the ministry, Scrimgeour, head of the Aura office, has long had enough of Fudge's incompetence. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, will adhere strictly to the law and maintain neutrality. And the rest, those overlooked departments Fudge barely pays attention to, who do you think they will vote for? Umbridge had gone pale as a sheet. Why do you think I insisted on following proper electoral procedure? Why did I stand by while Fudge pulled every trick he could? Because I knew Fudge never had a chance. Dolores, give up. Let the children of Hogwarts be. And let yourself go, too. Umbridge staggered back a few steps, then suddenly turned on her heel and bolted from the office. No. No. You won't fool me. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a powerful gust that swept the foul air out through the windows. At that moment, Edward and Audrey removed their disillusionment charms and revealed themselves. Dumbledore didn't appear surprised. Smiling, he greeted them cheerfully. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor Whitebeard, Lilith replied with exaggerated politeness. Susie followed suit with a well-pronounced, good afternoon, Professor. Audrey looked amazed. Professor, was everything you said just now true? I always thought your chances of winning were rather slim. Dumbledore gave a slight smile. Half true, half not. But one thing is certain, I didn't become headmaster of Hogwarts for decades, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards by accident. Among my former students and colleagues, aside from a few overly ambitious ones who worry that my becoming minister might threaten their power, most wouldn't oppose me. After all, in their eyes, my candidacy is a move against Voldemort, and that's something they're quite happy to see. He conjured 2 chairs with a casual flick of his wand. Please, have a seat. What brings you here? Lucius Malfoy just had his son deliver an invitation to Audrey, Edward said, handing over the envelope. Dumbledore unfolded it and scanned the contents, his brow furrowing. Well now, this is rather odd. Audrey shared the suspicions she and Edward had discussed earlier. Dumbledore listened and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Regardless of his intentions, even a private invitation like this seems foolish. Edward scratched his head. Which is why, on our way here, I started wondering, what if it really is just a normal invitation? But why? Audrey asked, puzzled. Could it be related to the dream Draco had? Edward speculated. Lucius thought his son had killed someone, and you're the only one who overheard that, and even showed interest in following it up. So maybe, he wants to dissuade you from digging any deeper. Edward spread his hands. Of course, that's all unfounded guesswork. The only way to know for sure is to go. What do you think, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore stroked his beard and asked, have you divined it? Yes. The result said that attending the dinner is not dangerous. Then go, Dumbledore said calmly, folding his hands. When the date for the ministerial election was moved up, Lucius agreed. I assumed he intended to support me. But when I proposed visiting the Malfoy residence, he refused. Now, I don't quite understand his angle. Edward looked surprised. That doesn't sound like the Lucius Malfoy I remember from the original books. Saturday morning. The two returned once again to St. Mungo's to continue the treatment of the Longbottoms. Audrey, now adept with the procedure, lit candles and sprinkled the floral hydrosol. She began with a simple mental link, soothing Mrs. Longbottom's mind to reduce her internal fear, before diving deeper into her consciousness. Once again, she found herself in the same room, hearing the same mad laughter, the same helpless pleas from the Longbottoms. But this time, Audrey was inside the room. This was the first time in all her sessions that she'd actually been locked inside. That was unexpected. After several treatments, Mrs. Longbottom's subconscious should have developed at least some trust toward her. Why was she suddenly shut out like this? Audrey hurried downstairs and approached the window, only to find, to her surprise, that the Death Eaters were gone. Mrs. Longbottom sat alone on the ground outside, staring blankly ahead, completely motionless. Something's changed again. Audrey's heart leapt. She reached for the door handle and turned it gently. Click. The door opened. She stepped out quietly and walked over to Mrs. Longbottom. What are you looking at? Shoo. Mrs. Longbottom raised a finger to her lips, then pointed toward the darkness beyond the path ahead. The messenger is coming. Note, enjoy the extra chapter. 280 power stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, The Crumplehorn Snorkack. Question mark. Audrey was taken aback. Messenger? What kind of messenger? The woman's expression turned vacant. She muttered, I don't know. Are you waiting for the messenger? Yes. Why? She shook her head again. Don't know. Audrey sat down beside her. Can I wait here with you? She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Mrs. Longbottom, no, I think I'll call you Alice. Audrey rested her chin on her palm and looked ahead with her, as if making small talk. Why do you keep hiding here and not go outside? Be bad people. She immediately shrank back, glancing around in fear. There's no one here, Audrey said gently. All the bad people have been chased away. Mrs. Longbottom curled up and remained silent for a long while before whispering, I'm waiting for the messenger. Again with the messenger. Audrey was puzzled. If only Edward were here with me. Unfortunately, the mental terror candle was down to its last bit, she had to save it in case of emergencies. Do you still remember Neville? She nodded quickly. I do. My son, Neville. Neville really misses you. I miss him too. Then you can go see him. I. She mumbled, her lips trembling. I have to wait for the messenger. Audrey frowned slightly. Is the messenger the only one who can take you out of here? Don't know. She shook her head, then hesitated and gave a small nod. The messenger can make it so I no longer hurt. Audrey gave her a few more calming suggestions. But you're not in pain anymore, are you? Mrs. Longbottom blinked, seemingly stunned. She murmured, I'm not in pain. I guess I'm not. So, you don't need to wait for the messenger anymore, right? Audrey said softly. Come out with me. If you leave this place, you'll be able to see Neville and your husband again. I. A flicker of yearning appeared on her face. Audrey stood up and reached out her hand. Come on, Alice, leave with me. There's nothing to fear. No one here can hurt you. You don't need a messenger to take you back, if you come with me, you'll be able to see Neville. Mrs. Longbottom hesitated, slowly lifting her hand toward Audrey's. Just as their fingers were about to touch, a series of footsteps echoed from nearby, tap tap tap. She quickly withdrew her hand and turned toward the sound. Audrey tensed up and looked in the same direction. Out of the shadowy path emerged a creature neither of them had ever seen before. It had gray-black skin and a pair of long, curved horns. Its nose was unusually prominent, and overall it resembled a feline creature, with horns. No, calling it a creature wasn't quite right. It was a spirit. A spiritual entity. In the world of Harry Potter, spiritual beings certainly existed, like the ghosts of Hogwarts, or even Voldemort in his current form. The unknown spirit stepped forward and silently stared at Mrs. Longbottom for a moment, then locked eyes with Audrey. After that brief gaze, it turned around and disappeared back into the darkness. I have to wait for the messenger, Mrs. Longbottom muttered again, curling up as she stared blankly at the dark path. That was the messenger just now. What was it? Why do you call it a messenger? Audrey bombarded her with questions. The woman just blinked blankly and said, I don't know. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through Audrey's mind, a warning sign of spiritual exhaustion. She quickly reached up to massage her temples, deeply alarmed. Spiritual depletion. That shouldn't be possible. Under normal circumstances, she could carry out 7 or 8 sessions like this in a row without issue. Could it be that spirit from earlier? Still full of confusion and unease, Audrey closed her eyes and used self-hypnosis to withdraw from Mrs. Longbottom's mental world. In the hospital ward, Audrey's eyes snapped open. Her face was pale, twisted in pain. Edward rushed over to steady her. What's wrong? I'm fine, just spiritual exhaustion. Spiritual exhaustion? That shouldn't be happening. Edward turned a chair into a makeshift bed and helped her lie down. After about 20 minutes of rest, Audrey finally felt somewhat better. She sat up and said, just now, while I was in Mrs. Longbottom's mental space, a strange spirit appeared. It had long, curved horns, a prominent nose, and looked a bit like a leopard. A spirit. Audrey then recounted everything from start to finish. And then, I suddenly experienced spiritual depletion. Edward was surprised. If the spiritual depletion really was caused by that spirit creature, it likely means it wasn't something Lady Longbottom imagined, but something that truly exists, and it invaded her mind world just as you were treating her. But I don't remember any magical creature like that, Audrey said with a puzzled frown. And even if there is such a creature, to be able to deplete my spirituality so quickly, it must be extremely powerful. I don't remember anything like that either. Maybe we can ask Professor Dumbledore to consult Mr. Scamander. At this point, Edward suddenly paused. Curved horns and a protruding nose, why does that sound a bit familiar? A realization flickered in Edward's eyes. That's right, this description fits the crumple-horned snorkack Luna once talked about. Luna had seen the so-called crumplehorn snorkack the day her mother passed away. Back then, the strange, unknown creature seemed to have come to take her mother away. And Lady Longbottom had apparently also seen that spiritual entity only when she was in unbearable agony, on the verge of death. Could it be related to death? Lady Longbottom called it a messenger. Could this messenger mean it was there to guide the departed? Edward shared this theory with Audrey. She pressed her lips together, still confused, but if that's the case, there's still one question left unanswered. If it really did invade her mind world just now, then what was it here for? She paused and added, is it possible that Lady Longbottom didn't see it during a near-death experience, but encountered that spiritual creature in her mental world only after she lost her mind? Edward thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I'll try to find a chance to confirm with Luna, see if that creature really matches the one she saw. Last time he had an unpleasant encounter with Luna's father. If he shows up unannounced again, would they be thrown out? All right. When we get home tonight, I'll draw a sketch of it for you. Audrey supported herself on Edward's arm and got off the bed. I'm fine now. It's time to treat Mr. Longbottom next. You just had spiritual depletion. Maybe we should call it a day. She gave a sweet smile. Don't worry, the more urgently the spirituality is consumed, the faster the potions digest. I'm doing this to better fulfill my role as a psychiatrist. Okay, just don't overexert yourself. Perhaps because his treatment had lagged behind, Mr. Longbottom was still tormented by visions of Death Eaters in his mind world. All Audrey could do was to try to comfort him as best she could, using suggestion and cues to gradually ease his fear of Death Eaters, gently guiding his psyche to let down its defenses. By the time she exited Mr. Longbottom's inner world, it was already noon. There was a knock at the door, and the old lady came in carrying a hearty meal. I haven't had a chance to let you try my cooking the past few times. You mustn't miss it today. She placed a ceramic pot on the table. This is my specialty, braised mutton stew. It's quite good, if I say so myself. The two were indeed famished and didn't stand on ceremony. They dug in with crispy toasted bread and mushroom soup to go along with the mutton. The elderly woman watched them with great satisfaction. This used to be Frank and Alice's favorite dish. I learned it from a Russian friend. You know, no matter how good a cook you are, English food tends to be, well, less than appetizing. She glanced toward the hospital bed. It's just a shame that ever since then, the two of them have never again, She suddenly froze and stared at Lady Longbottom. Alice, what's wrong? Lady Longbottom had sat up by now, staring blankly at the table, as if she wanted to eat but didn't know how to express it. The old woman asked joyfully, You want to eat? Alice hesitated for a while, then nodded. The old lady hurriedly ladled out a small bowl and brought it over to feed her. But Alice turned her head slightly, avoiding the spoon, then reached out, trying to take the bowl and fork herself. Oh Alice, let me feed you instead. Audrey quickly interjected, Madam, let her try. This is a sign she's beginning to engage with the outside world on her own. All right, all right. The elderly woman was a bit emotional as she carefully passed over the bowl and fork. Her hands trembled several times, nearly dropping them. Several minutes passed before Lady Longbottom finally held them securely. She stared at the meat in the bowl in a daze, then glanced at the fork. After a moment of thought, like a child, she clumsily held the fork backwards and stabbed it into a piece of mutton. As she lifted the meat, the sauce dripped onto her clothes. The old lady instinctively moved to help her but managed to restrain herself. Lady Longbottom stared at the fork for another moment, then slowly brought the meat to her mouth and began to chew. Oh, my goodness. The old lady covered her mouth in disbelief. If only Neville were here, he would be so happy, he really would. She looked at the two young people with immense gratitude and bowed. Thank you. Thank you both. After lunch, the two stayed at St. Mungo's for another 20 minutes before finally taking their leave. The smile on Audrey's face hadn't faded since earlier. To her, this was an incredibly rewarding experience. But a moment later, she looked a little worried. If I ultimately can't cure them, giving Madame and Neville hope only to plunge them back into despair, wouldn't that be too cruel? Edward patted her on the head and smiled. Then keep advancing your sequence. I don't believe that by the time you reach Angel, or even a demigod, you still wouldn't be able to handle this kind of small matter. You're right. Audrey's eyes lit up. All right then, accompany me for one more round of shopping. After that, we need to attend the banquet at the Malfoy estate. Okay. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 236, Lucius' Intentions. This time around, Edward's main goal was to purchase every mechanical and electronic product available on the market, along with beginning to stockpile food. Most of the items on the goddess's procurement list were electronics, mechanical devices, and various related technologies and principles. As for food, the goddess had clearly specified on the list, buy as much as possible. It was an obvious preparation for the coming era of war and upheaval. Whether the intention was to stabilize her own anchor or out of sympathy for ordinary people, the end result would ultimately benefit them. So Edward was more than happy to help. But when it came to actually carrying it out, things weren't that simple. For food, merchants were more than happy to sell within a certain quantity, business was business, and profit was king. However, once they began buying in bulk, it started to attract attention. Either vendors would outright refuse to sell, or worse, it would trigger investigations from the relevant authorities. This won't work. Looks like next time we'll need to switch cities, no, countries, Edward concluded. Where to? Audrey asked. France, Romania, Moldova, all of them are major grain-producing countries in Europe. We can just buy what we need in one place and then move to the next, shouldn't raise too much suspicion that way. Audrey frowned. Do you still have enough money for this? Edward shrugged. Of course not. Expecting a few people to save an entire city, or even a country, is just not realistic. If it weren't for Bellatrix's vault contributions, he wouldn't even have a penny for food. Audrey puffed out her cheeks indignantly. My father could have done it. Edward laughed. Wow, you really are the Earl Hall's best daughter. In the original story, when war broke out, Audrey had ruthlessly drained her old man's gold reserves, forcing the Earl to open the granaries to pacify protesting civilians. She turned her head away, pretending he had been praising her. Anything else we need to buy? Edward took out the procurement list. The rest of this stuff doesn't seem like it can be obtained through normal channels. He pointed at one of the items and laughed bitterly. An F-35 fighter jet. Not only does that not even exist in this era, even if it did, how the hell am I supposed to get it without outright stealing one? Why not ask me to hijack an aircraft carrier while we're at it? This is insane. Audrey said nothing. Edward had never explicitly told her who she was, but it wasn't hard to guess. Even though this was another world, Audrey didn't dare to speak casually about a deity. All right, forget the list for now, Edward said, rubbing his cheek. We should be getting ready to head to the Malfoys. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Lucius has prepared for us. By 6 p.m., darkness had already fallen. Malfoy led Audrey and Edward, along with Lilith and Susie, through the Flynn network to the Malfoy Manor, located in Wiltshire. The estate was a lavish lord's manor, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens. In the center of the courtyard was a massive fountain. Despite it being winter, thanks to what was likely magical maintenance, the grounds still retained some greenery. Elegant white peacocks roamed freely through the estate. Lilith's eyes lit up instantly. She crouched down in a hunter's stance, tail flicking in excitement. Susie mimicked her, ready to pounce the moment Lilith gave the signal. Ahem. Lilith, Edward chided, we've just arrived, you need to show some basic etiquette. Meow. Lilith gave the white peacocks one last longing look before reluctantly rising, trotting in small steps to Edward's side. Clink. Edward casually flipped a coin to double-check there was no danger. As they stepped into the luxurious manor, everything in sight screamed opulence. Every surface that could be gilded was gleaming with gold, and nearly all of the stone floors were covered with extravagant carpets. Audrey couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This place is way bigger than my house. Nonsense. The Hall family is far wealthier than the Malfoys, Edward replied. She laughed, well, that's Empress Borough for you, it's the closest area to the King of Loan. No matter how rich we are, we can't live in a house bigger than the King's, right? But we do have quite a few grand holiday estates spread across several counties in Loan. We visit them once every year or two. Yes, the kind of vacation homes that are used once a year, with upkeep costs that run into tens of thousands of gold pounds annually. If the god of poverty, Klein, ever heard of it, he'd definitely lodge a formal protest. Draco, now dressed in an elegant formal suit, led them with the demeanor of a refined host. He guided them into the sitting room where tonight's dinner would be held. As Hogwarts students were typically only allowed home during the Christmas or summer holidays, this was quite an exception. Father, mother. As soon as she saw her son, Narcissa's usual cold and dignified expression melted away. She rushed forward to embrace him. Oh, I knew it, I just knew you must have had a tough time at Hogwarts. Malfoy frowned, awkwardly shrugging off her arms. I didn't. He then turned to Lucius Malfoy and said, Father, this is Audrey Hall. And this is Edward. Lucius, though even more arrogant and self-important than his son, knew better than to let those feelings show. As an adult, he was adept at masking his true emotions and spoke with impeccable courtesy. Welcome, Miss Hall. Mr. Edward, is it? He gave Edward a quick but sharp glance, then smiled. I've heard of you. Miss Hall never seems to travel without you, is that right? Edward nodded. That's correct. And may I ask, your surname is? I grew up in an orphanage. Just call me Edward. Lucius's lips curled up, clearly about to say something, when Edward added, "Oh, it's the same orphanage where Voldemort grew up." Lucius's smile froze, and Narcissa's face instantly went pale. She clapped her hands over Draco's ears. How could you say that?" Edward shrugged. "You mean calling Voldemort by name? Don't worry, he's not Adam. What's so unspeakable about saying his full name?" He tossed out a joke they couldn't possibly understand, then waved a hand casually. "All right, don't just stand there. Let's sit." Edward had decided this beforehand. When it came to the Malfoys, there was no point in being overly polite. If you tried to play nice, they'd just drag you into their own territory and wear you down with their wealth of experience in manipulation. Rather than get humiliated and then blow up, it was better to just go in directly from the start. After all, they weren't here tonight just for dinner. Lucius looked at Edward with suspicion and curiosity. He found himself unable to see through this boy at all. "Narcissa, take Draco back to his room." Draco immediately protested. "Why, father? Darling, be good. Listen to me." Narcissa stroked his hair and gently pushed him out of the dining room. "I'm not a little kid anymore." Once Narcissa and Draco had left, Edward said, "Mr. Malfoy, let's cut to the chase. Why exactly did you invite us here tonight?" Lucius raised his wine glass. "Allow me, on behalf of the Malfoy family, to offer a toast to the two of you. Sorry, we're underage. We can't drink alcohol. Juice, please." Lucius clapped lightly. "Dobby, bring some juice." "Yes, master." A shabby-looking house elf brought over a bottle of juice on a tray and placed it on the table. "Please enjoy, sir." "Thank you." Dobby froze for a moment. A flicker of light passed through his bulging eyes. Thank Dobby." Edward also pulled out a few nuts and handed them over. "This is your payment." His eyes grew even wider and rounder. You're paying Dobby." "Silence, you fool. Leave at once." "Yes, master." He bowed and vanished with a pop. Edward poured juice for himself and Audrey, and a small glass for Lilith, who was watching curiously. Only then did he clink glasses with Lucius. "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius cleared his throat and said, "The reason I invited you here tonight is because I'd like to ask Miss Hall a question." Audrey put down her glass. "What is it?" The words reached his lips, but he hesitated. He adjusted his tie nervously. "It's just, did you really see, you know who?" "You mean Voldemort?" "Yes. He's still alive. Professor Dumbledore said he is." Lucius's face turned noticeably paler. Edward smiled and asked, "Is Mr. Malfoy worried that if Voldemort returns, he'll come after his former followers?" He quickly replied, I was under the Imperius curse back then. I wasn't truly one of his followers." "Well then, if Voldemort comes back, do you think you'll be placed under the Imperius curse again?" Lucius fell silent. Without hesitation, Edward used legilimency on him. What he saw was a whirlwind of thoughts. Lucius was struggling to read Edward, he was clearly terrified of Voldemort's return, and there was an obvious sense of unease about the future. But that wasn't what Edward was truly interested in. So he asked directly, "Mr. Malfoy, you mean to tell me that you invited us all the way here tonight just to ask that question? If you just wanted to know whether Voldemort is alive or not, surely there were easier ways. And now that you know he's still alive, then what? What exactly does Mr. Malfoy plan to do?" Lucius's gaze sharpened at once, but he didn't reply. But through legilimency, Edward had already seen the truth. This dinner hadn't been Lucius's idea. It had been a joint request from the families of other former Death Eaters, who had asked him to help verify one thing, whether Voldemort was really still alive. Because recently, someone who was supposed to be long dead had shown up at their doors, Barty Crouch Jr. He claimed he was acting under the Dark Lord's orders, demanding that they all follow him from now on and prepare for the Dark Lord's resurrection and return. These former Death Eaters, whether they had bribed their way out of trouble or feigned ignorance back in the day, were clearly not die-hard loyalists. So they didn't believe Barty Jr. right away. After all, he couldn't produce a single shred of evidence. At the very least, shouldn't the Dark Lord show his face and say a few words? They couldn't just throw their entire lives into this based on one guy waving a flag and shouting slogans. So they began applying pressure, through the newspapers and the Ministry of Magic, trying to gauge Dumbledore's stance and determine whether Voldemort really had returned. At the same time, they instructed their children at Hogwarts to provoke Harry and Audrey in order to force answers from them. Harry, of course, had already been questioned a few times, and he adamantly stuck to his story. But Audrey was the tricky one. During a recent defense against the dark arts practical lesson, she had demonstrated overwhelming power, so who would dare try anything forceful with her? As Barty's demands grew more aggressive with each passing day, he'd even issued an order to cooperate with goblins in attacking Hogwarts. The situation grew dire. Attack Hogwarts. Even during Voldemort's peak, they hadn't dared to go that far. That was suicidal. But if these were truly the Dark Lord's orders, then refusing to obey would undoubtedly lead to a worse fate. After much anxious deliberation, the group finally reached a consensus: confirm it one last time. One final confirmation. And that was the real reason behind tonight's invitation. So that's how it is. Edward withdrew from Lucius's mind, finally understanding the whole picture, though, even now, it all still struck him as rather foolish. A former Death Eater, inviting students close to Dumbledore into his home, right under Dumbledore's nose, just to confirm Voldemort's status. No matter how you looked at it, it was utterly absurd. Note, 375 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.atreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Master. In the original story, Lucius Malfoy switched allegiances twice, each time aligning himself with Voldemort, and each time escaping unscathed. He continued to hold his position as the head of the Malfoy family and retained control over a vast fortune. A man like that didn't seem the type to come up with such a foolish idea. Thinking of this, Edward asked again, Mr. Malfoy, you still haven't answered my question. If Voldemort really is alive, what do you plan to do? Lucius lifted his wineglass, his demeanor now composed. What else can I do? Naturally, I will stand firmly on Dumbledore's side and support his election as Minister of Magic. I will fully oppose the Dark Lord. Oh. Edward pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Professor Dumbledore will surely be pleased to hear that you've made such a decision, just like how you voted in favor of moving the election date forward the other day. I was simply doing what I must, Lucius replied calmly. If this were a time of peace, I would have gladly supported a fool like Fudge as minister, someone the pure-blood families can control. But in the face of the Dark Lord's return, I believe Dumbledore's leadership might offer us more security. That's why I invited you here today, for one final confirmation. This concerns not only the future of the Malfoy family in the coming years, but perhaps over the next decade. I must be cautious enough. Edward raised a brow in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we've met, isn't it? And yet you're being so open with us. Lucius smiled faintly. You're going to tell Dumbledore everything we discussed tonight anyway. I'm simply using you as a messenger. TCH. If I hadn't used legilimency on you earlier, I might have actually bought that crap. Still, it did seem that Lucius and the other Death Eaters were truly hesitant right now. A man like him placing bets on both sides was hardly a surprise. Why not tell all this to Professor Dumbledore yourself? Lucius drained his glass of deep red wine and replied, at this stage, contacting Dumbledore too openly would be the same as announcing to the world that the Malfoys have betrayed the pure-blood cause. That would bring us enemies and attacks from all sides. As he spoke, he looked at Audrey again. So, Miss Hall, are you absolutely certain that the Dark Lord is still alive? Audrey suddenly felt a force trying to invade her mind, and she reflexively launched a counterattack. Oh. Frenzy. Bang. Lucius was thrown back from the table, stumbling several steps before collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Lilith and Susie sprang into action, flanking him from both sides. But before they could strike, the carpet beneath Lucius twisted into chains and bound him tightly. Edward walked to Audrey's side and asked in a low voice, "What happened, Audrey?" He tried to use legilimency on me just now. Edward's expression turned cold as he pointed his wand at Lucius's head. Mr. Malfoy, I expect an explanation. No. Narcissa rushed forward, shielding her husband with alarm. This was a misunderstanding. I don't see how using legilimency on someone else could ever be considered a misunderstanding. Sure, Edward had used legilimency on Lucius earlier, but this was a double standard he was perfectly comfortable with. As long as no one caught him, it didn't count. Lucius, now recovering, sat up with Narcissa's help. His face was pale, his eyes still wide with lingering fear. That oppressive, ant-like feeling, as though some monstrous being had looked down upon him, was something he'd never even experienced from Voldemort. What kind of magic had that girl just used? He forced a thin smile. As I said, the Dark Lord's survival concerns whether I support Dumbledore. It affects the future of the Malfoy family. I had to be cautious, legilimency was merely for confirmation. Humph, no wonder Professor Dumbledore holds you in such regard. I did underestimate you. Edward's tone was ice-cold. So you're not even going to apologize? Before Lucius could speak, Narcissa hastily said, "We're sorry. It was our fault. Please accept our apology." Edward was just about to reply when he caught a glimpse of Draco Malfoy peeking out from behind the doorframe in the distance, his face full of disbelief, his eyes wide with fear and horror. When he noticed Edward looking at him, Draco clenched his fists and glared back with reluctant defiance. "Edward," Audrey called softly as she walked over and tugged on his sleeve. He gave a small nod, flicked his wand to close the door, and dragged over a chair, sitting down in front of the Malfoy couple. "Did Voldemort ever give you a diary?" Lucius froze, clearly caught off guard by the abrupt question. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Yes. But I haven't seen it in a long time." "You remember what happened to Draco when he was petrified?" Both husband and wife nodded immediately. "According to our investigation, Voldemort's diary may have been brought to Hogwarts by Draco, and it manipulated him into a series of actions that eventually led to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Draco nearly died because of it." Narcissa turned deathly pale in an instant. Not only that, Voldemort even implanted false memories of murder in Draco's mind, hoping to use him to distract Professor Dumbledore. If we hadn't caught it in time, Draco would be under investigation by the Ministry right now, branded a Death Eater and shipped off to Azkaban. That last bit was 70% true and 30% fabrication, but for a protective mother, it was more than enough. "No. You can't do this." Narcissa cried out in panic. "Draco, he doesn't know anything. He's innocent." "Of course he is. But do you believe that a single vial of Veritaserum couldn't make him confess to everything he's supposedly done?" Lucius, however, had regained his composure. "What exactly are you trying to achieve by saying all this? Are you threatening us?" "I'm merely stating facts." Edward looked down at the two of them and enunciated each word clearly. "You Death Eaters, are you planning something?" Lucius was silent for a long moment before nodding. "Yes." "What is it?" "An attack on Hogwarts." Narcissa's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned toward her husband. "When?" "It hasn't been decided yet. We're still waiting for orders. It's Barty Crouch Jr. He's not dead. He returned with the Dark Lord's command." Edward's wand slashed through the air. "Imperio." Narcissa gasped in terror, but before she could speak, Edward hit her with a stupefy, sending her crumpling to the floor. "What's your real reason for inviting us here tonight?" Lucius's lips curved into a smile. "It's to outwardly help other pureblood families gather information about the Dark Lord." Edward signaled for him to continue, but in truth, to deliberately pass on Barty Crouch Jr.'s plan to attack Hogwarts, through us, to Dumbledore. Edward raised an eyebrow. "Why would you do that?" "Because I don't believe attacking Hogwarts is a wise move. I don't want to be the Dark Lord's lapdog anymore. So I want to sabotage this operation, ideally, make sure it fails before it even begins. Why not tell Dumbledore directly? He wouldn't believe me. Even if I let him use legilimency, he'd suspect the memories were fabricated. Besides, I don't want to go from being Voldemort's dog to Dumbledore's." Edward and Audrey exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. They'd considered 1,000 possibilities, but not this. Still, Edward flicked a coin and confirmed that Lucius was telling the truth. "Anything else? Any other plans or secret schemes?" "I hope to use this to strike a deal with Dumbledore, so the Malfoy family can not only survive the storm to come, but emerge stronger." "And that's all?" Edward asked more than a dozen follow-up questions, confirming the story from all angles. Nothing new came up. Only then did he awaken Narcissa and release Lucius from the Imperious Curse and the transfiguration binding the chains. Lucius looked disoriented for a moment, then suddenly recoiled, drawing his wand and pointing it at Edward. "You used the Imperious Curse on me." "I did." His voice trembled with rage. "You, how dare you? Isn't this the reason you invited us tonight?" Edward asked, "Once Barty tells you the date, you'll inform me, correct?" Lucius gritted his teeth, his wand hand shaking violently as he glared at Edward. "Sigh, if only you'd told me from the start this was a defection, we wouldn't have had to go through all this, would we?" Edward smiled apologetically. "Mr. Malfoy, I apologize. It was my mistake." He raised a glass of juice. "This toast is to you. I hope you'll forgive me." Then he looked at Narcissa. "Madame Malfoy, if you could help persuade your husband, after all, you wouldn't want to see, well, you know." Narcissa gently lowered Lucius's wand arm and softly took his hand. "Let it go, Lucius." "Humph." Lucius inhaled sharply, clenched his jaw, and lowered his head. "This dinner is over. You two, please leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Malfoy." "Madam." Edward took Audrey's hand, waved at the two small companions. "Lilith, Susie." The two creatures rushed back, one leaping onto Edward's shoulder, the other sticking close to Audrey. Crack! With a sharp twist of space, the two humans, one cat, and one dog vanished. leaving behind Lucius Malfoy, still seething with rage, while Narcissa tried to soothe him. Damn it, those bastards, one day I'll. Before he could finish the thought, Edward suddenly reappeared. Oh, I almost forgot about that dark mark over Hogwarts the other night. Was that your doing? Lucius froze mid-rant. It was me. I had Draco do it. It was meant to get your attention. But since you all seemed to ignore it, I had no choice but to come speak with you directly tonight. Narcissa was stunned again. Lucius, are you insane? How could you do such a thing? Edward, too, was incredulous. You had your own son do that. What if he had been caught and thrown into Azkaban? Lucius replied coldly, I'm helping you fight the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. Draco would be credited, not punished. That logic was really something else. With that, the two once again vanished into the air, leaving behind Narcissa, angrily questioning her husband, and Lucius coldly refuting her. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. A light figure appeared at the top of the staircase. In an instant, the Malfoy couple composed themselves and bowed toward the figure upstairs. Master, they said in unison. The task you assigned to us, we've completed it. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 238, The Hidden One. Edward and Audrey operated into a small snow-covered grove, a few hundred meters away from Malfoy Manor. As soon as they landed, a small tent appeared out of thin air, and Dumbledore stepped out, ducking his head. Since they had no idea what kind of trick Lucius might be playing, they had, of course, come fully prepared for this dinner. Dumbledore had stayed here the entire time, ready to act at a moment's notice. Over at Hogwarts, Fawkes the Phoenix was standing guard, ready to apparate over in an instant should anything go awry, just in case the Death Eaters tried to sneak in while they were gone. But after all that fuss, to end up with such a result, it was frankly quite unexpected. Do you think Lucius was telling the truth? Edward frowned slightly and added, even though everything, legilimency, the Imperius Curse, even divination, all confirmed what Lucius said, I still feel like something about this is abrupt. Dumbledore finished, his eyes sharp with focus. Yes. That's it, abrupt. Edward clapped his hands in agreement. Whether Lucius is trying to hedge his bets or break away from Voldemort, he had countless better options. Exactly. You and Audrey are close to me, yes, but just how close, the outside world doesn't really know. And no offense, but you're still just students. Isn't he worried you might mess things up or accidentally leak something? At that moment, Susie suddenly spoke up. What if that person wanted you two to hear all that? Edward paused, puzzled. Why would he? I don't know. She shook her head. But just now, I noticed something about him, his fear, his anger, his shock, none of it seemed real. It felt like he was acting. Lilith widened her eyes. How did Miss Lilith not see that just now? Audrey looked at her wide-eyed. I was just about to say that. My own dog beat me to the punch. How did you notice that, Susie? Lilith asked. Susie hesitated. Maybe it takes a spectator's perspective to see things others can't. Oh no, Susie, you don't need to make excuses. You're just a natural-born saint of the spectators. No wonder Edward keeps calling you the Dog Almighty and whatnot. I'm sorry, I've brought shame to the humanities beyonders again. In Dumbledore's blue eyes, a thoughtful gleam emerged. Now that I think about it, for Lucius to suddenly turn his back on Voldemort and pledge allegiance to me, even though he gave several reasons, none of them really hold up under scrutiny. Because siding with Voldemort, even in the worst-case scenario where he's defeated in battle, you're just thrown into Azkaban. But Lucius has already claimed the Imperius defense wants to get out. He'd definitely be counting on getting away again. But to betray Voldemort, that's a death sentence. I know Lucius. He's more afraid of dying than anyone. Then, a note of surprise entered his voice. Unless Lucius believes that Voldemort can't kill him. Either he's overly confident in his strength, which we can rule out, or he's found a new backer. Edward blinked in disbelief. But, no flattery intended, Professor, who in the wizarding world could possibly be a stronger backer than you or Voldemort? Dumbledore didn't respond with false humility. He simply nodded, glancing toward the distant silhouette of Malfoy Manor. So, what secret is Lucius really hiding? I'm going back to check right now. Edward made the decision instantly. He shoved Lilith into Audrey's arms and pulled out his invisibility cloak, draping it over himself. Be careful. Got it. The cloak's concealment ability activated, and Edward vanished without a sound. Dumbledore smiled slightly. All right, Audrey. Come inside now. It's far too cold out here. Okay, Professor. Inside Malfoy Manor, House Elf Dobby was glumly cleaning the dining table. Looking at the barely touched food, he tried several times to smash his head on the table out of frustration, but didn't dare damage the furniture and risk angering his master. Edward silently passed through the drawing room and reached Lucius's study. Inside, Lucius gripped his wand, his face dark, muttering angrily to himself. From the fragments Edward caught, it was clear Lucius was still fuming about the humiliation he'd suffered tonight, vowing to return it tenfold in the future. He moved through the wall to the next room, where Narcissa was gently speaking to Draco. "Don't worry, Draco. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. But they were too much," Draco said bitterly. "We invited them in good faith. Why would they treat father like that?" Narcissa stroked his hair. "All right, this isn't something you should worry about. Go to bed now." His mother's calm attitude made Draco uneasy. Ever since he was little, the Malfoy family had always been the ones doing the bullying, not the other way around. What happened tonight was something he simply couldn't wrap his head around. "Is it because of Audrey's family background?" he whispered. "Is her background so powerful that we can't afford to offend her? You don't understand, dear. What you need to do now is sleep." She kissed his forehead gently, then turned and left the room, heading straight back to the study, where she resumed softly consoling her husband. Everything seemed normal. So normal, it actually felt a little off to Edward. For starters, when he made a full circuit of the manor, he realized something peculiar. Despite the immense size of the estate, there wasn't a single servant, not one, besides the house elf Dobby. Which meant Dobby had to cook, clean, tidy rooms, and take care of countless chores all by himself. Truly a 10-in-1, all-purpose house elf. Edward silently followed Dobby all the way to the kitchen. As soon as Dobby set down the dishes, he immediately turned and started banging his head against the wall. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. The food was so bad the master didn't eat a bite. Useless Dobby. Awful Dobby. Shameful Dobby. He didn't stop until a lump began to form on his forehead. Sitting down beside the wall in a daze, Dobby suddenly pulled out the bronze canute Edward had given him earlier and began examining it closely, muttering to himself, "That gentleman just now said thank you to Dobby, and even gave Dobby money. Truly, eh?" No one knew what he was reminded of, but suddenly, bang bang bang, he resumed slamming his head into the wall. Imperio. Edward waved his wand and cast the Imperio's curse. Dobby immediately froze mid-motion, then slowly turned to him with a wide, vacant smile. "Dobby, besides you and your masters, is there anyone else living in this manor?" "No." "Has anyone visited recently?" "Yes," Dobby replied. "A few days ago, the master's friends came by and spoke with him in the study for a long time. But Dobby doesn't know what they talked about." "What about other people?" "There was also a man named Fudge. He was very mean and kicked Dobby once." "Anyone else?" Dobby shook his head. "No more." "Do you know why your master isn't afraid of Voldemort's retaliation?" A flicker of fear appeared on Dobby's face. "I don't know." Edward thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you know if your master is afraid of Voldemort?" Dobby hesitated, then nodded slowly. "It seems like he's not." So Lucius really did have some reason not to fear Voldemort's vengeance. Edward continued asking questions around that topic, but unfortunately, Dobby didn't know anything else. "Thank you, Dobby." Dobby beamed. This is what Dobby should do. The next second, confusion flickered in Dobby's large eyes. He scratched his head. Just now, what happened? It felt like someone was asking Dobby questions. He looked around the kitchen. But there's no one here. Dobby must have fallen asleep. He started banging his head again. Bad Dobby. Fell asleep while working. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Edward circled the entire manor again, conducting several divinations along the way, but each one came up blank. Should I try Madman to the right? With that thought, he pulled out a divination crystal and concentrated. Can I discover Lucius's true secret? The green crystal didn't move an inch, divination failed. Can I uncover the force backing Lucius? Still failed. TSK. No result at all. Can't even reverse it now. He frowned and thought for a moment. There is someone else in this manor besides myself, Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, and Dobby. This time, the green crystal began slowly turning clockwise. He quickly followed up, can I find the one who's hiding here? The green crystal suddenly reversed direction, spinning counterclockwise. Excellent. Activate Madman to the right. In the next instant, the crystal resumed turning clockwise again. Green crystal, feeling very abused right now. Edward immediately started another round of searching around the manor. However, even after half an hour, he still found nothing. The madman to the right isn't working. That didn't make sense. Wait. Didn't I just divine, can I find the one who's hiding here? Maybe, just maybe, I should have added a time constraint. In other words, I will find that person, but when is completely uncertain. Damn it. I'm going to cry for my own stupidity. Back in the snowy grove, Edward had just taken off his invisibility cloak when Lilith dashed over. Edward. You're back. Come inside, Edward, Audrey called, lifting the flap of the tent and waving from within. From the outside, the little tent looked barely a meter square. But inside, it was much roomier, a cozy space where Dumbledore sat leaning against a fireplace, holding a newspaper and reading it with Susie. Oh, I can hardly believe it. Just over a week ago, you didn't know a single word of English, and now you're nearly able to read the paper. Susie, you're smarter than most humans I know. Susie sat demurely beside him, looking slightly embarrassed. Oh, you're back, Edward. How did it go? I can basically confirm that Lucius really has found himself a new backer. But as for who it is, no clues at all. Dumbledore mulled it over for a moment. In the short term, that may not be a bad thing. As for the long term, we can deal with it after the Death Eaters and goblins make their move. He stood up and gave a yawn. All right, you've all worked hard tonight. Let's get some rest. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he glanced over at Susie and added, by the way, have you considered teaching Susie? He paused, and Lilith, magic. Both Edward and Audrey blinked. Huh. Cats and dogs who can use magic, doesn't that sound delightfully fun? Susie and Lilith's eyes lit up instantly, clearly eager to try. But, how would they even hold a wand? The two little ones immediately raised their paws and stared at them in confusion. Dumbledore stroked his beard with a chuckle. Leave it to me. I've always enjoyed a good challenge. After a pause, he added, oh, right, Gellert contacted me. He said the things you asked his old subordinates to look for have all been delivered. You should go pick them up when you have time. Only then did Edward remember that request. His heart stirred with anticipation. The Jusienne sword, huh? If that thing turns out to be real, could it help me slay a rank 8 ancestor, stand a chance against the gods of that world? Note, wow. We missed our Pow Stone goal for 3 days in a row. What? The HP part not as interesting as LOTM. For 85 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 239, Revisiting Grindelwald. Sundays at Hogwarts were even more relaxed than usual. Especially after last night's heavy snowfall, the castle grounds had transformed into a winter wonderland. Early that morning, the students had already built several giant snowmen. One of them was modeled after Dumbledore himself, arms raised high, holding flags representing the 4 houses. Balanced atop his head was a signboard flashing with brightly colored words, "Vote for me." There was no need to guess who was behind it. Although Dementors still patrolled the grounds, the students were no longer as frightened as they had been at the beginning, not since they'd acquired a certain ultimate weapon. In fact, some of the bolder Gryffindors had even started hunting down the Dementors instead. The Aurors were at their wits' end. The reason the Dementors were cowering from the stench of dung bombs and not attacking was because they were around to hold them back. Did these kids really believe Dementors feared dung bombs as much as they feared the Patronus charm? If this kept up, these already starving monsters were bound to lose control and gift someone a kiss. That morning, the Golden Trio had arrived bright and early at Hagrid's hut. The moment they stepped inside, Hagrid enthusiastically brought out a batch of freshly baked rock cakes, urging them to have a taste. No thanks, Hagrid. Tea is more than enough, Harry said quickly. The trio waved their hands in hasty refusal. They hadn't forgotten how Ron nearly lost a tooth the first time he bit into one of those. So, what brings you lot here this early? Hagrid asked as he munched loudly on a rock cake. It's about that room down the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor, the one guarded by the big dog. Do you know anything else about it? Cough. 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 Hagrid choked violently. Oh Merlin, what 4th floor room? What big dog? I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about. Could you not shift your eyes around like that when you say it? Harry said, exasperated. Hagrid turned his gaze to Fong, who was gnawing on a tattered old boot. Fong. What VE I told you about chewing up random junk? Fong tilted his head in confusion, then promptly resumed his battle with the boot. Hagrid. Harry and Hermione shouted in unison. I really don't know. Hagrid whimpered pitifully. I just did what Professor Dumbledore asked, had Fluffy guard the room entrance. That's all I know. But you mentioned before that it had something to do with Nicholas Flamel, Hermione said, stepping closer and narrowing her eyes. There's definitely some kind of secret in that room, isn't there? Hagrid instantly slapped a hand over his mouth. I won't tell anyone else about the Philosopher's Stone. Not anymore. Hermione and Harry blurted out, one after the other. You won't again tell anyone else about the Philosopher's Stone? You've told someone else already, they both shouted. No. Hagrid cried in panic, flailing his hands. No. While I was sending an owl from the tower, I might have heard someone asking what was in that fourth-floor room, and I might have casually replied, but it must have been my imagination. There was no one there. But I remember that upper-year students learn disillusionment charms, Ron said in surprise. And there's also the invisibility cloak, someone must have been hiding there, right? What? Hagrid froze, panic overtaking his face. No, that's impossible, what are the chances? Harry glared. Hagrid, how could you just blurt something like that out? I don't know. I was just suddenly spaced out and said it without thinking. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look, the same thought flashing through both their minds. Someone had used the Imperius Curse on Hagrid. Of course. Hagrid was a half-giant, born with high magical resistance. That would explain why the Imperius Curse only made him seem dazed for a moment before he unwittingly answered the question. If that was the case, then someone reckless enough to cast an unforgivable curse within Hogwarts already knew the location of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone was in danger. Hagrid, when exactly did you tell them? Harry asked. Yesterday, Hagrid stammered. Let's hope it's not too late. Without another word, Harry and Hermione leapt to their feet and bolted out the door. We have to tell Professor Dumbledore right away. Ron had no choice but to follow. Hey! Wait for me, you two. What's going on? Soon, the trio reached the 8th floor and knocked urgently on the door of the headmaster's office. Ah, Harry, Ron, Hermione. What brings you here? Dumbledore greeted them. Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster. The three of them began talking all at once, their anxious voices clashing in a chaotic mess that made Dumbledore rub his temples. All right, he said gently, motioning for calm. Slow down, one at a time. They all fell silent simultaneously, then exchanged a glance, before blurting out in unison. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Oh. And where exactly did you hear about the Philosopher's Stone? The three of them exchanged glances. That's not important. We suspect someone used the Imperius Curse on Hagrid to extract information about the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, now that is quite a startling revelation. Dumbledore took off his glasses and pondered for a moment, then opened a drawer and handed the trio a generous handful of sweets. All right, I understand. Now off you go, back to your dormitories. Harry immediately raised his voice. Professor, you don't believe us? No, of course I do, Dumbledore replied sincerely. But this isn't something you should be concerning yourselves with. The professors and I will take care of it. After sending them out of the office, Dumbledore muttered to himself. So, after all that roundabout business, it still comes back to the Philosopher's Stone. Austria, Nurmengard. The days had grown increasingly colder. Snow had been falling steadily for over half a month now. If it weren't for magic, this ancient, dilapidated fortress would likely have collapsed under the weight. Grindelwald sat huddled by the fireplace, warming his hands. An old film was playing on the TV beside him. From time to time, the old man turned to glance at the screen, occasionally tossing in another log. Inside the room, the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the wind whistling faintly through the gaps in the window. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Grindelwald gave a lazy wave of his hand, and the door swung open. A gust of wind and snow burst into the room, instantly chilling the air. Edward stepped inside, covered head to toe in snow, and used his backside to shut the door. Long time no see, Mr. Grindelwald. He carried several large and small bags in both hands, resembling someone visiting relatives for the holidays. The reason he didn't put them in an undetectable extension pouch was precisely because he wanted to make a show of it. After setting the bags down, Edward brushed the snow off his coat and looked around the room, which had noticeably changed since his last visit. Clearly, Grindelwald had added a fair bit of furniture, all neatly arranged, turning a prison cell into something approaching a home. Lilith leapt out of Edward's arms at once and trotted straight over to the TV, sitting herself down attentively. But when she saw it wasn't Tom and Jerry playing, she turned her head and let out a single meow at Grindelwald. Grindelwald tossed another log into the fire, stood up, and walked over to the TV. With practiced ease, he loaded a Tom and Jerry VHS tape into the machine and started playback. While doing so, he muttered, "So this cat really does understand television. I thought it was just hanging around for the warmth." Seeing Lilith sitting happily and watching Tom and Jerry, Grindelwald instinctively gave her a gentle pat on the head. Then he turned to Edward and said, "You've been back from your academic tour for over 10 days, haven't you? If not for the stuff you brought, were you even planning to visit me?" Edward gave an exaggerated expression of innocence. "That's unfair, sir. You were the one who practically threw me out last time, looking all annoyed. I thought you didn't want to be disturbed. If not for the fact that my bones were with you this whole time, I'd have come much sooner to check in." He cleared his throat and added, "So, how's the research coming along?" "A bit of progress." Grindelwald stood up lazily and walked to a cluttered corner filled with odd items. He bent down and rummaged around for a while before pulling out a bone, crystal clear and engraved with dense, intricate runes. Magical energy faintly pulsed through the carvings, and embedded inside, visible through the translucent surface, was a small, black stone about the size of a pinky fingernail. "If you can reintegrate this into your body, you should be able to perform wandless magic using it." Edward took the bone and examined it carefully. Compared to the wand he had previously bought from Ollivander, this felt far more natural, and for good reason. It was his own ulna. "When you say, a bit of progress, you mean?" "I mean it's still far from perfect. As you know, a typical wand is composed of a wand core and wand wood. Your ulna serves as the wood, but I tried every known wand core material and none of them were compatible." He pointed at the black stone embedded in the bone. "Until I used that. It was something I picked up while helping Albus with something years ago, purely by chance. To be honest, I was grasping at straws when I stuffed it in there, but it worked." Edward frowned. "So it worked, but there's still a catch." "Exactly. The magical energy, well, let's call it magic for simplicity, in that stone is finite. The more you use it, the more it depletes. Once it's drained, this bone will no longer function as a magical conduit. Do you have any more of those stones?" Grindelwald spread his hands. "That was a one-time thing. It came from a mutated magical creature. In all my years, I've only ever seen one. TCH. So it turned out to be a single-use item, huh?" Still, Edward wasn't too disappointed. "Either way, it gives me an extra layer of protection." "Hey, good attitude." Grindelwald chuckled approvingly, then added, "Don't worry. Since I'm bored out of my mind nowadays, I'll definitely continue this line of research. Next, I plan to abandon traditional wand cores and experiment with other magical materials. So." He grinned mischievously. "Once you're done here, put this bone back in, and leave the spare one for me. You really think my bones are Lego bricks you can swap in and out at will, don't you? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 240, Gathering of Heroes. However, once the wandulna was reinstalled, he did seem to have an extra one left over. So this counts as waste utilization. TCH. That was a bone connected to his flesh and blood. How could it be called waste? There's still one more question. Edward raised his hand. "If I reinstall the bone, what happens if someone casts Expelliarmus on me?" Grindelwald snorted. "Do you think I wouldn't have considered that? Let me ask you, if you punch someone, does your fist count as a weapon?" "I guess it does." "Then if I cast Expelliarmus on you at that moment, is your fist going to fly off?" Edward was momentarily stunned. "Once that bone is back in your body, it's a part of you. It's just a regular bone. The carved magical runes are what allow you to cast spells without a wand. So the effect of Expelliarmus on your ulna would be the same as casting it on your fist, which is to say, none at all." "You're sure?" The old man furrowed his brow. "Put it in or don't, up to you." "All right, I'll trust you. Worst case, if it doesn't work, I'll just take it out again. Ugh, this really has become a Lego set, hasn't it?" Pulling the bone out. One spell would do the trick. But putting the wandulna back in. That was a whole different ordeal, cutting open flesh, inserting the bone, reconnecting everything, then magically sealing the wound. What sounded like 3 simple steps was, in truth, bloody and brutal. Edward lay on a makeshift hospital bed conjured by magic, looking every bit like a lamb about to be slaughtered. The surgery was being performed by a centenarian with no medical license and a habit of bending the truth, Grindelwald, who resembled a soulless butcher as he worked on Edward's left arm. Reinstalling the ulna wasn't just a biological issue. The countless magical runes carved into the bone had to synchronize with his body. That was the real challenge. Even Lilith had lost interest in watching Tom and Jerry by this point. She sat quietly by the bedside, occasionally letting out a soft meow and rubbing her head against Edward. In contrast to the grisly scene, she lent the moment a surprising touch of warmth. After 2 or 3 hours, the surgery, or rather, the operation, was complete. Edward now had a left arm that could cast wandless spells, and more powerfully than with a traditional wand. Grindelwald, on the other hand, had earned himself a fresh new ulna. Expelliarmus. No sooner had Edward sat up than Grindelwald hit him with a disarming charm. He was sent flying and landed hard on the ground, nearly busting his ass. I thought you said it wouldn't work. I said it couldn't disarm you. I didn't say it had no impact. Grindelwald rolled his eyes. Relax. That was a full-powered Expelliarmus. You can rest assured now, can't you? Rubbing his backside, Edward muttered, You're just getting back at me for doubting you. I'm not that petty. Now come on, try casting something wandless. If anything's off, I need to make adjustments. Since the wand core was a consumable, Edward only tried a few minor spells like Wingardium Leviosa. Once he confirmed everything worked, he stopped wasting magic. Another 20 minutes of stretching and testing ensured that his new wand arm felt no different from the original. Operation success. Alright, I'm fine now. Go back and watch TV, Lilith. Only after confirming several times did Lilith happily trot back to the TV. Oh, right, Mr. Grindelwald, there's something I'd like to ask you. Speak. Grindelwald was at the sink, washing the blood from his hands. If someone uses too much dark magic, will it definitely have terrible consequences for them? The old man chuckled. Oh. A wizard raised by Albus is curious about dark magic. Now that's interesting. I wouldn't say I like it, but, in many situations, dark magic is just more effective. Drying his hands with a towel, Grindelwald walked over. First of all, yes, abusing dark magic can make a wizard cruel, twisted, even monstrous. But that effect can be resisted. See, at the very beginning, there was no such thing as dark or light magic. It was all just magic. There was no high or low, good or evil. But later on, some wizards started isolating the spells that were especially destructive or lacked counter curses and labeled them as evil, thus dark magic was born. Those wizards who turned ugly and violent after using dark magic. It's not that the spells corrupted them, they were always like that. The magic just reflected their true nature. If someone like Albus were to use dark magic, it wouldn't affect him at all. He gave a soft laugh. But here's the thing, real dark magic side effects target the soul. More precisely, any magic meant to harm another will corrode your soul. That damage doesn't come from the spell itself, it comes from the victim's pain and suffering. Especially spells like Avada Kedavra, which attack the soul directly. The funny thing is, the more you fear this kind of damage, the stronger it gets. Those so-called cruel but cowardly dark wizards. Their souls are usually long rotted away. But if you simply don't care, the damage becomes negligible. Grindelwald raised his chin slightly. All the harm decades of dark magic has done to me still doesn't compare to the damage Albus's one Expelliarmus did to me back then. Edward was speechless. Is that really something to be proud of? So, what are the actual symptoms of soul damage? In serious cases, it can eat away your soul entirely, turn you mad, or even kill you on the spot. In lighter cases, it might cause memory loss or cognitive dysfunction. But little by little, you'll still end up insane. Hearing this, Edward scratched his cheek in concern. Damn, if I go nuts one day, will it be because of the dark magic, or a side effect of pretending to be crazy all the time? Just then, Grindelwald gave him a sidelong glance and said calmly, As for you, you don't need to worry about such laughable things. Edward blinked. Why not? Hey, your animagus form is an obscurus, an entity born entirely of negative emotions and dark energy. And you're worried about dark magic affecting you. Ah, Professor Dumbledore told you. Grindelwald nodded. He suddenly sighed. If it had been in the past, I definitely would have found a way to study you thoroughly, but lately, I've often been recalling the past. You know, Aberforth's son Cretans, Ariana, and now you. The Dumbledore family has produced 3 obscurials, so, forget it. At that moment, he bent down and fished out a suitcase from a pile of miscellaneous items, tossing it to Edward. Oh right, these are all the things my old buddies managed to recover for you from all over the world. Everything's in here. Before Edward could get excited, he added gloomily, friendly reminder, don't get your hopes up. Not even a little. Ugh. Even though he'd already prepared himself mentally for disappointment, hearing it so bluntly was still a bit of a buzzkill. Opening the suitcase, he saw a sheet of paper nailed to the inside of the lid, listing the contents. The very first line stunned Edward. The Shroud of Turin. Where the hell did they even get that from? Wait, what does ×3 mean? 3 pieces of the shroud? Did they rip it into 3, or did Jesus die and get wrapped up 3 times? Even though the grey fog of the Sapphira Castle hadn't yet authenticated it, Edward instantly labeled this thing as a counterfeit knockoff. Next on the list. The Spear of Longinus. Well, at least there was no times next to that one. Edward pulled out a nearly 2-meter-long, rust-covered spear. Comparing it to the one summoned by mystical reenactment, he felt this one came up short. Maybe it needed to be activated by the grey fog. At least it looked old enough to be convincing. Then came Mjolnir. Why did it look exactly like the one from the Thor movies? The Sword of Victory, a lavishly decorated weapon inlaid with gems, though the blade had several chipped and broken areas. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, an ancient Japanese sword about the length of a forearm, similarly rusted and worn. Excalibur, embedded in stone, an elegant yet clearly decayed longsword. Holy crap, there was even a miniature ornate coffin, said to contain the remains of some ancient wizard from 1,000 years ago. Seriously? Not only had they dug up graves to steal stuff, they even took the corpses. That's going way too far. As Edward went down the checklist and pulled each item out, he found weapons and artifacts from nearly every major mythology: British, Norse, Japanese, Indian, Egyptian, Greek, Chinese. It was a literal gathering of heroes, like some bizarre junkyard mythology summit, everything from swords to shrouds, sometimes even in multiple pieces, just like the shroud. And the Jusian sword, Edward had hoped this one might be the real deal. There were 4 in total. That lined up, right? The Jusian, immortal slaying, formation required 4 swords, Jusian, slaying immortals, trapping immortals, and extinguishing immortals. So far, so good. Except, the 4 swords clearly came from different eras, with clashing styles and wildly varying craftsmanship. Totally off. Besides the famous relics, there were also bizarre items like a chariot wheel supposedly from the sun god's chariot, a god's portrait frame, only the frame remained, Merlin's shoes, and even extraterrestrial objects. It was a complete circus. Grindelwald, watching Edward's reaction from the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I told you, if these things ever truly existed, they've long since vanished. And even if they are still out there somewhere, it's not like a bunch of half-dead relic hunters could just waltz in and collect them. Edward silently tossed the empty divine frame back into the suitcase and asked, "So where exactly did your old pals get all this stuff from?" Most of it was borrowed from private collectors. Some came straight out of museums. And a small portion, like the shoes, wheels, and coffins, well, let's just say it came from grave robbing. Damn it. This was all his fault. He'd had a momentary burst of inspiration, thinking he might get lucky with some shortcut, but thanks to Grindelwald relaying his words, those old coots took it way too seriously, and now, here they were. Oh right, Grindelwald suddenly remembered something. Kraft and Caro almost managed to snatch that phoenix in New Zealand. Edward smacked his forehead. He'd nearly forgotten about the phoenix. Somehow, they managed to force it to drink an entire bottle of elixir of life. Then they evaded the Aurors from both New Zealand and Australia and successfully made it back to Europe. But on the way over, the phoenix suddenly woke up and vanished. Edward let out a long breath. Well, at least it got away safely. Except it didn't return to New Zealand. It's been missing ever since. That's worse than if they had caught it. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Edward asked, "You didn't think to stop them, sir?" They spend their days dreaming up all sorts of nonsense. Letting them run around a bit keeps them busy. Grindelwald snorted lightly. Besides, this is your mess. You can't expect someone else to clean it up for you. People must take responsibility for their actions. Edward immediately folded his hands in a kneeling pose. Sorry, sir, but this kind of responsibility is way out of my league. Grindelwald scoffed. Relax. Those 5 are just remnants of the old Grindelwald faction who should have died decades ago. They'll leave no traces behind. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, I've given you everything. Time for you to leave. Edward spread his hands. See? You're kicking me out again. And you wonder why I hesitate to visit next time. Then don't come. Fine, fine. Oh, right, Professor Dumbledore asked me to give you this letter. Edward took out a sealed envelope and handed it over. Grindelwald accepted it, opened it for a glance, and instantly, a glimmer flickered through his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. So, now he thinks of me. He carefully folded the letter back into its envelope and looked at Edward. Albus said you had a question for me. What is it? Edward paused, quickly organizing his words. Sir, if there existed a completely new kind of magic, one where each person could only choose a single path. For example, if you chose flight, you could no longer choose swimming. Grindelwald cut him off. I choose war. Edward choked, suddenly wondering if Dumbledore had already tipped him off. Those 2 old lovebirds must have planned this in advance, and still made him go through the motions of asking. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 241, Return to Godric's Hollow. Besides, you're a former Dark Lord, and you chose war, are you planning to stir up trouble again? As if reading Edward's thoughts, Grindelwald said seriously, choosing war doesn't mean I'm going to start one. It means that when faced with war, I will have the power to confront it. Yes, of course, you're absolutely right. Grindelwald leaned back in his rocking chair again, returning to his usual lazy posture. Well, I'll be heading back then. See you next time. Edward waved. Lilith, we're leaving. Ooh. Lilith reluctantly tore her gaze away from the television. With a small grumble, she leapt onto Edward's shoulder, and man and cat vanished together. Grindelwald suddenly sat upright, a look of confusion and surprise on his face. Just now, was that the cat talking? As soon as he returned to Hogwarts, Edward slapped his forehead. Ack, I forgot to take notes. He pulled out his notebook and began recalling the architectural style, layout, and historical events that had occurred at Nurmengard Castle. He also took the opportunity to jot down the love-hate entanglements between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, highlighting Grindelwald's despair and self-imprisonment after his defeat, and the emotional turmoil he harbored toward Dumbledore. A competent scribe was supposed to record everything truthfully and without bias, but let's be honest, Nurmengard's story would be bone dry if written that way. So, he decided to spice things up a little. At the very least, when Audrey got her hands on this segment of the Chronicle, she'd be reading it with great relish. Say, if Professor Dumbledore hadn't chosen to oppose Grindelwald back then, what do you think the world would look like now? Would their greater good have been realized? Edward thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Why not? Because it was too great, Edward explained. If it were just the two of them, these two top-tier wizards, teaming up to stand above the rest, maybe it wouldn't have been so difficult. They could have silently accomplished their goals without anyone knowing. But if you count in the entire wizarding world, then no. It would inevitably lead to direct and total opposition, eventually ending in mutual destruction. He shrugged. Of course, that's just my personal opinion. Honestly, I've always thought that if wizards wanted to rule over muggles, brute force wouldn't be the way to do it. If it were up to me, I'd make good use of spells like the Imperious Curse, Confundus Charm, and Memory Charm, plus various potions, to sway some, control others, and achieve the goal indirectly. Audrey looked contemplative. So the church in our world, is that the method they use? Not exactly. The key difference between potions and magic is that anyone can become a Beyonder if they have the potion. There's no threshold. That's why the upper echelons of various countries are more willing to work with the church. But wizards are born that way. You either are one or you're not. For governments, cooperating with wizards usually means putting a powerful master above their own heads, and that rarely benefits them in any real way. In fact, even in your world, things are far from the greater good Dumbledore and Grindelwald envisioned. Ordinary people are still largely ignorant about Beyonders. The two sides haven't evolved into entirely separate species or social classes where one rules over the other. The highest levels of society still contain both Beyonders and influential non-Beyonders, just like your dad, who's a nobleman without any extraordinary powers. On the contrary, organizations like the Nighthawks, official Beyonder forces, aren't meant to dominate or control the masses. They exist to protect them, even at the cost of their own lives. At this point, Edward scratched his head a little awkwardly. Ahem. Everything I just said is pure keyboard politics. Take it with a grain of salt. Audrey tilted her head. Keyboard politics. Well, it's when people sit around talking politics but never actually do anything. Lots of guys like to sit around and complain about this leader being dumb, that official being clueless. It's just a form of tough talk. She giggled. You're just a boy, not even a man. Edward sighed and shrugged helplessly. He couldn't argue with that. After finishing their butterbeers, the two stepped out of the three broomsticks. The cold wind outside made both of them instinctively shrink back. The pub had been so warm they'd forgotten they were only wearing thin wizard robes. Edward quickly waved his wand, conjuring thick, warm clothes for both of them. Huh. Audrey's eyes locked on the hog's head down the street. Is that Mr. Aberforth Dumbledore? At the moment, Aberforth was sprawled across his old goat, lying fast asleep in the snow. The goat blinked its innocent eyes, occasionally struggling to get up, but Aberforth was hugging it so tightly it couldn't move, and had to let out an occasional pitiful bleat. The two exchanged a look. Roughly this time last week, the old man had gotten drunk and lost his goat. This time, he didn't lose it, he passed out with it, asleep in the snow. Well, they couldn't just leave him there. Edward walked over and patted him. Mr. Dumbledore, wake up. Aberforth waved him off and muttered, Don't mind me. I won't die. I'm not worried about you dying, I'm worried you'll crush your beloved goat. Left with no choice, Edward cast the levitation charm on Aberforth, causing his limbs and body to float as though suspended by invisible strings, like a human kite. He gently guided him back to the hog's head. The place was empty, with no patrons inside. A few tables were covered in empty bottles, and the floor was a total mess. Edward transfigured one of the tables into a sofa, laid Aberforth down, and tied the goat to the leg of the couch with a rope. "All right, let's head back." But Audrey didn't move. She tilted her head back and stared intently at the painting hanging on the wall behind the bar. "I know why that woman we saw in Godric's Hollow last week looked so familiar," she murmured. "What?" Audrey pointed at the portrait of Ariana Dumbledore on the wall. "Look." Edward froze for a second and followed her gaze. In a moment of daze, the image of Miss Cecilia appeared in his mind, and began to slowly overlap with Ariana's face in the painting. Side by side, the resemblance became striking. Miss Cecilia looked exactly like a grown-up version of Ariana. One was only 13 or 14 when she died, Ariana had passed at age 14, and the other seemed around 27 or 28. The age difference made their appearances clearly distinct, but the eyes, the expressions, they were unmistakably alike. Edward stood there stunned. "That's impossible, Ariana died years ago, we even saw her grave." "Even if she hadn't died," he added, "she'd be over 100 by now. That Miss Cecilia couldn't be more than 30. The problem was, Ariana's death was canon. It had truly happened in the original timeline. Edward drew out a coin and flicked it. It spun in the air, flipped a few times, then landed flat and stood on its edge. Divination failed. Edward frowned. Maybe it really is just a coincidence. Maybe Miss Cecilia just happens to resemble Ariana. Perhaps she's distantly related to the Dumbledores. Could be, Audrey mused. Why don't we just go back and check? Ariana's grave is right there in the churchyard at Godric's Hollow. Good idea. The two exchanged a glance and, almost instinctively, clasped hands. With a sharp crack, they apparat and vanished. A week later, they found themselves once again in Godric's Hollow. Night had already fallen, and soft yellow lights shone from the cottages dotting the valley. Thin plumes of blue smoke curled lazily from chimneys, painting a picture of peace and warmth. But neither of them had time to admire the scene. They made their way straight to the graveyard behind the chapel, to the tombstones of Dumbledore's mother and sister. Edward tossed the coin. Ariana is buried in this grave. Heads up. Yes. Edward let out a quiet breath. So it was just a coincidence. See. Audrey grinned. This was actually super easy for you to verify. She paused, then added with a hint of mischief, "Wanna go see that lady again, just to double check?" He thought for a second and quoted a classic saying, "Well, we're already here." He transfigured a nearby stone into a walking stick, intending to use it for dowsing. Unfortunately, the attempt failed. Edward wasn't surprised, dowsing often required an object personally connected to the target. "Let's ask around the pub," Audrey suggested. Donning the invisibility cloak once more, the pair apparat near the bar. After confirming the street was empty, they took off the cloak and stepped inside. "Welcome." The barkeep paused mid-greeting. "Oh hey, weren't you two the lovebirds from last week? Haven't seen you around, thought you'd left town." "2 fruit juices, please," Edward said as they took seats at the bar. "Boss, do you happen to know the woman who brought us here last week, Miss Cecilia?" "Of course," the bartender laughed. "She's old Galt's granddaughter. Used to come here with him all the time when she was little. Galt wasn't the most responsible guy, let that little girl drink alcohol, can you believe it? Do you know where the Galt family lives? Miss Cecilia helped us out the other day, we'd like to thank her properly. The house on the edge of the village. Can't miss it." A few minutes later, the two arrived outside a house draped in thick green vines. Unlike the rest of the warmly lit homes, this one was completely dark, silent, and unwelcoming. "Hello." Edward called out. "Is Miss Cecilia here?" No response. Edward flipped the coin again. "Is there anyone inside this house?" Heads up. No. He hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. "Let's check inside." The house's layout resembled the Dumbledore's home. Everything was old but meticulously clean. Just inside the entryway hung a framed photograph of an elderly couple sitting close together with affection in their eyes. There were 2 bedrooms. One was locked and seemed untouched for years. The other showed signs of recent use. At the bedside, Edward soon found a single strand of blonde hair. Just as he was preparing to use it for divination, he heard Audrey muttering behind him, "We're good people, we're good people, we're good people." "What are you whispering?" Audrey looked sheepish. "Breaking into someone's house, feels kinda wrong." Edward raised an eyebrow. "What about when we snuck into Professor Dumbledore's house?" "That was different," she huffed, scrunching her nose. Edward chuckled, just as he was about to begin the divination. A clicking sound came from downstairs. The front door opened. Footsteps. A figure stepped into the house. A woman with blonde hair. But it wasn't Miss Cecilia. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 630 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.n.co.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 242, An Early Holiday. The two exchanged a glance. The doubts that had just been dispelled at the cemetery began to creep back in again. Perhaps that was Cecilia's sister. Silently, they exited the house and returned to the courtyard. Hello, is Miss Cecilia home? The blonde woman opened the door, looking confused. I am Cecilia. May I ask who you are? That confirmed it, regardless of whether the Cecilia they met last week was Ariana or not, there was definitely something wrong with her. Oh, sorry, we've come to the wrong place. Huh. She looked puzzled. But you just clearly called my name. Edward and Audrey hurried away. So the woman we met last week, in the eyes of the villagers, is this Cecilia? Was it a confundus charm? Edward frowned. But the divination result clearly showed she wasn't a witch. With genius on the left, divination only fails due to a lack of clues or involvement of high-level beings. Once it succeeds, the results are immune to interference and deception. Maybe someone else cast the spell for her. That's also a possibility. Edward lowered his head in thought. Do you think we should tell Professor Dumbledore about this? Though we've proven that woman is suspicious, we still don't know exactly what's going on. Audrey replied decisively, what we should be considering right now is whether she approached us intentionally, and if so, for what purpose. She paused. Especially with the Death Eaters and the goblins preparing to attack Hogwarts. All right, let's go find Dumbledore. They returned to the Hog's Head Inn. Aberforth was already awake, lazily cleaning the bar. Even though he had magic, he stubbornly chose not to use it, instead tidying up at a slow and leisurely pace. He waved to greet them. Thanks for bringing me back earlier. Honestly, sleeping it off outside wouldn't have been a problem, I'm not as frail as Albus. Even now, he had to sneak in a jab at Professor Dumbledore. Do you often drink yourself this drunk at the Three Broomsticks? Aberforth shook his head. Not really. It's just that, every year near Christmas, I tend to drink a bit more. Been that way for decades. Then he immediately added, don't ask why. Kids wouldn't understand. Edward hesitated for a moment, then looked at the portrait of Ariana and asked, Mr. Dumbledore, may I ask, who's the girl in that painting? She's my sister, Ariana. Aberforth's expression softened a little. If you're thinking of courting her, I can only say I'm sorry, she passed away a long time ago. My apologies. The one who should apologize is your headmaster. He snorted, waving them off. Now off you go, I'm closing up. Edward thought that if he dared to ask something like, are you sure your sister is actually dead, right now, Aberforth would probably reward him with a lightning chain of Avada Kedavras. Hogwarts, 8th floor, the headmaster's office. Lilith and Susie were obediently seated in front of a small blackboard. Dumbledore sat cross-legged on the floor, speaking gently while writing on the board. Fawkes, the phoenix, dozed lazily on a nearby perch. His voice was warm and patient, and his eyes sparkled with kindness. He clearly enjoyed teaching the two little ones. The girls, in turn, were fully attentive, nodding and shaking their heads with earnest expressions. Are you here to pick up Lilith and Susie from class? Seeing them enter, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses with a smile. No. We came to talk to you about something. Seeing the seriousness on Edward's face, Dumbledore brushed off his robes and stood up. Think about what I just taught you. The little ones chirped in unison, yes, Professor. He gestured for the two to sit, then, out of habit, asked, what's the matter? We just returned from Godric's Hollow, we visited your old family home. Dumbledore paused and adjusted his glasses. Oh, Godric's Hollow, I suppose I haven't been back in quite some time. Then he blinked, puzzled. Didn't you already go there last week? Edward didn't answer directly. Before I explain what happened today, I want to ask you a question. Though, it might be a bit forward, so please forgive me. Dumbledore smiled. Of course, go ahead. Looking into his sky-blue eyes, Edward asked seriously. Are you certain your sister, Ariana, truly passed away? Dumbledore's pupils dilated slightly as his mind blanked. After a long moment, he removed his glasses and said softly, of course, Aberforth and I buried her ourselves, right next to our mother. I was young back then, but responsible enough to know I couldn't possibly have made a mistake about something like that. He lowered his eyes, as if recalling something. That day, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Edward then described what happened that day. We met a woman in Godric's Hollow who looked incredibly similar to your sister, Ariana. Dumbledore raised his head, confusion flickering in his eyes. Edward continued, to be honest, in such a big world, it's not unusual for two people to look alike. And even if Ariana were still alive, she'd be over 100 years old by now. But Edward recounted everything that had happened with the woman named Cecilia, including what they had encountered today. Dumbledore's expression gradually turned solemn. A woman impersonating the granddaughter of old Mr. Galt, who happens to look like Ariana, and appearing at my old family home, no less. It's hard not to be suspicious, he murmured. He folded his hands and thought for a moment, then said softly, sigh, in my heart, I truly want to believe the person you encountered was Ariana. But reason tells me that's impossible. Otherwise, I would never have. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his pupils trembling slightly. After more than 10 seconds, he closed his eyes and then opened them again, muttering, if someone is playing tricks with this, I will make them pay the price. Rubbing his weary forehead, Dumbledore said, all right, dinner is about to begin. Go and eat. Susie, Lilith, today's lesson is over. You two should go too. Okay. After Edward and Audrey left, Dumbledore stood up and paced around for a while, his face a tangle of worry and hesitation. At last, he took a deep breath and spoke. Fawkes, take me to the Hog's Head. At dinner. Edward and Audrey were still discussing the mysterious woman. One thing was clear now, her approach to them was definitely not a coincidence. But thinking back, if Audrey hadn't coincidentally noticed the resemblance to Ariana today, they probably wouldn't have suspected anything. The matter would have simply passed unnoticed, and Dumbledore would have remained oblivious. So if this was a scheme orchestrated by the Death Eaters, it made no sense. What was the plan? Pop out dramatically just to give Dumbledore a scare? Then why show up last week at all? Ding, ding, ding. A crisp tapping sound suddenly rang out. The two looked up to see that Dumbledore and the other professors were now seated neatly at the staff table. Dumbledore raised his voice, gentle yet firm, quiet, please. Only then did Edward notice that Dumbledore's nose was red and slightly crooked, almost like he'd been punched. I know that, because of me, these past days have brought you all some unpleasant experiences, both academically and in daily life. For that, I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, Dumbledore rose and bowed deeply to the entire hall. Whoa. The students were stunned. Straightening up again, he didn't sit back down. Over the next week, I must fully devote myself to the final stages of the election. This may require the professors to spare some time assisting me. Coupled with the ongoing threat of those pesky and dangerous dementors, I've made a decision. He paused for a few long seconds. I hereby announce, this year's Christmas holiday will begin 1 week early, so that everyone may enjoy more time with their families or go traveling. Hooyah! The great hall erupted with cheers. We love you, Headmaster. Umbridge instinctively opened her mouth to object, but quickly remembered what Dumbledore had said to her just a few days ago. She silently shut her mouth. The Durmstrang students, however, were utterly bewildered. We came all the way to Hogwarts for an exchange program, and we haven't exchanged anything yet. Our headmaster got arrested, and now we're just stuck here, and now you're announcing an early holiday. What was even the point of us coming? Dumbledore raised both hands to calm the crowd. Of course, the school will still host a Christmas feast for those staying behind, and for our Durmstrang friends. I will personally prepare a grand dinner and gifts for everyone, no one will be left out. Woo-ho-ho. Then he winked mischievously. Actually, I originally intended to give each of you a personal present, but the Hogwarts board didn't approve the budget, and I'm too stingy to pay out of my own pocket, so I had to drop the idea. Ha 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 ha. Well then, Merry Christmas in advance. May your holiday be wonderful. And now, let's warm up by singing some Christmas songs. Everyone can pick whichever tune they like. Dumbledore raised his wand like a conductor's baton. Ready, sing. Suddenly, a wild mixture of melodies rang through the great hall, louder and more chaotic than even the Hogwarts school song at the start of term. Grinning as he rubbed his bruised nose, Dumbledore said, "Oh, I definitely need to hire a music teacher next year. Any suggestions?" None of the professors answered. Well then, I'll make the decision myself. Once the students finished their mismatched carols, Dumbledore raised his voice once more, "Now, please enjoy tonight's feast. Eat, drink, and rest well, your holidays await." Whoa. The Weasley twins stood up and shouted, "From now on, we'll have to call you Minister, sir." Headmaster of Hogwarts, recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. And the new Minister for Magic. Dumbledore chuckled. Oh, that's far too many titles for one chair. Ha 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 ha. The students who got the joke burst into laughter. But among the Golden Trio, emotions were mixed. Ron and Hermione looked delighted, already dreaming about their holiday plans. Harry, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression. He didn't want to go back to that home that held nothing but unhappy memories. But with Ron and Hermione leaving, staying at school alone would be unbearably dull. Sensing Harry's mood, Ron immediately thumped his chest and said, "Harry, why don't you come spend Christmas at my place?" Harry's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course." "But..." Harry quickly hesitated. After all, he barely knew the rest of the Weasleys. Wouldn't barging in on their family celebration just make things awkward? Ron picked up on his worry and added, "Or, I'll stay here with you instead." Hermione pursed her lips and said softly, "Sorry, Harry. I promised my parents I'd go home for Christmas this year. I can't stay behind with you. Maybe you could ask Edward and Audrey." Harry shook his head. "It's fine. I'll go spend some time with Hagrid." Then he turned to Ron, "Really, you should go home too. Your parents must miss you a lot." Ron muttered, "Fine, I'll bring you back a present, at least." "Thanks." Dumbledore's decision hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment one. It had long been planned. But it was still a risky move. Suddenly announcing an early holiday like this was bound to alert the likes of Barty Jr. and the other Death Eaters. Perhaps that was precisely his goal. To startle the snake from the grass. If the Death Eaters backed off, that would buy him time. Once he became minister, his hands would finally be free, and then it would be their turn. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, yes, yes, yes. When Edward returned to the dormitory, Cedric had already packed his luggage and was sitting on the edge of his bed, looking visibly frustrated. "What's the matter? Can't bear to leave me and head home early?" Edward teased. Cedric rolled his eyes dramatically and sighed. I was planning to ask Joe out next week. Now that the holidays have been moved up, that plan's totally ruined." "Oh come on, it's just a few weeks delay. Now you'll have more time to prepare. The success rate might even be higher." Cedric blinked in realization. "You know what? That actually makes sense. What about you? Any plans for the holidays?" Edward did a quick mental calculation and said with a touch of helplessness, "Chances are, before the holiday even ends, I'll be heading out with Audrey again, our next field study trip." "What?" Cedric looked panicked. "But the Christmas present I got you is still at my house." He clutched the coin hanging from his neck. "And you already gave me a life-saving gift early." Edward chuckled. "Then when I come back, just give me 2 gifts. Cedric instinctively wanted to fire back, but after thinking it over, he could only agree, "Yeah, I guess that's fair." Edward patted him on the shoulder. "Next time I'm back, I'll bring you something else." "What is it?" Edward grinned slyly. "It's a secret." Monday. Clear skies. Early in the morning, warm sunlight streamed into Hogwarts Castle, casting golden halos across the snow-blanketed grounds. The old saying, "It's not cold when it snows, but it is when it melts," applied here too, across the whole Eurasian continent and even in Britain. Still, whatever chill lingered was nothing compared to the excitement of an early holiday. The students of Hogwarts had long since packed their bags and were now gathered in groups, chattering excitedly about their plans for the next couple of weeks. A smaller group of troublemakers were prowling around, hoping to spot a Dementor or two so they could unleash the dung bombs they'd been saving all term, but to their dismay, the Aurors had already escorted the Dementors far from the school grounds. At 10 a.m., Harry escorted Hermione and Ron out of the castle. He watched as they joined the crowd heading toward Hogsmeade Station to board the Hogwarts Express. As their figures disappeared, the smile on his face vanished as well, replaced by a wave of regret. If he'd known this would feel so lonely, he wouldn't have overthought it, he'd have just gone home with Ron. That would have been far better than staying behind all alone in the empty castle. As for number 4 Privet Drive, well, he hadn't even considered that a real option. Edward had just finished saying his goodbyes to Cedric and the Weasley twins and was heading back when he saw Harry looking glum. He walked up to him and matched his pace. "Missing your friends already?" Harry looked a little sheepish. "A bit, but it's fine. They'll be back soon. Remember how I said I'd give you a Christmas gift?" Harry scratched his head, his expression a little awkward. "Yeah, but I already got the gift of a gift from you." He was referring to the Nimbus 2000, which was still safely tucked away in the dorm, waiting to be returned. Edward burst out laughing. "That was just a joke." Then he said warmly, "Once Professor Dumbledore finishes the election, I'll have him introduce you." "Introduce me to who?" "Your gift is a person." "That's right." Edward didn't keep it a secret any longer. "He was your father's best friend, and he's your godfather." "My godfather? I have a godfather." Harry's jaw dropped. "Where is he now? Why do I have to wait until after the election to see him?" "Well, he'll explain everything himself when the time comes. Just be patient." Edward gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Harry, I'm telling you this because I want you to know, you're not alone in this world. You still have family. Harry's lips trembled slightly. Then he suddenly took a step back and gave Edward a deep, sincere bow. Thank you, Edward. What for? What happened? Two voices suddenly piped up from either side of him. Startled, Harry looked up, only to freeze in disbelief. Ron. Hermione. You came back. We talked it over again. And we decided it was just too sad to leave you here all alone. Besides, my dad's been called away on a sudden business trip. And I've always wanted to attend the Hogwarts Christmas feast. Professor Dumbledore said he'd be giving gifts to everyone who stays behind. Do you think I'll get a new wand? But more importantly, we know someone's after the Philosopher's Stone. How could we just go home for Christmas knowing that? Edward quietly watched as Harry was overwhelmed with emotion. He didn't say another word, only turned and left, silently giving the trio space. Hogwarts Castle had grown noticeably quieter, which made it a bit difficult for most of those who chose to stay behind to adjust, but no matter what, holidays were always something to be happy about. No need to get up early, no classes, no essays. Just the thought of it brought joy, and this kind of life would last for 3 full weeks. 8 p.m. Edward and Audrey hadn't been in the room of requirement long when everyone else started arriving. The last to show up were the Weasley couple, who immediately began apologizing upon entry. Sorry. We originally planned to take the kids to Romania for Christmas to visit Charlie. Now that Molly and I can't go, we still had to follow through and send them there. Molly then took out a handful of small gift boxes and handed one to each person. These are little souvenirs we picked up in Romania. Dumbledore smiled gently. Actually, you could have gone as planned. The timing doesn't really conflict. No, that won't do, Arthur said seriously. Until everything settles, Molly and I have decided to stay at Hogwarts. I've already taken leave from work. You're overestimating the Death Eaters and the goblins. It's not overestimating. It's caution. Fair enough. Thank you, Arthur, Molly. Dumbledore smiled warmly. All right, let's wait just a few more minutes, he should be arriving any moment now. Just as he finished speaking, a figure in black robes entered the room, face like thunder, looking as if everyone owed him hundreds of galleons. Snape nodded slightly at Dumbledore, exchanged a glance with Edward, then strode quickly to his seat. Dumbledore clapped his hands softly. Excellent, everyone's here. Let's all welcome Severus back to the team. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall were clearly surprised. Oh my goodness, the Ministry actually released you. Flitwick exclaimed. I thought at the very least they'd wait until the election was over. Snape gave a cold snort. That idiot Fudge didn't want to let me go. But fortunately, the Ministry doesn't operate solely at his whim. In fact, Scrimgeour had already cleared me of suspicion on the very first day, but Fudge insisted on keeping me locked up. A whole week passed and all Fudge did was spew empty threats every other day. He couldn't even manage to fabricate a proper charge. Today, members of the Wisengamot showed up. What choice did he have but to release me? Karkaroff, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. The moment he arrived, Moody took him away. Needless to say, the presence of the Wisengamot was undoubtedly Dumbledore's doing. My apologies, Dumbledore said instead. I had hoped that while you were at the Ministry, you might be able to extract some useful information from Fudge. I didn't expect it to be a waste of time. Edward suddenly understood. No wonder Dumbledore didn't seem the least bit worried when Snape was taken. It wasn't completely useless, Snape said, frowning slightly. This morning, Fudge suddenly issued an order, claimed that they'd found prisoners escaped from Azkaban in France and sent nearly 90% of the Aurors out. Arthur looked shocked. Really? I hadn't heard anything. Molly rolled her eyes. You're being silly. We left for Romania first thing this morning, how could you know? Oh, right. Today's been so chaotic I forgot. Snape continued, although Fudge's order seems reasonable, my instincts tell me, something's off. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled as if speaking to himself, of course it's off, he's sending the Aurors away in advance, making sure we can't call for help. Fudge, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to keep your seat. Call for help, someone echoed. Unless something changes, on the day of the ministerial election, the Death Eaters and goblins will attack Hogwarts. Snape's eyes widened in shock. They dare. The one leading them will be Barty Crouch Jr. He's not dead after all. Snape immediately nodded. That explains it. How can you be so sure? Professor McGonagall asked. Edward stepped in. Divination and spirit channeling. Though the timing of the attack is only a prediction. He then gave a brief overview of the events that took place after Snape was taken to the Ministry. Even someone like Snape, known for his perpetually cold demeanor, was visibly stunned by the end of it. Good grief. The Azkaban incident was your doing. You invaded Gringotts and emptied the Lestrange vault. Lucius Malfoy, that coward, actually chose to support Dumbledore. Is this still the wizarding world I know? The Weasley couple couldn't help but chuckle. When they'd first heard all this, they'd nearly fallen over from shock. Clap. Dumbledore clapped his hands again. All right, Severus. I'll fill you in on the details later. Professor Edward, please begin today's lesson. Edward stepped up to the front. Before we begin, I'd like to ask, has everyone made their decision about which pathway they want to pursue? Professor Flitwick eagerly raised his hand. I choose the warrior pathway. Warrior. Edward was completely caught off guard by this. Going from wizard to warrior in one step. That was a pretty big leap. Is Professor Flitwick bored of wizard duels and wants to try some good old-fashioned hand-to-hand combat? You're sure? Absolutely. Flitwick said without a trace of hesitation. Arthur raised his hand next. I'm choosing the savant pathway. That one made sense. Molly cleared her throat. I choose the assassin pathway. Oh. Everyone turned to look at Arthur. He was momentarily dumbfounded, then quickly realized the misunderstanding and blurted, Molly said the scholar pathway doesn't have combat power early on, so she chose one that does. I didn't tell her to pick assassin. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right. Note, 740 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 244, each their own potion. Well then, Savant Dad, Assassin Mom, looks like the Weasley household just got livelier. Professor Sprout raised her hand next. I choose the planter pathway. You all know me, I still prefer dealing with flowers and plants. And you, Professor McGonagall? She smiled gently. I've chosen the spectator pathway. Ah, now that was unexpected. Everyone had thought she might go for something like the seer or apprentice, a pathway with divination abilities, perfect for gambling on Quidditch matches later. McGonagall explained with a chuckle that choice was inspired by Susie. Hiding in the shadows, Susie blinked in confusion. Wait, me. What did I do? You see, McGonagall continued, my animagus form is a cat. Even before I mastered it, I loved transforming into one and observing the student's behavior. The spectator pathway sequence 7 is a psychiatrist. I think it's high time Hogwarts had one of those. At that, everyone nodded in agreement. The last to speak was Lupin, who had remained silent the entire time. He seemed hesitant. I'm thinking of choosing the prisoner pathway. That, too, had been expected. Everyone turned to look at Snape. I made my decision last week, he said coolly. I've already taken the potion and become a corpse collector. Ah, so that explained it. Several professors suddenly understood. No wonder Snape looked even paler than usual, they'd assumed it was from spending a week at the ministry without sunlight. I thought for sure you'd choose the apothecary pathway, Professor Sprout said in surprise. After all, you're practically a bat, I mean, you have exceptional talent in potion making. Snape pressed his lips together. You flatter me, Professor Sprout. But I've grown weary of brewing potions, I wanted to try something new. I see. Edward clapped his hands and said, all right, that means all the students in our first advanced potion studies class have made their choices. Once class is over, I'll begin preparing your respective potions. With that, he pulled out a stack of pre-copied textbooks and handed them to Audrey to distribute. This book contains what's known as Ancient Hermes, a language you'll need for many of the abilities you'll gain as Beyonders. It's used in divination, spirit communication, making charms, using charms, and a lot of other extraordinary activities. Essentially, if you want to use supernatural powers, you'll need this language. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. However, learning a language is a long-term endeavor. My goal today is to help you memorize the alphabet and basic grammar. The rest is up to you. In fact, according to many fans and scholars, Hogwarts' overall academic standard wasn't all that impressive. If you really wanted to master something, self-study was the way to go. And as far as Edward was concerned, everyone in this room, without exception, had more than enough capability to self-learn. At most, some would progress faster than others. He began writing the ancient Hermes alphabet on the blackboard and started with pronunciation, teaching everything from the very beginning. There was no denying it, learning a new language, especially one as obscure and complicated as this, was a slow, painful, mind-numbing slog. 9:30 p.m. By the time Edward finished explaining the last bit of basic grammar and announced the end of class, nearly everyone exhaled in unison. Molly raised her hand immediately. Sorry, Professor Edward, I need to get some fresh air, and, visit the loo. Same here. I'm coming too. Even Dumbledore muttered, I'll just pop back to my office for a few sweets. Anyone else want some? I do. In no time, the classroom was nearly empty, leaving only Edward and Audrey standing and staring at each other. Puffed. She suddenly burst out laughing. What is it? I just remembered that night. The night we studied Ancient Face Act together. Edward winced. A dead memory had suddenly returned to life and smacked him in the face. That night, he and Audrey had studied until the early hours, and then he continued in his sleep, grinding away at it with Edwina for several more dream days. Learning, truly the source of growth and suffering. All right, Audrey said, let's get started on the potions. Let's do it. With divination abilities in hand, brewing sequence 9 potions was a breeze. By the time everyone returned to the classroom, several vials of potion had already been prepared, labeled, and placed neatly on each person's desk. Edward looked solemn as he addressed them. Everyone, before you are the potions corresponding to your chosen pathways. Let me remind you one last time, once you've chosen a pathway, there's no turning back. It will follow you for the rest of your life. If you wish to avoid losing control or hope to advance to higher sequences in the future, you must roleplay according to your pathway's requirements. His gaze swept across the room. Warrior. Savant. Spectator. Assassin. Planter. Prisoner. Molly's eyes widened slightly as if she suddenly realized something. Professor Flitwick picked up his vial, popped the cork, and downed it in one go. Bottoms up, I'll go first. Immediately, his body began to convulse and twist. His fingers dug into the edge of the table, veins bulging, and a low, guttural growl rose from his throat. Startled, Molly leapt up and rushed forward. Don't come any closer. Flitwick raised a hand to stop her. His fingers, which had been tightly clutching the edge of the desk, gradually relaxed. Another half a minute passed before he exhaled deeply. Phew, this stuff really packs a punch. Was he treating this like a shot of liquor? He jumped up impatiently. Quick, check if I've grown taller. Everyone suddenly understood, so that's why Professor Flitwick had so decisively chosen the warrior pathway. Molly asked cautiously, Professor Flitwick, did it work? Flitwick laughed heartily. Oh, absolutely. I think I'm officially a warrior now. As he spoke, he pressed 3 fingers against the desk and gave a firm push. A visible crack appeared with a snap, drawing a look of awe from him. That quick, huh? Edward nodded. Exactly. That's the wonder of potions. As you digest it, the transformation becomes more and more pronounced. I'd say growing taller is just a matter of time. Haha, with your assurance, I'm relieved. He bounced in place a few times, testing his body's new limits. Edward turned to the others. Who's next? Molly raised her hand. Mrs. Weasley, please go ahead. No, she quickly shook her head. I'm sorry, truly sorry, Professor Edward. I was thinking just now, maybe the assassin pathway isn't right for me. She hurried to clarify, it's not that it's unsuitable, but your reminder made me realize something. After drinking the potion, we have to roleplay our pathways. And from your earlier explanation, the assassin represents calamity and disease. Even just thinking about how to portray a sequence 9 assassin, I'm completely lost. Lilith scratched her head in confusion. Was role-playing an assassin that complicated? Isn't it just a matter of doing it? Edward also came to a realization. His understanding of the assassin pathway might have been somewhat skewed by Lilith. For someone as kind-hearted as Molly, acting out the assassin pathway was simply unimaginable. I'm sorry, Molly apologized again. I know the potion ingredients are expensive, but we'll reimburse you in full. You're being too formal, Mrs. Weasley. Edward waved his hand and took back the assassin potion. So, have you decided on a different pathway? Seer. That had originally been her choice back at the Burrow, so she must have chosen the assassin because of his earlier suggestion. Well then, that one's on him. No problem. I'll brew it for you shortly. Edward looked around at the others. Anyone else want to change their mind? Don't hesitate. As I said, a pathway is for life. Having doubts or changes of heart is perfectly normal. It's always better to reconsider now than regret it later. After a brief silence, the others all shook their heads. All right then, please decide the order among yourselves and take the potions one by one. Since there was no real advantage to going first or last, the group quickly agreed on a sequence. Professor McGonagall would go first, Arthur Weasley second, Professor Sprout third, and Lupin last. As it turned out, none of their choices may have been the best, but they were undoubtedly the right choices for each of them. After drinking their respective potions, the 4 showed little to no intense reaction. Their advancements were swift and smooth. Edward wasn't surprised by McGonagall, Arthur, or Professor Sprout's smooth transitions. But Lupin's reaction, or rather the lack of one, was a bit unexpected. Before he drank, Edward had even specifically told Audrey to stand by, ready to placate him. At that moment, Dumbledore sighed and said, "Ever since leaving school, Remus has deliberately isolated himself because of his condition as a werewolf. No friends, no family, always alone. He has lived within a cage of his own making, both prisoner and warden." With that explanation, Edward immediately understood, Lupin truly was the perfect fit for the prisoner pathway. The temperance faction of the Rose School of Thoughts always preached that the heart is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. What they seek is the restraint of internal madness and repressed desires. And Lupin had been living exactly that way for years. Edward even suspected that Lupin's potion had practically melted in his mouth. Thinking of this, he asked, "Mr. Lupin, do you feel any progress in digesting the potion?" Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Lupin appeared momentarily confused, but then his eyes lit up. "I think I've already digested most of it." Professor Sprout added, "I think I have too." Seeing the curious looks around the room, Edward explained, "This has to do with another concept in role-playing, pre-role-playing. As the name suggests, if you've already been living, working, and acting in ways that fit a particular sequence before ascending to it, that behavior will contribute directly to your potion's digestion. We call this pre-digestion." Professor Sprout has long been a professional planter, and Mr. Lupin has spent years embodying the traits of a prisoner. Both of them had essentially been role-playing their pathways even before today. He quickly added, "But remember, pre-role-playing does come with risks. Since it is role-playing, it can disrupt your current rhythm and potentially lead to losing control. So please, proceed with caution, haste makes waste." Seeing the seriousness on everyone's faces, Edward smiled and said, "All right then, that concludes today's lesson, no, our first ever special Poti Wondering session. From here on, the extraordinary path is yours to walk. Of course, if you ever have questions, feel free to come to me." He scratched his head, a little sheepishly. Honestly, the core knowledge of potions and pathways is only a few concepts. Professor Dumbledore even arranged such a big class for it, and had you all call me Professor, it feels a bit much. Professor McGonagall responded seriously, "In truth, most of the world's precious knowledge can be boiled down to a few simple sentences. But without guidance, those few words can remain forever out of reach." Snape added dryly, "And besides, you're the one who gave us these potions. If I could, I'd love to turn my knowledge of defense against dark arts into a potion and force it down those idiots' throats. So yes, you are worthy of being called Professor." Whoa. Even Snape was giving him praise. That was unexpected. Edward cleared his throat. "Well then, I'll add one more little request. If possible, I hope you'll all call me Mentor instead, a wandering mentor, with no fixed abode." At that moment, Molly raised her hand tentatively. Mentor Edward. I haven't taken my potion yet, don't forget me. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 245, Christmas. Molly's experience drinking the seer potion wasn't nearly as smooth as the others before her. She seemed to hit every possible negative side effect commonly associated with potion consumption, one after another. Arthur was left both anxious and distressed as he watched. Thankfully, Audrey remained by her side, constantly placating her throughout the process, allowing her to complete her advancement without incident. She had successfully become a seer. Afterwards, Edward patiently taught her how to activate spirit vision, how to perform divinations and seances. By the time everything wrapped up, it was already around 10:30. The group left the room of requirement one after another to return to their quarters and rest. Once they had all left, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Edward, now that they've become Beyonders and grasped a fair amount of knowledge, have you felt any benefit from it?" Edward paused, only then recalling that his entire purpose for teaching potion knowledge and bestowing Beyonder abilities had been to receive feedback from converging paths. Yet somehow, after being showered with titles like Professor and Mentor, he'd nearly forgotten his true goal. He immediately calmed his mind and focused inward. After a moment, he spoke uncertainly, "I think my spirituality increased just a little." After double-checking carefully, Edward nodded with certainty. "Yes. My spirituality has increased, just a bit." "A bit?" Dumbledore repeated. "Yes," Edward said after a moment's thought, trying to give a clearer picture. "If my original spirituality was 1,000 points, then I've probably gained about 3 to 5. Audrey looked a little disappointed. That little. But Edward wasn't discouraged. This is only the beginning, after all. Counting Professor Dumbledore, I've only personally guided 8 people into becoming Beyonders so far. As their sequence level rises and I continue to teach more individuals, the effects of converging paths should grow exponentially. But if too many people become Beyonders, Audrey asked with a frown, won't that cause problems?" Edward nodded. "You're referring to the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics, aren't you?" "Exactly," Audrey replied. Of course I remember it, Edward said. Beyonder characteristics cannot be destroyed or diminished, they only transfer from one vessel to another. His words trailed off, and he froze slightly. But now, we're bringing potions and Beyonder materials into an entirely different world. Doesn't that mean we're potentially breaking the law of indestructibility? If it's just a few, maybe it doesn't matter, but if I really plan to pass on these abilities on a large scale. Dumbledore's expression also grew more serious, but he didn't speak right away. Edward lowered his head, falling into contemplation. The three great laws of Beyonder characteristics were indeed vital, but most of the time, they were applied in fairly basic ways. The law of indestructibility meant that when a Beyonder died, their characteristic would inevitably be left behind in the corpse. The law of conservation indicated that when high-sequence individuals of a particular pathway increased, the number of low-sequence ones would decrease, and vice versa. The law of aggregation warned that obtaining a high-sequence item of a certain pathway would attract more Beyonders of that same pathway toward you. These were lower-level applications, sure, but the three laws also formed the foundational logic of the Mysteries world. It was thanks to aggregation and division that the entire cosmology of the world could exist at all. But one thing was certain, the original novel never mentioned what would happen if these laws were broken. Because they were laws, unchangeable and unbreakable. Even the oldest one couldn't escape eventual fragmentation. So, does that mean if I've broken the law of indestructibility by taking characteristics out of the original world, I'm actually stronger than the primordial one? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Edward then said seriously, until something truly catastrophic happens, I won't stop passing on these powers. Not just for the sake of converging paths, this is also crucial to my role-playing as a wandering mentor. I can't let myself be stuck at sequence 5 forever. He paused. You know how dangerous the future will be. Audrey blinked in realization. Right, what could be more terrifying than the apocalypse? Now that the young couple had sorted things out, Dumbledore finally joined in the conversation. Would you mind telling me more about these laws of Beyonder characteristics you mentioned? Of course, Professor. Edward nodded. There are three main laws, the law of indestructibility, the law of conservation, and the law of aggregation. He then explained each one to Dumbledore in detail. Although for now, you might not be able to sense these laws clearly, he added. Dumbledore's tone deepened. You mentioned that Beyonder characteristics can be used to make potions, and when a Beyonder dies, their characteristic separates from the body. Doesn't that mean every Beyonder is essentially a walking potion? Ugh. Edward couldn't help but wince, trust the White Lord to immediately zero in on the most brutal truth. That's correct. In Audrey's world, many Beyonders hunt others purely to acquire materials for potions. Dumbledore fell silent. Sorry, Professor, Edward said quietly. I probably should have told you this earlier. It's all right. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. People have always fought and killed for profit, whether that profit is Beyonder characteristics, magical ingredients, or galleons, it makes no difference. It's human nature. Just like in the Muggle world, how many years in the past century haven't seen war? By the time Edward had escorted Audrey back to the Slytherin common room, it was already 11 o'clock. The younger students were long asleep under their warm covers. The room was quiet and empty, the only sound coming from the crackling logs in the fireplace. This is as far as I can take you. Go get some sleep. Good night. Good night. Edward looked toward Susie. Good night to you too, Susie. Good night, Edward. Good night, Lilith. Unfortunately, Lilith was already curled up fast asleep in Edward's arms. Then Audrey asked softly, Edward, what if the Death Eaters and goblins don't show up on the 20th? What if they wait until we're gone before attacking Hogwarts? A golden coin popped out of Edward's palm with a soft ding. He caught it effortlessly and began flipping it between his fingers. Did you forget about my madman to the right? If they don't come. His smile turned dark. Then I'll make them come. Over the next few days, Edward and Audrey didn't leave Hogwarts again. Dumbledore was practically flying with how busy he was. Apart from catching a few hours of sleep, he was rarely seen on school grounds, clearly making final preparations for the upcoming election. December 17th. The Ministry finally withdrew all the Aurors and Dementors. The third years and up, who had been cooped up for a week, rushed to Hogsmeade at the first available moment. Ron was green with envy, but soon got distracted again by the investigation into the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately for them, just as they attempted to sneak into the forbidden room on the 4th floor, they were caught red-handed by the Weasley couple. Ron barely had time to be shocked before Molly grabbed him by the ear and launched into a full-on scolding. The sheer pressure of her presence was even more terrifying than a howler. Thankfully, the Weasleys took Ron's dignity into account in front of his friends, warmly handing out Christmas gifts to Harry and Hermione before they all sat down for a meal together, a moment that moved Harry deeply. It was his first real taste of a family holiday. Meanwhile, Professor Snape and Sprout spent the entire day brewing potions, while Professor McGonagall roamed the castle inspecting every suit of armor and stone statue. Edward and Audrey were on standby to help wherever needed, running around until the early hours before they finally collapsed into bed. Edward also took a brief trip to Ottery St. Catchpole, secretly meeting with young Luna to confirm that the Raxbird she claimed to have seen was indeed the same messenger Audrey had encountered in Longbottom's spiritual world. December 18th. The trio came to find Edward and Audrey, asking for help in confirming whether the Philosopher's Stone was still safe. Edward thought about it and realized, despite everything, he had never actually seen the magical stone that could grant immortality. Back when he first arrived in the Harry Potter world, it had been one of his major goals. Seizing the opportunity during one of Dumbledore's rare returns, he and Audrey asked to see it. Since Edward hadn't been involved in the protective arrangements, everything, from the enchantments to the method of retrieving the stone, remained just as described in the original story, all designed to lure out Voldemort and give Harry a trial by fire. As for the stone itself, Edward had long since lost interest. Its so-called immortality merely prolonged one's life, not enhanced it. Nicholas Flamel might have lived for over 600 years, but in truth, he was so frail he could shatter at the slightest touch. Besides, the stone's energy had mostly been depleted, it no longer held the power it once did. Lilith, however, was very intrigued. She tried more than once to sneak a taste of it. Fortunately, the stone was hard enough to withstand her efforts, otherwise she might have actually taken a bite out of it. What really piqued Edward's curiosity was the golden mirror of Eriste. But when he stood before it, the mirror reflected nothing. No image of himself. No deepest desire. Just a blank void. Even Dumbledore was stumped. He admitted to knowing little about the mirror, only that it had been placed in the room of requirement long ago by someone unknown. Audrey, on the other hand, clearly saw her deepest desire. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. But when Edward asked her what she'd seen, she stubbornly refused to say. Lilith saw a vision of Edward happily sharing roasted rats with her, while Audrey and Susie sat nearby cooking barbecue rodent ribs. Susie, meanwhile, simply saw herself quietly standing by Audrey's side. Before they left, Dumbledore stood before the mirror of Eriste for half a minute, then sighed deeply. December 19th. At breakfast, the four heads of house made a sudden announcement. For the next 3 days, all students were to remain inside their dormitories and common rooms. No one was allowed to wander the castle. The abrupt order filled everyone with a palpable sense of tension. After breakfast, they obediently returned to their respective common rooms. Throughout the day, Hogwarts lay quiet. Apart from the occasional flutter of owl wings, the entire castle was eerily still, like the calm before a storm. That afternoon, Edward received a message from Lucius. Barty Crouch Jr. had issued the final command. The attack on Hogwarts was scheduled for tomorrow, December 20th. After confirming the intel, Edward immediately shared it with the others. As dusk fell, Lilith, who had spent the day roaming the now-empty Hogwarts, suddenly came to him with a request. She wanted help creating a portable item enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. She had things to take back with her, she said. So Edward made her a delicate pendant to wear around her neck, its interior space over 10 square meters, more than enough for her needs. Lilith was ecstatic and immediately showed it off to Susie. Not to be outdone, Audrey made one for Susie too. Edward had assumed Lilith wanted to store some kind of treasure, until he saw her stealthily packing it full of dried mice. He slapped his forehead in disbelief. So she hadn't given up on her rat obsession, she'd just been lying low, waiting for a big haul. Where on earth had she found so many mice in the middle of winter? That day, Dumbledore did not return to Hogwarts. December 25th, Christmas Day. The moment Edward awoke, he could feel the festive atmosphere. From the common room to the hallways and the Great Hall itself, the castle was decked in brilliant colors and sparkling lights. The students, newly freed after being locked up for days, raced around excitedly. Even the ghosts and living portraits were caught up in the joy and celebration. But while everyone else reveled in merriment, Edward felt as if he'd plunged into an icy abyss. His entire body turned cold. Why was it the 25th already? Note, another day. Another goal missed. Good for me though. Less work hee. Vote if you like the chapter. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 246, Another Time Shift. How could it possibly be the 25th? His last memory was clearly from the 19th, he distinctly remembered performing a final round of divination before going to bed. But after just one night of sleep, it was suddenly the 25th. Where had the 5 days in between, December 20th to 24th, gone? Did I lose my memory? Or, did I time travel 5 days into the future? Wah. Just then, a shadow darted into Edward's arms with a strange cry. Startled, he stumbled back several steps. Ha ha ha. Miss Lilith pulled it off again. Lilith turned smugly toward Audrey and Susie, who had just walked over. But Audrey quickly noticed the unease in Edward's expression. She stepped forward, concerned. What's wrong, Edward? What day is it today? He asked grimly. December 25th, Christmas, she replied, puzzled. Did you see me over the past few days? Of course. We've been together every day. We even went to France and spent Christmas Eve at Sirius Place. She reached out to feel his forehead. Did you wake up all groggy or something? Edward took a deep breath. But my memory still stops at the 19th. What? Audrey's eyes widened. I remember going to sleep on the night of the 19th. Then the next thing I know, it's the 25th. I have no memory of anything from the 20th to the 24th. That's impossible. We were clearly together the whole time. Her pupils trembled mid-sentence. Then, the person who's been with me these past few days, wasn't you? Then where did you go? I don't know. My head is full of questions. I have no idea what happened. No doubt about it. Lilith declared confidently. That was definitely Edward. Susie opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated and held back. Edward thought for a moment, then asked, on December 20th. Did the Death Eaters and Goblins attack Hogwarts? Yep. Not just them, there were also Dementors and some giants. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore was well prepared and quickly repelled them. You were the one who killed Barty Jr., remember? I killed Barty Jr. Edward frowned. What about Voldemort? Did he show up? Audrey nodded. Yes. Voldemort managed to sneak into the room with the Philosopher's Stone somehow. You caught him while he was trying to steal it, but unfortunately, he escaped. I caught Voldemort but still let him escape. It wasn't arrogance, Edward genuinely couldn't understand how the current version of Voldemort could have escaped once he'd been caught. And then that incident came to an end. Although Professor Dumbledore missed the ministerial election conference that day, he submitted solid evidence the next morning proving Fudge's collusion with the Death Eaters. He was brought to trial. After discussions within the ministry and Wisengamot, the election was rescheduled to the first week after the Christmas holidays. I see. Edward fell into thought for a moment. Come on. I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore. Audrey grasped his finger anxiously. Edward, don't worry. Everything will be all right. Lilith chimed in brightly, everything will be okay, Edward. MHM. 8th floor, headmaster's office. The moment Dumbledore saw the pair, his face lit up and he brought out two beautifully wrapped presents. Oh. Merry Christmas, these are handpicked just for you, I hope you like them, what's wrong? Professor, I think, something very strange has happened to me. Edward got straight to the point. I've lost all memory from after the 19th. Dumbledore immediately put the gifts aside and leaned forward, adjusting his glasses. Oh, this is. I clearly remember going to bed on the night of the 19th. But today is already Christmas, and I can't recall a single thing that happened in between. It's like I skipped straight from the 19th to the 25th. Could someone have cast a memory charm on you? Edward shook his head. My divination results ruled that out. It wasn't a memory charm. That is strange. Dumbledore laced his fingers together atop the desk. Have you tried dream divination? I'll try now. Edward took out the necessary materials and quickly set up the ritual. Everything I experienced between December 20th and 24th. As he finished the incantation, Edward closed his eyes and slipped into a dream state. What greeted him was a pitch-black mirror. Within it, faint outlines of two black doors could be seen. Other than that, nothing. No sights. No sounds. He waited patiently, but the image never changed. He couldn't tell if the divination had failed. Reluctantly, Edward withdrew from the dream state and opened his eyes. How did it go? Audrey squatted beside his leg, her expression worried. All I saw were two black doors, nothing else. Then how about I try telepathy, and connect directly with your mental body? All right. A few minutes later, Audrey's attempt at telepathy ended in failure as well. Edward's mental body remembered nothing. Edward thought for a moment, then turned to Dumbledore. Professor, do you think legilimency might work? Dumbledore shook his head. I don't believe so. Legilimency allows one to view another's memories. But if you don't possess those memories yourself, how could I possibly see them? The room fell into silence. After a long moment, Edward forced a faint smile. Maybe we should just leave it for now. It's not like missing a few days of memory is going to impact me too badly. I can head over to Audrey's world, maybe there, I can consult some powerful individuals for help. No. Dumbledore shook his head solemnly. What's most crucial now is understanding how you lost those memories. Aren't you worried this could happen again? Edward's fingers clenched. I asked Mr. Grindelwald once. When we were discussing the side effects of overusing dark magic, he mentioned memory deterioration as one of the possibilities. Maybe it's because I've used too much dark magic recently. Memory deterioration and complete memory loss are two very different things. Dumbledore pondered for another half-minute, then hesitantly pulled open a drawer and took out a small, golden, gleaming timepiece. This was found a few days ago by Scrimgeour in Fudge's office when the Ministry detained Cornelius. Edward's eyes lit up, a time-turner. He hadn't forgotten how instrumental it had been the last time against Ensangwil. That time when he'd impersonated Voldemort at the Ministry to scare Fudge, he'd originally planned to snag a few time-turners while he was at it, but Umbridge had gotten wind of it and moved all the devices ahead of time, which ended up getting stolen by a group of dark wizards. Edward had assumed he'd never see one of these again. Perhaps you could use this to go back 5 days and witness what happened with your own eyes, Dumbledore continued. But I must remind you again, those who meddle with time will eventually be played by it. He added seriously, the moment you use a time-turner, you become part of the past. You're not there to change it, but to fulfill it. I understand. Edward carefully accepted the golden time-turner, inspecting it closely. Lilith's eyes widened. Edward, this is the thing you used last time, you just whoosh, vanished right in front of Miss Lilith. I waited in the same spot for days. Worry appeared on her face. You won't do that again this time, will you? I won't, Lilith. Edward patted her head. Edward, can I go back with you this time? Dumbledore immediately interjected, Audrey, I know you're worried about Edward, but in matters like these, the fewer people involved, the safer it is. All right. She nodded and didn't press further. Edward, do you want me to tell you what happened on the 20th? It might help your actions once you go back. No. The less I know about the past, the fewer limitations I'll have after returning. Because anything I haven't heard of can be treated as something that hasn't happened yet. He turned to Dumbledore. Professor, is there anything you specifically want me to do? Dumbledore thought for a moment. Follow your spiritual intuition. Understood. Audrey pressed her lips together and said seriously, then I'll wait for you to come back. Edward took a deep breath, gently turned the dial on the time-turner. This time, unlike in that world, it didn't get stuck at the 2-hour mark. He rotated the knob, setting the time to the afternoon of the 19th. Then he looked at Audrey and Dumbledore. See you in a minute. Tick. He let go. In the next instant, he felt himself rapidly hurtling backwards through time. Blurred cloud-like shapes flashed past his eyes, and something pounded furiously in his ears. His body felt as though it were being stretched infinitely, then pulled back into an endless black hole. Until finally, in one fleeting moment, the chaotic reverse flow of time began to slow. At last, with a crisp ding, the flow of time around him fully stabilized. Edward's first reaction was to check the time-turner in his hand, no damage at all. He was still in the headmaster's office, but the time had reverted to the afternoon of the 19th, the day Dumbledore had been absent all day. Better change appearances first. There were plenty of Hufflepuff students who, despite having been around for years, barely left an impression, just a vague familiarity, the kind where you couldn't even recall their names. Edward transformed into one such student's appearance, then threw on the invisibility cloak and made his way to the Hufflepuff common room. At this moment, his past self should have just received Lucius's message, operate away to share the news, then return to the dorm. He'd eat in the common room at dinner, play with Lilith for a bit, and around 9 p.m., do another round of divination before going to bed. Edward used, open door, to enter the room next to his dorm. The students who usually stayed there had all gone home for the holidays. 10 minutes later, he heard faint sounds from inside his room. He used a coin for divination and confirmed that his past self had returned. So Edward quietly stayed in the adjacent room, waiting. If it was time travel that brought him to the 25th, then his past self should vanish sometime tonight. But Audrey had said they'd spent the next few days together. That ruled out the possibility of someone disguising themselves as him, which meant. Could it be that after the past version of himself disappeared, he took his own place? So, did he replace himself? And if he and Audrey had shared some intimate moments during that time, did that mean he'd cuckolded himself? Slap. At that thought, Edward smacked himself hard on the head. Now's not the time for that kind of nonsense. Get your head out of the gutter, Edward. There was another possibility, of course, that there had been no time travel, and it was simply a case of memory loss. In that case, he'd have to stay close to his past self over the next few days until he could figure out how he'd lost his memories. This was already feeling way more complicated than dealing with Ensangwil. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 247, December 20th, The Attack. The Slytherin common room was much quieter than Hufflepuff's. Most of the young witches and wizards here were from pure-blood families and had returned home for the holidays. At a glance, the ones who remained were mostly the unfortunate students from Dimstrang. A group of them had gathered to watch Emily Larson torment her owl with transfiguration, turning it into a mouse, then a rabbit, and then back into an owl again. A girl who, like Neville, kept a toad as a pet, immediately tossed it onto the table. "Emily, turn my toad into a cat. I've always wanted a cat, but Mum and Dad never let me." "But transfiguration only lasts for a limited time," Emily said. "You're just lying to yourself." "Well, a lie's a lie, at least I'll enjoy it while it lasts," the girl mumbled with her chin in her hands. "Ugh, if I'd known, I'd have paid more attention in transfiguration." "Exactly." Emily's eyes glinted as she smiled. "You should go find Edward and have him tutor you. You got turned down by him multiple times. What makes you think we'd succeed? Then take your toad and ask him to turn it into a cat. With his skills, I bet that kind of transformation would last 10 days or more." She turned to the others. "Anyone here who doesn't like their pet should go ask him too. I'm sure he wouldn't refuse a little favor like that." The girl nodded. "All right, worth a try, too bad we can't leave the common rooms right now." "Why do you think Hogwarts suddenly announced that rule?" The others all shook their heads. Emily gently stroked her owl. "Obviously, it has to do with that dark mark the other day." Soon, the group drifted into meaningless gossip about the dark mark, Karkaroff, and the mysterious dark wizard. Just then, Audrey stepped out holding a book, with Susie trailing behind her. Susie wagged her tail as she scampered along. "Audrey, is that book the Christmas gift you're giving Edward?" "That's right." Audrey smiled. "But don't tell him ahead of time, okay? It's supposed to be a surprise." "I got it. A surprise." Susie added quickly, "I won't tell Lilith either." "Good." Audrey entered the common room, nodded politely to the Dimstrang students, and got back to what she was doing. "I wonder if Edward will like it, or maybe I should get something else." 9 p.m. Under his invisibility cloak and with the concealment ability active, Edward silently passed through the wall using open door, and returned to his room. His past self was already lying in bed, still fully dressed, teaching Lilith how to write Chinese characters. "Lilith, you're amazing. You already have the literacy of a third-grade primary schooler." She proudly raised her chin. "Of course. Miss Lilith is the smartest." Then she tilted her head in confusion. "Is third grade really that impressive?" "Absolutely. I'm only in third grade myself, and Audrey's just in first." Lilith gasped in realization. "Oh, that means Miss Lilith is just as impressive as Edward now." "Exactly. You're amazing, Miss Lilith." Overjoyed, she rolled around on the bed and then looked at Edward with puppy eyes. Past, Edward shook his head with a smile and conjured a small red flower, which he gently pinned onto her head. That made Lilith even happier. "But Lilith, you mustn't get cocky." She immediately straightened up and sat like a proper little lady. "Understood." Leaning against the wall a few meters away, Edward watched the scene unfold from a third-person perspective for the first time. A rare smile appeared on his face. He truly was raising Lilith like a daughter. Past, Edward continued teaching her for another 10 minutes, then closed the book and patted her on the head. "All right, time for bed, we've got important things to do tomorrow." "Okay." Lilith rolled over again and buried herself under the blankets. Then she grabbed her tail and started chewing and wrestling with it playfully. Past, Edward watched her affectionately for a while, then flicked a gold coin into the air. "Tomorrow, the Death Eaters will attack Hogwarts." He caught the coin with both hands. The side with the head faced up, confirmation. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he turned off the lights and slipped under the covers. The dorm room was instantly plunged into darkness. Only the soft sounds of breathing and Lilith's occasional movements could be heard. Time ticked by. Edward held his breath, eyes fixed on the bed where his past self was slowly drifting off to sleep. From the corner of his vision, he glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:30. 9:40. 10 o'clock. 10:30. His past self lay quietly on the bed, sound asleep, showing no sign of disappearing. So it wasn't time travel, but rather a loss of memory over the coming days. Edward waited patiently for another half an hour. When Lilith finally drifted off around 11 o'clock, he slipped back through the wall into the neighboring room. Holding a strand of his past self's hair, he attempted a dream divination, the experiences of him over the next 5 days. Unfortunately, the dream remained as dark as ever. A black mirror, a pitch-black door, nothing else revealed itself. In the darkness, Edward sighed softly and murmured. What exactly did I experience in the past? December 20th, 1991. A date destined to be a milestone in the wizarding world. On this day, the greatest white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, who had repeatedly declined the position of Minister for Magic, officially entered the race for minister. At 10 a.m., under the supervision of the Wisengamot, the election began at the Ministry of Magic, and at that very moment, enormous dark marks began appearing in the skies over various parts of Britain. Above Hogwarts, the sky was nearly blanketed in dark marks, sudden and without warning. At the gates of the castle, Professor Snape and several others stood gazing solemnly up at the sky. "They're here." Professor Flitwick clenched his fists, looking eager. "Heh. The Hogwarts magic wards have already been activated. The moment they set foot inside school grounds, they'll be struck down immediately. Dumbledore believes Voldemort's target is most likely the Philosopher's Stone. So whatever the Death Eaters and Goblins are planning, it's just to create a diversion for it. Don't worry. The Philosopher's Stone is under Edward's protection. Even if Voldemort were to resurrect on the spot, he still wouldn't get his hands on it." Snape's expression was grim as he interjected, "But something doesn't add up. If the stone is their real target, why go through all this trouble? Even if we fail to stop them, someone could just apparate away with the stone in an instant." The others fell silent, stunned by the question. But they had no time to dwell on it. Dozens of massive figures suddenly appeared in the sky, diving down toward Hogwarts. "Dragons. The goblins are here." Professor McGonagall swung her wand. "Stone Knights, attack." Armored statues positioned throughout the castle sprang to life, marching into action. Flitwick darted off. "I'll control the castle's defense array. The rest is up to you." Arthur Weasley raised his wand high. "Then let's take these bastards down together." A burst of crimson fire erupted from his wand, exploding into the sky to form a giant phoenix. In the next instant, figures began emerging from all corners of the castle: Mad-Eye Moody, Daedalus Diggle, Rufus Scrimgeour, Sirius Black, Edgar Bones, Hagrid, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Sturgis Podmore, Augusta Longbottom, Elphias Doge, and many others. Some were former members of the Order of the Phoenix, others were Aurors from the Ministry, allies of Dumbledore, or simply those who had taken a stand against the Death Eaters. Soon, hooded Death Eaters in black robes began to appear as well, flooding toward the castle from all directions. Behind them followed 2 to 3 dozen frenzied giants. Sparks of spellfire shot into the air as the Death Eaters unleashed wave after wave of dazzling curses, yet most of them were stopped by Hogwarts' golden shield, conjured by the castle's magical defenses. But the Death Eaters were far less fortunate when it came to the return fire. Many were hit and dropped to the ground. Still, it became quickly apparent that the majority of the Death Eaters weren't too eager to press the attack. After losing over a dozen in the first wave, they pulled back, hiding behind the giants and occasionally casting a few curses for cover. It was the giants who led the main assault on the protective barrier. The goblins drove their dragons hard, commanding them to breathe fire and crash repeatedly against the golden shield. After several consecutive attacks, the barrier began to crack. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Several goblins atop the dragons suddenly went berserk, flinging themselves off the beasts and tumbling through the air. The remaining goblins were forced to suspend their assault and retreat with their dragons. Standing at a window on the 8th floor of the castle, Audrey let out a breath of relief. The goblins' madness had been caused by her recent casting of frenzy and mass chaos in rapid succession. She was currently with a strike team led by Professor Lupin, intercepting enemies launching aerial assaults, a mission she had fought hard to be allowed on. Edward had finally relented, but not without taking heavy precautions. Lilith and Susie were ordered to stay close and protect her, and he'd insisted she wear the Resurrection Stone ring as an extra safeguard. Soon enough, the retreating dragons returned, diving once more, this time, 6 or 7 of them at once. "Half of you, go for the dragon's eyes with conjunctivitis curses. The rest, target the goblins directly." Audrey slashed her wand fiercely through the air, unleashing a blazing fiend fire straight toward the sky. The spell wasn't particularly fast, and a nimble dragon could have easily dodged it, if it wasn't under the influence of other spells. Frenzy. Mass chaos. This time, her spells were aimed directly at the dragons. One of them suddenly stiffened midair, then began flailing its wings wildly, screeching uncontrollably. The goblins on its back whipped at it furiously, but to no avail. Boom. Seconds later, the fiend fire engulfed both the dragon and its riders. Though dragons had extraordinary magical resistance and weren't instantly incinerated, the attack severely injured the beast, and it plummeted toward the ground. The goblins, infuriated by this, let out a deafening roar. The one-eyed elder goblin at the front raised a wand taller than himself and bellowed. "Charge with me, to war." Note, 140 power stones for an extra chapter. Go vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p, atre, o, n.c, o, m/eyesblack, remove the brackets.